The battlefield of the future will no longer be where men charge into battle on the front lines. Today, 2,200 years later, women have become the main force on the battlefield, driving highly intelligent mechas and rushing to the front lines of battle. We men are just tactical commanders, mainly standing in the rear to provide them with support and command. As the top graduate of the East China Military Academy, who is only in his early 20s. Although I, Wu Jie, have outstanding tactical talent, calmness, and courage, fate has not allowed me to fully display my talents. Because I don't support extreme feminism, I have never been valued by the organization. I can only serve as an inconspicuous team commander, leading the team members to complete the mission silently. Once upon a time, I thought my future was limited to this path. However, a sudden disaster changed everything. Aurora beasts, these monsters with deadly energy and mysterious powers, began to invade human territory continuously. Despite the huge military forces invested by various countries and the establishment of strong fortifications. But no matter how hard they tried, these lines of defense were still unable to stop the endless tide of beasts. Global civilization is on the brink of collapse. It wasn't until 2205 that I received an invitation from the Suzaku War Dance Troupe. This is the most elite mecha regiment in the world, and only the top commanders can be selected. As their new commander, I am no longer the lonely squad commander, but will lead the entire elite force to the final victory. On this day, I led the mecha combat team to participate in a combat mission. I tightly grasped the tactical observation mirror in my hand, anxiously waiting for support to arrive. Time passed by minute, but there was no news of rescue. My heart became increasingly heavy and the situation before me began to become tense. Suddenly, there was a piercing, buzzing sound in the distance, like a cannonball flying through the air. I immediately raised my head and followed the source of the sound. Immediately afterwards, a deafening explosion sounded. I quickly checked the battle situation through the observation mirror and saw that 40 or 50 specially made red line ion bombs landed accurately next to several Aurora beasts. The continuous explosion sounds rang in my ears like bubbles being squeezed. The air was filled with smoke and dust, and the Aurora beasts in the ruins let out strange howls. I was shocked. The enemy's artillery fire was extremely accurate. Such firepower was undoubtedly the unique equipment of the War Dancer. Yes, I know they are here, the War Dancers. Their weapons and tactics are always so unique and effective. As time passed, I noticed 6 figures approaching from a distance at a very fast speed. That was the team of War Dancers, breaking through numerous obstacles and rapidly approaching our battlefield. The leader was a young girl, about 16 or 17 years old, with a vigilant look on her young face. The sooner the War Dance Corps is implanted, the better, because this can greatly reduce the risk of rampage. I know she is Sheila, the captain of the Silver Falcon Squadron. Hey, the officer seems to be using sign language to tell us not to come over. Sheila was keenly aware of my gestures and seemed to understand the meaning immediately. It might be dangerous, Xixia. Turn on the invisible force field and go for reconnaissance. She made a quick decision. Got it, Captain Sheila. A blonde girl responded quickly, and then her body flashed with ripples and gradually disappeared into the air. I breathed a sigh of relief and sent out the scout dancer. Now was our most critical moment. However, something unexpected happened. Just as Xixia was moving forward in stealth, an Aurora beast hiding in the ruins quietly pounced on her. The moment she was attacked, the invisibility effect was broken and the giant beast pressed down. Without a protective force field, Xixia could not confront the Aurora beast head-on. She was thrown down and engaged in a life-and-death struggle. I watched in horror as Sheila raised her weapon, but because she could not identify her target, she could not fire in support. The Aurora beast had obviously discovered Xixia's presence, but why didn't it attack me directly? I was shocked and suddenly realized that it was using me as bait. Without giving it any thought, I rushed out of the shelter without hesitation. I knew that I had the best shooting angle at this time and could provide support to Xixia. I raised my weapon and prepared to strike with precision. After a familiar gunshot, a red ray hit the Aurora beast that pounced on Xixia. It let out a shrill scream, and its back exploded, dying from my blow. However, the situation was not as simple as I thought. Just when I was celebrating, another Aurora beast pounced on me quietly. This Aurora beast had been severely injured by the artillery fire, but it was still as ferocious as a tiger and pounced towards me quickly. I didn't have time to hesitate. I had only one thought in my mind: to buy time for Cecilia. Colmande. Sheila's voice came from a distance. Seeing that Auroramon's speed far exceeded our reaction ability, almost everyone thought that I would be torn in half. Then, just as I was about to make the final decision, I suddenly issued a loud command. Be careful to your southeast. There are 3 Aurora beasts. To the northwest, there are 4. A violent explosion tore the air apart, and the Aurora beast that attacked me was blown into pieces by the mines I set up. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and blue blood of the beast spilled all over the ground. This time, I knew it would follow me, so I laid mines in advance. My judgment was correct. The battle was temporarily calmed down, and several dancers breathed a sigh of relief. They obviously had a new understanding of my calm response and accurate judgment. Minnie and I will take charge of the left wing, and you will take charge of the right wing, Sheila immediately commanded. We received the enemy's movement trajectory almost at the same time, and the only thing left was the decisive battle. At the critical moment of the melee, a strong smell of smoke bombs suddenly exploded in the air. Ahem! Oh. Sheila was stunned and glared at the figure that flashed in the smoke. Sishia's voice came over the radio. Captain, it's me, Sishia. The new commander asked me to set off the smoke bomb just now. Him. Sheila was stunned, obviously confused. She knew that this was not the best time to release the smoke bomb. The battle situation was complicated, and any mistake could lead to the destruction of the entire team. How could you just follow his orders? Sheila's tone was filled with anger. Captain, get down. Cecilia's voice suddenly became urgent. Then, a long cry tore through the air, and a red ray penetrated the smoke and swept towards us fiercely. Sheila reacted instantly. Auroramon's ray attack. We all lay down and tried to avoid the attack range. Unexpectedly, the ray swept across one of the Aurora beasts and blasted it into pieces. Captain, northwest direction, 12 o'clock. Cecilia immediately transmitted important information via radio. The smoke gradually dissipated, and the battle seemed to be over. However, at this moment, I caught a glimpse of a dancer emerging from the smoke, with a sniper gun aimed at the Aurora beast hiding in the corner. Bang! With a shot to the head, the Aurora beast didn't even have a chance to react and fell to the ground. Phoebe, well done, Scylla praised loudly. Captain, it's a reminder from the new commander. Sishia responded, then revealed my figure standing behind her. Him. Sheila looked at me, eyes full of shock. I smiled and held out my hand. Hello everyone, my name is Wujie. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly, a corpse on the battlefield moved violently. The Aurora Beast corpse suddenly attacked me, and when I realized that I was hit by the Aurora Beast sneak attack, it was too late. The severe pain in my body almost made me lose my sense of my surroundings. I could only vaguely see the panicked figures of my companions and the gradually blurred scene. In a daze, I felt a chill in my face. It was the cold medicine touching my skin, followed by some sounds. I opened my eyes and saw a blinding white light. In my confused vision, I could only see Sheila's anxious face, with regret and self-blame flashing in his eyes. Commander, are you okay? Her slightly choked voice made me feel heartbroken. I managed a forced smile. It's okay. Just a little dizzy. The wound on my hand instantly became more severe and my stomach began to ache. My body condition, which had not yet fully recovered, made my mind even more confused, but I could feel that familiar majestic aura approaching. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. Everyone fell silent, and I knew she was here. I didn't have the strength to open my eyes, but I relaxed unconsciously. Even when I was sitting on the hospital bed and heard her voice, I could still feel the determination and invisible pressure. That was her aura, unrivaled by anyone. Captain. Sheila immediately stood up straight and bowed in awe. Yeah. Mingxi's voice came, with a majesty that could not be ignored. What happened? I realized that her eyes were on me, and I felt the unspoken care and attention. I still didn't have the strength to stand up, so I could only lie quietly on the bed and listen to her conversation with Sheila. Captain, there was an accident during the rescue process, and we were ambushed. Sheila explained a little nervously. Ambushed? Mingxi asked, his tone flat, but revealing an unshakable calmness. Sheila was stunned for a moment and seemed a little ashamed. Yes, Captain, it was all my negligence. I failed to fully scout the bunker point, which led to some of our people falling into an ambush. Mingxi didn't seem angry. Her eyes became sharper. You came back alive. It seems like you have turned defeat into victory. Xila's face suddenly turned red, and he seemed a little stunned. Captain, how do you know that we have turned defeat into victory? I haven't had time to write the battle briefing. With him here, I know nothing will happen to you. Mingxi's gaze passed through Xila and fixed on me. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife. I could feel her attention to me, and even read a subtle expectation and recognition in her eyes. Him. Xila was stunned for a moment and obviously did not react immediately. You mean? Yes, he was in command of the battle almost the entire time. Mingxi smiled and continued. Although you sent out scouts, I can clearly see that the command style is completely different. Mingxi said, Wu Jie's ability to respond to emergencies is even more decisive than yours. Your reconnaissance was not in place, and you were ambushed as a result. I could feel her eyes piercing my heart. She knew what I was doing. Maybe she had seen through my intentions long ago. The following tactics were completely decided by him. Mingxi continued to analyze, mercilessly dissecting the situation at that time. That smoke bomb was really brilliant. Even if I was there, it would be difficult for me to think of such a brilliant strategy. Her eyes became sharper, as if they were piercing my soul. This was a brilliant counter-ambush battle, and it was extremely dangerous. If it weren't for his brilliant command, I'm afraid none of you would have survived today. Xila had completely understood at this time, and deep admiration appeared on her face. Even you, the captain, are full of praise for him. I finally understand the deep meaning of your bringing him into Sizhou. The corners of my mouth curled up into a smile, but I felt a little bitter in my heart. Yes, my command was recognized by Mingxi, but I knew that I was far from enough. I didn't do these things for recognition, I just did what I thought was right. Captain, I said softly, my voice a little weak. Thank you for your trust. Mingxi listened to what I said and nodded gently. Don't underestimate yourself, Wu Jie. Her tone softened a little, but there was still a firmness in her eyes that could not be ignored. You are much stronger than you think. I knew she saw the potential in me. She looked at the doctor and confirmed my condition before continuing. You have arrived at the Suzuka base. I am relieved to see that you are okay. I am busy now, so I am afraid I cannot entertain you in person. I have already arranged accommodation. Take a day off first, and I will officially hand over my work tomorrow. Although she didn't show much expression, I could sense that she was relieved. I nodded to show that I received it. What shocked me was that my senior schoolmate had become the leader of the Suzuka battle dance troupe. However, after so many years, I am not so sure whether she is still the same senior girl as before. So, I didn't say much, but I was secretly looking at her in my heart. Ziska looked at me quietly from the side, then turned around and left with Mingxi. She didn't say much the whole time, giving off a calm and polite impression. As they left, the war dancers felt relieved and immediately began to discuss in low voices. The sound of their discussion gradually drifted into my ears, and I shook my head, trying to calm myself down. I wanted to stretch my muscles, but before I could move, there was another commotion at the door. What's going on? Xila asked subconsciously with a flash of his eyes. Cixia looked towards the door and replied, It seems that the strongest team of our regiment is back. The Firefox team? Xila asked in shock. I couldn't help but be moved when I heard this. The Firefox squad, the top team in the Suzuka battle dance troupe, had once annihilated a column-level Aurora beast with the power of a few people. Their combat power was self-evident. The information about Firefox immediately came to my mind. Although there were many battle records, they always seemed to be lacking in command and tactical application and failed to exert 100% of their strength. But no matter what, the name of the Firefox team is enough to make people tremble in fear both inside and outside Suzuku. Suddenly, I saw a girl in a sexy red dance costume walking in from the door. She was the captain of Firefox, Qingxiuyu. The extremely tight black dress and fiery red hair made her look like a burning flame, especially her pair of fox ears, which complemented her temperament even more. Several team members followed closely behind her. Each of them had an extraordinary temperament, but she ignored the gazes of others and looked at me coldly. Please leave the Suzuka battle dance troupe. We don't need a male commander here. The moment Qingxiuyu opened his mouth, the atmosphere around them instantly froze. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned, especially the members of the Silver Falcon team. They obviously did not expect Captain Firefox to oppose me so bluntly. The members of Silver Falcon's team didn't react for a moment and seemed puzzled by Qingxiuyu's attitude. Well, Captain Qingxiu, it seems that this officer was invited by the regiment commander. Xila was a little confused. However, Qingxiuyu ignored her explanation and continued to stare at me. Don't use the title of team leader to pressure me. Her words were cold, with an unquestionable toughness. I looked at her and frowned slightly. Qing Xiaoyu's attitude clearly showed that she had a strong aversion to me, a male commander. She didn't seem to know that Mingxi arranged for me to be the commander, and my existence might be a shock to her. After all, she had never received such an assignment, and she was obviously skeptical about whether I was qualified for the role. In other words, Captain Firefox is willing to disobey the orders of the leader and drive me away. I whispered, with a hint of thought in my eyes. Qing Xiaoyu did not respond, but just stared at me coldly. I know that her dissatisfaction is not just directed at me, but there are more complex emotions behind it. Judging from her expression, she obviously did not understand the captain's true intentions. But this resistance could not be ignored. I stood there, Qing Xiaoyu's challenge like a punch to the gut, my heart pounding in my chest. Her words just now pierced my heart like a sharp knife, with a strong sense of provocation, forcing me to face a severe choice. Challenge me for a fight. Qing Xiaoyu's words were concise and firm, and there was no room for doubt in his tone. Battle. I was stunned, and quickly recalled these 3 words in my mind. Flag-grabbing battle? That's a form of battle that I haven't participated in for a long time. It's been 3 years since the last time. Qing Xiaoyu's gaze stabbed at me like a knife. The atmosphere around me suddenly became tense, and all the dancers turned their eyes to me. Her provocation was self-evident. She either wanted me to accept the challenge or stand firm. Either I refuse, which means that my days in the Suzuka battle dance troupe will be difficult, or I may even be excluded. Sheila's eyes were full of anxiety. She knew that if I agreed to the challenge and stood on the stage, it would mean huge risks. After all, the terrain here is unfamiliar and the enemy is strong. If I refuse, the consequences will be even more disastrous. What should I choose? My inner hesitation almost made me breathless. I refuse. I said calmly, directly and decisively, without any hesitation. The air around them seemed to freeze, and everyone was stunned. So straightforward? Even Sheila looked incredulous, unable to believe that I would make such a decision. My choice almost made the atmosphere tense, and everyone seemed to be waiting for me to regret and regain my dignity. But my decision was so firm. Ah, what a coward! Qing Xiaoyu sneered, his voice full of contempt. You are a badass commander sent to the Middle East to carry out a mission, and you dare to reject me? You are nothing but a waste. Her words came like arrows, but I did not waver. Qing Xiaoyu obviously wanted to suppress me with words, but I knew that the real battle would be on the training ground, not in these words. She was about to leave while taunting me, as if she thought the duel was over. She was wrong. Wait a minute, I said calmly. She stopped and turned her head, with a flash of anger in her eyes. What else do you have to say? I spoke slowly. A year ago, Operation Storm. I had chosen these 4 words almost on purpose. My words struck her heart like a bolt of lightning. Her eyes suddenly became extremely solemn, and her expression instantly turned ugly. I continued calmly. A captain named Qing Xiao misjudged the situation during the battle, resulting in the death of 2 dancers. You changed your tactics and moved the main force away from the southern canyon, resulting in the sacrifice of your comrades in arms. Qing Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with anger, and her body trembled slightly. She obviously didn't expect me to bring up this past event that she was most reluctant to touch. If this is your command ability, I continued, I don't want you to treat your teammates as sacrifices during the exercise. You can accept my refusal and give your teammates a chance of survival. Qing Xiaoyu's expression changed completely. Her anger almost made her lose her mind. What did you say? She suddenly turned around and rushed towards me, her eyes filled with endless anger. The whole air was ignited by her anger. I still did not back down, looking straight into her eyes without wavering. Sheila's expression changed in a complicated way. She obviously didn't expect me to bring up that topic at this time. She knew that this was not only Qing Xiaoyu's heart knot, but also an eternal pain in her heart. My words almost touched the most vulnerable part of her heart, but I was not afraid because, in my opinion, the training ground was no different from a battlefield. Qing Xiaoyu's anger seemed to have reached its peak, and she was about to explode. If you have the guts, let's meet at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, she said angrily. Of course, you can choose not to come, and you will bear the consequences. I nodded, my tone calm and even. Only if you don't treat your teammates as tools. If you could do that, then I will naturally go. She clenched her teeth, glared at me angrily, and finally said through gritted teeth, I warn you, don't mention what happened a year ago. See you tomorrow afternoon if you have the guts. As she finished her words, Qingqiu left without looking back, leaving behind a solemn atmosphere. There was helplessness in the glances between Sheila and Cixia. It was obvious that they also knew that this fight could not be reversed. However, I did not feel a bit of pressure, but rather a strange calmness. I knew the battle was about to begin. Since she had challenged me, I would go all out. Gamma, captain of the Falcon Squad, one of the elite members of the Suzuka battle dance troupe. She stood in front of me, her silver hair fluttering and her eyes sly. This girl looked harmless, but those who knew her would not dare to underestimate her. It's Captain Gamma of the Falcon. What can I do for you? I responded politely. Gamma showed a playful smile, slowly approached, and said with a teasing tone, "Is the boss so cold to his subordinates? Wouldn't it be good to improve the relationship?" Most people would have been aroused by her, but I knew my position. "Sorry, if you have nothing else, please go back. I still have work to hand over." I remained calm. Gamma showed a bored expression, but smiled and said, "The new commander is really interesting. He has investigated everything so thoroughly in just one day. I don't believe you if you say you are not interesting to me." As soon as she finished speaking, her attitude suddenly changed and her tone became more serious. "For today's flag-grabbing battle, I hope the commander will choose our team." She took the initiative to seek cooperation. Falcon and Firefox are not on good terms. Does she want Qingqiu to lose? Or is she setting a trap? Several thoughts flashed through my mind, and I quickly rejected it. Sorry, I already have a candidate. Cooperation requires sincerity, and her sudden beauty trap made me alert. Gamma was stunned for a moment, frowned slightly, and was silent for a moment, then chuckled. Interesting, really interesting. Then I looked forward to the moment when the commander returns triumphantly. After that, she left without looking back. Time flies. The afternoon battle has become everyone's expectation, and the conversation in the morning has also spread in the camp. Some people think that I am overestimating my own abilities, while others are waiting and watching. "Come in." Senior Mingxi put down the report in her hand and looked up at me. "Are you used to living here?" she asked. Compared to the environment in the previous remote relay station, this place is simply heaven. I responded easily. "That's good. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to adapt, as you're just here for the first time." She nodded and smiled. I quickly thanked her. Not only is the accommodation here good, the food is also much better. It's really a world of difference. Thank you for your care. Mingxi waved his hand gently and said seriously, "You should know why I transferred you here, right?" I shook my head decisively. Tell the truth. She looked determined. I sorted myself out a bit and then said, "Since its establishment, the Suzuka battle dance troupe has been ostracized a lot, right? I guess Senior is also facing a lot of pressure. Sending me here is because the higher-ups are weighing the pros and cons, right?" The senior student smiled and said, "That's true, but not entirely. You were not sent here by the higher-ups. I chose you as a bargaining chip." I was stunned. I didn't expect that the senior sister personally chose me to come here. After all, among so many commanders, you are the only one I can trust. I felt relieved, and my gratitude to my senior sister deepened. My efforts over the years have not been in vain. "Tell me which team you like, and I'll arrange it for you now." Senior Mingxi handed me a list with a curious look in her eyes. I glanced at the list and pointed to a team at random. "Let's take this one." "Oh, interesting." Mingxi raised his eyebrows slightly, seeming a little surprised. The Silver Falcon team I chose was the one that saved me yesterday. This is a new team that has just joined the regiment and does not have much experience in special operations. However, I do not regret this choice. She stared at me for a moment, then smiled slightly. "Okay, let's do as you think. But please be merciful to Qingqiu. Don't hit her too hard." I smiled gently. "Don't worry, senior sister, I know what to do." After saluting, I left the leader's office. Ziska, who was observing in secret, showed up. She seemed a little confused. "This new commander is really unexpected. Why did he choose a new team? And you asked him to show mercy to Qingqiu. Isn't that too much?" Mingxi smiled and said, "Ziska, don't underestimate him, or you will suffer a great loss one day." She handed Cisco a file. As soon as Cisco opened it, her eyes widened and her face became serious. As she turned the pages, her expression gradually changed from surprise to shock. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the military exercise field at Suzuka Base was already filled with war dancers who came to watch the game. The Firefox team was ready to go, but the Silver Falcon team led by me was late, which attracted a lot of ridicule and doubts. Isn't the new commander afraid to come? The Firefox team is the strongest in the base, so it's normal for him to be afraid of fighting. Amid the discussions, I and the members of the Silver Falcon team finally appeared at the entrance of the training ground. The war dancers around us looked at us and suddenly became quiet, their eyes full of confusion and puzzlement. Gamma came forward first upon seeing this. "You guys are finally here. I thought you." Her voice stopped abruptly, and her eyes widened, obviously shocked by the team I chose. Many of the warrior dancers who were watching the game also discussed in a low voice. "No way. This team has only been in the group for less than 2 months, and they are all new members." The team I lead is the Silver Falcon squad. As the captain, Sheila's cheeks turned red with embarrassment when facing everyone's gaze. After all, this was her first time facing such a scene. After Qingxiu Yu and Gamma saw our team clearly, they were obviously disappointed. They were obviously surprised by my choice. "Sorry, I was in a hurry to prepare and came a little late." "Am I not late?" I saluted and looked at Gamma and Qingxiu Yu indifferently. Qingxiu Yu glanced coldly. "Fortunately, I'm not late." She pointed to her adjutant Tang Ling. "Ling Ling, explain the rules." Tang Ling began to explain the rules of the flag-grabbing game in a concise and clear manner, with a hint of professionalism in her words. Her serious attitude showed her respect for fair competition. "I understand. Let's start now." After listening to the rules, I nodded slightly to Qingxiu Yu. Qingxiu Yu responded calmly. "Well, if there is no problem, Gamma will be the referee. How about it?" "Okay." I nodded in agreement. The war dancers present gradually quieted down and prepared to watch the duel. I know very well that this is not just an ordinary exercise, but also the first step for me to gain a foothold in the Suzaku War dance troupe. As the exercise began, Sheila asked expectantly, "Sir, what should we do? Please give us the order." I nodded, looked at her determined eyes, and calmly gave orders. As discussed in the combat meeting, Cixia and Boa will be on standby in the forest near the central flag. Once the enemy is spotted, fire the signal gun immediately. The rest of you will stay at the base and wait for the opportunity. Sheila did not hesitate at all and carried out my order neatly. Although the members of our Silver Falcon team are young, they are very capable in execution. Gamma, who was sitting in the audience, was quite puzzled by my arrangement. The other warriors also discussed, "Why is this commander so conservative? Facing the Firefox team, if we don't fight with all our strength, we will have no chance to grab the flag." I looked at the distant hills with calmness in my eyes. Observation is the key to victory. I took Sheila to the only commanding height and monitored the entire venue with a tactical telescope. Sheila is a heavily armored battle dancer with strong defense, enough to deal with possible fire attacks. Through the telescope, I quickly captured the movements of the Firefox team. The entire opposing team attacked, leaving no one behind to defend the base. It seemed they were planning to make a quick decision and take the center flag directly. This type of rocket assault formation is usually designed for efficiency and clearly underestimated how I would deploy it. "Open fire." I calmly gave the order into the walkie-talkie. Upon hearing the order, Cixia and Boya quickly launched a flare, which rose high in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. The Firefox team stopped instantly. Qingxiu Yu quickly realized something was wrong and immediately ordered them to stop moving forward. Her intuition is indeed sharp. As an opponent, I admire her reaction speed. At this moment, a wave of artillery shells passed over from the other side of the hill and hit the Firefox team directly. The shells came at a rapid speed, and before they could react, the artillery fire had covered the target area. Gamma and the audience couldn't help but sigh. First, occupy the high ground and use flares to attract the enemy. Then use supersonic artillery shells to attack unexpectedly. This is a good tactic. Seeing the Firefox team quickly adjust their formation and disperse, I felt a surge of admiration. Qingxiu Yu is indeed not simple. They can quickly disperse when the shells fly to their feet. If it were an ordinary team, they would have been caught off guard. I continued to calmly give the coordinates, directing the artillery fire to track the movements of the Firefox team. The war dancers' agility and tactical skills made me realize that this was a protracted battle and I must not underestimate the enemy. The members of Team Fox quickly changed their formation to deal with the artillery fire. The shell exploded instantly. In just 2 seconds, although the Firefox team was dispersed, some of them were still hit and eliminated. The warrior dancers in the audience immediately started talking, shocked that the Firefox team was eliminated as soon as they started the battle. Some people sighed that if it was their own team, they would have been wiped out long ago. After all, the tactics just now required extremely high speed concealment, and accuracy, which was difficult for ordinary people to handle. I watched the situation on the field and knew that this was just the beginning. I quietly evacuated from the top of the mountain with Sheila and directed the two Silver Falcon team members in the Central Forest to quickly take a detour and head towards the Firefox base. Although the Firefox team members have activated the defensive force field and increased their vigilance, I know that their attention has been drawn to us and the center flag will soon be exposed without any defense. Qingxiu, the captain of the Firefox team, quickly realized the tactical error and ordered his adjutant Tang Ling and two team members to continue to capture the flag, while he and another team member rushed straight to the hill where I was. She had obviously guessed my possible location and tried to turn the situation around by taking out the commander in one fell swoop. "Sir, they are approaching us," Shila reported in a calm voice. I smiled slightly. Qingxiu's judgment was indeed correct, but I was prepared. "Don't fight too long, just follow the plan." I gave the order calmly, having already arranged every next step in my mind. As we evacuated the mountain, Tang Ling and his team successfully captured the central flag and returned to the base. I continued to observe calmly, knowing that Qingxiu would send someone to pick me up. So I instructed the two invisible war dancers to wait for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack and try to enter the Firefox base directly before they returned to defend. The Qingxiu Dai people quickly chased after us, and our jeep was looming in her sight. In order to lure the enemy deeper into our territory, I deliberately turned off the invisible force field, causing Qingxiu to mistakenly believe that we had lost our ability to hide. Sure enough, she fired frequently, and the shells exploded around us, splashing gravel and dust, but each time they passed us by. I sometimes sped up, sometimes slowed down, constantly changing my route, and successfully disrupted her aim. "TSK, this guy is really troublesome." I saw an anxious look on her face. She fired more than 10 shots, but didn't hit a single one. At this moment, Tang Ling reported on the radio, "Captain, the central flag has been obtained and is ready to be brought back to the base." Qingxiu breathed a sigh of relief, but was obviously still wary, and immediately ordered Tang Ling to send the fastest member to go back and scout ahead of time. Her judgment was cautious, but it was too late. There was actually only one war dancer in my car, and the other war dancer had already bypassed and quickly sneaked into the Firefox camp when they attacked the base, preparing for the final counterattack. Just as Tang Ling and his men rushed back, I finally played my last card. Epsi, a member of the Firefox team known for his speed, immediately reported to Qingxiu when he learned that the enemy had entered the Firefox base. When she heard the news, she was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that my arrangement would work. Do everything possible to delay the enemy and wait for support from large forces, Qingxiu instructed calmly. But she didn't realize that this was my strategy to lure the enemy. I led Shala towards the hilly area, where the terrain was complex and the undulating ground could not only effectively slow down the enemy's pursuit, but also provide cover. I knew that as long as I could bring Qingxiu into this terrain, I could use Shila's defensive force field to contain her and buy time for other team members. My command was responded to. Xixia and Boa have set up trenches near the Firefox base and used the flexibility of reconnaissance-type war dancers to set up a defense line at the base to prevent the enemy from returning the flag. Tang Ling led the Firefox squad forward. Although they had activated the defensive force field, their advancement speed was greatly limited by Xixia and Boya, who had the advantage of terrain. Just as they were advancing with difficulty, a cannon shot suddenly came from behind, and Epsi was hit and eliminated. Tang Ling looked back in shock, only to find that she had been surrounded by the ambushed Silver Falcon war dancers. "Ring? Ring?" Qingxiu tried to call her subordinates, but got no response. She realized that the situation was not good as her subordinate's radio had been locked. Regret appeared on her face, but she gritted her teeth, raised her weapon, and rushed towards where I was. Watching her charging over the hills, I did not meet her head-on. Instead, I continued to hide on the high ground and keep a distance from her. Sure enough, her fire only hit the open area, while my team had surrounded it. Qingxiu looked around and found himself surrounded. His two fists were no match for many hands. Eventually, his defense field was broken, and he fell down, killed in action, as judged by the system. Ding! Team Silver Falcon wins. The system's decision sounded throughout the training ground. I walked towards Kinkyu and held out my hand to her. "Wu Jie, come to Suzaku to report." "Captain Kinkyu, from today on, we are comrades in arms. I hope we can put aside our prejudices and move forward together." She stretched out her hand with a slight tremor and shook hands with me in front of everyone's gaze, and the audience applauded. The news of the Silver Falcon Squadron's victory quickly spread throughout the Suzaka battle dance troupe, sparking countless discussions. In the captain's office, Mingxi looked at Ziska. This is Wu Jie's strength. If you face him, what are your chances of winning? Siska pondered for a moment and replied in a low voice. If it is under the rules of the exercise, I am afraid there is no chance of winning. Mingxi smiled and said, Xiaoyu needs such setbacks to understand that there is always someone better than you, and only then can she grow. I stood in front of the Silver Falcon squad, looking at each of them. They were all wearing the armor of the war dancer, with firm eyes, waiting for my instructions. Just now, in the military exercise of the Suzaka battle dance troupe, we defeated the long-famous Firefox squad. This victory gave them more trust and expectations in me. From today on, you will officially start your military career together. My name is Wu Jie, and I am your new commander. Please give me your guidance. I introduced myself briefly. The team members introduced themselves one by one. Shila was the team leader, a heavy battle dancer, responsible for advancement and defense. Cixia, a light fighter dancer, responsible for reconnaissance and pursuit. There are also Boa, Minion, Weiya, and Phoebe, each of whom has her own combat position. Although I have memorized their files by heart, this sense of ritual is still indispensable. I nodded slightly, glanced at them, and said, Thank you for your support. Although I still have a lot to say, this is wartime, and we have just received a new mission from the commander. I briefly explained the mission. We will be heading to the Qinglu River Red Line power plant. There are two missions: eliminate the threats near the power plant and ensure that the power plant resumes normal operations. As soon as the words fell, Phoebe raised her hand and asked, Commander, is the Qinglu River Red Line power plant the power plant outside the city? There was a hint of anxiety in her eyes. I nodded, and although I was a little confused about her question, I soon understood the reason. Sorry, sir, Phoebe's parents are in town, Scylla explained. I nodded in understanding and chuckled. Don't worry, the new United Nations 108th Division is stationed there, and Auroramon won't rush into the city. I used to be a grassroots commander of the new United Nations, and I understand the defense situation there. These words made Phoebe relax a little. Wei also patted Phoebe on the shoulder and said proudly, Don't worry, Phoebe. If an Aurora beast dares to hurt your family, I will be the first to rush over and blow it away. Seeing how harmonious their relationship is, I feel like I have become part of this team. I glanced at everyone and finally said, That's it. This meeting is over. We will leave on time at 5:30 tomorrow morning. Got it? They responded in unison, their voices revealing unquestionable fighting spirit. When the team dispersed, I asked Sheila and Cixia to stay behind. There are still some details that I need to discuss with them further. They looked at each other, confused but full of anticipation. Hey, could this be the legendary after the meeting? Cecilia whispered in Sheila's ear. Sheila's face suddenly turned red, and she quickly stopped her from talking nonsense. I noticed the whispers between them and asked curiously, What are you talking about? No, nothing, Sheila replied quickly, obviously a little nervous. We're just discussing what to eat later. Actually, I knew a little bit in my heart. They probably made more assumptions because I was the only male commander in the base. There are even rumors that male commanders do inappropriate things to their subordinates or issue orders that are difficult to follow. Especially considering some of the dark history before the new United Nations, it is no wonder that there are such misunderstandings. I smiled and decided to let them relax a little. I'm sorry to let you stay and work overtime. I'll treat you later, and we can have something delicious. Really? Sheila looked at me in surprise, seemingly unable to believe it. I nodded and jokingly said, Although the free meals in the group are okay, if you want to eat some private dishes, you still have to pay for it yourself, right? Well, yes, Sheila said softly, her face slightly red. Somehow, when I saw her shy look, I also felt that the atmosphere was a little subtle. I took out 2 documents and handed them to them. Okay, this time you're staying here for a serious matter. This is your reward, a list of new equipment. When they took the documents and looked at them, their eyes widened immediately. Sir, this is too expensive, Sheila exclaimed. Cixia even said directly, No way, such luxurious equipment. I thought it was a dowry. Could it be that the commander has a special fetish and likes a combination of sisters like us? I couldn't help but hold my forehead and explained, Don't think too much. These equipments are the newcomer gift pack that I managed to get from the leader with great difficulty. They are specially used to improve the combat effectiveness of the team. After hearing what I said, they gradually felt relieved, but I could also see that they were touched. Sheila stared at the equipment list, his hands shaking slightly. After a moment, she raised her head, her voice trembling. Thank you, Commander. It is my honor to work with you. I will carry out every order seriously. Cixia also looked at me seriously and said with a little guilt, I want to apologize too. I said some things that I shouldn't have said before, such as you would steal the underwear of the team members. Ha. When she said this, she couldn't help laughing. I shook my head helplessly and said with a smile, Okay. No matter what rumors you have heard, just show your true ability when you take action in the future. While laughing, Sheila warned Cixia seriously. Stop talking nonsense. The commander is not that kind of person. The atmosphere finally relaxed, and I patted their shoulders and said, Okay, today's overtime is over. Let's go. I'll take you to have a good meal. Just as Cixia, Sheila, and I sat down in the cafeteria and were about to order, Qing Xiaoyu and her adjutant Tang Ling suddenly appeared behind us. Qing Xiaoyu said in a mocking tone, Hey, Chief Wu, are you bringing two little beauties to celebrate your success? I didn't pay much attention to her tone, but invited her. Would you like to sit together? Qing Xiaoyu sat down next to me without any hesitation, so close that I could even smell her fragrance. I couldn't help but observe her a few times. Her military uniform was very individual, and her miniskirt and flesh-colored stockings made her look mature and sexy. Even so, her casual attire would have earned her a serious warning in the new United Nations Army. Seeing her so close, Sheila couldn't help but frown and remind her, Captain Qingxiu, please respect yourself. Qingxiu laughed instead, deliberately moved closer to me, and hugged me in his arms. Her actions attracted a lot of attention, and I suddenly felt embarrassed, but I couldn't break free. Fortunately, Tang Ling took action and pulled Qingxiu away. After breathing a sigh of relief, I jokingly said, If you're here to eat, then I welcome you. Qingxiu smiled and sat back next to me, staying close to me without moving. Cixia noticed that the atmosphere was interesting and couldn't help asking Qingxiu, Captain Qingxiu, are you convinced that you lost to Commander Wu? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Qingxiu lowered his head and was silent for a moment, and finally whispered, I surrender. The voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. What did you say? Cecilia demanded. Qingxiu's face turned red and she repeated loudly, I say, I surrender. She turned her head away, looking somewhat reluctant, but she had no choice but to accept the reality. Cixia laughed heartily. I told you, who wouldn't be convinced by a man as handsome and capable as the commander? I shook my head helplessly. The meal was quite lively, with one topic after another. Just when I thought I could have a quiet meal, Cixia suddenly asked, By the way, sir, do you have a girlfriend? This question caught me off guard, and I could only answer perfunctorily, Not yet. Now stop talking, the food is getting cold. Although I answered casually, I saw King Qiu and Sheila secretly glanced at each other, and they both seemed relieved. After dinner, I returned to the dormitory and was about to review today's game data and organize preparations for tomorrow's tasks when there was a sudden knock on the door. I opened the door and saw a war dancer wearing a black researcher's uniform, with long silver hair casually draped over her face. Her face was childish, but her eyes carried a maturity beyond her age. I was wondering, this researcher looked young, even like a little girl. Where did she come from? Chapter 13, Start the Task. First-time scientist. Susan, looking at the two ear-like devices on her head, Wu Jie thought of something and asked, Are you Susan? The mysterious war dancer reacted and raised her eyebrows. I didn't expect you to know about me. You don't look like a fool. After all, you are the chief researcher of the Suzaka Battle Dance Troupe, and it is said that you are also one of the core development members of the battle dance. Your name is well known in the military academy textbooks. I just didn't expect. Wu Jie glanced at Susan from head to toe. Susan immediately became unhappy and was very angry at Wu Jie's suspicious look. Why? Are you doubting my identity? No. I'm just a little surprised that the chief researcher would come to my humble home. You just let me stand outside like this? Is this how you treat guests? Susan raised her head and said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Wu Jie stepped back apologetically and said, Please come in, but it's not good for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room and be seen by others. Please explain your purpose briefly. Susan became even angrier. Don't worry, I won't let you take any risks. Besides, even if you want to do something to me, you won't have the chance. With your physical strength, I can handle you with one hand. After saying that, she walked into Wu Jie's room without any hesitation. Please sit down. After pouring a glass of water for Susan, he asked her to sit in the reception chair in his office. Susan didn't touch the water either. Instead, She took out a file from her arms and placed it directly on Wu Jie's desk. Wu Jie took a look and thought, this level of confidential documents were actually shown to a squad leader like me. Do they really not treat me as an outsider? Or is there another purpose? Since the other party has placed a document of this level in front of me, it means that Susan trusts me, so I have no reason to refuse. I took the document, opened it, and read it carefully. About 10 minutes later, Wu Jie's expression became serious. Tell me what you think. Susan didn't seem to be in a hurry at all, and didn't become impatient because of the long wait. On the contrary, Wu Jie read the document she gave him carefully, which slightly changed her impression of him. It's very troublesome. If what is said in the document is true, it will be a disaster for all mankind. Wu Jie put the document down and looked at Susan with a very serious expression. Is that all? Susan, who had originally placed high hopes on Wu Jie, is now full of disappointment. Wu Jie was stunned at first, but immediately understood Susan's true intention, and a playful smile suddenly appeared on his face. I originally thought that you would be different from others and have unique insights. It seems that I overestimated you. I'm leaving now. Susan stood up, took back the document, and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Wu Jie called out to Susan. Susan stopped and wanted to see if he had anything else to say. If what is in the document is true, then our technology will move in a completely new direction. Susan's eyes lit up. She immediately became interested and retracted her leg. Oh, tell me the details, he said as he sat back in his seat. In this way, the two of them chatted for more than an hour without realizing it. When Susan left, her face was full of excitement, as if she had found the direction of her research. At this moment, Wu Jie felt like he was exhausted. In order to discuss the contents of the document with Susan, he felt like he was back in his student days, desperately writing an article before a debate competition. Oh, I still need to review the data, so I can't sleep. After one night. Sir, are you all right? Why do you feel like you didn't get enough rest? December 3rd, 5 a.m. Wu Jie, who had already gotten up, with dark circles under his eyes, assembled the Silver Falcon squad in the square. Don't worry, I'm fine. Okay, everyone is here. Let's start the roll call. After confirming that the personnel are correct, start checking equipment, supplies, etc. After boarding the special duty armed transport plane in the Suzuka base, we began to head to the mission location, King Lijiang Red Line Power Plant. Commander, did you not get enough rest last night? Shila asked with concern. Wu Jie shook his head and refused to admit it. He then took out a military-grade smart LCD tablet and carefully checked the map of the destination. The King Lijiang Red Line Power Plant is a very large power plant that mainly uses red line particles produced by carbon-12 microorganisms as energy to generate electricity, providing electricity for a city with a population of more than 500,000. The reason why the 108th Division did not spare any manpower to retake the power plant was because a large number of Aurora beasts appeared on the front line and troops were in short supply. So this task fell on the elite independent regiment, Suzuka Battle Dance. The Suzuka Battle Dance Troop is known internationally as the elite, and each individual team has strength that is no less than that of an ordinary company of battle dancers. Although the Silver Falcon team had only just joined the group, they had actually already been a well-known team before that, which was why they were able to have such efficient execution in yesterday's flag-grabbing battle. The power plant is built in the lower reaches of the Qinglu River, surrounded by rivers, forests, mountains, and ruins of buildings, suitable for jungle warfare and street fighting tactics. Although the city has rebuilt a new power plant for emergency response, a red line power plant is very expensive. If possible, they do not want to easily give up the power plant that was invaded by Aurora Beast. The transport plane found a secluded and safe place to land, which happened to be a small hill to the west of the power plant. It was of a certain height and suitable as an initial camp. Wu Jie, holding a tactical telescope, immediately put all personnel on alert after landing, and then raised the observation seat of the jeep to about 10 meters. After observing carefully for a while, Wu Jie gave Xixia his first order. Xixia, the target is the gas station 1 kilometer away at 3 o'clock. Go there for reconnaissance. Remember, if you encounter the enemy, do not fight to the death. Count the number and type of the enemy and evacuate immediately. Xixia is a light fighter-type war dancer who is relatively outstanding in speed. Xixia is also equipped with expensive stealth force field equipment, which can greatly increase her concealment capabilities. Boya, you are responsible for assisting Xixia. Remember your position. You need to provide cover and flank reconnaissance about 200 meters to the left of Xixia. Occupy the roof of the small building to the east and count the number of enemies. Just as the two were about to leave, Wu Jie suddenly said, "Wait." They both looked confused. "What's wrong?" Wu Jie said, "Odor remover." "Yes." The two men understood immediately, then took out two spray-like things from their equipment and sprayed them on themselves. As a scout girl, when facing an enemy like Auroramon, you must be extremely careful, and the presence of smell will greatly affect battlefield intelligence. Recalling that at the beginning, Cixia was knocked down by the canine Aurora guy because she smelled the scent. So before going out this time, Wu Jie specially prepared odor remover in their equipment. Seeing that the two were ready, Wu Jie said, "Go." "Got it, sir." After receiving the order, the two men immediately went to the target location for reconnaissance. The restless Minion was a warmonger. If it weren't for the military discipline, she would have rushed out long ago. "Sir, what about us? What about us?" Minion asked hurriedly. "Don't worry. Wait for the news from the front." Chapter 14. The battle begins. Time passed minute by minute, and everyone was patiently waiting for news from the reconnaissance ahead. Suddenly, there was a noise on the radio. "Here they come." Reporting to the commander, there are 30 visible targets outside the gas station, occupying the walls and square areas on the east and west sides of the gas station. There are two different types of Aurora beasts. One is a wingless ape Aurora beast, a total of 20, and the other is a wingless dog Aurora beast, a total of 10. Wu Jie frowned slightly after hearing this, thinking, this is a bit bad. The ape-like Aurora beasts are very intelligent and are difficult to deal with. They know how to use tactics, while the canine Aurora beasts have an extremely sensitive sense of smell. They are within the reconnaissance range of about 1 kilometer around them. I'm afraid a blitzkrieg won't work. The war dancers present were no longer novices on the battlefield. When they heard the information reported from the front, they couldn't help but frown. Shala said, "I didn't expect there would be so many dog-like Aurora beasts. Normally, there wouldn't be many of this type of Aurora beasts even on the front battlefield. It's a bit unusual to see so many of them in such a small gas station, plus so many ape-like Aurora beasts. The canine Auroramon is a reconnaissance Auroramon, a rare type of Auroramon that is rarely seen. Not to mention the apes, which basically play the role of a squad leader on the front battlefield. Because of their high IQ, the Auroramon's frontline troops are led by them. Therefore, human scientists have concluded that Auroramon has intelligence, and even speculate that there may be an intelligent civilization behind Auroramon, and Auroramon may just be the advance guard. However, after fighting Auroramon for 5 years, they have never seen the so-called advanced civilization. So this conclusion has gradually become a rumor, and gradually no one takes this theory seriously anymore. However, it is a fact that Auroramon has intelligence, and no human commander who has fought against Auroramon would deny this conclusion. Yeah, it does look a bit strange. Could it be that Auroramon uses this place as its nest, and wants to use it as a springboard to attack the city? Although Minion is a belligerent, she is not stupid and immediately thought of a possibility. Everyone was surprised to hear Minion's guess, especially Phoebe. "Sir?" Boya asked anxiously on the radio. Wu Jie closed his eyes and thought for a while, then said calmly, "Don't think too much for now and focus on the current task. Shila, you will be the main attacker. Minion and Wei Yi will be responsible for covering and supporting Shila. Phoebe will stay with me and be ready to provide long-range fire support at any time. Boa and Cecilia will stay on standby. I tell you to fire, and you fire." Wu Jie immediately gave the order. "Hey, why do we have to wait so long before we fire?" Cecilia's puzzled voice came from the other end of the radio. Wu Jie didn't explain too much. "Don't think too much, just follow the orders." "Yes, Commander." Faced with the commander's firm voice, Cixia had no choice but to obey. According to Wu Jie's arrangement, Shila is a heavy combat dancer. Her defense is the strongest, but of course her mobility is sacrificed. This is why Wu Jie specifically gave priority to the captain and adjutant with the equipment he got from the regiment commander. The captain is a heavy tank-type battle dancer. Her survivability basically determines the survivability of the entire team. The stronger her defense, the stronger her ability to absorb firepower. The dog-like Auroramon that were constantly patrolling the territory suddenly became uneasy, and all the dog-like Auroramon turned their gazes to a certain direction to the west. And all those ape-like Aurora beasts began to become irritable and restless, roaring and making a series of incomprehensible notes. I saw these Aurora beasts opening their mouths one after another, and an Aurora began to accumulate energy from their mouths, and finally spurted out, bombarding Shila as quickly as the Aurora. And this is the origin of the name Auroramon, because these Auroramon are not only good at close combat, they all have long-range capabilities and can spray a special ray from their mouths. What? You thought they only knew how to use jets as a long-range combat method? You are totally wrong. In the past few years of fighting with Auroramon has actually learned to use human weapons. After Auroramon broke through the human defense line in the Arctic, the intelligent Auroramon armed itself with weapons plundered from humans, not only guns, but even artillery and tanks. This is why some scientists previously suspected that there was an intelligent civilization behind Auroramon. Sheila immediately deployed her force field shield. As a heavy combat dancer, she possessed a specialized defensive force field that could block all ranged damage, but each use would consume a large amount of her core energy. Minion and Wei Yi were not idle either. The moment Sheila was attacked, they immediately fought back and launched a round of bombardment on the canine Aurora beasts rushing towards them from the front row. 4 Aurora beasts were killed instantly. Chirp chirp, seeing his companion killed, one of the apes, Aurora beast, immediately made a sound. The Aurora beasts were seen split into 3 groups. One group attacked from the front, while the other 2 surrounded Sheila, and the other 2 from the left and right. What an impressive IQ. Although this was not the first time he had fought against Auroramon, every time Wu Jie saw Auroramon's tactical ability, he could not help but sigh in admiration. But there was no time for Wu Jie to sigh. Wu Jie immediately issued a series of instructions into the radio. Chaixia, attack the Auroramon on the left wing. Boya, attack the Auroramon on the right wing. Fire. As soon as the order was given, the 2 men, who had been suppressing their restlessness for a long time, pulled the trigger the moment they heard the order to fire. I saw more than a dozen shells bombarding the Aurora beasts from the left and right wings. Suddenly, blood rained, shrapnel, smoke and dust flew among the Aurora beasts. More than a dozen Aurora beasts were attacked without any preparation. The back defense of Auroramon is relatively weak, which is basically a certain conclusion based on scientists' research. Chaixia and Boya were fighting from the side, and both of them had concealed equipment, so the enemy was caught off guard and suffered immediate casualties. Chirp Auroramon was suddenly in chaos. Auroramon, who was dizzy from the explosion, realized that he had entered an encirclement and became even more panicked. Wu Jie's eyes suddenly lit up. Got it, that's it. Wu Jie could tell at a glance which Aurora beast had the highest status among the Aurora beasts. All the Aurora beasts were jumping around, but there was only one that was the strangest. It was the only one that calmly kept roaring at the other Aurora beasts. Wu Jie was sure that it was the leader of the Aurora beasts. Auroramon basically looked the same, just like penguins. Even though it is difficult for humans to distinguish their appearances, they still have some commonalities. Having fought with Auroramon for many years, he immediately realized the opportunity. Chapter 15 Gas Station. Phoebe, did you see that Aurora beast? Wu Jie used a tactical telescope to specially mark the abnormal Aurora beast. The specialized war dancer has data vision and can clearly see the Aurora beast marked by Wu Jie. Yes, Phoebe responded. Attack it and kill it with one blow. Wu Jie gave the order. Phoebe was suddenly excited. It was finally her turn to take action. She was concentrating and focusing all her attention on the Aurora beast. Then the shells that were fired were like meteors across the sky and landed accurately on the Aurora beast. Boom! The roar coming from afar seemed to announce the victory of this bombardment. Wu Jie, holding a tactical telescope, saw clearly that the Aurora beast had fallen. Well done, Phoebe. Phoebe's face turned slightly red. It was the first time she was praised like this by the commander. She was actually a little excited for a moment. It was almost the same as what Wu Jie had expected. The Aurora beasts, without their commander, were like a pile of loose sand at the mercy of anyone. They rushed around without any rules, just like a 3-year-old child waving his weapon around. Wu Jie then ordered a full-scale attack, ordering the war dancers to fire at will, striving to annihilate the group of Aurora beasts as quickly as possible. Although the Auroramon had an absolute advantage in numbers, the Auroramon without a commander were like fish on a chopping board. The war dancers harvested the Auroramon's heads in an orderly manner. Without a single person being injured, they easily took down all the Auroramons. The reunited war dancers were all smiling. Chaixia was the first to say, did you see my performance? I killed 8 Auroramons by myself. Minion also said, I didn't slack off either. I killed 7 of them. Only Sheila noticed Auroramon's confusion and said, but it's a bit strange. Auroramon, who was acting so well before, suddenly became like an ant on a hot pot, just rushing around randomly. Did something happen? Cixia was more calm. Who cares? Just kill them, and that's it. I agree. Boya expressed her approval. Phoebe glanced at Wu Jie and said softly, I think I know what's going on. Shila asked immediately out of curiosity. Oh, tell me about it. Just now, after the commander asked me to kill an Aurora beast, they became confused. That must be their leader. Phoebe expressed her thoughts. So that's why I said they suddenly seemed to have lost their backbone. It turned out that it was the commander who gave the order. But how did the commander identify their leader? In my opinion, they all look almost exactly the same. There is no difference at all. Shila looked straight at Wu Jie. Cixia also became interested. The commander is the commander. He is indeed different. Does the commander have any exclusive secret? Please share it with us. Wu Jie smiled helplessly. There is no exclusive secret. I just deal with Aurora beasts for many years. When you were fighting it just now, I found that one of the Aurora beasts was a little abnormal. At that time, I suspected that it might be their leader, so I tried to let Phoebe kill it. I didn't expect that it just confirmed my idea. No wonder, in my opinion, these Aurora beasts look no different, and I seldom observe them carefully. Thanks to you, sir. I've learned a lot. Shila expressed his praise sincerely. Wu Jie shook his head. Battle Dancer is usually at the forefront. Although she is also observing, she loses some of her perspective because she is fighting. After all, her attention is on the front line, so it is understandable that she did not notice these details. I just happened to be in a third-person perspective, so I had enough time to observe Auroramon. It was you who really created the opportunity for me to observe. You are the real heroes. Hearing Wu Jie giving up the credit without reservation, all the dancers felt a little embarrassed. It turned out that being praised was such a wonderful feeling. The commander was so nice. The commander is right. We, the warrior dancers, are commanders ourselves, and we do lack in a way perspective. Sometimes when we are on the front line, we tend to miss a lot of details. This may be what the old people often say, complementarity. Phoebe deeply agreed with Wu Jie's words. Cixia was even bolder. She stepped forward and took Wu Jie's arm, saying, It's great to meet you, sir. Give me a kiss. Chew. Wu Jie was caught off guard. It was impossible for him to hide. Cecilia was too strong. He couldn't break free at all and could only be kissed on the face by Cecilia. Cixia. Shila blushed immediately and quickly pulled Cixia away. What are you doing? Cixia said calmly, I really like you, sir. Isn't it our luck to have such a sir as our commander? Minion also laughed. Cixia is right. Even I am beginning to like the commander. As she said this, she also hugged Wu Jie's other hand, but she did not kiss him as boldly as Cixia. Wu Jie breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Oh my, it's only been a short time since I joined our Silver Falcon squad, and the commander has already started hugging me left and right. What a shame, commander. If the scene gets back to the base, there will probably be another disturbance. Phoebe covered her mouth with her hands and giggled. Shila couldn't stand it any longer. You guys, let go of the commander. Are we here to carry out a mission or to enjoy the scenery? Wu Jie was speechless. What the hell was going on? Time flies. Everyone occupied the gas station and used it as a temporary base. According to the intelligence, there are quite a few Auroramon occupying the power plant, but the exact number is unclear, so they have to conduct their own reconnaissance to confirm the intelligence. Retaking the power plant is a huge project, and it cannot be accomplished in one go, so everyone needs to plan for the long term. When they pushed open the door of the gas station, the dust inside made everyone cough. Fortunately, before coming in, everyone had already used a life detector to detect the interior of the gas station, and there were no other signs of life inside, which means that there were no remaining Aurora beasts hiding inside the gas station. Wu Jie pulled open a table and placed the holographic projection map on the table. Soon, the entire Qinglijiang Red Line power plant structure unfolded on the table. The entire power plant is in the shape of an eye, covering a total area of 700 square meters from front to back. The power plant has 6 floors. There is also an 8-story dormitory building near the power plant. The roof is higher than the power plant, and the view is better. Chapter 16, What a Surprise. The surface area of the power plant is not large, and there is actually an underground part. Because a lot of heat is generated when electricity is generated, the latest cooling technology is to build the main energy core underground. The equipment in the building above is mainly used to convert energy into electrical energy. Shila, tell me what you think. Wu Jie did not rush to express his opinion, but first asked everyone if they had any ideas. Shila thought for a moment, pointed to the dormitory building next to the power plant and said, This is a very good commanding height. If we can occupy this place and use it as a temporary fortress, We can consume the Aurora beast very well. Wu Jie nodded. Do you have any other good ideas? Phoebe raised her hand. Speaking. Phoebe was very careful, afraid of saying a wrong word, and said, well, the power plant is built by the river. Can we use the other side to launch artillery attacks on the other side? Fight a long-range war of attrition. Wu Jie was stunned at first. Then he calculated in his mind and said, it's a very novel idea. Any more? Phoebe shook her head. That's all I can think of. Shala shook his head and said, I'm talking to you, Phoebe. The opponent is Auroramon. Except for you and me who have force fields, everyone else has only ordinary composite steel shields. That kind of shield is fine for temporary defense, but Auroramon's ray attacks and weapons are not to be trifled with. Phoebe immediately acted as if she had done something wrong, like a little girl who was afraid of being punished by her parents. Sorry, I didn't think about it that much. Yes, I'm sorry, Shala. Cixia quickly tried to smooth things over. Well, after all, Phoebe is a long-range support type, so it's normal for her to have such thoughts. Let me tell you what I think. If the number of enemies is not large, I think we can just conduct a sweep operation and charge head-on to defeat the enemy. Wu Jie slapped his forehead and said, your idea is even more dangerous than Phoebe's. Cixia laughed and said, that's what the commander asked us to say. Please don't blame us, Commander. Wu Jie was amused by her. That's really your style. I think I understand you better and better, Cixia. Cecilia grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, looking sunny and cheerful. Wu Jie asked everyone again if they had any other ideas. Everyone said no. Wu Jie summarized everyone's opinions and made his own decision. Everyone should rest here for one night first, and then set out tomorrow. Everyone will take turns to guard the place at night, and the rest of the team members can rest and conserve their energy so that we can strive to capture the power plant in one fell swoop the next day. All the war dancers exclaimed in surprise. They had thought that Wu Jie would seize this opportunity and morale to take down the power plant in one go, but they didn't expect that he would let everyone take a rest. Aren't we going to take it down in one fell swoop today? Cecilia asked first. Wu Jie smiled gently. No matter how tough a warrior is, he still needs to conserve his energy. No matter how sharp a sword is, it will eventually become blunt. Sharpening a sword does not hinder the work of chopping wood. But the first time is the best, the second time is weaker, and the third time is exhausted. Isn't that what our teacher taught us? Cecilia felt very strange. Wu Jie laughed. Aren't we going to take over the gas station in one fell swoop today, Cixia? Cixia still didn't understand. Oh, really? Shala gave Cixia a slap on the face. You are greedy. You should eat one bite at a time. Why are you in such a hurry? I understand what the commander means. Cixia, who was violently shocked, looked unhappy. Really, you are all riddlers. I don't want to play with you anymore. By the way, who will keep watch first tonight? Wu Jie said, in my night watch, Shala is first, Cixia is second. Okay, that's it. How can we let the commander keep watch at night? I'll do it. Cecilia looked very positive. You just go and have a rest. Sitting on the roof of the gas station, Wu Jie concealed himself with a military camouflage cloak and turned on the thermal imaging mode with a handheld telescope to not miss any movement. Looking at the telescope in his hand, Wu Jie sighed. If he wasn't the commander of the war dancer, I'm afraid that in the normal army, only battalion commanders or above can be equipped with this thing. The commander of the war dancer is basically equivalent to a senior commander. At this moment, Wu Jie suddenly saw a strange figure appear in the forest. Feeling a little surprised, he immediately pointed the camera at the figure, but it disappeared quickly. I rubbed my eyes, wondering if I had seen it wrong. Wu Jie can't be careless. This is not a safe area. It is not surprising if any enemy appears at night. However, after trying several modes and not seeing the enemy, Wu Jie had to give up. Just as Wu Jie was trying hard to recall the previous details, he was suddenly patted on the back. Sir, I'm here to take over the shift. Turning back, it was Shala. The little girl opened her big, blinking eyes in the darkness. Thank you for your hard work, Shala. By the way, I think I saw something at the 9 o'clock position just now, but I'm not sure. You have to be careful. Shala nodded and took over Wu Jie's position. Back inside the house, the team members should be asleep. Wu Jie glanced at everyone who was sleeping soundly. After all, this was the first time for everyone to camp together in a non-safe area. Everyone used sleeping bags to sleep. Considering the safety issue, the dancers did not take off their dance costumes to sleep. Wu Jie knew very well that sleeping like this was actually not comfortable. Sir, don't. When Wu Jie heard someone calling him, he shuddered, thinking that someone was still awake. When he turned around, he saw that it was Cecilia talking in her sleep. He had no idea what she was dreaming about and why her lines were so weird. Huh? Where's my sleeping bag? Wu Jie looked around and suddenly saw something that made him speechless. Cecilia was actually sleeping in his sleeping bag. Wu Jie slapped his face, speechless. What should he do? He could only sleep in Cecilia's sleeping bag. I took a look at the two empty sleeping bags on the ground. Which one was Cecilia's? I didn't know which one it was. One sleeping bag has a very cute kitten painted on it, and the other is pure army green. Wu Jie was confused for a long time and had to judge by appearance. With Shila's personality, it must not be the kitten's, right? The military green one must be Shila's, and the kitten must be Cecilia's. No matter what, Wu Jie was already extremely sleepy, so he dived into the sleeping bag with a picture of a kitten on it. Huh? Why is this sleeping bag so big? So wide? Wu Jie was stunned for a moment, then thought. The dance costume of the war dancer must be very big when she sleeps, so it's not strange. Thinking of this, Wu Jie had to explain himself and began to prepare for sleep. But what he didn't know was that his body moved while he was sleeping and buried himself in the sleeping bag. I don't know how long I slept, but suddenly I felt a figure crawling into the bed, half asleep and half awake. Wu Jie didn't know where to put his hands, so he grabbed a soft spot with one hand. Immediately afterwards, a soft female voice was heard. It seemed that because of Wu Jie's grip, she moaned unconsciously. Chapter 17, Why Are You Blushing? In this way, the two of them slept in the same sleeping bag all night without realizing it. The next morning, before the sun climbed up the hillside, the extremely disciplined Shila had already opened her eyes early. However, at this moment, her face was as red as the sunset, and her whole body was like a rusty machine, unable to move. Commander, why are you and I in the same sleeping bag? What is going on? Shila just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. With his hands on his face, Shila's mind was filled with one sentence. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Could it be that the commander is actually a pervert who appears to be a gentleman, but is actually a beast? While I was asleep, he wanted to do something to me? No, it doesn't make sense no matter how I think about it. My clothes are all properly on, and I don't feel anything wrong. Could it be that I was too sleepy last night and got into the wrong bed? Thinking of this, Sheila quietly poked her head out, took a look at the style of the sleeping bag, and suddenly felt unwell. She immediately retracted her head, and her face became even redder. How embarrassing. I slept in my bed with my superior. But what on earth is going on? Why did my superior get into my bed? Wait. When I changed shifts last night, I felt something touching me as soon as I got into bed. Could it be that? Maybe today might be the time for Sheila to talk about something that is hard to talk about? Just as the storm march was playing in Sheila's mind, Wu Jie's gentle breathing sound came into Sheila's ears, pulling Sheila back to reality. Hoo. The distance between the two of them was so close that they were almost breathing face to face. So close. Sheila looked at Wu Jie's face and whispered to herself. Wu Jie slept very deeply today because he did not get enough rest yesterday, and Sheila's voice did not wake him up. It's the first time I've looked at my superior at such a close distance. He looks quite handsome when he's sleeping. Sheila looked at Wu Jie's sleeping face and slowly calmed down, no longer brainstorming. I wonder if I can give my commander a hug. Thinking this, Sheila gently stretched out her hand. Just when she was about to hug Wu Jie frowned sleepily. Is he going to wake up? What should I do? Suddenly, the two looked at each other and screamed at the same time. Now, all the others were awakened. What's going on? Is it an enemy attack? The first to be alarmed was Minion. Bobo Luo Bao, he I love it the most. But Cecilia just turned over and continued to eat the feast in her dream. The huge scream could not alarm her. She was really thick-skinned. What's going on? Is Auroramon coming? The next ones to wake up were Boa and Weiya. Phoebe was on her last shift, so she was not at the rest stop. After everyone was alert, they found the source of the scream. Suddenly, everyone looked at each other and burst out laughing. By the way, sir, why are you sleeping in the same bunk with the captain? Could it be the two of you? Boya reacted, then looked at the two of them with ambiguous eyes and chuckled. Wu Jie was about to explain something, but Sheila was quicker than him. We didn't do anything. Boya, don't think too much. Captain, you are trying to cover up your mistake. The way you and your superior are acting now is not very convincing. Boya didn't buy it at all. While the two were talking, Weiya scratched his head and said, Why is Cixia sleeping in the officer's sleeping bag? Wu Jie keenly grasped the timing of this sentence and quickly said, "After handing over the shift last night, I came back and saw Cecilia sleeping in my sleeping bag. I was forced to choose one of the remaining 2 sleeping bags." Shila also said quickly, "Yes, it must be like this. The commander accidentally entered my sleeping bag last night. After I came back from my shift, I didn't notice that there was someone in the sleeping bag, and I ended up sleeping with the commander by accident. That must be it." After hearing this, Boya said with disappointment, "What? So that's how it is? I was so excited for nothing. I thought you and the commander were making rapid progress." When Sheila heard this, her face immediately turned red to her ears. "Boya!" Sheila was filled with shame and anger and reached out to scratch Boya. Seeing this, Boya quickly dodged. "He stopped tickling me." Defeating me. Everyone headed towards the power plant. According to Wu Jie's plan, Cixia and Boya were to conduct reconnaissance from the periphery to determine the number, type, and deployment information of the Aurora beasts. After that, Shila, Wei Yi, and Minion occupied the dormitory as a temporary fortress, while Phoebe and Wu Jie were responsible for flank remote support in a ruin on the other side of the river. After the plan was finalized, Cixia and Boya quickly advanced towards the power plant, while maintaining wireless contact with Wu Jie at all times, with regular contact every 3 minutes. There are 8 insect-type Aurora beasts on the roof of the power plant, 23 visible target Aurora beasts on the western periphery of the plant, and non-intelligent wingless octopus Aurora beasts. Cixia, who arrived at the west side first, sent back a report. At the same time, Boya also reported her reconnaissance data. Report to the commander. 20 wingless, non-intelligent octopus Aurora beasts are visible on the east wall, and 10 wingless, intelligent ape Aurora beasts are visible on the north wall. Wu Jie frowned. "My goodness, the number of Aurora beasts here is almost as large as a column, and these are the currently visible targets. It is not clear what the situation is inside the power plant. It will be bad if you stir up a hornet's nest. Commander, the number is not good. It may be difficult for us to take it down with our strength alone. Should we call for reinforcements?" As the captain, Shila's opinion is very important. Wu Jie did not reply immediately. Instead, he calmed down and carefully thought about all countermeasures. Shila, who was waiting for Wu Jie's answer, was fascinated by his superior for a moment. For some reason, he suddenly remembered Wu Jie's sleeping face this morning, and his face turned red unconsciously. "Shila, let me ask you a question." "Sila?" "Sila." Suddenly, a voice in reality pulled Shila back to reality. She just wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. "Oh my God, I was actually daydreaming in front of my superiors. What am I doing?" "Yes, I'm sorry, sir. Please go on." Sheila responded with regret. Now she really wanted to slap herself in the face. If I remember correctly, the power plant should have a central refrigeration control system for emergency use, right? It's a system specially designed to deal with power failures. Wu Jie is not very familiar with the equipment in the power plant, so he needs to ask Sheila or other team members for their opinions, just in case someone knows about it. Chapter 18, Unexpected Mission. Before coming here, Wu Jie had already consulted a lot of information and was naturally very familiar with some of the designs of the Red Line power plant, but he did not know all of it. Shila shook his head. "I don't know much about the internal design of the power plant." Wu Jie just nodded after hearing this, thinking, although I know from the investigation data that most power plants have this kind of refrigeration control, not all power plants use this kind of refrigeration control. Some use natural refrigeration measures, such as opening power plants in polar regions in the past. Of course, in addition to natural refrigeration measures, there are also chemical refrigeration measures. It is still unknown what kind of refrigeration the power plant in the city uses. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to the city to ask the relevant personnel before coming. "By the way, sir, can we ask the relevant designers over the phone?" Shila suggested a solution. Wu Jie rejected this proposal. "No, Aurora Beast is very sensitive to universal signal sources. The city basically uses universal signal sources. If it is not a special signal transmitter, like our radio, it will expose ourselves." "Shila, this is common sense in the military academy." Shila reacted immediately and blushed. "Sorry, sir, I just remembered that this is common sense. It's so embarrassing for a team leader to make such a fatal mistake." However, Wu Jie did not care about such a trivial matter. It should be said that Shila's words reminded him. "Yes, we can't ask the relevant personnel in the city, but we can ask the base." Wu Jie did it immediately. He returned to the jeep, picked up the communicator, and switched to a special channel. Just when Wu Jie wanted to speak, a voice came from the communicator first. Silver Falcon, I am Suzuko. Please reply if you get the message. Please reply if you get the message. Wu Jie was stunned. What was going on? He was just about to ask, but then he received a message from the base. Silver Falcon received. Silver Falcon received. After waiting for a long time without a reply, I heard a noise coming from the other end of the radio, as if the signalman's microphone had been taken away. Commander Wu. Is that you, Commander Wu? Huh? What's going on? The voice is familiar. Who is so bold to speak so casually? This is a military communication frequency band. Wu Jie still patiently replied. I am number one. I am number one. Sazaka, please give me your instructions. Sazaka, please give me your instructions. Okay, don't be so formal. I'm Susan, and I have urgent military information to tell you. Wu Jie suddenly realized. No wonder the voice sounded familiar to him. It turned out to be her. It's Chief Su. Please tell me what you want to say. The power plant you are in has something I need. The information will be transferred to your tablet in a moment. Do everything you can to bring it back to me. I will pay you a generous bonus. This is an extra mission. The team leader already knows about it. Do you understand? Wu Jie listened to the bossy words over there, but he was not angry. Okay, Chief Su, I will do my best to complete your mission, but can I ask you one thing? If you have something to say it quickly. What kind of refrigeration central control is used in the city's Red Line power plant? Huh? Do you still need to ask me about this? As a commander, shouldn't you have prepared this information before setting off? Wu Jie said helplessly. Chief Su, you should also know that the Red Line power plant has more than one type of freezing mode. Regarding the power plant in the city, it is all confidential. What is taught in the textbook is not applicable to all situations. I think you must know it. There was silence on the other end for a moment. Okay, you have a point. I'll send the information about the city power plant and the files of the new mission to your tablet later. Is that okay? Thank you, Chief Su. By the way, how much is the prize money? You'll know when you come back. You won't lose a penny. The person on the other end of the phone almost roared and hung up after cursing. Wu Jie was suddenly confused. At this moment, all he could think of was Susan's petite appearance and loud swearing. She didn't look like a high-end intellectual at all. Although Shila couldn't hear everything, he still heard the loud voices from the other side. Who was that person? How could he be so rude to the superior? This is too impolite. The superior is working hard on the front line, and the operator at the back has such an attitude. Shila stood up for Wu Jie. Wu Jie looked at Shila gratefully and said, It's okay, as long as we get the information. As he was talking, the tablet in his arms vibrated, and he quickly took it out to look at it. Although Susan is a bit harsh with her words, she is quite efficient in her work. As soon as she hung up the phone, the data was transmitted. After taking a look at the content, Wu Jie's hands trembled, and he almost dropped the tablet to the ground. My goodness, they're going to demolish the power plant. Wu Jie couldn't help but complain. What's wrong, sir? Shila asked in confusion. Wu Jie had no choice but to tell Shila what had happened in the communication just now. That's actually the case. Shila thought of something. So, if we take a piece of the power plant's core and bring it back to the base, it would be the same as paralyzing the power plant. Wu Jie nodded and said, The Red Line power plant uses a special alpha cube array, which is the product of the joint efforts of various great mathematicians, physicists, and chemists. If one cube is missing, it will not be able to operate normally. But Chief Su asked us to take one cube back with us. How are we going to explain the damaged cube to the city government? Wu Jie shook his head. Maybe Chief Su has a solution. Who cares? We are all members of the Sazaka group. Besides, it won't be a big problem to take away one cube. Let their technicians add another one. After hearing what Wu Jie said, Shila could only nod. It seemed that this was the only way to do it at the moment. The array itself is huge, with countless cubes inside, so one missing piece shouldn't have much of an impact. As a scientist, Chief Su must be very clear about this. Since she thinks there's no problem, the Silver Falcon team can't say anything. Okay, now that we have the schematics, let's see how we can break into this power plant. As he spoke, the screen on Wu Jie's tablet switched to the structural diagram of the power plant. After looking at it for a while, Wu Jie instantly had his own ideas. What does the commander plan to do? Shila asked. Wu Jie nodded and said, First, the original plan remains unchanged. We will occupy the dormitory building first. Then he spoke into the communicator. Chixia, Boya, both of you retreat back, and we will work together to take over the dormitory building. Chapter 19, Offensive Battle. Blushing. Phoebe came to a reverse slope about 500 meters away from the dormitory building, which could block the enemy's sight. As usual, Shila will be the main attacker, and Minion and Wei Ye will be responsible for support and cover. Yes. This time we are required to fight quickly and decisively, and quickly clear out the Aurora beasts guarding the dormitory building. So a large number of manpower will be needed. Cixia and Boa will also have to go to the front battlefield this time. Vujia did. Yeah. Is it finally our turn to perform? Cecilia looked excited. Haha. Let's see who can kill the most Aurora beasts. Minion is a warmongerer. When she heard that they were going to have a frontal blitzkrieg, she became excited. It must be me. Cecilia refused to admit defeat. No, it must be me. Minion immediately retorted. Wu Jie was very happy that they were so motivated, and it seemed that there was no need for pre-war mobilization. Listen carefully, Cixia. Your and Boya's mission is to seize the dormitory building's wall as quickly as possible and control the nearest bunker point first, so that the slower frontal troops can have a point of advancement. Do you understand? Received. Commander. Wu Jie immediately arranged. Phoebe is still with me, responsible for long-range support and reconnaissance. There is a relatively high hill on the left. The height here is good. We can observe the entire flank of the dormitory building from there. This will help the frontline troops to fight against the subsequent reinforcements of the Aurora Beast. I understand, Phoebe said. Well, go on your own. If anything happens, don't forget to keep in touch via radio. After saying that, everyone immediately took action. The fastest two, Cixia and Boya, slid quickly to the wall without alarming the Aurora Beasts. At this time, several Aurora Beasts were still dozing off and had no idea that danger was approaching. Cixia had already pointed the gun at Auroramon, but the commander's order had not yet come out, so they had not opened fire yet. Wu Jie was not slow either. As soon as Cixia and the other two arrived, he had already occupied this small high point. After observing for a while and making sure there were no other situations, he immediately gave orders to Cixia and the others. Fire. Bang. Boom. 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 Then a series of firecracker-like gunshots and explosions were heard from the wall. Chirp. Chirp. Roar. The attacked Aurora Beast, like a frightened prey, immediately ran around in panic, screaming and searching for the enemy. The defenseless Aurora Beasts were attacked by Cixia and Boya, and several of them were killed immediately. But Auroramon was not a pushover. After a moment of panic, it soon discovered Cixia and the other two, and immediately attacked them with a roar, trying to take back the defensive point on the wall. But the speed of the large army was not slow either. While Cixia was buying time for them, Shila led two war dancers to quickly join the battle. As the backbone war dancers, Minion and Wei Yi were powerful weapons on the battlefield. The powerful firepower and extremely high rate of fire are like a death harvester on the battlefield, ruthlessly depriving Auroramon of its life. What is a core type of war dancer? It refers to a war dancer who is well developed in firepower and defense. Except for the speed, her firepower is very outstanding. Once the heavy battle dancer Shila got close, she switched to a high-speed short-barrel cannon. The destructive power was extremely terrifying. The Aurora Beast that pounced on it was like a piece of rag and was immediately beaten into a sieve by Shila. Here they come. The power plant has sent reinforcements. Wu Jie discovered that the power plant's octopus-shaped Aurora Beast had set out. 20 octopus Aurora Beasts split into two groups and bypassed the dormitory building from the left and right wings, trying to form an encirclement and completely surround the dancer in the frontal battle. There were too many of them. Wu Jie frowned. He wondered if Phoebe, a long-range battle dancer alone, could withstand so many Aurora Beasts. Phoebe, are you sure? Wu Jie asked. Leave it to me, sir. I'm the best marksman in the 102nd Division. Phoebe smiled confidently. Okay, listen to me. When facing enemy reinforcements, never attack the frontline enemy. Remember what I said. Go after the tail first, then the head, and finally the middle. Wu Jie said. Phoebe was stunned. Sir, why do you fight like this? There's no time to explain. Trust me. Okay, I believe you, sir. Phoebe nodded to show that she understood. Although Auroramon's frontal combat capability was immediately enhanced, Shila and her men's firepower was no pushover. Auroramon, who tried to outflank the enemy from the flank, was discovered and beaten back several times. The ape Auroramon at the power plant immediately felt uneasy and sent out 10 more Auroramon for reinforcement, but they encountered a mutation just as they walked out of the factory gate. The Auroramon's tail-wing troops that were sent to reinforce came under fire. The explosions were like a string of cannonballs, and all 5 octopus-type Auroramon on the tail wing were immediately killed. Wu Jie was amazed. What a powerful artillery technique. 5 shells all hit the target. This was too abnormal. He really deserved the title of sharpshooter. Phoebe, nice shot. In my opinion, your artillery skills have reached the level of perfection. It's amazing. Wu Jie did not hesitate to praise him. Phoebe blushed immediately. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Looking at the blushing Phoebe, Wu Jie suddenly thought of his deceased sister. If she were still alive, perhaps she would be about the same age as Phoebe now. Thinking of this, Wu Jie subconsciously treated Phoebe as his sister and reached out to gently touch Phoebe's head. Phoebe was suddenly touched on the head, and she froze all over. Her face turned red from the top to the neck, and her mind was in a blank state. Sir. Although Phoebe was touched on the head, she did not refuse or get angry. Wu Jie, who was called, suddenly woke up and immediately realized that he had done something wrong. He apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, Phoebe. I accidentally mistook you for my sister just now. Phoebe blushed and whispered, No, it's okay. If you don't mind, you can touch me more? What did you say? Because the sound of artillery fire was too loud, Wu Jie couldn't hear clearly. Nothing. Phoebe didn't dare to say anything else. She felt a little disappointed and a little hopeful that the officer had heard it. At the same time, At this moment, Phoebe suddenly saw that the second group of reinforcements originally sent by the power plant had all retreated. Suddenly, I remembered what the commander said about the tactic of removing the tail first, then the head, and finally the middle. So this is what the commander meant. He really deserves to be the commander. Chapter 20 Reconnaissance Mission. The frightened second reinforcement force retreated immediately. In the distance, there was actually an enemy sniper-type war dancer. The ape leader, whose brain capacity was originally small, felt that his brain was not enough. What was going on? There were even snipers in the distance. In order to avoid further losses to its troops, it couldn't think straight and could only watch stupidly as the troops it had sent out were constantly being beaten. Seeing that the enemy commander had stopped moving, Wu Jie immediately realized that this was an opportunity and said to all the members on the radio, Everyone, open fire as you please. Victory or defeat depends on this battle. When Cixia saw that Auroramon's second reinforcement force was beaten back, she immediately became excited. The commander is really awesome. I can't embarrass him. She focused more on firing at the enemy. As the captain, Shila understood this even better and adopted a bolder tactic. He used his own force field to protect Minion and Wei Yi, and adopted the bulldozer tactic, advancing forward relentlessly. Phoebe also strictly followed Wu Jie's tactics. After removing the tail and then the head, she began to harvest the middle troops. The Aurora beasts, who were often sniped from a distance, were also scared at this moment. They wanted to retreat to the power plant, but as soon as they turned around, they were immediately sniped by Phoebe one by one. Phoebe, who had powerful firepower, was simply the god of death on the battlefield at this moment. Unable to go back, and unable to defeat the enemy head-on, Auroramon was almost going crazy. The morale of the Aurora beasts dropped sharply. Having lost the follow-up reinforcements in command, they suddenly became chaotic and just kept roaring and madly attacking Shila, the most obvious target. But how could the war dancers let them do what they wanted? Under the cleansing of the war dancers, the Auroramon that had lost their morale were quickly wiped out by the war dancers. Finally, the dormitory building was completely taken over by the war dancers. Using the dormitory building as a springboard, the dancers came to the roof of the dormitory building. Since the view from the roof was better, the Auroramons, who were shorter than them, were simply sitting ducks at this moment. Although Auroramon also fought back with long-range attacks, it posed no threat to the dancers. The Auroramon, who was beaten dizzy, finally lost his fighting spirit and began to flee in all directions, no longer as organized as before. Great! Commander is so awesome. If it were me, I would never be able to think of such a great tactic. Cecilia exclaimed. Sheila couldn't help but say, Although I can think of using the dormitory building as a springboard, I guess I'll still adopt a blitzkrieg approach. The commander's tactics may seem simple, but sometimes if you don't think about it carefully, you might not think of using such a method. Also, the commander had a very good grasp of Phoebe's positioning and managed to completely repel the enemy's subsequent reinforcements. How did the commander come up with this idea? Sheila's fondness for the commander has now turned into admiration. At any time, only the results achieved through actual combat strength are the most impressive. In the military, advocating strength is not primitive, but it is more likely to inspire people's fighting spirit and cohesion. Don't be careless, the enemy has made new moves. Wu Jie's solemn voice came from the radio. The Aurora beasts that were originally in chaos in the power plant all retreated back into the power plant as if they had received some order. Wu Jie, who is familiar with the structure of the power plant, knows very well that although it may look small from the outside, there is something else going on inside. To be honest, it is possible that there are hundreds of Aurora beasts ambushed here. These Aurora beasts suddenly retreated, so there must be something wrong. It's a pity that their mission is to reoccupy the power plant. Otherwise, they really want to use bombs to raze the place to the ground. Who knows how many monsters are hiding underneath? Sir, they have all retreated. What should we do? Asked Sheila. Wu Jie was not in a hurry to give a countermeasure, but said, Anyway, let's meet first and discuss the specific situation later. After the reunion, sir, we have been observing. The power plant is too quiet right now. It's a little abnormal. Sheila said the first thing they said when they met. Wu Jie nodded and said, The internal structure of the power plant is very complicated. The passages are narrow, and it is easy to be hit by bullets. There are many corners and intersections, which are also prone to ambushes. Don't forget how terrible the Aurora Beast's close combat ability is. Once close combat occurs, it will be a bloody battle, and it is very easy to get into trouble. What should we do? I have basically no experience in this kind of combat. I wonder if the commander has any good ideas. Sheila expressed his concerns. Cixia patted Shi's back and said, Don't worry, the commander is here, everything will be fine. Minnie rubbed her forehead in comfort. You are really a thick-skinned person. What will you do if the commander is not in the team due to something one day? Haha. Then fight all the way. The strong fist is the hard truth. That's really like your style. Minion looked helpless. She really couldn't understand how she thought of becoming a scout girl. Wu Jie clapped his hands, and the chat ended there. To be honest, I don't have any good solution for this kind of internal battle in a building, but knowing yourself and the enemy is the key to success. First, conduct reconnaissance, then fight. First, Cixia and I will go to the power plant to conduct reconnaissance. Cixia has an invisible force field. I must see the inside of the power plant with my own eyes so that I can formulate a good combat strategy. Sir, but don't we already know it through the structural diagram? Why do we have to go and see it in person? Sir, you are not a war dancer. What if something happens? This is too dangerous. I don't agree. Sheila was the first to object. Boya also raised her hand to object. I object too. This is too risky. Letting the commander go deep into the enemy camp is unthinkable. Let Cixia and I do the reconnaissance, as usual. Wu Jie shook his head. Boya, the invisible force field you carry is different from Cixia's. It is not suitable for stealth reconnaissance missions inside buildings. Cixia and I will do this mission. You stay on standby outside. If there is any situation, I will notify you via radio. But, Sheila wanted to say more. No buts. Your lives are very important, and the country and the people still need your protection. As a commander, it is not my style to always let you rush to the front line. In my eyes, you are all my comrades in arms. There is no superior or subordinate, no difference. Like everyone else, I am a comrade in arms fighting together on this battlefield. This is Wu Jie's true feeling. The word comrade contains so much emotion that everyone's eyes were wet for a moment. Thank you, Commander. You made me realize what a soldier is. Although Minion was a warmonger at ordinary times on the battlefield, when it came to her comrades, her emotions were no less than anyone else's because she had lost comrades before and had seen them fall in front of her. That lost life could never be brought back, no matter how much regret she had. She gave a standard military salute, an action that inspired others present. Salute. Everyone saluted Wu Jie. Wu Jie immediately returned the greeting. I'm just going to do some reconnaissance. Don't worry, it's not too dangerous. I'll notify everyone if there's any situation. Chapter 21. Why are you blushing? When they arrived near the power plant, since Cixia's optical camouflage had a very small coverage area, the two of them had to stay very close to avoid being discovered by the enemy. Sir, you're too far away and will be out of the invisible range. Cecilia pulled Wu Jie hard, but she didn't expect that she used too much force, and Wu Jie hit Cecilia's chest. Cixia's face suddenly turned red. Sir, you are so lustful. Wu Jie was speechless. You pulled me too hard. Don't worry, I know the range. Then he broke free from her control. Cixia looked unhappy and pouted. I thought the commander didn't know. This way I could be closer to him. But as he spoke later, his voice became smaller and smaller, and his face became redder and redder. Wu Jie's attention was not on Cixia, so he only heard the first half of the sentence, so he asked casually, What did you say? Ah, no, nothing. You didn't hear anything. Cecilia was like a frightened rabbit whose secret was discovered, and immediately pretended to be aggrieved as if nothing had happened. Don't give me that. Do you really think I'm deaf? Wu Jie was lying to her. In fact, Wu Jie only heard the first half of the sentence. No, no way. Well, if the commander doesn't mind, Cecilia blushed. She thought her words were not heard, but the commander did. Sure, don't make any sound. There are enemies. Wu Jie immediately interrupted Cecilia's wild thoughts. When Cixia heard that there were enemies, she was worried that her commander would be discovered by the enemy, so she subconsciously pulled Wu Jie to her chest with one hand. At this time, an aurora beast swept past the two of them. Its huge body gave people a strong sense of oppression. In order to avoid being exposed, the two people did not dare to make any sound and stayed tightly together. Now Wu Jie was filled with food, and his whole body seemed to be buried in a ball of cotton. He didn't expect that Cecilia had developed quite well. Finally, after the big guy left, Wu Jie was released. It was the first time I was so close to Auroramon. I used to watch it from a distance or look at its corpse after killing it. I didn't expect that Auroramon would be so majestic and oppressive when I saw it up close. Since Cixia had pulled Wu Jie once before, Wu Jie didn't care about Cixia's nerves this time. Although he really wanted to complain about Cixia's overreaction, Wu Jie turned around and said to himself, "It's the first time I've been so close to it. I didn't expect it to be so big." Note that Wu Jie was talking about Auroramon. When Cixia heard this, she was like a boiling kettle, about to burst the lid. She thought the officer was saying that her breasts were big. Well, they are not that big, just that's all. Shila said they're still growing. Maybe they'll be bigger in the future. Wu Jie thought, what is she talking about? Is she saying that Auroramon is still growing? Indeed, Auroramon has intelligence. In the past few years of fighting with humans, it can be felt that they are growing. So Wu Jie replied, well, there is indeed room for growth. After all, they're no different from animals and can mate and so on. Mating? Oh my God, has the commander thought this far? I am still young, but the law does not forbid dating at this age, right? Although the term mating is a bit strange, it is inexplicably stimulating. Cecilia's brain could no longer breathe. If the commander really thinks so, then I have no objection, but isn't the mating a bit excessive? Cecilia said nervously, rubbing her hands. Wu Jie didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at this moment, and continued, yes, if we were smarter, there might be a possibility of a wedding ceremony. Cixia should be almost done, right? She had completely lost sight of the contradictions in Wu Jie's words, and her eyes were focused on the word marriage. Not marriage. The commander is too impatient. We've only known each other for a short time. Okay. No, really? Getting married? I can't imagine it. Are you serious, sir? And what do you mean by being smarter? Cecilia asked hurriedly. She thought the boss was saying that she was not smart, and she was a little angry. Wu Jie frowned. Although he was surprised at her tone, he still did not doubt Cixia's condition. So he replied, of course I am serious. After all, I am considered a semi-expert in this area. Wow, he's an expert. Could it be that the officer has had many exes? Oh my God, he's such a playboy, but I really don't know how to refuse. The most important thing is that he's serious about getting married. Cixia was already sobbing. The brain structure of single-celled organisms could not be understood by common sense. Why are you crying? Wu Jie was speechless. Why did the conversation suddenly turn out like this? Suddenly, Wu Jie covered Cixia's mouth with one hand. Be quiet and watch carefully. At this moment, in the hall of the power plant, a mysterious glowing sphere flew to the center of the hall. All the Aurora beasts were worshipping the sphere of light, as if it were their god. Wu Jie touched the combat recorder on his chest to make sure it was functioning properly. This was the first time they had discovered this type of light ball appearing in Aurora beasts, and they had no idea what it was. At least this is the first time it appears in all the materials Wu Jie has learned. I don't know if such light balls have been reported in other places. It's possible that this is the first time it has appeared here. After all, Wu Jie has never stopped studying Aurora Beast over the years. He updates the latest information about Aurora Beast from military channels every month. No new species of Aurora Beast have appeared in more than 2 years. This is the first time that a light ball type has been seen. I don't know what that ball of light did. Why do these Aurora Beasts worship it so much? It feels like the leader of a cult in a movie. Could it be the leader? Cixia also put aside her brainstorming for the time being and observed carefully. Not long after, the sphere seemed to give some instructions to the Aurora Beasts, and soon the Aurora Beasts disappeared completely. No one knew where they hid, and there was no sign of the Aurora beast leaving the power plant. What exactly is going on? Wu Jie thought carefully. Combined with the Auroramon's previous abnormal behavior of going deep into human territory and the heavy defense after occupying the power plant, a large number of intelligent Auroramon were dispatched. Even when their morale was low, these Auroramon did not abandon the power plant. There must be some purpose. No, we must investigate this thoroughly. The Aurora beasts in this power plant are too abnormal. Wu Jie will always feel a vague sense of uneasiness until he figures out what they are doing. Chapter 22: Shocking Things. Let's go. Wu Jie took Cecilia's hand and walked inside. It was the first time that Wu Jie took the initiative to hold Cecilia's hand and walk with her. But for some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of security when her superior held her hand and walked with her. How long can you keep the invisible display on your side running for? Wu Jie asked. Cecilia checked and replied, about an hour, without any fighting or extra consumption. Wu Jie nodded and pulled Cecilia deeper. Dodging one patrolling Aurora beast after another, Wu Jie accurately passed through one corridor after another according to his memory of the structure of the power plant. The commander is amazing. Even after looking at the map, I still feel dizzy, but he can remember it so clearly. Cixia sighed, while being alert to the movements around her. Suddenly Cixia stopped and said, Sir, wait. Wu Jie asked, what's wrong? They happened to walk onto a suspended bridge corridor with several floors of empty space below. This structural design was to allow for timely pressure relief in the event of an accident in the basement, to prevent the entire building from completely exploding. If an explosion occurs, only the roof will be broken, and the building will not suffer much impact. Sir, look over there. How come there are still humans here? Cecilia pointed to a place on the lower level. Wu Jie raised the telescope, magnified it several times, and began to observe carefully. It really is a human being, and seems to be a young girl. Could it be that she was the warrior dancer who had defended the power plant here before? Was she left here because the power plant was invaded? She was just lying quietly in a container. No one knew who put her in the container. Although there was a telescope, I could only see her side and could not be completely sure of her current condition. Wu Jie looked at the entire space, roughly calculated, and said, this human girl should be in a room on the 3rd floor underground. I have roughly memorized her location. After cleaning up the power plant, we will go to rescue her. Cixia nodded obediently. Was she as obedient as a young wife at this moment? Maybe. Then the two continued to move forward, but before they had gone far, Wu Jie was stunned. Well, today, strange things happen one after another, and surprise is not enough to describe Wu Jie's mood at the moment. He actually saw an ape-like Auroramon using human tools to repair one of the power circuit breakers. Enlightened? This was the only thought in Wu Jie's mind at this moment. Wait, maybe they are intelligent all along, but they just don't understand human technology. Suddenly, the Aurora beast that was repairing turned around and looked in Wu Jie's direction. Wu Jie looked back and saw no other Aurora beasts. So what was it looking at? There is no way to go forward, and a lot of intelligence has been collected this time. Let's retreat first. Wu Jie already has a bad feeling. Weird, too weird, an indescribable sense of separation. Wu Jie said, Cixia, we may be exposed. Evacuate immediately as quickly as possible. Without Wu Jie saying much, Cixia also realized that something was wrong, because 5 or 6 octopus Aurora beasts had climbed over the wall and surrounded them. How is it exposed? Could it be that dividing line? Why has the commander been gone for so long and hasn't come back yet? Shila was already getting anxious, but in order not to make everyone worry, Shila suppressed his inner uneasiness and waited. In order to avoid exposing the commander's stealth operation, they agreed with him that communication would be one way. If they sent a message, the sound of the radio might alert Auroramon, so it was safest to have only the commander communicate in one direction. Just when everyone was worried, there was a sudden sound of electric current coming from the other end of the radio. It's Sir! Everyone was startled and immediately focused their attention on the radio, calling out, Sir, I got it, please reply. I got it, please reply. Before Wu Jie could hear what he was saying, the sound of gunfire, explosions, and the roar of the Aurora beast came from the other end of the radio. The commander must be in danger. Let's go rescue him now. Phoebe spoke first. Yes, the commander turned on the radio but didn't speak. It's obvious that he didn't have time to talk. He must be in a fierce battle now. Captain, let's go. Minion also thought that they should go out. I agree, Boyle also said. Wei Yi also nodded and looked at Shila with a determined look. After looking around, Everyone's eyes were so determined that Sheila only said one sentence. Let's go. However, just when everyone had made up their minds, Wu Jie's voice came from the radio. We are fine now. Just stay at your post, and we will be out soon. Sheila was stunned, but still replied, Sir, are you all right now? What happened? Do you want us to reinforce immediately? There's no time to explain. Stay at your posts. If you see Auroramon fleeing, use all your firepower to destroy them right here. Do you understand? Trust me. Tears welled up in Sheila's eyes. On the one hand, she was worried about her superior's safety, but on the other hand, she didn't know what to do because of her superior's orders. As the captain, this was probably the first time she encountered such a difficult decision. Taking a deep breath, Sheila said, Sheila understands. Complete the task resolutely. After that, he took the initiative to cut off the communication. Of course, everyone heard what was said on the radio, and no one blamed Sheila for anything. Boya said, Captain, we believe in you and the commander. No one spoke. Now they could only turn their worries into motivation and resolutely complete the tasks and orders assigned by their superiors. Look, there seems to be some movement. The first one to discover the abnormality was Phoebe, who had the best eyesight. As a long-range support-type war dancer, she had stronger vision than ordinary war dancers. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the power plant, only to see the Aurora beasts in the power plant running out frantically, as if they were afraid of something terrifying. What's going on? Sheila asked. It's not clear what happened inside. Maybe it is related to the commander's plan. Captain, what should we do? Please give orders. Phoebe asked. Sheila took a deep breath, cleared away the previous haze, and turned back into her decisive self. Fire. Open fire. Under Sheila's command, everyone kept pressing the triggers in their hands. Countless shells rained down on the fleeing Aurora beasts. Auroramon, whose morale has already collapsed, is simply no match for them. Tada, tada, tada. The magazine was empty. After Phoebe pressed the trigger a few times, she realized that the magazine was empty and not a single Aurora beast was left. Chapter 23 Rescue Operation. Minion didn't have time to think about why Auroramon suddenly escaped from the power plant, as the commander and Cixia were still in danger. After killing all the Auroramon, Sheila decisively issued an order. Immediately attack the interior of the power plant and rescue the commander and Cixia. Yeah, everyone responded. Going down the stairs one floor at a time was too slow, so everyone jumped directly from the roof. As war dancers, they have physiques superior to ordinary people, and their equipment has a special shock-absorbing system. It was only an 8th floor, and they fell easily. Everyone was worried about the safety of their commander and Cecilia, and they moved very quickly. After arriving at the main gate of the power plant, everyone quickly advanced inside in an assault formation. As soon as she entered the door, Boya couldn't help shivering. It's so cold. Then Boa felt something she touched and saw that it was Auroramon. She was so scared that she fired several shots in a row, directly blowing the Auroramon to pieces. What's going on? Everyone took a look and found that it was actually an Auroramon that was frozen into an ice sculpture. Boa overreacted and directly blasted the Auroramon into pieces. Looking further inside, I found that many Aurora beasts were fleeing madly with terrified expressions, but without exception, they were all frozen at the moment of escape. How could they become like this? Everyone be careful. Turn on the temperature control device. Be careful. Sheila responded immediately. After hearing the order, everyone immediately turned on their own temperature control devices. As war dancers, they would encounter various extreme environments during combat. Considering the comfort and safety of the war dancers, each war dancer was equipped with a dedicated temperature control device to prevent accidents. After making sure that everyone's door was open, everyone continued to move deeper inside. Area safe. Safety. Captain, there are only frozen Auroramon here. As Sheila went deeper, the expression on his face became more and more surprised. Suddenly, a burst of electromagnetic sound came from the wireless communication, and everyone immediately pricked up their ears to listen. Who come, save the commander. A woman's sad voice came from the other end of the radio. It's Cixia, said Boya. She was very familiar with this voice. Answer me, Cixia. Report to me your exact location now. Sheila asked immediately. On the 3rd floor, underground. After saying this, Cecilia's voice immediately stopped. Cixia. Sheila tried calling out twice, but it was like a drop in the ocean. Sheila's expression became more serious than ever before. Everyone, set off immediately. Go to the third underground floor. We must rescue the commander and Xixia. Yes, everyone's heart was in their throat. They were so worried that something might happen to their comrades, and they were praying desperately in their hearts. Layer after layer, Shila's brain turned into a constantly burning processor. His mind was filled with the structural diagram of the entire power plant, passing through each level of the channel accurately without a single mistake. When everyone finally arrived at the third underground floor, everyone was stunned. There! Shila pointed in a certain direction. The reason why he was so sure was that at the door of a certain room, there were more than a dozen Aurora beasts, all frozen. However, judging from the movements of these frozen Aurora beasts, they were obviously trying desperately to break through the door when they were alive. Bang, bang, bang! When everyone saw these Aurora beasts, they guessed what had happened and immediately took out their weapons and ruthlessly smashed all the frozen Aurora beasts to pieces. Let's go in! Without saying a word, everyone rushed towards the room. There were countless huge gaps and scratches on the door, all of which were left by those crazy Aurora beasts. It was obvious how they broke into the door when they were alive. There was a big hole in the doorway, and it looked like it was about to be breached. Shala tried to push the door, but it wouldn't open at all. Then he looked inside through the hole. It would have been better if he hadn't looked. As soon as he looked, his heart rose to his throat. Wu Jie, with blood all over his head, was leaning against an operating table, dying and looking like he would die at any moment. Cecilia used her back to protect her commander, but she also fainted at this time. However, she looked much better than her commander. What on earth had happened? But now was not the time to care about those things. Seeing the officer covered in blood, Sheila's mind was instantly flooded with memories. Sir, what should we do? Please give the order. By the way, sir, do you have a girlfriend? Not yet. Anyway, if we don't eat now, the food will get cold. This is the first time I've seen the commander from such a close distance. He looks so cute when he's sleeping. After handing over my shift last night, I came back and saw Cecilia sleeping in my sleeping bag. I was forced to. Sheila turned around, her face full of tears. Phoebe, is there any way to open this door? When Sheila turned around, all the war dancers were stunned. It was the first time for them to see their strong-willed captain crying like this. Everyone vaguely guessed what had happened behind the door. Phoebe also felt the seriousness of the situation, and her expression became extremely solemn. As a war dancer who also served as a logistics officer, she carried special demolition equipment. Phoebe closed the door and observed carefully. Of course, she also saw what was happening inside the door, and her heart suddenly became extremely sad. She answered seriously, "No problem, I guarantee to complete the task." In this situation, artillery shells cannot be used to blast the door open, because if artillery shells are used, the exploding fragments will definitely injure the people inside. So only demolition equipment can be used. Sizzle, sizzle. The demolition equipment continued to flash with flames, just like everyone's mood. They just hoped that hope would be like this spark, and prayed that the commander and Cecilia were safe. These short 10 minutes seemed as long as a century. Bah! Finally, everyone heard the sound of the door cracking. Sheila was the first to reach the door. He grabbed it with both hands and exerted all his strength to directly remove the entire door. Quick! Everyone rushed in immediately. Phoebe took out medical equipment from the storage box behind her without saying a word and began to carefully examine the two of them. How is it? Sheila asked anxiously. Xixia is not in any serious trouble. I'll give her a shot of nanotherapy needle and she'll recover soon. It's just that, sir. Phoebe's face looked a little heavy when she said this. Among the group, only Phoebe was a medical specialist and the others had only studied emergency medicine, so everyone focused on what Phoebe said. Generally, when the lines are said to this point, everyone has guessed something, but no one is willing to accept it. Chapter 24: Underground Facilities. The commander's head was hit hard, his chest was bruised in many places, 2 ribs were broken, and there were signs of internal bleeding. The situation is not optimistic. No matter how little they knew about medical care, after hearing Phoebe's words, everyone realized the seriousness of the matter. What should we do? Boya's expression also became very flustered. As far as they knew, the nearest medical facility was hundreds of kilometers away, and the officer's injuries were very serious, and there was a high possibility that his injuries would be aggravated during transportation. Captain, you tell me what to do. Phoebe frowned and looked at Sheila. Sheila asked, if we call a transport plane and go to the city immediately, will there be a chance of being rescued? Phoebe shook her head. It's hard to say. Even though I have given the commander emergency medical treatment, his injuries are likely to get worse during transportation. But if we delay here, we will miss the golden time for treatment. Shila nodded, having no other choice. Well, let's escort the commander to the city immediately and send a rescue signal to the headquarters. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, there was really no better solution now. Suddenly, there was a cough. It was Cecilia who woke up. Phoebe had already given her an injection. After all, as a war dancer, her physical fitness was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Cecilia was not actually injured, but the load made her feel a little uncomfortable. She soon felt better after an injection. No need to go to the city, Cecilia said. Shila was stunned. Chisha, what are you talking about? Can't you see how critical the commander's current condition is? Cecilia was not in a hurry, but pointed to the monitor next to her and said, there is a medical center of a power plant in a room here, and there is a dedicated smart operating table there. When Shila heard this, he immediately looked towards the monitor and, as expected, there were medical equipment in this underground facility. Hey, why is there a girl here? Boa pointed to one of the glass containers. Shila shook her head. Don't worry about the girl for now. Saving lives is more important. Boya, you Wei and Minnie and go find a medical center. Once you find one, report the location and we will transport the injured there immediately. Yes. Soon the three of them went out to search. Phoebe and Sela were also busy, treating the injuries of the two. Cecilia was just a little weak because of the excessive load on her core energy. She couldn't move at all at this moment, but her injuries were not serious. At most they were minor. Found it, Captain. Minion brought the good news. Wah! Drip, drip, drip. The sound of an electrocardiogram was heard beside him. In the haze, Wu Jie seemed to see the figure of a girl. That figure felt so familiar, yet so strange. Wu Jie, soaking in the nutrient solution, felt like he was immersed in seawater. Behind him was the bottomless sea, and above him there was a ray of light slowly shining through the sea level. The light was so warm. A figure is currently in the center of the light, quietly looking at Wu Jie. Who is that person? I want to reach out and touch it, but it's so far, so far. Am I dead? Wu Jie thought. I didn't expect that I have reached the end of my life now. It's such a pity. I still have so many ideals to realize, and so many people I haven't had time to say goodbye to. Sha, Cixia, Boa, Phoebe, Minnie, Weya, the leader, Kinkiyu, and the others, and my sister, right? Am I going to meet her? My sister, we are finally going to meet? At this moment, Wu Jie took a deep breath and suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him was a medical room, shining with white light. At this moment, there were more than a dozen transparent tubes inserted into his body, floating quietly in a nutrient solution. I'm not dead? Wu Jie looked around in surprise. At this time, he was in a cylindrical glass container, which was a special container used for recovery treatment. It was soaked in nutrient solution, which could speed up the patient's treatment. Captain, it's the commander. The commander is awake. The voice was muffled and came through the liquid, sounding so unreal. Shila came to the container with a joyful look on his face and tapped it gently. Sir, how do you feel now? If you are okay, please nod your head. Nuye nodded. Shila finally saw Wu Jie woke up safe and sound. Her eyes were filled with tears. A night of silence. In the early morning, Wu Jie opened his eyes and saw a forest simulated by a hologram next to him. At this moment, the forest was filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The quiet forest atmosphere made people feel that nature was so peaceful. This is a holographic image specially used in medical facilities. It is used to relax patients. This is an underground space which is too depressing and not conducive to treatment, so this kind of equipment is needed. After Wu Jie woke up, he was about to move when he suddenly felt something pressing on the side of the bed. Turning my head, I saw that it was Boya, who was on night duty, who had fallen asleep. She was lying beside the bed like a kitten. After experiencing life and death, Wu Jie now only had a sense of relief for surviving the disaster and began to recall everything he had experienced before. After being surrounded by the enemy, he and Cixia fought and retreated, but the number of enemies was increasing and they had no time to return to the upper level. Forced to break through downwards, Wu Jie suddenly remembered that the cold storage central control was on the third underground floor, so they didn't care about much else. With Cixia's cooperation, they found the freezing control center on the third underground floor. However, Wu Jie was seriously injured because of this. Although Wu Jie's martial arts and marksmanship were pretty good, Aurora Beast's terrifying physical strength seriously injured Wu Jie. After closing the door, Wu Jie immediately started the refrigeration central control, but the refrigeration central control had not been used for a long time, and the startup speed was too slow. Wu Jie thought of a way, which was to overload the refrigeration central control through the load valve next to it. However, what Wu Jie did not expect was that due to the overload, the huge amount of electricity was instantly lost, and Wu Jie was directly knocked away. Wu Jie, who was already seriously injured, was now even more injured and fell directly in front of the control valve. The freezing has been activated. In order to prevent the Auroramon from escaping before he fainted, he issued the final instructions to Sheila and the others, asking them to kill all the Auroramon. Cixia wanted to check on Wu Jie's injuries, but the powerful rapid freezing instantly spread throughout the power plant. In order to protect Wu Jie, Cixia pushed the temperature control equipment to the maximum value. In order to fight against the rapid freezing in an instant, Cixia almost overloaded her core energy. But because of this, neither of them was frozen into ice and was able to be rescued by the large force. Wu Jie smiled, feeling lucky that he was alive. Seeing Boya sleeping on the bed, he couldn't help but touch her cheek, feeling how lucky he was now. Chapter 25. Why are you blushing? Boya, sir. Boya looked at Wu Jie with a blushing face. Sorry, you're awake. Wu Jie originally just wanted to sigh about life, so he couldn't help but touch Boya's cheek, but he didn't expect Boya to wake up, so he quickly took his hand back. Boya was not angry, but sat up straight and said, "How do you feel now, sir? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "Fortunately, I can't feel anything abnormal now." "That's good, sir. You don't know how sad the captain was when you fainted." "Sheila, is she okay? What is she doing now?" "Oh, and Cixia. The captain has gone to clean up the remaining Aurora beasts. Cixia has nothing to do but follow the captain. None of those guys can be left alive," he said while waving his fist. "Well, where am I now?" "Sir, you are now in the underground medical center of the power plant. I didn't expect that there is such advanced medical equipment under the power plant. To be honest, I was shocked. The medical equipment here is very valuable. Sir, you just woke up. You must be thirsty. Just go get you a glass of water. By the way, sir, do you want something to eat?" Wu Jie looked at the pocket watch he carried with him. It was exactly 9:30 in the morning. Maybe because of the nutrient solution he had received, Wu Jie was not hungry now. "Just pour a glass of water." "Well, I'll be back soon." Just as Wu Jie lay down and was sorting out his thoughts, he suddenly saw the girl. "It's the one I saw on the bridge corridor before." I looked around at the surrounding building structures and found that this is what it is like. No wonder I can see this place from above. Since the entire medical center is an integrated hall, all the equipment is in one space, which is why Wu Jie could see the container. Wu Jie moved his body and found that nothing was wrong. So he stood up and wanted to check on the girl in the container. "Hey sir, Phoebe said you can't move now." Boya, who had just come back from fetching water, was suddenly panicked when she saw Wu Jie trying to get out of bed. He hurried over and wanted to support Wu Jie, but because he had to hold the water cup in one hand and support someone with the other, the action of reaching out to support Wu Jie turned into an unbalanced posture. With a scream, Boya subconsciously pulled Wu Jie and fell backwards. Water splashed all over my body, and my clothes became a little transparent because of the water, and the colored underwear inside was even visible. What a shame. I should have known not to wear clothes made of this kind of fabric earlier. The two men were pressing on each other. Wu Jie couldn't move because of his injury. He didn't expect that his body had not fully recovered yet. This was awkward. The two men were squeezed together in this ambiguous posture. Boya blushed immediately. It was the first time she was so close to her superior. The rhythm of her breathing rose and fell on their bodies against her chest. I can't move." Wu Jie really couldn't move because of his injuries. "No, don't worry, sir. I'll get up slowly." But in fact, Boa was more anxious than her boss. She quickly stood up and tried to get rid of this embarrassing situation, but she ignored the corner of the table above her boss's head. The place where the two fell was right under a table, so there was part of the table above their heads, but Bo Ya's view was blocked by Wu Jie, so she didn't see it. Wu Jie was lifted up by Boya, but because he didn't see the corner of the table, the back of his head hit it. The pain stimulated Wu Jie's old injury, and his body immediately leaned forward. One of them remembered, and the other leaned forward because of pain, and their faces were so close that their lips just happened to touch. Boya's brain froze and short-circuited. Boya blushed. Wu Jie was confused, and space and time seemed to freeze at this moment. What's worse is that because Wu Jie wanted to push Boya away, His hand accidentally pressed a place that he shouldn't have pressed, which happened to be the place that was wet by water before. The soft touch immediately stimulated the nerves of both of them. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. "Captain, Boya, are you okay?" The person who broke into the room was none other than Sheila, who happened to see the two people kissing. Hij spoke a woord bij woordsloofle. Sheila felt like a petrified being, not knowing what to say at this moment. Oh, this terrible posture, oh, and this terrible, oh, and this terrible big hand. Where is it pressing? Sheila was almost on the verge of exploding. No, no, no. Sheila, listen to my explanation. Wu Jie said hurriedly. Boya also quickly said, "Captain, no, it's not what you think. It would be better if there was no explanation, because the more you explain, the more confusing it becomes." "Sir, that's what happened. It was really just an accident. I swear." Afterwards, Wu Jie apologized with a guilty look on his face. "Humph." Sheila turned his head with a dissatisfied look on his face and listened to Wu Jie's explanation. "Well, even though I gave my first kiss to my superior by accident, at least it wasn't an easy deal for an outsider. After all, my superior is one of us, so we shouldn't let outsiders take advantage of us," Boya said, adding fuel to the fire. Sheila immediately pulled a frown on his face. "How dare you say that? I asked you to take care of your superiors, but in the end, look at what you did." The captain is the best, don't be angry. We are all family members anyway, so we won't lose money, right?" Sheila rolled his eyes and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this. Sir, the power has been restored to normal, and I have also contacted the base in the city. They will send people to take over in about a day." Seeing that Sheila took the initiative to change the subject, Wu Jie immediately said, "Yeah, you did a good job, Sheila. You worked hard during my absence. And Boya told me everything that happened during the time I fainted. Thank you, Sheila. I really appreciate everything you have done." Hearing Wu Jie say this, Sheila's mood suddenly improved a lot, but she still snorted softly. "I just hope that the commander will pay attention to his own image in the future and don't make any more trouble. Even if there is a mess, it can only be done to me. What am I thinking, cough cough?" Sheila's subconscious thoughts made him feel even more confused. "Are you still brooding over this matter?" Wu Jie's forehead was covered with sweat. "By the way, have you checked the girl in the container? What's her condition?" Seeing that the time was ripe, Wu Jie quickly changed the subject. Speaking of the girl, Sheila also became interested. He pointed at the girl and said, "It's really a bit strange. The girl doesn't look like a human at all. She clearly has signs of life, but no heart rate, no breathing. This is too strange." Chapter 26, Mysterious Girl. "Is that so?" Wu Jie thought. "Why? Does the commander know her?" Sheila asked. Wu Jie shook his head. "I don't know him. I just think he's a little weird." "Why is it strange?" Wu Jie thought for a while and said, "Logically, Auroramon should have killed everyone here. Although this girl was locked in a container, she is fine. This is too abnormal." Panya put forward her own opinion. Maybe because she is in a state of suspended animation, Auroramon thought she was dead, so he didn't do anything to a corpse. That's a possibility, but Sheila just said that although the girl has no heart rate and breathing, she actually has signs of life. The senses of Aurora beasts are different from those of creatures on Earth. They can detect more than just sound. Sheila's mind suddenly lit up, and she thought of something. I understand what the commander meant. Auroramon obviously found out that she was still alive, but he didn't do anything to her, right? Wu Jie nodded. Indeed, the Aurora beasts have a different sensory system from us humans and the creatures on Earth. If they didn't attack the girl, is there a possibility that the girl is really dead? Sheila considered his words. Wu Jie did not rush to express his opinion, but said, "Give me the life detection equipment." After hearing this, Sheila immediately gave the life detector to Wu Jie. "Help me up, let's go check on this girl again." Boya and Sheila hurried forward, carefully helping Wu Jie up from the left and right. Boya couldn't help but teased, "Sir, does this count as hugging left and right, haha?" "Boya!" Sheila's face turned dark. Wu Jie was sweating profusely. What the hell was going on? Coming to the container, Wu Jie turned on the life detector. A person's vital signs are mainly manifested in 4 ways: breathing, heart rate, body temperature, and blood pressure. In order to more comprehensively detect survival signals, mainly for military use, life detectors, in addition to the 4 major ways, also include biological pulses, electromagnetic waves, brain waves, etc. Looking carefully at each line of data above, Wu Jie's expression became somewhat uncertain. "Sir, do you think it's the same as what I said?" Sheila also came over to look at the data above. Wu Jie nodded. It's very strange. Her heart rate and breathing are completely zero, but she still has active brain waves and body temperature. Even without a pulse, she still has blood pressure. This is not scientific at all. Boya tilted her head and said, "She has been locked in this container, which means that the previous employees here must have known about it. Then we can ask the staff who worked here before, and we will know, right? Sir, look at her body temperature. It is different from that of normal people. The normal body temperature is around 36 to 37 degrees, but her temperature is 2 degrees lower than that of normal people, only 34 degrees. Shala said, pointing to the temperature panel on the detector. It's so suspicious, but we don't know who she is, and there's no way to investigate now. It would be great if our chief researcher was here. Boa Sigadil Plesli. Wu Jie slapped his forehead and said, "Yes, why not just ask Chief Su?" He did it right away, connecting to the wireless channel and the base. Silver Falcon calling Suzu. Silver Falcon calling Suzuku. Please reply. Please reply. After a while, Suzuka got it. Suzuka got it. Please help me contact. Before Wu Jie finished speaking, a lazy voice came from the other end. Who is it, Shun? I just happened to need your help. Wu Jie was confused. This guy must be living in the communications room. How come he always happens to meet her when they are on the phone? Wu Jie didn't waste any words and told the story of the mysterious girl in a concise and clear manner. After hearing Wu Jie's words, the person on the other end of the radio fell silent immediately. Hello? Tiefsu? Tiefs? Stop shouting. I'm listening. Listen to me, everyone. Bring that girl back to the base. It's important. Wu Jie was stunned for a moment. He didn't care why he had to take her back because as a scientist, seeing such a bizarre girl, he certainly couldn't help but want to study her. What he cared about was that the girl had been kept in the basement of the power plant and must be involved in some secrets. If she was taken away directly like this, would it trigger a chain reaction? How do we explain to the city government? This girl is obviously not simple. After thinking about it, Wu Jie asked, I don't care what city government it is. Just remember, bring her back to me. As long as you bring her back, I will give you as much money as you want. Susan threw money at the man without hesitation. Wu Jie was a little unhappy when he heard Susan's overbearing tone, but he suddenly thought of something and said, Chief Su, this girl is so abnormal. I suddenly remembered that the textbook mentioned that the war dancer went berserk during the early experiments. Is it possible that the secret research in this basement is related to berserk? Ah, you are a bastard who doesn't do scientific research, but you know so much about it. You are even better at pretending to be crazy than me. I tell you honestly, this girl is very likely an experimental subject of the Bird of No Return project. I only know a few words about the details. I didn't want to tell you, but since you were so smart, I will tell you a brief introduction. I'm sure you're aware of the war dancer's rampage incident 2 years ago. It was caused by abnormal body temperature. Although it was finally quelled, it caused quite a stir internationally. Later, I also participated in the research on the autopsy of the rampage war dancer. Afterwards, the Red Lotus Research Institute, the highest research institution at the core of the war dance, issued a statement. Of course, this statement was mainly for the top management and was not open to the public. It would be useless for you to know the specific content now. Anyway, the Red Lotus Research Institute finally began to conduct secret experiments on Rampage. The full name is the No Return Bird Project. The reason why I know some clues is because I was once one of the core development members of Zhanwu. This girl is very likely related to the No Return Bird Project. If she exists, maybe we can find out the reason why Zhanwu went berserk before. After listening to this, Wu Jie suddenly realized that he had never expected that this mysterious girl had such important value. Wu Jie asked, but since this girl is so important, why not give her back to the Red Lotus Research Institute? Why bring her back to the base? Won't this delay the research progress? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the radio, and then someone said, this girl is likely to have been abandoned. What? Wu Jie was shocked. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he was speechless for a while. Chapter 27 New Hope. I'll tell you the truth. I looked at the data you sent me. Based on the information I know, this girl does not meet the minimum assessment standards for experimental data in any aspect. She is likely to die soon. Wu Jie found it hard to accept for a moment. A young girl, without family or friends, was undergoing cold experiments in a dreary basement. He knew very well that sacrificing one person to save 10,000 people sounded like a great thing. However, when life is really about to end, when one has not had the chance to taste the sweetness of life, but has to wither away in darkness and return to nothingness forever, Who would have thought that that life also longs to stroll in the forests and fields in the sunshine, and freely feel the touch and warmth brought by the colorful world like a rainbow? Wu Jie is not a saint. He knows that his abilities are limited and he cannot save all the lives that can be saved. He just doesn't want to watch a life pass away in front of his eyes. Moreover, this is just a child who will wither away forever in a cold laboratory before he has a chance to grow up. Is there no way to save her? Wu Jie asked these words, almost gritting his teeth. The person on the other end of the radio replied, "That's why I asked you to bring her back to the base. Based on the information you sent back, she may still be saved." When Wu Jie heard this, he smiled and said, "Thank you, Chief Su. It seems that mankind has not lost hope yet." Susan was stunned. She didn't expect Wu Jie to suddenly say thank you. When she heard what Wu Jie said next, she immediately reacted. "Hey, do you know why I didn't participate in the No Return Bird project?" Her tone was so distant and profound. Speaking, "Because I don't want to go through such a sinful experience again. Every morning when I wake up, I can hear those children wailing in pain. They stretch out their hands to me in despair and beg me to save them. When I wash my face, I always see blood on my hands, which I can't wash off. I have thought about suicide many times, but I control myself because I don't want more victims to appear, at least not in front of me again, even though I know that doing so is for all mankind. I have changed my mind now. There must be a better way to save mankind." Wu Jie understood that Susan was talking about the origin plan, the core of the war dance. It was said that at the beginning of the origin plan, in order to ensure the smooth progress of the experiment, although the experiment was agreed upon by the volunteers, many lives had been lost during the experiment. He also understood how heavy the weight of Susan's words was, because this was a weight accumulated with lives. "Now I suddenly understand why you would dress up for yourself. Thank you, Chief Su. I'm lucky to know you. I will definitely bring this girl back to the base safely. Chief Su, your idea is exactly the same as mine. I will also take a completely different path to save mankind." Wu Jie closed his eyes and said gently, his tone full of gratitude. After hanging up the radio, I turned around and looked at the other two guys with tearful eyes. "Sir Wu, I'm so lucky to know you." Boya cried and threw herself into Wu's arms. "Sir, I don't know what to say. From today on, your life is my life. Wherever you are, I will be there." Shila's eyes were red. She obviously couldn't help but hold back the tears. She tried hard to maintain the image of a soldier. Wu Jie had never expected that an unexpected radio call would trigger such a significant butterfly effect. "Perhaps from today on, my life will have a new meaning." The next day, under the shining morning sun, even the birds on the treetops became excited. Without the war between Aurora beasts and humans, nature became calm and peaceful. 5 transport planes carrying a large number of personnel slowly arrived at the landing point of the power plant and began to change guards and exchange personnel. "Huh? What is this?" the guard asked, pointing to a huge cylinder wrapped in black cloth. As the commander, Wu Jie had no choice but to come forward to explain. "This is the equipment our Suzuka Ward dance troupe uses to fight the tough battle. After all, there are too many Aurora beasts in the power plant, and it's a bit too much for just a few of us, so we need some tricks." "So that's how it is? All right then, let him go." Because the container was too large, it would take up a lot of space just to fit Wu Jie's entire team and the jeep, so 2 transport planes were used to transport it. "Did you bring the cube?" Wu Jie asked on the plane. "Don't worry, sir. It's in my bag," Cecilia said confidently, showing her white teeth. "It's incredible. You actually killed half a column of Aurora beasts. Not only did you retook the power plant, but you also successfully completed the task Susan assigned to you." Mingxi looked at the mission briefing in disbelief and checked the mission recorder with some disbelief. After confirming that it was correct, he said this. Standing in the captain's office, Wu Jie was waiting for the captain to issue a new task. "According to the group rules, you have exceeded the mission quota this time, so your team can be given 2 days off." "Got it." Wu Jie saluted with a smile on his face. "I can't believe you killed so many Auroramon without any reinforcements. If it weren't for the recorder, I would have suspected you were lying. Tell me, why didn't you call for reinforcements from the headquarters? You can call for reinforcements in this situation, but don't do this again. After all, you only have one life." Unexpectedly, Mingxi was so sensible and cared about the safety of his subordinates. Wu Jie felt warm in his heart. "Senior sister is so nice. I feel 100% assured working under you. Stop talking nonsense, and tell me, why didn't you call for reinforcements?" Oh, isn't it because the senior sister took special care of me in school before? For example, she helped me line up in the cafeteria, copied my homework for me, and cover for me to the teacher so that I could go back to look after my sister. You bastard. The leader blushed immediately. He didn't expect that this bastard still remembered these things. It seemed that it was not in vain to make friends with this guy. So he raised his hand and pretended to hit him. Oh, senior, you can't hit me now. You are a war dancer. If you hit me with this punch, someone will definitely die. As if he was really worried about something happening, Mingxi retracted his boxer. However, the next words immediately made Wu Jie tuck his tail between his legs. Also, what's up with that girl you brought back? Don't think I don't know. This. Wu Jie was suddenly speechless. Chapter 28, The Loved One. Faced with the questioning from the senior sister, Wu Jie had to tell the truth. He didn't dare to hold back anything from this scary senior sister. That's really your style. Mingxi's eyes drifted out the window, and her expression became melancholy as she recalled some sad memories. Senior, do you know why I created Suzaku? This? I really don't know. It's actually to fulfill someone's wish. Desire. Well, 2 years ago, the war dancer's rampage incident happened. The war dancer who got into trouble was my lifelong best friend. What? Wu Jie was stunned. In order to fulfill her wish, I founded Suzaku. Although I went through a lot of hardships, I finally made it through, right? So what exactly is her wish? Her wish is actually very ordinary. She hopes that all the war dancers can live the life they want like ordinary people. Just simple happiness is enough. Wu Jie was silent. Now you know why Susan came to Suzaku. Okay, I understand. Senior, although I cannot empathize with what you have been through, please believe that I will also contribute to your ideals. Even if my contribution is insignificant, please do not despise me. Thank you, Wu Jie. Her eyes were full of determination. Even though she tried her best to hide her sadness, the brightest sunlight could not eliminate the loneliness against the light. When we arrived at the base's laboratory, Susan was busy like an ant on hot pan. While constantly processing various data, he also had to keep giving instructions to other researchers. No, something is clearly wrong here. Check again. And you, what's wrong with you? You can't even do such a simple thing. Wu Jie brought Sheila and Cecilia to Susan, but Susan's attention was now all on the mysterious girl. She had no time to receive Wu Jie and didn't even notice his arrival. Wu Jie did not disturb Susan, but came to the container and observed the girl. Suddenly, he remembered the figure of the mysterious man he had dreamed of when he fainted at the power plant. It really seems. Seeing Wu Jie staring at the girl in the container motionlessly, Cixia walked forward and chuckled. Sir, you have been staring at my body. Do you have any ideas? Indeed, the girl in the container was naked. Although she was curled up and not many parts of her body were exposed, Wu Jie staring at her like that could easily cause misunderstanding. Cixia. Sheila came over and gave Cixia a slap in the face. Oh, it's just a joke. Cecilia pouted and said dissatisfiedly. Sheila ignored her and asked Wu Jie, did the commander find anything? It's nothing. It's just that this girl reminded me of someone I used to know. Who is it? Cecilia asked immediately. An old friend who is no longer in this world. Wu Jie's sadness flashed across his face. Sheila was keenly aware of this. Is he someone very close to the commander? Yes, a very dear old friend. I know. It must be the chief's ex-girlfriend. Cecilia is really thick-skinned. TSK. She. Yeah. Sheila's eyes were about to spit fire, and she glared at him with murderous eyes. We're already talking about the deceased. How can you bring up the commander's pain? I'm sorry, sir. I was wrong. Cecilia, who was very thick-skinned, finally reacted after being reminded by Sheila. Wu Jie shook his head and said, it's okay. The dead are gone. The living must live well and not let the dead down. But who is that person? Cecilia continued to ask questions. Sheila turned to Cixia with a kind look, and veins popped out on her forehead. Seeing Sheila's murderous look, Cixia quickly covered her mouth. It's someone I love very much. Wu Jie sighed and said he thought of his sister. Wow, someone you love a much. Cecilia exclaimed. But this time, she didn't ask any more questions. But when Sheila heard Wu Jie's words, she suddenly felt sad, but she was also very concerned. Who was that person? Why did the officer love him so much? Was it a girl? Yes, it must be a girl. If it was a boy, he would not use words like love, right? Back to the dormitory. Sheila had a gloomy face and walked absent-mindedly, not even noticing when he bumped into someone. Oh, She had clearly bumped into someone and made a noise, but she didn't notice. Captain, what's wrong with you? The person who was bumped into was none other than Boya. But Sheila still ignored her and just kept repeating in her mouth. The commander has someone he likes. The commander has someone he likes. The commander has someone he likes. When Boya heard Sheila's mumbling, she was petrified. She immediately rushed to Sheila, grabbed her shoulders and said, Captain, are you serious? Huh? What did you say? Sheila came to his senses and realized it was Boa. You said the commander has someone he likes? Oh, by the way, let me add that ever since that little incident between Boa and her superior yesterday, Boa has been in a state of insomnia, excitement, confusion, and heart rate disturbances the entire night since she came back tonight, and she hasn't recovered yet. The main reason is that Boa has the habit of writing a diary before going to bed at night. When she writes about what happened with her superior, it is like she is going over what happened before in her brain again. Now Boa has become extremely excited, and her mind is full of things about her superior. So when Boya heard Sheila's mumbling, she immediately became alert. No, that's not true. You heard it wrong. At this moment, Sheila was filled with regrets. Oh my God, I actually said everything I was thinking, and Boya had to hear it. It's so embarrassing. No, I have to nip this matter in the bud no matter what. Hearing Sheila's denial, Boya, as a teammate who had spent a long time with the captain, could tell that Sheila was lying. Captain, you have a habit when you lie. You like to curl your hair, and you can't help but lift up your left leg and swing it back and forth. All of these can't escape my eyes. Boya's eyes lit up, and she immediately exposed Sheila. Yes, is that so? Sheila was stunned. She didn't expect Boya to be so observant. She immediately stopped curling her hair, straightened her feet, and stood meticulously. You must have seen it wrong. No, I can't admit it even if I die. How can I let Boa tell others about what I said to myself? And once Boa tells others, won't the whole Suzuka group suspect that I have a crush on the leader? No, absolutely not. Chapter 29, Infiltration Operation. Wow, really? Boya lowered her body and looked up at Sheila with a sly smile on her face. Of course it's true. Although he denied it, Sheila's eyes drifted elsewhere. The captain is still acting, so I'll trick her? Boya pretended to smile helplessly. Alas, I wanted to tell the captain the truth, but it seems that I have to forget it. What? You actually know who the boss loves? Sheila was still too naive. As soon as Boya lied, she was exposed immediately. The captain said he didn't lie to me, but now he's exposed. You actually cheated me. Captain, don't be angry. Actually, I have a way to find out who the captain likes. Boya smiled and said, Actually, I want to know too. Damn, who got there first? What do you mean? Boya whispered something into Sheila's ear for a while. Is this really feasible? Sheila looked confused. Of course, Captain. Are you really not curious at all? Boa's tone at this moment was very much like Satan in the Garden of Eden, tempting Eve to steal the apple. Sheila was tempted. This proposal was so tempting. She really wanted to know, but she couldn't bring herself to ask her superiors. Okay, I agree. The infiltration operation officially begins. Boya smiled proudly. Just like that, the two-man combat team formally reached a cooperation agreement. Wu Jie returned to his dormitory. He was a little tired at this moment. Although his body had almost recovered, he still needed to rest. I guess this was why the team leader arranged 2 days of vacation for him. Wu Jie was sitting on the sofa in the living room, turning on the TV and thinking about the latest international news when he suddenly smelled a strange smell. What's going on? It seemed to be coming from outside the dormitory. Why did it smell like burning wires? Could there be a short circuit somewhere? This couldn't be good. Safety first, so Wu Jie opened the door and followed the smell to check. At that moment, 2 figures took advantage of Wu Jie's inattention and slipped into the dormitory. Hey, is this really okay? What if the officer finds out? Don't worry, we just need to read the commander's diary and leave. As long as we move fast enough, we won't be discovered. Okay, there was no other way at this point. The 2 people who came in were none other than Sheila and Boya. They planned to sneak a peek at Wu Jie's diary to determine who Wu Jie liked. Wow, the commander's room is so tidy, not messy at all. Boya exclaimed. Don't look at it. Time is limited. Find the diary quickly. Sheila reminded helplessly. Okay. At this moment, Sheila saw a thick stack of files on the office desk. They were obviously official files. He had no intention of looking at them, but he saw that his own file was on the top layer. Who else could that portrait be but his? Driven by curiosity, Sheila picked it up and took a look. Is the commander so meticulous? Not only did he make notes on each of our functions, equipment, strengths, and weaknesses, he also made notes on how to improve our equipment and even made a budget. Could he be planning to upgrade our dance costumes? As the captain, Sheila couldn't help but sigh at his own incompetence when he saw the notes made by Wu Jie. At this moment, a note suddenly fell out from the file. There was a paragraph written on the paper. Sheila immediately picked it up and wanted to put it back, but he didn't want to be discovered by his superior. But just as she was about to put it back, she was attracted by the words on the note. If necessary, I will sacrifice myself to bring them back alive. I want them to hug their families, laugh, and be happy. This is my lifelong goal. Sheila's eyes suddenly became moist. Did the commander put the note on the file to remind her all the time? Suddenly, she remembered the scene when the commander was injured in the power plant. She suddenly understood something and became more determined. Captain, have you found it? Boya, who was in charge of searching the bedroom, came over and asked. Sheila quickly put the items back in place and replied, Not yet. What about you? Me neither. Oh, doesn't the commander keep a diary? Boa looked dejected. Just as the two were talking, footsteps were heard in the corridor. Ah, the commander is coming back. Boya was suddenly panicked. How come it's so fast? Get out now. The two quickly came to the gate and were about to go out when they suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. So fast, Sheila exclaimed in surprise. That's strange. I clearly didn't lock the door when I came out. How come it was suddenly locked? Wu Jie took out the key. Sheila and Boya were both extremely nervous. Boya quickly asked in a low voice, What should we do? After opening the door, nothing in the room had changed. Well, maybe I was overthinking it. Wu Jie closed the door and walked into the room. I wanted to continue watching TV, but after thinking about it, I felt less like watching it. Let's take a bath. Wu Jie recalled the scenes in the laboratory today and felt exhausted both physically and mentally. At this moment, he just wanted to take a shower to dispel the negative state in his heart. Every time he was in a bad mood, Wu Jie couldn't help taking a shower. After taking a shower, all my worries are gone and I can face the new day seriously, Wu Jie said to himself. However, in the bathroom at this time, it's over. The commander is coming in. What should I do? Sheila didn't dare to speak too loudly, as he was about to faint. Wu Jie pressed the remote control to drain the water, but he didn't rush into the bathroom. Smart homes are really good nowadays. Let's wait until the water is fully drained before going in to take a bath. At this time, water began to fill the bathtub in the bathroom. Due to Wu Jie's special status, Mingxi specially reserved a high-end dormitory for Wu Jie. The bathtub is quite large and can easily accommodate 4 or 5 people. It is comparable to a small swimming pool. There's no other choice. Let's hide in the bathtub first. Seeing the bathtub full of water, Boa had an idea. Ah, that's right. Sheila's face was already red to her ears. Fortunately, the two of them were not wearing dance costumes. Otherwise, it would have been a bit difficult for 4 or 5 people to fit in the bathtub. No, water is transparent. Even if you are buried in water, you will be seen. Sheila immediately realized the problem. Boya showed an unpredictable smile. Don't worry, Captain. I have a way. Boya operated the control panel in the bathroom, and the water in the bathtub immediately changed color from clear water to dark red. What's going on? Sheila had never noticed that a bathtub had this function before. Captain, you don't know this, right? Nowadays, smart bathrooms have ambient bath gel. Once this bath gel is added, the color will change immediately. This way, we won't be discovered if we hide inside. So that's it. Sheila said he had learned something. Chapter 30. Why are you blushing? As war dancers, they have special breathing devices, and in order to adapt to various combat environments, even underwater is taken into consideration. With the help of underwater breathing apparatus, they have no problem staying submerged in water for hours, so they came up with the idea of staying submerged in the bathtub. Finally, Wu Jie pushed open the bathroom door and was dazed by the scene in front of him. Huh? What happened? Did I accidentally press the wrong button? How did the atmosphere bath gel come out? Wu Jie walked to the control panel, took a closer look, and found that it was true. Wu Jie's forehead was covered with sweat. Oh, really? Forget it. Let's not waste water. Just wash like this. As he spoke, Wu Jie began to slowly take off his clothes, and the two people who were lying in ambush in the bathtub could see it clearly. By the way, although it is difficult to see clearly what is under the water from the outside, you can actually still see something vaguely when you look out from the water. Due to the constant shaking of the water waves, Wu Jie's movements of changing clothes were slightly distorted, but Wu Jie's figure could still be seen clearly. Usually, the commander wears a military uniform, so you can hardly see his figure. Now I know that he has been exercising. His figure is really amazing. Sheila blushed as she secretly watched Wu Jie taking off his clothes. Coming in, because Wu Jie was completely relaxed, he didn't notice that there was someone under the bathtub. In fact, if he looked carefully, it would not be difficult to find that there was someone hiding under the bathtub. Wu Jie stretched out his whole body and couldn't help but let out a long moan of comfort. Since Sheila and Boya were lying face up in the bathtub facing Wu Jie, they instinctively avoided the point where Wu Jie would step, but one of them was still accidentally stepped on by Wu Jie. Huh. Wu Jie felt a little strange, as if he stepped on something soft and comfortable. Could it be some hidden function of the bathroom? Why does the bathtub feel so comfortable today? Wu Jie couldn't help but step on the other side again. However, underwater at this moment, the two people tried their best to resist the urge to laugh due to the itchiness, and their faces almost turned red. Because Wu Jie's feet were not stepping on any other place, but right there. Wu Jie, however, was not conscious at all. Not only did he not doubt it, he also kept rubbing it back and forth, feeling the enjoyment brought by the soft touch. He still thought that this was the massage function of the bathtub. He did not doubt it for a moment, but comfortably experienced this rare, peaceful time. The two people underwater were being caressed back and forth, but they could not expose themselves, so they could only helplessly but force themselves to enjoy Wu Jie's foot massage. If she could speak at this moment, what Boa would most want to say is, "Wow, how embarrassing being bullied by the boss like this." What Sheila wanted to say the most was, "Is there a crack in the ground? Is there a crack in the ground?" Their faces were red enough to fry eggs on, maybe. In this way, the two of them endured it at the bottom of the bathtub for a very long time, so long that they almost forgot the time. Huh? The commander is silent. Sheila suddenly felt something was wrong. She was kind of nostalgic for the feeling before and said, "Ugh, what was I thinking about?" Boya and Sheila looked at each other and nodded in understanding. Then Sheila gently floated up from the water a little bit, wanting to observe whether Wu Jie was asleep. Sure enough, Wu Jie really fell asleep. Maybe it was because he was too comfortable in the bath. Sheila patted Boya and told her to slowly get up and leave the bathtub. Now was the opportunity. The two people gently got up from the bathtub and stepped over Wu Jie, but the water on their bodies dripped onto the ground, making a loud splash. His heart suddenly rose to his throat, and he dared not move. He looked back at Wu Jie and saw that he hadn't woken up, so he continued to get out of the bathtub. Just as the two were about to reach the bathroom door, Wu Jie suddenly spoke from behind. "Don't go! Don't go!" Suddenly, the two men felt like they were electrocuted and dared not move, thinking that they had been discovered by their superiors. Looking back, Wu Jie was not awake and seemed to be talking in his sleep. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not discovered. At the last moment, when closing the bathroom door, Sheila seemed to hear the officer talking in his sleep. "Don't go, sister. It's all my fault. You will always be my favorite family member." Just like that, the two finally escaped. As soon as they got out of the door, they both gasped for breath desperately, feeling as if they had spent a century underwater. "Captain, are you okay?" "I'm fine. How about you, Boa?" The two looked at each other and realized that their faces were as red as paint buckets. "Captain, do you think the commander has actually discovered us? But he's pretending not to know?" Boya mentioned a possibility. "I don't think so, but I seem to know who the commander likes. It seems that this trip was not in vain." Yes, who is it?" Boya looked curious. "Let's talk about it when we get back. You've really caused me so much trouble this time," Sheila said unhappily. Tell me, who is the person the commander likes?" "Go back and talk about," Sheila said word by word. "Captain is so stingy." In this way, the two figures gradually walked away, but there was a figure in the dark observing all this. Interesting, really interesting. The figure left only a beautiful silhouette, and the flowing skirt was really a beautiful landscape. When Wu Jie woke up, he snorted loudly. Well, what happened? Looking at the series of dark red liquids and footprints on the ground, Wu Jie fell into deep thought. Am I sleepwalking? And so, the Suzaku War Dance Troupe's peaceful and comedic day continued. The next day. Today is a day off for everyone. Let's go out for team building and travel around the city for a day. I'll treat you. Wu Jie announced an exciting news to everyone. Great. I've been wanting to go to the city for a long time. Cecilia jumped up first, jumping very high. That's great. I can invite everyone to my house. Phoebe also raised her hand to show her agreement. Sheila was still thinking about yesterday's bathtub incident, and his mind was still a little confused. He was still in a daze for a while when he listened to his superior's words. Captain? Captain! Shila finally came back to his senses after hearing Boya's call. If Boa hadn't been an insider, Shila would probably still be immersed in it. Just as everyone was discussing travel plans excitedly, a voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, you're going to the city to play. Why don't you call me?" The person who came was none other than the Firefox Captain Qingxiu. "Oh yes," and her adjutant Tang Ling. "Captain Qingxiu? Are you guys on leave today too?" Wu Jie was a little surprised. He didn't expect Qingxiu to show up. The task target for this month has been completed long ago, so it's okay to relax occasionally, right? Or, do you not welcome me? Qingxiu conjured up a fan from somewhere and covered his mouth with his hands while laughing. "Welcome, welcome. How can we not welcome Captain Qingxiu?" The speaker was Shila, with a look of hostility on his face, and it seemed that their eyes were about to spark. Chapter 31: The Sun Rises in the West. Qingxiu and Shila looked at each other. The invisible battlefield had already burst out in the air. A strong smell of gunpowder spread everywhere like gunpowder smoke. Almost everyone present sensed the war that was about to break out. Great! Such a strong, murderous aura. Boya looked at the faint glow of fire between the two of them, just like the battle between the two in the movie The Alliance of Women. "This is not a battle that we at this level can intervene in." Cecilia wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and didn't dare to step forward to intervene. Although Minion and Wei, you didn't quite understand. They could sense the war between the two of them at this moment. "Yes, that's right, it's a war." Phoebe was not far behind, and she moved slightly closer to Shila, obviously standing on Shila's side. Tang Ling adjusted her glasses. As Qingxiu's longtime sister, she naturally stood behind Qingxiu without hesitation. The two factions were almost as hostile as water and fire. If someone who has practiced magic was here, he would probably only see that there was a ferocious beast behind each of the two men, baring its fangs at the other. One was a fiery red fox, and the other was a violent silver falcon. Bah! Although Wu Jie didn't quite understand why these two people were so excited, he still stood up with cold sweat. "Well, let me say that we haven't decided on today's itinerary yet. Everyone can share your ideas. Once we've decided, we'll set off together." I'll go first. The first person to speak was Cecilia. Well, this is very consistent with her personality. "Okay, Cixia, you go first." Wu Jie was relieved when he saw that someone finally spoke. The depressing atmosphere was finally broken, and everyone began to discuss today's itinerary with great interest. "I have always wanted to sing loudly. I always wanted to be a singer when I was a kid." Cecilia smiled happily, and it seemed that she really enjoyed her day off today. "Okay, that counts as one." Wu Jie took out a notebook and wrote it down. "Sir, I think we can come to my house for lunch together then." Phoebe expressed her opinion weakly. Well, Phoebe must be missing her family too, but wouldn't it be bad to disturb Phoebe's parents? Phoebe shook her head. "I will greet my family in advance. Don't worry, my parents are very simple people. They will be very happy to see so many comrades visiting their home." "Okay, that's settled. We'll go to Phoebe's house at noon." Wu Jie took notes with a pen. Then, everyone began to express their opinions one after another. "Shila, what about you?" Wu Jie asked. "Today's schedule is already full enough. If I'm added to the schedule, won't the time be too tight?" Shila said after a moment of hesitation. Hearing this, Qingxiu on the side reacted immediately. "Since Captain Shila has offered his seat out of friendship, I won't be polite. Commander Wu, my family just happened to have opened a hotel in the city. How about we go there for dinner? After dinner, we can sing in the hotel instead of running around." My goodness, what is Qingxiu's identity? There's actually a hotel in the city. Although Wu Jie has investigated Qingxiu, he found that a lot of Qingxiu's background has been erased, and he can't find anything. At this time, Boya whispered in Wu Jie's ear. "I heard from the people in the group that Captain Qingxiu seems to be the daughter of the president of Shenlong Heavy Industry Group, and she is very wealthy. No wonder. Qingxiu's equipment has always been the world's most cutting-edge top equipment. It turns out that there is such a background. As the daughter of Shenlong Heavy Industry, her father would definitely not let his daughter get into trouble. It is not surprising that she has such powerful equipment." Shila said, not to be outdone. "Since Captain Qingxiu has made arrangements, I can't fall behind. Sir, I suggest we go to the shooting range to practice shooting. I also want to experience Captain Qingxiu's strength. It's still unknown who will win." Qingxiu covered his mouth with a folding fan and laughed contemptuously. "Just wait and see." The air was filled with tension, and Wu Jie was sweating coldly. He really didn't know whether it would be a blessing or a curse to bring the Qingxiu Jade with him. "What about Miss Tang?" Although Tang Ling rarely interrupted, Wu Jie still did not forget her out of courtesy. Tang Ling showed almost no expression and simply said, "Wherever the young lady is, I will be there, and I don't need to make any arrangements." Seeing how determined she was, Wu Jie didn't dare to ask any more questions and had to agree. "Well, now that everything has been confirmed, let's all go out together in 15 minutes. I'll go prepare the vehicle for the trip." Just as Wu Jie was about to go out, he was stopped by Qing Xiuyu. "Captain Wu, please take my car. My car is big and can easily accommodate all of us." Wu Jie was stunned for a moment, then thought about it and decided not to refuse. After all, they were going out together, so it shouldn't matter which car they took. "That's fine, I'll trouble Captain Qing Xiu." "What trouble? It's my honor, Captain Wu." Qing Xiuyu threw a coquettish glance at Wu Jie. It would be fine if it was just an ordinary person, but it was this charming girl Qing Xiuyu. Wu Jie shuddered immediately, not daring to think of anything else, and quickly left as if escaping. Looking at Wu Jie, who was fleeing in panic, Qing Xiuyu smiled with great satisfaction. Shala, who was watching from the side, felt sour. Indeed, as a woman, Qing Xiuyu was too lethal. Whether it was her appearance, her family background, or her ability as a war dancer, she was too impeccable. If I were the superior, I would also choose Qing Xiuyu. Alas, I don't know what the commander is thinking. Qing Xiuyu looked at Shila, who looked dejected, and did not take the opportunity to add insult to injury. Instead, he sat down next to Shila. "Hey, Captain Qing Xiu, what's up? Can't I sit with you for a while if I have nothing to do?" Qing Xiuyu didn't care what Shila, who was in a mess, was thinking at the moment, but pulled Shila and said, "Actually, I came here to ask you something." "What's the matter?" "Captain Firefox of an elite team actually came to ask me, the new captain, what's going on today?" "Your Commander Wu," Qing Xiuyu asked in a low voice into Shila's ear. "Huh? Why are you asking this?" Shila looked confused. She really didn't expect Qing Xiuyu to ask this. "Yes, I am interested, because I am very curious about Commander Wu." Shila thought about it for a while and finally answered Qing Xiuyu. "Well, actually, there's nothing wrong with telling you about this. The commander." Xixia looked at Shila, who was full of gunpowder before, and now sat on the same chair with Kinkyu, and was whispering to her. Her eyes almost fell to the ground, and she couldn't help but think, did the sun rise from the west today? Chapter 32 Departure. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Wu Jie was speechless as he looked at the extended version of the floating luxury Rolls-Royce in front of him. It's simply inhumane. Hover cars are a technology that was only invented more than a decade ago. Although they have become popular, they are still luxury cars that only the middle class and above can barely afford. Not to mention that this is a famous model, fully hand-painted, and even the engine, safety system, and navigation system are all world-class. How much money does it cost to afford one? Captain Wu, what's wrong? Get in the car quickly. Qing Xiuyu covered her mouth and smiled softly. Wu Jie cleared his throat and said, "It's not like I haven't ridden in a hover car before, but we're just going shopping and relaxing. Wouldn't it be too ostentatious to ride in such a luxurious car?" What Commander Wu said does make sense, but now it's wartime, and this car has very good safety performance. After all, no one brings dance costumes when going out. Having this car will greatly improve safety performance. Qing Xiuyu said, supporting his chin with his hand. Okay, all right. Wu Jie didn't know what to say anymore. He told everyone to put their belongings in the trunk and slowly took off with the roar of the car engine. It would be great if the levitation technology could be used on the war dancer someday. Wu Jie, who was sitting by the window, said with emotion. Qing Xiuyu heard Wu Jie's words, smiled, and said, "In fact, we have been researching floating dance costumes 3 years ago, but the technology is not mature yet, so we only have trial dance costumes, and they have not been released yet." Considering that Qing Xiuyu might be the daughter of Shenlong Heavy Industry, her words are indeed of great reference value. If I had a floating dance costume, wouldn't it be possible to fly in the sky? Wow, it's exciting just to think about it. Cecilia has already started to fantasize. Now that you mention it, it's true. It feels so good to be able to fly in the sky. Phoebe also found it very novel. Suddenly, everyone started discussing the floating dance costume, and it was very lively. Wu Jie was thinking, and he had already thought of many possibilities. If the floating dance costume is really developed and widely used on war dancers, the battlefield pattern will definitely change dramatically, and the form of war will definitely have to be redefined. Wu Jie was so absorbed in his thoughts for a moment that he stared at the ground and didn't even notice someone calling him. Commander Wu, Commander Wu, Commander Wu. It was Qing Xiuyu who was calling him, and she called him several times before she brought Wu Jie back to reality. What's wrong, Captain Qingxiu? Just call me Xiu. It's too strange to always call me Captain Qingxiu or Captain Qingxiu. Qingxiu Yu said dissatisfiedly. Can? No buts, it's settled. Qingxiu Yu smiled and slapped the board. Well, okay, Xiu. Yeah, by the way, what was Commander Wu thinking about just now? Why was he so engrossed in it? Qingxiu Yu looked curious. Nothing. I just thought about how the battlefield would change if the floating dance costume was really put into use and how to redefine the new war. It's just like when airplanes were not widely used during World War I, and then in World War II, how the country with airplanes swept the battlefield. Wu Jie expressed his thoughts. Qingxiu Yu was also attracted by Wu Jie's words. You are worthy of being the commander. No matter what time, you're always thinking about the battlefield. Could it be that the commander is a war fanatic, huh? Wu Jie shook his head, turned his head and looked out the window, and said with a resolute face, I just want to end this war as soon as possible so that these children can live the life they want one day earlier. Woo! Qingxiu Yu wanted to say something after listening to Wu Jie's words, but she was choked for a moment and couldn't say anything. Shila, who was standing by, was also listening to their conversation. When he heard Wu Jie's words, he fell silent for a moment. Finally, they arrived at the city, and the group got off the car. Cixia was the first to rush out. City, here I come. Slow down. Be careful not to fall. Shila held his forehead with his hand. What a worrying adjutant. Staying in the military camp for a long time will cause mental illness. So it is necessary to give soldiers appropriate holidays in the military camp. In psychology, this is called stress relief. The first place they arrived at was a place known as a famous scenic spot in the city. It was a pointing tower a bit similar to the Oriental Pearl Tower, but smaller than that one. This pointing tower was also built on the shore, but not by the sea, but by the river. There are people coming and going here, and there are a lot of pedestrians coming to check in. I don't know how long it has been since I returned to the safe zone to enjoy the tranquility brought by peaceful life. Looking at the people living in the safe zone coming and going, Wu Jie suddenly felt that his life had meaning. It is the soldiers who protect this country and the planet invisibly. It is the soldiers' hardworking and forward-moving actions that bring laughter and joy to them. It is the soldiers who make this city full of vitality. Come and see. There's a ring toss game here. Cecilia pulled Boya to a stall and excitedly pointed at the prizes on the ground. Sir, do you want to come and play with us? In the mining tower square, there are many vendors setting up stalls, some selling snacks, some selling souvenirs, and some specializing in challenge reward games. Okay, I'll try it too. Forget it, we're already out of play. Why think about those heavy things? Just have fun together. And me, Qingxiu Yu said as he ran forward, pulling Shila along with him. Zalakua was caught off guard. She didn't expect Qingxiu Yu to take her with him, and screamed in surprise. Watch me! Cecilia waved the hoop in her hand and threw it at a prize, which was a fluffy black cat doll. As soon as the ring was thrown out, it hit the target immediately. Look, sir, how powerful am I? Cecilia said with a smile, showing her small white teeth. I want to come too, Qingxiu Yu said as he also bought a ring. With a whoosh, the ring passed by. Qingxiu Yu was also hit. Xiaoxi, why don't you try it too? Qingxiu Yu said as he handed the ring to Shila's hand. Shila could only take the ring helplessly. Since he was already there to play, he might as well relax. Just like that, a group of 9 people took home a lot of prizes, leaving only the stall owner who was doubting his life. Are these people monsters? Sir, you're such a wimp. You didn't even hit any of them. Ha! Cecilia mocked mercilessly. Shila was speechless. Xia, we are war dancers. Our physical strength and reaction speed are far superior to ordinary people. To that boss, we are no different from cheating. Cixia quickly stuck out her tongue to express her apology. I'm sorry, sir. I shouldn't have said that you were a bad student. Qingxiu Yu also chimed in. You may not know, but Officer Wu deliberately missed the target in order to prevent the boss from losing his balance. Chapter 33 Group Photo. Oh really? The officer is thinking about the boss. Cecilia was still a little unconvinced. What else can we do? There are so many of us. If everyone hits a few more times, the boss will probably go bankrupt today. Shila rolled his eyes. How about this? I'll return the gift in my hand, and then the boss won't go bankrupt. Wu Jie stood up and said, just go back. Remember to be more careful next time you participate in a game like this. The commander is right. If we go back, wouldn't that be equivalent to telling others that we might have cheated? We just need to be more careful next time. Qingxiu Yu added. Okay then, I'll be sure to pay attention next time. Cecilia breathed a long sigh of relief. In this way, the group continued their vacation trip. Wow, I've been wanting to come to Ming Tower for a long time. I didn't expect the scenery here to be so beautiful. Everyone standing on the observation deck at the top of the Mingji Tower was attracted by the beautiful scenery before them. Pedestrians, like ants, walk through the city full of tall buildings. Countless vehicles are moving slowly like long dragons. From time to time, hovercrafts fly by in the distance, adding a bit of science fiction to the city. A long time ago, when hovercars only appeared in movies, no one would have thought that they would become a reality today, right? Hey, let's take a photo together. Yu took out a camera like a magic trick and shook it in his hand. Okay, everyone thought this was a good idea. After all, it was so hard to get out. Yu, let me take the photos. Tang Ling stepped forward. Yu shook her head. No, you have to come into the camera this time too. As he spoke, he gently raised his right hand, and the camera actually floated up. Unexpectedly, this camera was actually a small robot. Everyone was amazed and talked about it. Wu Jie thought for a moment and asked, Yu, besides this floating camera, are there other types of floating robots? Commander Wu, are you going to ask about drones? Nu Ye nodded. He knew that humans had already had rotor-type drones in the past. Those drones had once shined on the battlefield because they had an irreplaceable position in many intelligent wars. A series of tactics such as enemy reconnaissance, infiltration operations, suicide bombing, etc. have become more complicated and bloody due to the emergence of drones. But since Auroramon arrived, the drone has never been seen again. Because the operation of a drone requires a remote signal source, and Auroramon is extremely sensitive to signal sources, the drones that were once invincible on the battlefield are like children's toys on the battlefield with Auroramon. As long as a drone is sent out to fight, it will be discovered immediately and then destroyed by the rays sprayed by Auroramon. After losing a large number of drones in battle, humans finally gave up the drones that were once invincible and switched to using war dancers to fight. Until now, the special signal transmitters used by humans have only been invented after years of experiments and countless scientific researchers' hard work day and night. However, because the special signal transmitter needs to be carried with you at all times, it must have an extremely large energy supply, so it requires a very large body. So far, it has not been possible to miniaturize it. For example, Wu Jie's Jeep has an extremely large signal transmitter inside, which needs to be loaded in a car. However, people discovered that if the transmitter was installed on the War Dancer, only a very small body would be needed, and it could be mounted on the body like a badge. It is said that because the energy of the War Dancer's core is different from ordinary energy forms, there is no need to carry a huge body, and only the energy supply of the War Dancer is needed. The most incredible thing is that all the War Dancers who have used this special signal transmitter said that using this signal transmitter basically consumes no energy. This floating robot made Wu Jie think of a new possibility that could be useful on the battlefield. Actually, it's a byproduct of my research on floating dance costumes. If you like it, I'll give it to you after today. Yu covered her mouth with a folding fan and laughed secretly. Is it really possible? Wu Jie was a little surprised. Of course. I always keep my word. Thank you, Xiaoyu. I'll treat you later. Really? Well then, sir, remember what you said. Don't forget it. Shala listened to the conversation between the two and felt a little sour. She finally found an opportunity to speak. If we wait any longer, we will soon be a spider web. Start shooting now. Come on, everyone. Face the camera and say together. Eggplant. Eggplant. Everyone said in unison. Click, and this shot was captured forever in the photo. Hey, is this Phoebe's house? Minnie and said, pointing to a villa. Phoebe looked at her familiar home and smiled. Well, welcome everyone to my home. Please feel free. As soon as I entered the door, I saw an autonomous rabbit cleaning robot passing by. The corridor at the entrance is filled with photos of Phoebe's family on both sides, including family photos, photos of Phoebe when she was a child, and Phoebe's pet dog. Wow, so cute. Is this what Phoebe looked like when she was a baby? She was so chubby and looked so cute. Cecilia pointed to one of the photos with a look of fondness. Influenced by Cecilia, everyone gathered around the photo and started discussing it. Mom and Dad will be back soon. Everyone please sit wherever you want. I'll go get everyone some water. Minnie and raised her hand. I'll help too. Uncle and Aunt are doctors, right? Wu Jie saw a photo of Phoebe's parents wearing uniforms. Phoebe, who was pouring water, nodded. Well, yes, they are all military doctors. Military doctor? Wu Jie seemed to understand why Phoebe joined the army, and he also understood why Phoebe performed so well in the medical department. Just as everyone was discussing excitedly, There was a sound of a door opening suddenly. Oh, so everyone is here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. As the host, I arrived later than the guests. I'm really sorry. The speaker was a woman who looked 50% similar to Phoebe. Looking at the photo in the frame, it should be Phoebe's mother. Ah, kids, you're here so early. Sorry for being back late. We'll start cooking right away. A man who looked to be about 50 years old and standing behind Phoebe's mother also spoke. Then this person should be Phoebe's father. Dad, Mom. Phoebe immediately rushed over and gave her parents a big hug. Seeing this heartwarming scene, everyone was touched. Yes, how long has it been since I went home? Should I go back and have a look when I have time? Chapter 34, Mass Petrification. You guys, you work so hard, so don't bother cooking. I'm back today, so let me cook. By the way, are the dishes ready? Phoebe said first. Well, how can that be possible? There are so many guests. It's not good for us to just sit there. Let us come. The old father looked distressed. His daughter was fighting in the army, and she finally came back safely. How could he bear to let her suffer again? No, I'm grown up now. You have to listen to me and sit down and rest. I know how hard work in the hospital is. Phoebe rejected her father's proposal with an unhappy look on her face. Without further ado, he pulled his parents aside and started introducing his comrades in arms to them. This is Sheila, my captain. She's so nice, and she took good care of me in the army. Phoebe introduced Sheila first. Hello, Uncle and Aunt, Sheila said quickly. Thank you, Captain Sheila. Our daughter has received a lot of care from you. I have mentioned you a lot in the letters I wrote home. Now that you are at our house today, you must relax. And this one is our adjutant, Xia. Just like that, with Sheila's introduction, I finally arrived at Wu Jie's place. Well, on the last one, maybe I'm a highlight? Wu Jie was a little surprised. This is... Phoebe pointed at Wu Jie. Before she could say anything, Phoebe's father stepped forward, took Wu Jie's hand and said, You are Phoebe's boyfriend, right? Huh. Sheila was petrified. Huh. Qing Xiaoyu was stunned. No. Cecilia was electrocuted. Puff. The water that Boa had just drunk sprayed out instantly. What's going on? Minnie looked around. Only Wei Yi and Tang Ling were drinking water from their cups, looking calm and composed. For a moment, the atmosphere in the house became a little strange. The temperature in the air seemed to drop by 3 points. Phoebe felt like a patient whose oxygen tube had been pulled out, and her brain was instantly deprived of oxygen. However, Phoebe's father, who was not aware of it, held Wu Jie's hand with a smile on his face and said, Phoebe has been taken care of by you during this time in the army. I've wanted to see you for a long time. Today I finally got the chance. Come on, let's talk inside. Just like that, Wu Jie was dragged into another room by the old father with a confused look on his face. Ah! If Phoebe could scream at this moment, she would definitely collapse the whole building. When I looked back, I saw several murderous eyes looking at me. It was so scary. If these eyes could kill, I would have died thousands of times already. Oh my, come on, everyone must be thirsty. Annie will cut some fruits for everyone. Phoebe's mother didn't seem to notice the murderous intent of the crowd at all. She took out a large plate of fruit that had been prepared in advance from the refrigerator and pulled everyone to the living room. Wu Jie was dragged inside with a confused look on his face. He quickly said, Uncle, are you mistaken? I'm not Phoebe's boyfriend. How could we have made a mistake? As soon as Phoebe was pulled into the inner room, her father's eyes immediately turned kind. Good boy, you have taken away my daughter's heart when she was so young. If you dare to let her get hurt, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Phoebe's father's tone gradually became distorted. Wu Jie was sweating profusely and said quickly, I will never let Phoebe lose a hair, I promise. But I'm really not her boyfriend. Phoebe's father glared and said, How is it possible? My daughter wrote clearly in the letter that she has someone she likes. You are the only man she brought back today. If it's not you, then who else could it be? Tell me the truth. How did you take my daughter away from me? I really don't know. Still pretending. I didn't. There must be some misunderstanding here. Anyway, I don't have many years left to live, so you can make up whatever you want. Anyway, my daughter is in your hands now. If you don't treat her well, I will never let you go. Well, Uncle, there must be a misunderstanding. Wu Jie was still thinking about explaining it, because he really couldn't understand how he became Phoebe's boyfriend. Letter? Could it be that something in Phoebe's letter was misunderstood by her parents? No, I must ask Phoebe about this matter in detail later. I've been wronged so badly. Well, now that we've come to this, I believe you're not unreasonable. I don't care if you're her boyfriend or not. We're in the same army, and if anything happens to her, I'll hold you accountable. Yes. Wu Jie agreed quickly. Even if Phoebe's father didn't say it, he knew it, but he just didn't understand what was going on. After leaving the inner room, he noticed that the atmosphere in the living room was a little strange. He saw several pairs of eyes falling on him, and Wu Jie couldn't help but shiver. Due to the information control implemented in the military, ordinary soldiers can only communicate with their families through letters, because the safe zones use ordinary signals and special signals are not popular in civilian use. Therefore, using civilian signal transmitters will easily expose the location of the military camp, so such an ancient communication method was chosen. Letter transmission and other methods cannot achieve real-time communication, so there will definitely be a time difference in information. In other words, it may be because of the information difference that Phoebe's parents had a misunderstanding. When Wu Jie came out, he thought a lot of things, and there was no other way to explain it. He could only find Phoebe to confirm it. Phoebe, Sheila, and Qingqiu, you were actually crowded together in the kitchen cooking. Do you need my help? Wu Jie came to the kitchen, and just as he opened his mouth, he noticed that the atmosphere was wrong. Two pairs of eyes immediately fell on Wu Jie, and Wu Jie felt a chill all over his body, as if a layer of frost had formed on his body. Phoebe was cutting vegetables with an embarrassed look on her face, as if she was distracted. Seeing that the three of them didn't say anything, Wu Jie assumed that they agreed, so he walked forward and started to help. Hey, sir. Phoebe, who was absent-minded, finally saw Wu Jie coming. Phoebe, I have something to tell you later. Wu Jie said kindly. Phoebe immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Got it, sir. Well, sir, go help Sheila. She seems to need help, Phoebe said, pointing at Sheila, who was busy and sweating. Wu Jie turned his head and looked at Sheila, and his face was immediately filled with black lines. Sheila was making wontons, but I don't know if Sheila was a master of abstract art. The wontons were wrapped in strange ways, each one looking like an ancient, ferocious beast. Chapter 35. Why are you blushing? Sheila, is this a kitten you made? Wu Jie said, pointing to a wonton that looked like a kitten. Sir, you are dazzled. That's a piglet. Sheila looked angry. Sorry, is this a bird? Wu Jie pointed to another one that looked like a bird and said, Sir, you are wrong again. That is a dinosaur. Sheila stared. Wu Jie couldn't stand the fact that he had guessed wrong again. He took a look and finally saw a guess. Then this must be a puppy. Sheila turned around and said, Sir, if you come to cause trouble, please go sit in the living room and don't waste our time. Wu Jie was petrified instantly. Could it be that he guessed wrong again? The commander looks so cute when he's frustrated. Qingqiu Yu covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Wu Jie took a look at the food made by Qingqiu Yu and was stunned. Oh my god, this is not a dish. It's purely a work of art. Okay? I saw a volcano filled with cold air, which seemed to be about to move, just like an active volcano in reality. Because it was winter, the top of the mountain was covered with snow. The contrast between ice and fire made it look beautiful from afar. Xiaoyu, I didn't expect your cooking skills are so good. It's really impressive. How did you do it? Wu Jie looked curious. Qingqiu Yu was so happy with the sincere praise from the officer that he couldn't stop smiling. He explained, this is made of ice cream and cream. It's called Flame Iceberg. Officer, don't forget to taste it. It will definitely be unforgettable for you. Yes, of course. Wu Jie nodded vigorously. It was the first time he saw such exquisite food. Suddenly he thought, could it be that this rich lady also has a 5-star cake chef qualification certificate? Hearing Wu Jie praising Qingqiu Yu, Sheila's hand stopped immediately, and she pulled Wu Jie over, letting him stick close to her back, and said, Sir, your skills are so good. Come and teach me how to make wontons. Wu Jie was helpless. When did I ever say that I had good skills? Due to Sheila's mandatory request, Wu Jie's chest was pressed against Sheila's back. Feeling the strange touch, Wu Jie couldn't help but blushing. When she was in the army, Sheila was taller than me when she wore a dance costume. Now that she has taken off the dance costume, I didn't expect that Sheila's figure is so petite. Wu Jie, who was taller than Sheila, saw the fair skin on Sheila's neck when he got closer. The faint feminine fragrance hit Wu Jie's brain. Wu Jie couldn't help but blush. It was the first time Wu Jie encountered such a scene, so it was hard not to blush. Wu Jie stretched out his two hands and slowly made the encircling hand movements in front of Sheila. Like this, be slower when turning, and you can be faster when you are proficient. Wu Jie focused all his attention on cooking, no longer thinking about anything else, and carefully taught Sheila how to make wontons. Sheila finally calmed down and learned to make one himself, but no matter how he pinched it, it was still a little crooked. However, it was much better than the ancient beast before. Shila was a little discouraged, so she stopped what she was doing, sighed deeply, and said, "It seems that I am really not suitable for cooking." Wu Jie encouraged. "In fact, no one is born good at something. It is something that is developed slowly over time. Don't worry, I will teach you." As he spoke, Wu Jie took Shila's hand and began to teach her how to make wonton step by step. Shila's face suddenly turned red. It was the first time that her superior held her hand like this. Oh, if a girl can marry a husband like the commander, she will definitely be very happy. Qingqiu covered her mouth and laughed secretly while saying to Wu Jie. After hearing this, Wu Jie smiled faintly and shook his head. "I'm afraid no girl would like a guy like me, right? If I die on the battlefield one day, she would be so sad. In this case, it's better not to get married. It's better not to start than to leave regrets. Besides, falling in love on the battlefield is too easy to go wrong. If one of the lovers has a problem, the other will inevitably be affected." However, this is what Wu Jie thought in his heart, and he didn't say it out loud. It might not be a good idea to say it out loud in this situation. Qingqiu, Shila, and Phoebe were stunned after hearing this. They didn't expect Wu Jie to think this way. "It's wrapped, Shila. Do you think it's simple?" "Hey, Shila." Wu Jie stopped what he was doing, but found that Shila was actually sobbing softly. "What's wrong, Shila?" Wu Jie asked with a puzzled look. "That's too unfair, sir. Please don't say such things again in the future, sir. You're really too unfair." Shila clenched his hands into fists and clenched them tightly. "Ah, haha. You must have misunderstood." Wu Jie explained quickly. Shila said angrily, "Sir, I don't see that this is a misunderstanding at all." Wu Jie smiled helplessly and explained, "Actually, it's not like I haven't thought about getting married, but I already have someone I like." "Huh?" Shila was shocked. "Qingqiu, you couldn't help it. The commander actually has someone he likes? Who is that person?" Phoebe also looked like she was listening attentively. "It's you, Shila?" Wu Jie said loudly. What? I'm not ready yet, sir." Shila's face had turned as red as a ripe apple. Then, Wu Jie changed the subject and did something that surprised everyone. "And Xiaoyu, I want to marry you too," Wu Jie said, holding Qingqiu's hand. Qingqiu blushed at first, but then immediately thought of something. "Wait, sir, aren't you going to go with Shila?" Before Qingqiu could finish her words, Wu Jie walked up to Phoebe again and said, "Hey, Phoebe, I want to marry you too." "Huh? Why? Phoebe didn't expect Wu Jie to jump like that. "This is a punishment for you. It's your parents' fault for calling me your boyfriend right away. It's hard for me not to marry you." Wu Jie shook his head helplessly. "Ah, does this count as well?" Phoebe looked confused. Without waiting for Phoebe's response, Wu Jie immediately continued. "In addition to the three of you, there are also Boa, Cixia, Minnie, and, Wei Yi and Miss Tang should also be included. Let's get married together." "Sir!" The veins on Shila's fist were bulging, and her clenched fist was getting higher and higher. Wu Jie seemed to have seen her raging anger. Qingqiu also put away her folding fan and approached Wu Jie with a kind face and said with a very, very, very kind smile, "Sir, since you want to get married so much, why don't we go get the marriage certificate now?" Phoebe blushed and said, "Although I have also fantasized about the commander, the captain, and me, but with so many people, it's too much." "You are the most unusual person, Phoebe." Wu Jie looked at the three approaching guys with cold sweat on his forehead. Chapter 36, Red Hair. I'll retreat first." Wu Jie ran away without looking back. "Come back here," the three people said in unison. "Actually, the commander said that so that we wouldn't worry." Shila sighed. "But the way you spoke so arrogantly just now really made you deserve a beating." Qingqiu was still angry and clenched his fists. "Don't worry, if there were someone who did that in real life, he would have been killed long ago." Phoebe smiled and made a gesture of wiping her neck. "Hey, your idea is very dangerous." Shila was sweating coldly. Shila, who seemed to have stopped Phoebe, sighed again. "It's really hard to guess a man's mind." Shila sighed. "Isn't this a woman's heart?" Qingqiu looked puzzled. "Well, forget it. Let's cook first. Everyone must be starving after waiting for so long." Time flies, and the enjoyable vacation time seems to be on accelerator. Even though we have experienced so many things together, it seems like we can never have enough fun. Wow, so many beautiful girls. She has a great temperament, she looks like a model, and her walking posture is so elegant. I wonder if I can get a contact number. At night, there were more and more people on the street. Since 8 of them were war dancers, they were too dazzling walking on the commercial street, and it was hard not to attract attention. "Phoebe, tell me the truth. Why do your parents call me their boyfriend? Ah, I, I really don't know. I haven't told my parents anything. Impossible. Who else could it be except you? I really don't know, I swear. Phoebe, who was repeatedly questioned by Wu Jie, was very confused at the moment. My parents must have misunderstood the letter I wrote home. Although I said that I like someone, I didn't say it was Commander Wu. Well, although it is true that I like Commander Wu, I didn't expect my parents to guess so accurately. Could it be that my ancestors have the blood of Sherlock Holmes? Phoebe's brainstorming is in progress. Everyone arrived at the hotel that Qingxiu Yu mentioned, and the hotel manager had already come to the gate to greet them. Welcome, distinguished guests, please come in. The waiter wearing white gloves gently pushed the door open and welcomed everyone in. Wow, this hotel is so luxuriously decorated, and there are so many world-famous paintings on the walls. Cecilia looked around and exclaimed as soon as she came in. Shala stroked his stomach, which was aching. Cecilia really seemed like a guy who had never seen the world, but that was also the guy's style. Led by the waiter, everyone came to an extremely luxurious private room. It's actually prepared in advance. Such a sumptuous dinner. Wu Jie couldn't help but say. There was a huge round table covered with all kinds of delicious food, which was dazzling and eye-catching. From meat to vegetarian food, from soup to dishes, everything flying in the sky, swimming in the sea, and running on the land, it can be said that everything is available. Not only Wu Jie was stunned, but everyone else was as well. Shila said with cold sweat, Captain Qingxiu is too expensive. We can't even finish all this. Qingxiu Yu smiled and said, Don't worry, you can pack up what you can't finish. I never like to waste food. Wow, that's great. There are so many delicious foods. I can enjoy the food to my heart's content tonight. Cecilia's eyes lit up. Wu Jie stood up and said, You guys go first, I'm going to the bathroom. After a whole day of traveling, Wu Jie doesn't have as good physical fitness as Zhang Wu Ji, so it's a good opportunity for him to go to the bathroom and relax for a while. After Wu Jie finished his work in the bathroom, he was walking on the road and suddenly stopped. Hey, what is this? Wu Jie asked. He saw a girl with long, fiery red hair standing in front of a vending machine, seeming to be hesitating about which one to choose. Wu Jie didn't stop because of this girl, but because he saw a war dancer hiding in a corner, her eyes fixed on the red-haired girl. The war dancer's costume was a little strange. Although they were at a certain distance, it was not difficult for Wu Jie to see that the war dancer was wearing a Zero weapon produced by Sakura Heavy Industries. Although Sakura Heavy Industries is not as internationally famous as Boeing Heavy Industries of the United States or Shenlong Heavy Industries of Dragon Country, it is also one of the world's leading dance costume groups. Because the country is located on an island, it is always focused on developing ocean dance costumes, mainly to deal with the water-type Ororomon. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that its say in ocean dance costumes is among the top 3 in the world. In this regard, Shenlong Heavy Industry has also sent students for ocean-going exchanges to promote the research progress of marine dance costumes and the feasibility of planning composite dance costumes for land and ocean. Every dance costume produced by Sakura Heavy Industries will be branded with the iconic Sakura logo. Wu Jie can be basically certain of this. This war dancer is most likely a famous war dancer in the country. But the strange thing is, why did she appear in the hotel owned by Shenlong Heavy Industry? And why did she keep her eyes on that girl? Is it a bodyguard? Wu Jie was not in a hurry to leave because he always felt that something was wrong. If he was a bodyguard, then this was too unusual. Normally, a bodyguard who was a secret sentry would not be able to wear a dance costume and follow and protect someone in a blatant manner. Not only is it inconvenient, but it may also expose his identity as a bodyguard because the dance costume is too big. In the army, even with a petite figure like Sheila, even after putting on the dance costume, she is still a head taller than Wu Jie. If a bodyguard always wears dance costumes to protect his target person, it would be too ostentatious. Wu Jie realized this, so he didn't rush to leave because he wanted to see with his own eyes what this war dancer was trying to do. Suddenly, the war dancer gently pulled out a katana from the scabbard of her dance costume. The cold blade shone with a terrifying cold light, and the expression of the war dancer was so cold and ruthless, as if she was going to do something. Wu Jie realized that something was wrong and immediately yelled at the red-haired girl, Run! The red-haired girl heard Wu Jie's call and immediately looked towards Wu Jie. Looking at her face, she seems to be somewhat similar to Qingxiu Yu. An idea flashed through Wu Jie's mind. The Sakura warrior, whose whereabouts were discovered, glanced at Wu Jie with a look without any emotion, just like the killers often played in movies. Sure enough, Wu Jie's intuition was right. Then, the war dancer rushed towards the red-haired girl at the speed of wind. What a fast speed! Wu Jie was too late to help the red-haired girl. Chapter 37 Light Electrode String Theory. The flash of cold light was like a star streaking across the sky at night. Apart from very fast, Wu Jie couldn't think of any other words to describe the speed of this warrior dancer. Is this the warrior-type close combat specialized war dancer? I have only heard of it before or seen it in archives, but this is the first time I have seen it in real life. It is said that this type of war dancer abandons bulky machine guns and excessive defensive dance costumes, and all the dance costumes on their bodies pursue extreme lightness in order to pursue ultimate speed and lethality. Rumor has it that the warrior-type war dancer has already broken through the international speed limit for war dancers and can break the speed of sound in an instantaneous burst. Boom! Wu Jie's naked eyes could not follow the figure of the war dancer at all. He only saw that on the wall where the red-haired girl had stood before, a big hole was cut out by the Sakura dancer's sword. The impact was so great that the whole building shook. The huge smoke and dust made Wu Jie unable to open his eyes. My God, this combat power is even more violent than the long-range type. Wu Jie was shocked. Oh no! Wu Jie quickly ran over there, wondering if something happened to the red-haired girl. The smoke and dust were so thick that Wu Jie couldn't see clearly what was going on over there. Although it is not clear why the Sakura dancer wanted to kill the red-haired girl, now is not the time to think about it, because the Sakura dancer has turned around and walked towards Wu Jie. Although the warrior-type dancer has first-rate speed, as far as Wu Jie knows, rashly using the speed of sound will cause a huge load on the fuselage, and the battle dance core needs a certain amount of time to recharge before it can use the speed of sound a second time. Wu Jie is no fool. This Sakura dancer is obviously trying to harm him. He quickly goes back to find Qingxiu and the others before she recovers her ability to perform a sonic sprint. When leaving, Wu Jie glanced at the broken wall, but didn't see the red-haired girl. The huge vibration naturally attracted the attention of Qingxiu and his group. What's going on? Qingxiu stood up and asked the waiter outside the door. Everyone also turned their attention over. Such a huge vibration felt like an explosion. Who was so bold as to act so wildly on the territory of Shenlong Heavy Industry? I'm sorry, miss. We're still unclear on what happened. We've sent someone to investigate. The waiter pressed his headset and said apologetically, I'll go find the commander, he's still outside. The second person to stand up was Shila. Although she didn't know what had happened, she had a vague intuition that the commander was in danger. Imganto, take me with you. When Shila moved, the other dancers also moved. I agree, but please wait a moment. Qingxiu nodded to everyone. Considering the safety issue, she always had two preparations. She winked at Tang Ling, who was standing beside her. After Tang Ling understood, she dragged out a huge suitcase from somewhere. This weight was not a problem for Tang Ling at all. After opening it, there was a pile of weapons inside. Everyone looked at the Qingxiu jade in surprise, but picked it up without hesitation. Red line rifle. Shila exclaimed as he picked up the weapon. The latest model of the red line rifle. Although War Dancer seems to be the first combat force, humans have not stopped developing other weapons. In order to allow ordinary soldiers to have the ability to fight against Auroramon, the specially strengthened red line rifle has the ability to penetrate Auroramon's defense, although it is not as perverted as War Dancers. Once an army is formed, its power is still quite impressive. It's a pity that this weapon cannot be equipped on tanks, airplanes, and other war tools at present, because the red line gun must be operated by a living being. Because the energy source of the red line gun is carbon-12, the core part of each red line gun has a transparent glass bottle the size of a little finger, which is filled with millions of carbon-12 microorganisms. Under the stimulation of bioelectricity, carbon-12 will generate a large amount of energy. Combined with the special energy conversion technology developed by humans, the red line particles can be exploded with a bang. Scientists have also used machines to simulate the frequency of bioelectricity, trying to install weapons on airplanes and tanks, but all failed. Later, East China University of Science and Technology in Longwa published a paper discussing this issue, which is the now famous bioelectric light electrode string theory. According to the viewpoint of this paper, it is mentioned that there is natural electricity in nature, mechanical electricity created by humans, and bioelectricity generated by their own cells. Carbon-12 uses the characteristics of bioelectricity to produce the so-called red line particles, which were discovered and used by humans and have become the strongest source of green energy today. By leveraging the research on carbon-12, East China University of Science and Technology has also made new major breakthroughs in the research of bioelectricity. They found that as long as it is a living organism, in the smallest unit of the cell, the facrum, 8 units smaller than a quark, a new unknown string energy was discovered. There is a mysterious and unknown electron on the string, which is currently called a light electron by humans. This light electron seems to contain the answer to the ultimate mystery of bioelectricity generation. However, here comes the point. In the neutron star collision laboratory used by East China University of Science and Technology, carbon-12 only reacts to bioelectricity. Under the influence of bioelectricity, carbon-12 bursts out amazing energy. This is an important reason why carbon-12 can be used as the core of the war dance, and it is also the prerequisite for the development of the red line gun. Without bioelectricity, carbon-12 cannot be stimulated to take effect. However, after the war dance core entered the human body, new changes occurred. It was as if humans were born with such divine power. No matter how much strength was used, the human body would not collapse due to the huge reaction force. This shocked all carbon-12 researchers and laid the groundwork for the war dance core to come out completely. Some papers say that humans are born with this kind of divine power, but it is blocked by some force, just like a seal. However, after the emergence of carbon-12, the seal was completely removed for humans, and they erupted with power that surpasses all living things on Earth. It's like carbon-12 is the missing link in humanity. However, there has always been a mystery, that is, the core of the war dance only works on women, but has no effect on men. It is like a bomb. As long as a man starts dancing, he will either bleed to death from all 7 orifices or explode. Having strayed off topic, let's return our focus to the hotel. In fact, the bathroom was some distance away from Qingqiu and the others. Wu Jie was forced to hide in one of the rooms in the hotel under the pursuit of the Sakura dancer. Really? Who would build a bathroom so far away? Wu Jie couldn't help but complain. Chapter 38, Sakura Club. Akiyama Chiyuki didn't know whether the war dancer had left or not, so Wu Jie pushed the door open a crack. As soon as he pushed the door open, Wu Jie immediately closed it, his heart beating uncontrollably. She almost saw him. Wu Jie breathed a sigh of relief. While there was still time, he scanned the room to see if there was any way to save himself. Because Wu Jie has been dealing with Aurora beasts for many years, he is used to using radios frequently in the military camp. This time when he went out to play, he did not bring any communication tools such as mobile phones. It was mainly because I had to develop a habit, and I wasn't quite used to the city environment for a while. What a mistake. I'll take my antique cell phone with me when I go back to the city. I don't use it very often, but it can still save my life at a critical moment. Suddenly, with a buzzing sound, all the lights in the hotel went out. What happened? A sudden power outage? Wu Jie was a little surprised. Wu Jie suddenly remembered something. In order to pursue the ultimate melee ability, the warrior-type war dancer removed a lot of useless things in order to pursue the core explosive power. In other words, the war dancers outside do not have additional vision capabilities such as night vision and thermal imaging. This is an opportunity. Wu Jie gently pushed open the door. Sure enough, the corridor was already pitch dark. Looking around, Wu Jie didn't want to hide here and play hide-and-seek all the time. Perhaps waiting for Qingqiu and the others to rescue him would be a good choice. But who can guarantee that the Sakura dancer won't find him? Whether you wait or escape, it is essentially a gamble. Instead of passively gambling, it is better to take the initiative. Wu Jie has always had a good memory. He remembered that the last time he saw the Sakura dancer was on the east side of the corridor, so he just had to walk in the opposite direction. Wu Jie pushed open the door, carefully controlled his steps, and walked towards the west. Fortunately, the hotel's corridors are carpeted, which greatly reduces the possibility of Wu Jie making noise. Just as Wu Jie was walking towards the west along the wall, a dazzling light suddenly appeared. Wu Jie looked back and immediately cursed himself. What an idiot I am! Although it is true that the dancer does not have special vision, it does not prevent her from carrying a flashlight. It seems that I have been fighting with Auroromon for too long and have completely forgotten how to fight humans. This is a mistake. I will write myself a 100,000-word self-review when I get back. Wu Jie cursed himself in his mind. Sakura Dancer also discovered Wu Jie's presence and began to accelerate towards Wu Jie. This way, Wu Jie was running wildly when he suddenly heard a clear female voice. Is she calling me? As soon as Wu Jie hesitated, a slender hand pulled him away. Difi Dingli Ne. Why is the power out? Qingqiu took out the intercom from the waiter and asked into the intercom. But But all that came from the walkie-talkie was the sound of gunfire and the wailing of terrible horror, as if something horrible was happening on the other end of the walkie-talkie. Qing Xiaoyu realized the seriousness of the matter, immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed a number, which was connected after a while. Okay, I got it. Qing put down the phone with a gloomy face. Qing was the one answering the whole time. She didn't even have time to say anything before the call was hung up. Everyone focused their attention on Qing Xiaoyu, because Qing Xiaoyu was probably the only one who knew what had happened. Xiaoyu, Tang Ling asked Qing Xiaoyu with a frown. Qing Xiaoyu looked at everyone, glanced at everyone, and bowed deeply to everyone. I'm sorry, everyone. Cixia said embarrassedly. Captain Qing Xiao, don't be like this. Just say what you want to say. Yes, Captain Qing Xiao, what exactly happened? Can you tell us about it? Shila asked calmly. Qing Xiaoyu then explained. In the past, Shenlong Heavy Industry sent a research team to exchange and study with Guoying Heavy Industry in order to study Sealand composite dance costumes. But the radical faction in the country has always opposed the outflow of their own technology to Longhua and asked Shenlong Heavy Industry for a high price, which was sternly rejected by us. Later, the radicals held a grudge, and the largest mafia among them, the Yamaguchi Gumi, secretly sent killer dancers from its Sakura Society to assassinate the core researchers of our Shenlong Heavy Industries. Although they were rescued by our dancers afterwards, we could not find any evidence and took into account the relationship with the friendly faction, so it was kept secret. Just now, the intelligence department of our Shenlong Heavy Industry sent a message that the Sakura Society sent 3 warrior dancers to sneak into the hotel we were staying in. Because the researchers' routes were confidential, in order to ensure my safety, and because I was serving in the Suzuka group, my father did not tell me the researchers' routes. But it seems that there is a traitor in our Shenlong Heavy Industry, and someone has exposed the research team's whereabouts. Sakura Society has already reached out here. Cecilia was completely confused. She had no idea what this political struggle was, but she got the general idea. In short, it's the Sakura Society who are doing the bad things, right? Then can't we solve the problem if we catch them? Cecilia said dazedly. Qing Xiaoyu nodded and said, I'm sorry for involving you all. Let me handle this matter from now on. No one has brought dance costumes. Facing an opponent in full dance costumes, it's better to evacuate. Shala shook her head. Captain Qing Xiao, you are too kind. We are all comrades in the same army. How can we turn a blind eye to our comrades' crisis? Although we don't have dance costumes, this gun is enough. Don't forget that we are comrades. Besides, it's not our style to ask you to leave before we find our commander. The word comrade moved Qing Xiaoyu, who had not been moved for a long time. Her eyes were slightly misty, and she said to everyone, Thank you, everyone, but please don't be too stubborn. We have also sent reinforcements from Shenlong Heavy Industry. They will arrive in about 15 minutes. If you encounter danger, protecting yourself is the first priority. Do you understand? Yes. Got it. Everyone responded immediately. Shenlong Heavy Industry is a military-industrial group. It does not actually open hotels to compete with private businesses. This hotel is mainly used as a transit station and intelligence gathering point. Qing Xiaoyu is also here for the first time and is not familiar with the terrain here. She suggested going back to find the waiter to lead the way. But when they returned, they found that the waiter had been assassinated by someone who had slit his throat with a knife. The technique was very clean and neat. What terrifying strength! There were so many of us, and yet we didn't hear any movement, and he died. All of them were war dancers. Their physical strength, reaction speed, hearing, and vision were far beyond that of ordinary people. Even they couldn't detect the movement, so you can imagine how terrifying the opponent's strength is. Chapter 39 Assassination Attack. I don't know how the commander is doing now, Shila said worriedly. The commander is just an ordinary person. If he meets an opponent like the war dancer, I'm afraid no matter how smart he is, he won't be able to defeat her, right? Cecilia covered her mouth. Chizia. This time it was Boya who gave her a slap on the face. How could anything happen to such a smart man like the commander? Don't be a pessimist. Maybe the commander has already hidden himself and is waiting for us to support him. Boya said unhappily. Okay, let's do this. Everyone listen to my command. There are 8 of us in total. Divide into groups of 2 to go find the commander. If you encounter enemy war dancers on the way, remember not to fight blindly. Share the specific location and number of enemies via radio as soon as possible. Do you understand? Qing Xiaoyu is worthy of being a long-established war dancer. Both her courage and her ability to remain calm in the face of danger have convinced the war dancers present. Got it? Everyone responded in unison. By the way, there is one more thing. The main purpose of the Sakura Society sneaking in here this time is to assassinate a researcher from our Shinlong heavy industry. I don't know who it is exactly, but there is a code name, Dragon Rising from the East. If you see him, you can use this code name to find him. Thank you, everyone. Originally, I should have done this, and I'm really sorry to involve you all. Ching Xiaoyu immediately added. No problem. Leave it to me. Cecilia smiled brightly. I just hope that Lieutenant Cixia doesn't run around and get lost. Boya said with a smile. How is that possible? Boya, stop talking nonsense. Defeatingly. Wu Jie was suddenly pulled away by a hand. He was indeed caught off guard. He didn't expect that there was someone hiding in this corner. He turned his head and saw that it was the mysterious red-haired girl whom he had asked to escape before. Hello. Wu Jie was stunned for a moment and greeted. Unexpectedly, the girl immediately put her finger on her lips and said, Shoo. Wu Jie immediately realized something was wrong. He turned around and saw that it was the Sakura dancer who came over. Strange, I was clearly here just now. The war dancer was seen talking to herself. As he spoke, he swept the flashlight around, trying to find any clues of the figure just now. The flashlight quickly shone on Wu Jie and the red-haired girl, but the Sakura dancer didn't react at all. Didn't she notice anything? Invisible force field. Wu Jie discovered that the war dancer couldn't see him. And then he immediately realized that there must be an invisible force field, because the feeling was very similar to that of Cixia using the invisible force field. In addition, there was a power outage in the hotel, and it was very dark. The war dancer in front of him was not very capable in reconnaissance, so she did not notice anything unusual about Wu Jie. She was very far away before, but now that she was closer, Wu Jie had the chance to see the appearance of this war dancer clearly. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail, her eyes as bright as obsidian were unforgettable. Her oval face and petite figure were so out of place with her dance costume, and the black stockings under her dark gray sailor suit added to her temptation. And her short skirt seemed like it would flip over in the wind. No matter how you look at it, this girl looks like a junior high school girl, right? Wu Jie was speechless. But it is true, considering the age at which war dancers join the army, there are indeed many who join the army while they are still high school students. In the country, it is not surprising for such young girls to become war dancers. It is really hard to associate the Sakura dancer with the cold and ruthless image just now, dressed and looking like this. Wu Jie didn't dare to breathe. Although the invisible force field could confuse the enemy visually, it did not mean that it could block out the sound. Not to mention that the enemy was so close. If he was not careful, he might die. At this moment, the Sakura dancer pressed the communicator to start the conversation. Understand, no. Understand, I know, I'll be there right away. Fortunately, Wu Jie had learned Chinese before, so he could understand what the Sakura dancer said. After replying to the call, the indifferent Sakura dancer began to walk forward. Wu Jie was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the Sakura dancer suddenly turn around, and the sword in her hand was instantly unsheathed and swung at the air. Have you discovered us? Wu Jie broke out in a cold sweat. Because the Sakura dancer's swing of the knife out of thin air was so unreasonable, Wu Jie had never felt that death was so close to him. Sakura dancer's sharp eyes swept through every corner of the corridor and found that there was indeed no human figure. Is it my illusion? Sakura dancer muttered to herself, sheathed her sword, and walked away without looking back. Only after seeing her completely disappear at the end of the corridor did Wu Jie dare to breathe a sigh of relief. When he came to his senses, he found that his forehead was covered with sweat. Thank you. It was the clear female voice from before. It's okay, my name is Wu Jie. May I ask you? After Wu Jie calmed down, he began to observe the red-haired girl. Just call me Xiaoyan. If it weren't for you, I might have died. The red-haired girl said as she pulled Wu Jie's hand into her arms as if she wanted to feel Wu Jie's warmth. No, come to think of it, why did that dancer chase you? Wu Jie asked curiously. But can you let go of my hand first? This action is too ambiguous. Wu Jie couldn't help but want to complain in his heart. You are injured. The red-haired girl ignored Wu Jie's words and spoke to the wound on Wu Jie's hand. Only then did Wu Jie understand that he was worried about me. It's okay, this little injury. Before he could finish his words, the red-haired girl did something. A white light came out of her hands, and the wound on Wu Jie's hand healed in an instant. Wu Jie was completely stunned. What was this? Was it magic? Wait, think about it. There was an invisible force field just now. In addition to super large machines like Wu Jie's Jeep, the only vehicle that could be equipped with an invisible force field was the war dancer, right? Could this be some new special ability of the war dancer? You are the war dancer? No, yeah, that's it. The red-haired girl was stunned. She didn't expect Wu Jie could actually guess it. This made her look at him with admiration. Well, come with me, the red-haired girl answered, and without giving Wu Jie time to react, she took Wu Jie's hand and walked away. Although it was pitch dark, the red-haired girl acted as if she was in an empty space. She led Wu Jie through the darkness freely without encountering any obstacles. Since she is a war dancer, she might have multiple visions such as night vision or something. Wu Jie was immediately relieved. Chapter 40: The Truth That Has Not Been Recorded in History. We're here. The red-haired girl walked to a wall and stopped. But there is nothing here except a wall. Wu Jie looked left and right, but didn't see any door or anything like that. Could there be a hidden mechanism here? Sure enough, the red-haired girl tapped the wall lightly, and a small window opened on the wall. The red-haired girl put her hand on the scanner on the window, and then with a beep, the originally flat wall immediately cracked into two cracks, and a door slowly opened in front of Wu Jie. I never thought there was a secret door here. Thank you for saving me, Xiaolian, Wu Jie said gratefully. The girl just nodded and took the initiative to lead the way in. Wu Jie was not slow either and followed immediately. After entering, there is a spiral staircase that goes continuously upwards. Hey, shouldn't we go downstairs? The escape exit should be at the bottom, right? Wu Jie asked puzzledly. The girl didn't explain, but just walked forward silently. Well, since she doesn't want to explain, I have no choice but to believe her. After all, we are now friends for life and death, so there is no need for her to lie to me. Walking up the stairs step by step, it felt like she had reached 4 or 5 floors before the girl finally stopped. Another door opened, and Wu Jie followed in immediately. What is this? Wu Jie was shocked when he came in. He saw a glass container standing upright in the center of the huge space, and a strange stone was stored here. This stone exudes a fascinating light, and a strong sense of familiarity comes over Wu Jie. Wu Jie always feels that this stone is vaguely familiar. Where has he seen it before? Wu Jie lowered his head and searched his memory desperately. Impossible, my memory has always been good. It is impossible for something that I have never seen before to appear so familiar. What on earth is it? You won't be hurt here. We can hold on until support arrives. The red-haired girl found a bench and sat down. It seemed that this bench was the only seat here. I remember now, it's the core, the war dance core. This stone is so similar to the war dance core. Wu Jie suddenly started talking to himself like crazy, because he finally grasped the sense of familiarity at that moment. Why do I feel like I've seen this stone somewhere before? It turns out to be the war dance core. It must be right. When I got close to the war dance core, I'll never forget this strange feeling. Wu Jie excitedly walked to the container and kept scanning the stone. The red-haired girl was stunned, her eyes almost completely wide open. She didn't expect that this ordinary person who had just saved her could actually see the origin of the stone at a glance. Actually, you're only half right. This is not the core of the war dance. This is the origin of the inspiration for the core of the war dance. We humans call it the origin stone. The red-haired girl's surprise turned into a smile. She stood up silently and stood in front of the container with Wu Jie. Origin stone? What is that? Why have I never heard of it? Does the name suggest it has something to do with the Origin Project? Wu Jie looked puzzled. After all, what is taught in the textbook is not all there is to it. The red-haired girl let out a long sigh and began to explain to Wu Jie. 40 years ago. 40 years ago? So long ago. Wu Jie was stunned. 40 years ago, during the exploration of space, humans discovered a brand new element that had never appeared on the periodic table. We call it the Taizu element. The reason why we call it the Taizu element is that all elements are derived from it. Taizu elements? Wait, aren't elements created by the collision of protons and electrons under high temperature after the Big Bang? Wu Jie suddenly felt that what he had learned was not enough. The girl nodded. She was very satisfied with Wu Jie's good basics. You are right. Scientists all think so, but the truth is far from as simple as we think. Let me ask you a question. What do you think caused the Big Bang? And what caused the birth of the singularity? This, I'm afraid no one can answer it so far. I think even if Einstein was reincarnated into the present, it would probably find it difficult. It's a normal idea. The girl did not laugh at Wu Jie, but continued. 40 years ago, when taking pictures of the planet on Titan, the 6th satellite of Saturn, a bright spot was discovered through the atmosphere. In order to thoroughly figure out what this mysterious bright spot on Titan is, So we worked with Tiangong to form a large space station investigation team of 60 people. It took us 2 full years to reach Titan's satellite orbit from Earth orbit. On this methane-filled planet, humans landed on this mysterious planet for the first time. Wu Jie nodded. I know this. It is said to be a major action that went down in history. It was broadcast live around the world at the time. It is now taught in all textbooks. The red-haired girl was not angry because of Wu Jie's interruption. On the contrary, Wu Jie's serious attitude made her very happy. She continued. In order to investigate the mysterious flashpoint, more than 20 astronauts paid their precious lives. When they arrived at the coordinates of the flashpoint, they saw not ice, nor rivers and gems, but an altar. What? Wu Jie was completely stunned for a moment. Could it be that life had ever existed on Titan? But why didn't Longhua and Guo report such an important thing? Seeing that Wu Jie's expression was the same as she expected, she smiled and said, You must want to ask why Guo and Longhua didn't make it public, right? Nu Ye nodded. When he thought about the mysterious red-haired girl who was about to tell the truth, the hairs on his body stood up. The red-haired girl paused and spoke slowly. It is a huge stone tablet, a white stone tablet without any words or patterns. Wu Jie was stunned. Stone tablet? According to the confidential information left behind, when people approach this stone tablet, blood will flow from all 7 orifices of the body. In serious cases, the body may even explode and die. The red-haired girl said with a gloomy face. War Dance Core. Wu Jie said this word subconsciously. What else could it be? This situation is very similar to the War Dance Core. Studies have shown that when the War Dance Core is equipped on a man, he will either bleed from all 7 orifices or explode and die. Yes, just like the War Dance Core you see now. When men equip the War Dance Core, they either bleed from all 7 orifices or explode and die, said the red-haired girl. You might mistakenly think that this stone tablet has no effect on women, but the fact is that no matter whether men or women approach it, the consequences are the same. After listening to the red-haired girl's shocking words, Wu Jie was completely speechless at this moment. Chapter 41, Procrastination. Because this incident was so bizarre, everyone agreed that the stone tablet had some kind of radiation. Later, after a meeting, everyone decided to use a drone to conduct a remote investigation and research. Fortunately, the drone was effective. Although it was a pity that everyone couldn't get close to the stone tablet for contact research, it was still good to be able to use a drone for research. For this research, the Heavenly Palace hired a large number of human historians, linguists, theologians, chemists, physicists, mathematicians, and other experts from various fields to remotely support the research on this mysterious pure white stone tablet and all the patterns and designs on the altar, in an attempt to find any words that can interpret the origin and function of this white stone tablet. Did you find it in the end? Wu Jie swallowed his saliva. At this moment, he just felt a little dry in the mouth. This was probably the most explosive information he had ever heard in his life. The red-haired girl shook her head. No matter how hard the experts tried, they could not come up with a definite answer, even after staying up all night to deduce and calculate. At this time, a female researcher came up with a solution that no one could have imagined. What method? Wu Jie asked. Blast it. Blow it up? Such precious relics of extraterrestrial life. Just blow it up like that? This is too unbelievable. Wu Jie couldn't believe it. The red-haired girl sighed. Who said it wasn't? None of the scientists present agreed with this plan. In their opinion, such a precious alien artifact could be preserved in such a complete form. It would provide extremely valuable information for human beings to study extraterrestrial life. Who would agree to this? But the top leaders of Tiangong, and at that time surprisingly reached a consensus and supported the proposal of the female researcher against all odds. Although I don't know how the female researcher persuaded the 2 top leaders, it did work. Then in the end, Wu Jie continued to ask. The final plan was finalized, and we used drones to install the bombs. We even invited experts in blasting to help. Considering the gravity and environment of outer space and the special geographical environment of the Titan satellite, the blasting plan alone took 3 days and 3 nights to prepare, and it cost countless researchers a lot of time. Later, the explosion finally began, but the result was something no one had ever expected. The red-haired man stopped talking here. Situation. What's the situation? Wu Jie was listening intently, and the red-haired girl suddenly stopped him, catching him off guard. The red-haired girl stood in front of Wu Jie, her eyes fixed on the entrance through which Wu Jie and his companions had just come up. Someone is coming out. The red-haired girl became extremely alert. She raised her right hand and made a defensive gesture. A pure white ball of light was held in her hand, which was very similar to the white light that healed her before. Is that the only entrance? Hearing her words, Wu Jie's tone became alert, and his eyes scanned everything around him, trying to find anything that could be used. Except for a few core figures of Shenlong heavy industry who are qualified to come in through that door, no one else can come in. The red-haired girl frowned. Core figure? Xiaoyu should be considered one, right? I don't know if it's Xiaoyu, but it would be great if it's her. Wu Jie still had a glimmer of hope. After all, he came here with Xiaoyu, and the only foreign aid that could be found immediately was Xiaoyu and her group. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. 3 figures slowly walked out of the door. They were none other than the 3 Sakura dancers from the Sakura Club. How did you find this place? The angry red-haired girl stared at the Sakura dancer who was leading the group. Secret. Sorry, secret. The leading Sakura girl said lightly without a trace of emotion. It seems that she can understand Chinese. However, Wu Jie would not sit still and wait for death. He said, since you can find this place, it is futile for us to hide here any longer. At least tell me your names before I die. Every minute he could delay was a minute better. It's useless to ask, the red-haired girl said with a dissatisfied look on her face. Believe me. Wu Jie suddenly smiled confidently and said softly to the red-haired girl. The red-haired girl was full of confusion, but at this moment she had no choice but to trust Wu Jie. Akiyama Chiyuki. The girl in the lead spoke first. Yamamoto Suzuna. Next came the girl on the right. Itachi. Then the girl on the left. Wow, they spoke all in Chinese. The key point was that when Wu Jie heard the name of the girl on the left, he wanted to complain, don't tell me your last name is Uchiha. Thank you. However, Qinshue, can I ask you a question? At least let me know my mistake before I die. Wu Jie went on to say, the key is to delay and delay for as long as possible. Please speak. Qinshue was not in a hurry at all, as if she didn't realize that Wu Jie was using the tactic of procrastination. In fact, the 3 members of the Sakura Society really didn't realize that Wu Jie was delaying time. First, because they thought that Wu Jie and the red-haired girl had no way to escape, and second, because they couldn't see any chance of Wu Jie and the other 2 winning. So naturally, they didn't have too many concerns. The most important thing is that the 3 Sakura girls are too young. Although their fighting ability is top-notch, their strategy is basically zero. It is estimated that the Sakura Society sent them here just because of their fighting ability. Why did you chase me in the corridor before? I'm just an ordinary person. Since you were a killer, killing ordinary and unarmed people, doesn't it go against your morality? Wu Jie asked seriously. When the red-haired girl heard this, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to hide in the ground. I'm talking to you. The other party is a killer. Do you need a reason to kill someone? However, Wu Jie ignored the red-haired girl, but stared at Qinshue with very serious eyes. Seeing Wu Jie's serious face, the red-haired girl's heart skipped a beat. I didn't expect that this guy could look so handsome when he was serious. I actually believed what he said involuntarily. Damn it, what's wrong with me? The red-haired girl was daydreaming and didn't even realize that her face had just turned red, but because it was dark, no one noticed. Akiyama Chiyuki was stunned. She had never thought about this before. Then she answered subconsciously, I don't know, because if I see it, I will kill it. But aren't you going to kill this red-haired, short-legged guy? Am I also within your mission target? Nuya complenet dissatisfied. A vein popped up on the red-haired girl's forehead. Hey, who do you say is the red-haired, short-legged girl? Under Wu Jie's verbal attack, Qinshue actually began to think. After a while, she replied, it seems that there is really no need to kill you. That's right. It's who you want to kill. Can you let me go? I promise not to call the police or tell anyone. I'm just an ordinary person with elderly parents and young children to take care of. I can't be any obstacle to your plan. I'm just like an ant that can be crushed to death with one hand. Wu Jie continued his psychological offensive. The red-haired girl was about to explode. When she heard Wu Jie's words, she thought for a moment that she had saved a bastard until she saw Wu Jie lip-reading to her. Believe me. After realizing what Wu Jie meant, the red-haired girl snorted. Although she was still a little angry, she still cooperated and said, he is right. Your target is me. He's just an ordinary person. Let him go. Chapter 42, Sword and Fist. The red-haired girl named Qingxiu Lian is Qingxiu Yu's sister. Like Qingxiu Yu, she is a war dancer, but the 2 of them have embarked on completely different paths. Qingxiu Yu became a warrior, while Qingxiu Lian chose to become a scientist. If you ask her who she respects the most besides her father, there is another person in this world, and that is Susan, one of the core development members of War Dance and the initiator of the Origin Project, Susan. I wonder how Wu Jie would feel if he knew that the Qiyuan project was planned by Susan. And today, in addition to the two people Qingxiu Lian respects most, she will have another favorite person in her life. After listening to the two people's speeches, Chiyuki Akiyama actually nodded in agreement. Wu Jie raised his hands high, indicating that he had no weapons and no unnecessary movements, and then slowly walked towards a secret door. Step. 2 steps. It was not until Wu Jie passed by the 3 war dancers that he suddenly said something. I wonder if Qingxiu has met someone? He is very important to me. If you know, can you tell me? Wu Jie asked. Who? Qingxiu looked at Wu Jie, her attention completely attracted by Wu Jie's words, and her face was full of confusion. Dancer Nemesis. As soon as Wu Jie finished speaking, he suddenly made a move. His hands, which were originally raised high, fell down in an instant and landed on Qingxiu's neck. With her attention completely absorbed, Chiyuki Akiyama didn't even notice Wu Jie's hand falling down in an instant. Zofast? Qingxiu Lian's eyes slowly widened. She had never thought that an ordinary person would have the courage to attack Zhang Wu Ji. Is this guy crazy? This was the first sentence that popped into Qingxiu Lian's mind. But what happened next completely overturned Qingxiu Lian's 3 views and made her world completely collapse at that moment. Wu Jie's movements are like a gorgeous dance. His movements are as graceful as ballet, obviously very strange, yet amazing. Wu Jie's left hand was seen wiping towards Qingxiu's neck. After a single stroke of his hand, Akiyama Qingxiu instantly wilted like a deflated ball. The warrior dancer lost her combat effectiveness in an instant. How is this possible? Qingxiu Lian no longer believed her eyes. How could Wu Jie, an ordinary person, do this? Qingxiu Lian was once a member of the Qiyuan project, although she only joined the Qiyuan project at the end of the plan. After witnessing the powerful strength of the war dancer with her own eyes, she was easily overwhelmed by this force. The reason why she dressed herself up as a dancer was not just for research, but also because she was obsessed with the power of the war dancer. In her eyes, war dancers' abilities have completely surpassed the limits of human beings. She is no longer human at all, but rather a completely new species. But today, an ordinary person, no, a very strong ordinary person, no, a human being who has surpassed ordinary people, let her see with her own eyes how to break through the limits without the help of the war dance corps. Qingxiu Lian's heart at this moment has been completely captured by Wu Jie's actions. In her eyes, Wu Jie at this moment is so perfect, and it makes her heart beat fast. Yamamoto, Suzuna, and Itachi were both surprised at how Wu Jie did it. But the reaction abilities they had developed over the years made their bodies move involuntarily. Yamamoto Suzuna drew her sword and attacked Wu Jie quickly, but Wu Jie was not afraid at all. Wu Jie lowered his body, like a gorgeous ballet, and easily passed through Yamamoto Suzuna's sword. Wu Jie's eyes were highly focused, because this was a ballet of death, and the slightest mistake would result in immediate death. Qingxiu Lian, who was watching the battle on the side, also wanted to take action, but when she remembered that apart from long-range attacks, her melee ability would only lead to her death. Moreover, her long-range attack capabilities are all large-scale attacks. If she attacks rashly, she might kill Wu Jie by mistake. What to do? While Qingxiu Lian was hesitating, something shocking happened again. Wu Jie's hand slid quickly along Yamamoto Suzuna's, and he tapped Yamamoto Suzuna's shoulders twice quickly. The dance costume on Yamamoto Suzuna's chest was actually removed by Wu Jie. What? Yamamoto Suzuna's poker face finally changed a little. Not only Qingxiu Lian was stunned, even his opponent Yamamoto Suzuna sincerely admired Wu Jie. How did he do it? Wu Jie didn't take off Yamamoto Suzuna's dance costume to help her take off her clothes or anything like that. Well, although he was curious whether he could take it off, Wu Jie didn't come here for fun. Wu Jie saw that his goal had been achieved and his men were about to take action, but Itachi beside him also moved quickly. She was not just watching the show the whole time. After Wu Jie removed Yamamoto Suzuna's dance costume, Itachi had already swung the knife across Suzuna's body quickly. The two of them moved in sync and quickly, as if they had discussed it beforehand. After Suzuna dodged Itachi's sword with incredible precision, the next target would definitely be Wu Jie. It's really tricky, using teammates' bodies as cover. This is all Wu Jie could think of in an instant. But Wu Jie's next action shocked everyone again. Facing the rapidly coming knife flight, Wu Jie did not dodge or evade, but directly ran head-on into it. Ishikareshi. Qing Xiaolian had just felt a bit of fanatical admiration for Wu Jie's courage and bravery. Is Wu Jie going to fail here? Qing Xiaolian could only pray silently in her heart for a miracle to happen. But a miracle really happened. Wu Jie did not dodge or evade the oncoming knife, but just when the knife was about to hit Wu Jie, it suddenly stopped. You ask me how I stopped? Maybe the director called a pause? Yes, just like when filming a movie, the director deliberately called a pause at the moment when the attack was about to show the result in order to leave suspense. What's going on? Qing Xiaolian was stunned. Yamamoto Suzuna was also stunned, and Itachi was also stunned. In fact, she had been trying hard to move her hands, but her hands were like welded iron blocks, not moving at all. Could it be? Qing Xiaolian suddenly thought of something in her mind. As a member of the Qiyuan project, she knew very well that Zhang Wuji had some fatal weaknesses, which were only known to researchers. After the core came out and the War Dancer was born, the version of the War Dance core has been continuously updated, and it has now been updated to the 3rd generation. However, no matter how the researchers of the Qiyuan project updated, they still could not find a way to eliminate the fatal flaw in the core of the War Dance. The reason is that during the operation of the War Dance core, the energy of the War Dance core is not continuously output. In order to find a way to make the War Dance core output energy stably, the research members of the Qiyuan project tested a large number of experiments, but all failed. Chapter 43, Why Are You Blushing? Until the 3rd generation, it was only slightly assisted by external devices, which seemed to hide this fact on the surface, but in fact this fatal drawback still existed. The core of the War Dance is a bit like the human heart. It also has a frequency similar to that of a pulse, but the frequency is very high, which is definitely incomparable to the human heart. However, the problem with the War Dance core lies in this pulse. Because of the pulse problem, the War Dance core will break every once in a while. The specific meaning of rupture is that the War Dance core will not work at all during this period of time. Since the battle dance cores on the market are basically long-range battle dancers, this drawback has not been exposed. However, warrior-type war dancers need to carry out continuous and uninterrupted melee attacks, which will expose this drawback. This is also the reason why there are not many melee-type war dancers in the army. However, regarding this matter, all members of the Qiyuan project maintained a unified attitude of keeping silent, and no one reported the existence of this incident to the outside world. Occasionally, someone discovered something wrong with the core, but the members of the Kaizen project avoided the issue and simply said, the core technology is not yet mature and is still under research. Please wait patiently for the release of the new version. This is where the problem arises. Qing Xiaolian is very sure that the person who signed the agreement would never expose the secret of the Qiyuan project. So how did Wu Jie find out about it? Could it be he discovered it himself? Qing Xiaolian's heart skipped a beat when she thought of this. She didn't expect there to be a genius here. Without anyone's help, he discovered the flaw in the War Dance core all by himself. Wu Jie, I'm really getting more and more interested in you. Who are you? Why are you here? And you appeared right in front of me. Are you an angel sent by God to descend in front of me? At this moment, Qing Xiaolian's inner interest in Wu Jie has reached an unprecedented peak. If the situation permits, she even wants to tie Wu Jie up and take him back to her hometown. It was such a waste to have such a talent wandering around. It would be great if he could do research with me. More importantly, Wu Jie's smooth movements and unparalleled confidence, even when surrounded, allowed him to easily resolve the enemy's offensive. His confident demeanor had completely captivated Qing Xiaolian. Wu Jie didn't have time to care about Qing Xiaolian's messy thoughts and brainstorming. He just froze the Itachi and then reached out to grab it. This is impossible. Before he could finish his words, Itachi collapsed and lost his fighting ability instantly. Qing Xiaolian only then saw clearly what Wu Jie had done. He actually took out the War Dance core directly, taking the core with bare hands, and in combat. Qing Xiaolian, who saw this scene, said that she was about to faint. She couldn't believe that there was such a Superman in the world. No, it should be said that she now believed it. That person was Wu Jie, the man in front of him whose movements were so graceful as if he was dancing a classical dance. Immediately afterwards, Wu Jie made another move. After taking out Chiyuki and Itachi's War Dance cores, he actually took the initiative to rush towards Yamamoto Suzuna. The feeling of powerlessness, fear, and Wu Jie's fearless aura completely crushed Yamamoto Suzuna's fighting spirit. As a well-trained killer dancer, this was the biggest variable she had ever encountered in her career. She never thought that one day she would be afraid of an ordinary person. Seeing Wu Jie rushing towards her, she raised the sword in her hand. Although she didn't understand what Wu Jie had done to cause the death of her two sisters, she was already prepared to die. From the moment they were adopted by the Sakura Society, their fate was determined. Growing up in an orphanage, they had always been alone until one day, a Sakura Society appeared and changed their fate. Training, fighting, and assassination are everything in their lives. They live in battle every day just to sacrifice their lives for their masters at the critical moment. For the master, this was Suzuna's last thought. In this way, in the final sprint, although Yamamoto Suzuna's swordsmanship was precise and sharp, she still could not escape the same fate as the two people before her. Wu Jie just waved his hand lightly, and Suzuna, who had lost her brilliance, fell down like a puppet. Yeah, my whole life might be that of a puppet. Thinking this, Suzuna slowly fell to the ground, and at that moment her spirit lost all color. At this moment, Qingxiu Lian looked at Wu Jie with a blushing face, just like a love-crazy girl who had gradually become perverted due to excessive idol worship. Wu Jie, you are mine, he. As he said this, he wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Then she suddenly realized something. No, she couldn't let Xiaojie see me in this ugly state. It would be too embarrassing. She couldn't help but blush. Lady, stay a lady. Qingxiu Lian silently chanted the heart purification mantra in her heart, constantly suppressing the growing desire in her heart. Qingxiu Lian usually has a stern face and is also called the Iron-Faced Princess. Many men have pursued her, but were all rejected by Qingxiu Lian. Those who had pursued her were either wealthy businessmen or descendants of famous families, but she was unmoved. In her opinion, these people only valued her identity and status in Shenlong heavy industry, and some of them were perverts who coveted her beauty. She rarely reveals her true feelings in front of others, until today's chance encounter with Wu Jie. At that time, she was carrying out an exchange and study mission to the country, mainly to develop a plan for a Sealand composite dance costume, but she did not expect to be assassinated and attacked twice by the Sakura Society. I came to this hotel just for transit, but I didn't expect that I would be suddenly reminded by a boy in the hotel to escape. To be honest, if it weren't for Wu Jie's timely reminder, she would definitely have died there. At this point, Qingxiu Lian's gratitude to Wu Jie was absolutely real. But what was happening now was too intense, one after another, and it was too much to take in. At this moment, she just wanted to give Wu Jie a big hug. But she suppressed her anger, restrained herself strongly, and said with a smile, "You really impressed me. How did you do it? Don't tell me you are from Earth." Yes, he is definitely not from Earth. If he were from Earth, how could he be so powerful? This was Qingxiu Lian's inner thoughts at the moment, but she still spoke calmly. Wu Jie smiled and didn't respond. Then, with a somewhat sad expression, he gently picked up a girl who was lying on the ground, then slowly walked to the bench and leaned them against it. What are you doing? They are not dead. They just fainted due to the powerful backlash of suddenly losing the core of the war dance, Wu Jie explained. Chapter 44, Wishful Thinking. Qingxiu Lian was full of curiosity about Wu Jie at this moment. She really wanted to know how Wu Jie did it, but her strong self-esteem surged up again. She was used to being pampered by others, and this was the first time she felt so embarrassed. After considering her words, she said, "Let me check it out. I am somewhat confident in this treatment." As he spoke, he walked in front of Qingxiu, turned her body over, took a look, and said in surprise, "Wow, you are quite ruthless. These people are all paralyzed. How did you do it?" My acting skills are pretty good, right? I see you still don't want to tell me the truth. Hurry up and tell me how you did it." Qingxiu Lian thought proudly in her heart, still feeling complacent about her acting skills. Wu Jie was stunned for a moment. Then his expression became somewhat sad, and he said, "These are the killer dancers specially trained by the Sakura Society, adopted from an orphanage. They have no father or mother, and have been trained as killing machines since childhood. In the situation just now, if they're not completely paralyzed, I am afraid they will not stop." Qingxiu Lian didn't expect Wu Jie to mention this topic. Having said that, he did study the Sakura Society during this trip to the country for academic exchanges, and what Wu Jie said was indeed true. But how did Wu Jie know that this was the killer dancer of the Sakura Society? I am becoming more and more curious about Wu Jie. After all, this is the exclusive contact station of Shenlong Heavy Industry. Although it looks like a hotel, it is actually something completely different. Why is he wandering around in the hotel? A tourist? That's wrong. How could a tourist know so much about the war dancer? When he first saw through my identity as a war dancer, I had my doubts. This guy named Wu Jie must be a powerful character. So annoying, but I am too embarrassed to ask directly. Really, I usually concentrate on research and have no experience in dealing with interpersonal relationships. I really want to ask directly, what should I do? But I am a social phobic patient. Suddenly, I envy my sister's personality. If she were here, she would definitely find a way to ask. Qingxiu Lian's mind was full of complaints and helplessness. Qingxiu shook his head, cleared the thoughts in his mind, and returned to reality. You are right. If we don't paralyze them, there is really no other way. Do you have any way to save them? Wu Jie asked. Qingxiu Lian was stunned when she heard Wu Jie's question. Why did you save them? They wanted to kill us just now. We finally subdued them. Aren't you afraid that they will take revenge on you after they wake up? They have no father or mother and have been trained as killers since childhood. Now their cores have been removed, and they are no longer a threat to us. Let them become ordinary people again. Wu Jie raised his head, looking sad as if he had thought of something. Oh no, the melancholy look is also very attractive. Qingxiu Lian's heart has been conquered by Wu Jie's personality charm. She restrained her emotions, tilted her head slightly to one side, not daring to look at Wu Jie's expression, and tried to remain rational, and said, They can't be normal people anymore, right? Even if we let them go and return to normal life, I'm afraid Sakura society won't let them go. From Wu Jie's perspective, Qingxiu Lian did a good job of controlling her emotions throughout the whole process. He did not notice the rich interchanges in Qingxiu Lian and focused on what Qingxiu Lian said. Well, what you said makes sense. It is indeed a difficult problem to arrange their whereabouts. Qingxiu Lian had completely forgotten what she wanted to ask at first. She was completely attracted by Wu Jie's words. At this moment, she just wanted to follow Wu Jie's words and didn't think about anything else. Or let them live in my house. As soon as the words came out, Qingxiu Lian immediately realized that something was wrong. She had always been extremely rational, but now she was acting emotionally. Could this be the magic of love? I actually made a decision that I would never have thought of before, just because of what a man I just met said, and I even had to personally protect the person who wanted to kill me before. Qingxiu Lian's mouth opened and stopped. Her mind was a mess. But I've already said it. How can I take it back? It's so annoying. But I don't want to disappoint him. I really want to help him solve the problem. Anyway, the house is so big. There are so many empty rooms. It shouldn't be a problem to squeeze a few people in. Even if my dad asks about it, I'll find a way to fool him. Qingxiu Lian could only pray silently in her heart that her father would not find out the clues. After all, her father was a man who hated evil. If she let her father know that she had several people in her family who wanted to kill her before, she didn't know what would happen. However, it would be nice if Wu Jie could see me more. This seems like a good idea. Leave these three guys at home. Let Wu Jie and I tie them to a warship. Let Wu Jie also take responsibility for these three guys, and then find a bunch of excuses, such as you have to take care of these three guys more, so that Wu Jie can come to my house more often. What a good idea. Thinking of this, Qingxiu Lian was as happy as a child. Even she couldn't control her emotions. Her face turned red, and she continued with an expectant tone. After all, we defeated these three guys together. In fact, I didn't do anything. If I take responsibility, you should also take responsibility. I will leave them at home. You have to visit them often in the future. Otherwise, I will think you are a hypocrite who only wants to save them for self-satisfaction. I have to say that Qingxiu Lian's words were very powerful. Although she had been affected by her emotions, her logic and morality were impeccable. After hearing this, Wu Jie was silent for a moment and did not rush to answer. Agree quickly. Agree quickly. What are you still hesitating about? Qingxiu Lian felt a little proud in her heart, and even she was applauding for her own lines. From a human perspective, saving people in distress does have a lot of meaning, but if you cannot distinguish your own abilities and save people blindly, that is not kindness but stupidity. The Sakura Society was originally a murder gang specially established by the Yamaguchi-gumi to carry out various dirty tasks. Ordinary people would not want to be associated with such an organization and would stay away from them even if they heard about it. Who would want to have anything to do with such a dark organization? Therefore, whether what Wu Jie did was self-satisfying is still debatable. After all, Qingxiu Lian is not very clear about Wu Jie's background and abilities, and does not know whether he has the ability to protect these three people. But she is sure that she has this ability, so she uses such words that seem to test Wu Jie's humanity to induce Wu Jie to give the choice to herself. In this way, Wu Jie would most likely agree to his plan after weighing the pros and cons. After all, He had revealed to Wu Jie that he knew the top secret identity. Even if Wu Jie was stupid, he could see that his identity was not ordinary, right? It can be said that Qingqiu Lian's words were impeccable, just as Qingqiu Lian was expecting the expected answer. This is too much trouble for you. Rather than putting you in danger, just leave it to me. I think I still have a little confidence that I can protect the three of them and let them live a normal life again, and no longer live in the world of killers. Huh. Qingqiu Lian was petrified. Her wish failed. Chapter 45 Color. Qingqiu Lian. Why? Qingqiu Lian stuttered a little. Think about it, the Sakura Society came specifically to assassinate you. If they can get information about your exact location, then they can definitely find your home. Add to your identity and status, it must be no easy task, right? Instead of giving this hot potato to you, it's better to give it to me. This way, your safety can be guaranteed. Who knows if these three people will try every means to contact the Sakura Society and send people to kill you again. Wu Jie organized his sentences and said slowly. He really shot himself in the foot. Qingqiu Lian was just feeling complacent about her plan, but she didn't expect Wu Jie's words to hit her sore spot. The key point is that she couldn't find any suitable reason to refute it. What a mistake. What a mistake. Seeing that her plan was about to fail, Wu Jie's figure was getting farther and farther away from her, and she could only sigh helplessly at Wu Jie's back. Qingqiu Lian had a flash of inspiration, and an idea that stood out flashed through her mind. Why not just tell this guy who I am and tell him that I have the ability to protect these three people and myself? Qingqiu Lian was delighted. Ahem. Qingqiu Lian cleared her throat and adjusted her tone. Wu Jie, there is actually one thing you have been misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Wu Jie looked confused. Actually, at this moment, the lights in the entire space suddenly lit up, and 7 or 8 figures came in from the secret door. Who is it? Qingqiu Lian looked unhappy when she was interrupted. If they were enemies, I would have to cut them into pieces. They are so ignorant that they dared to interrupt the conversation between me and Darling. I can't tolerate it. Oh, it's not Darling. It's Wu Jie. Oh no, it's my savior. Qingqiu Lian immediately raised a ball of light in her hand and looked towards the entrance with a vigilant look on her face. Commander! With a whoosh, a figure threw himself into Wu Jie's arms. What's happening? Qingqiu Lian looked dazed. Just when Qingqiu Lian was in a daze, another figure rushed over. Although not as exaggerated as the first person, that person's expression could definitely not lie. Her eyes were full of admiration for Wu Jie. Sir, you really are worried about us. Why didn't you come to find us? We have to look for us everywhere. The first person to throw herself into Wu Jie's arms was Cecilia. No one else, but her dared to be so careless. The second person to rush over with tears in her eyes was Boa, who looked really worried. The next person to come over was even more important. Commander Wu, if you don't give a reasonable explanation, it will be difficult for you to leave here. Ha! It was Qingqiu Yu who came over with a kind smile. Qingqiu Yu had already seen the 3 girls in sailor uniforms behind Wu Jie and the red-haired girl beside him, and she had already started to have wild thoughts. Huh? Qingqiu Lian was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was her sister with them? When Qingqiu Yu came closer, she realized something was wrong. Oh, it's my elder sister. I didn't expect that my elder sister was with Officer Wu. Can you tell me what happened in between? Shala also walked over slowly and even took Wu Jie's hand, saying with a worried look on her face, I'm so glad that you're okay, sir. If Qingqiu Lian could roar like a lion at this moment, she would have probably collapsed the building, right? But fortunately, she was just imagining the roar in her head and didn't actually scream out loud. Just like that, happy times returned to daily life. Thanks to Qingqiu Lian's explanation while suppressing her impulse, Wu Jie's calm and composed words, Qingqiu Lian's vivid description, and Wu Jie's lighthearted narration, everyone understood what had happened. Everyone opened their mouths in shock, no longer caring about their image as ladies, because what Wu Jie did really overturned everyone's common sense. Wu Jie scratched his head, looking at the puzzled looks of the crowd, and had to explain, perhaps everyone doesn't know much about my past, so I haven't introduced myself to you all. My name is Wu Jie, the top graduate of the East China Military Academy. I once won the Dancer Nemesis medal in a hand-to-hand fight with a dancer and was called the youngest rising star by the younger students of the East China Military Academy. Well, I don't think so myself. After all, the real future lies with them. Sir, you are so scary. You are actually the nemesis of dancers. I will stay away from you in the future. Cecilia pretended to be scared and dodged again and again. I didn't expect that the commander had such an impressive past. It's really eye-opening. Sir, you are worthy of being my commander. It is my honor to meet you. After all, Qing Xiaoyu had investigated Wu Jie and was not particularly interested in Wu Jie's past. It was just that he heard the Medal of Dancer nemesis from Wu Jie himself. Could it be that the official deliberately erased this information? Qing Xiaoyan, who was listening to everyone talking, actually felt a little envious of them at this moment. What a harmonious atmosphere. This kind of atmosphere should be something I will never encounter in my life, right? Qing Xiaoyan sighed inwardly. She was obviously envious, but she just couldn't interrupt the chat. In an instant, she felt that her identity and status, those halos were no longer so dazzling. Well, just watching him from afar is enough. Maybe I'm just a passerby in his life. Maybe after today, he will forget me, forget everything that happened today, and become a stranger in his life. After all, I am a scientist, a crazy scientist who is not cared about by the world. I study and research every day. How can I understand the love affairs of these people? Instead of thinking about it, I should use my energy on research and seek more benefits for mankind. Maybe this is my destiny. Qing Xiaoyan felt a little sad when she thought about it. What a shame. It was such a time, and she was still being sentimental like an old lady. By the way, I forgot to tell you something. Wu Jie said suddenly. Sir, are you hiding something from us? Cecilia said with a wicked smile. Yes. The commander is always mysterious and has endless secrets to tell. Boya nodded in agreement. No, it's not as complicated as you think. Wu Jie looked helpless. Wu Jie turned around and said to Qing Xiaoyan, now I know that you are Qing Xiaoyu's sister. If you had told me earlier, I would have let you deal with these three guys. Qing Xiaoyan snorted and said, so what are you going to do now? Or do you stick to your own ideas? Wu Jie had to think about it again. Indeed, as Qing Xiaoyan said, she was discovered by the Sakura Society because of an accident, so she was found by others. However, after this incident, Shenlong Heavy Industry will probably increase its precautions, and it will be extremely difficult for Sakura Society to take action again at this time. Moreover, he currently does not have any good place to accommodate these three Sakura dancers, so it might be more appropriate to hand them over to Qing Xiaoyan instead of himself. So Wu Jie said, your previous reasons are indeed reasonable. Although my reasons are stronger than yours, judging from your identity and background, you are more capable of protecting them than I am. Xiaoyan, I'll leave these three girls to you. After saying that, Wu Jie smiled and lip-read to Qing Xiaoyan. No one else saw it except Qing Xiaoyan. Wu Jie's words were, I will come to see you. Right now, Qing Xiaoyan was filled with Wu Jie's words. It seemed that the whole world was no longer gray, but full of colors. Even the light in her pupils began to shine. Chapter 46, the most detailed homework. Actually, Wu Jie originally wanted to say to Qing Xiaoyan, I will come to see those three girls. But then he changed his mind and thought, wouldn't it seem that he had other intentions towards those three girls? So she had to change her words to, I will come to see you. But she didn't expect that this would plant a seed of affection for Wu Jie. This may be the old saying of you reap what you sow. It was so hard to get a vacation, but this happened. Even though Wu Jie was usually full of energy, he couldn't stand it. As soon as he got back to the dormitory, he couldn't help but want to fall asleep. In fact, the technique of taking the core with bare hands was discovered by Wu Jie accidentally when he was studying the war dancer. In military school, as a commander, in order to adapt to the new form of warfare, it is a compulsory course to understand the characteristics, functions, and equipment of the war dancers. As the top graduate of the military academy, he naturally scored full marks in every subject and won countless honors in the academy. However, gaining honor in a military academy is one thing, but the honor of a military academy is not worth mentioning when you enter the army. This is why few people paid attention to Wu Jie when he arrived at the military camp. In the process of studying the war dancer, Wu Jie discovered that the war dancer has always had a huge flaw. That is, when the war dancer uses core energy, there will always be occasional interruptions. Of course, this phenomenon was not discovered in actual combat. After all, they were all long-range battle dancers, and the frequency interruption phenomenon had basically no impact because long-range battle dancers did not need to maintain a high-frequency attack mode like melee specialized battle dancers. Among the core exhibits of war dance in the military academy, there are exhibition cores specifically used by students for research and study. This is why Wu Jie felt so familiar when he saw the stone in the secret room. In the process of doing research, in order to observe the operating mode of the core, so as to determine how to cooperate with the war dancer on the battlefield and formulate reasonable tactics, he once stared at the operating data of the core, for a whole night without sleep. This led to Wu Jie completely mastering the secret of the core defect during the observation process. Wu Jie thought that this secret was not particularly difficult to discover as long as one observed carefully. The difficult part was how to use it, how to avoid it, and how to arrange it reasonably. Therefore, Wu Jie wrote a 30,000-word paper and wanted to hand it in to his tutor, but considering that most of the dancers on the battlefield were long-range dancers and there were not many melee dancers, he gave up after thinking about it. To this day, this paper has remained locked in his briefcase and has not been touched. In order to verify Wu Jie's idea, he took the initiative to ask for a fight with Zhang Wuji at the graduation ceremony, in order to get to know Zhang Wuji better. Later, the warrior dancer was easily knocked down by Wu Jie in front of her astonished eyes, and as a result, Wu Jie won the Medal of Dancer Nemesis. But later the military academy considered that this medal was not auspicious and might affect morale, so it was erased from Wu Jie's resume. However, Wu Jie did not care about this medal. He just wanted to better understand the war dancer and cooperate with his own tactics more deeply to achieve his military goals. Moreover, there were not many melee war dancers, so he would not consider them unless it would affect the battle situation. But after witnessing the strength of Sakura Dancer today, he now has a new understanding of melee combat dancers. He believes that if possible, adding 1 or 2 melee combat dancers to the team may form a new tactic. Wu Jie, who tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, took out many years of files from his briefcase. The feeling was still the same as it was back then. Looking at the files, Wu Jie smiled. It's the taste of memories. I remember that I was just a young student back then, but now I'm a commander. Picking up the pen, Wu Jie made some changes to the original immature parts and even added some more. This change took another night. Sure, be careful not to wake the commander. I know. You should be careful too. 2 people cautiously approached Wu Jie. These 2 people were none other than Cecilia and Boya. Cecilia has always been a heartless child with a thick nerve and often does many incredible things without thinking. Just now, Cecilia came to the commander's room and found that the commander's door was not closed. For a moment, she felt like playing a mischievous trick on him. She called Boya, who was as heartless as herself, and quietly slipped into Wu Jie's room, wanting to give her boss a big surprise and wake him up. Because the vacation is over today, the team leader just asked me to call the superior officer, and there is a new task to be assigned today. Let me see, what is the boss doing? Cixia secretly took a look at Wu Jie's document, which was filled with dense words. Many places were circled, and even special notes were approved, which was very rigorous. Suddenly, Cecilia's eyes almost fainted. When she was in military training before, what Cecilia hated most was the theoretical classes. She would feel sleepy and fall asleep when she saw those words. But after seeing the document written by the superior, I realized how responsible our superior is. Although Cecilia is a bit careless, she actually has a delicate side. She just uses her calmness as a protective color to prevent others from hurting her, and at the same time not hurting others. Adjustments to the tactical plan for melee-type war dancers. Research directions and priorities for war dancers' equipment. It was so complicated that Cixia felt dizzy after taking a second look. She had just woken up from a nap, so why did she feel sleepy again? But Cixia's attentive side was aroused. Commander, you are still doing tactical research so late at night. Commander is really serious and responsible. It is a blessing for our Silver Falcon team to meet such an attentive commander. Cixia. At this time, Boya suddenly called Cixia in a very small voice, which immediately attracted Cixia's attention. What's the matter? Look, this is the commander's comments on us. Real? Cixia came to where Boya was standing, looked down, and happened to see her own file. I saw that there were many circles drawn with a red pen on Cecilia's file, and Cecilia suddenly felt less sleepy. There were detailed information about Cixia, adjutant, equipment, etc. Each piece of information was specially marked with Cixia's equipment functions, strengths, weaknesses, how to maximize Cixia's strengths, and how to avoid Cixia's weaknesses as much as possible. Every note is so detailed, whether good or bad, almost all situations are written down. It was the first time that Cixia felt the feeling of being cared for so much. She had never thought that there was such a person in the world who could understand her so well. Cixia suddenly thought of her parents, and her eyes were misty for a moment. Even those 2 people didn't know me as well as the commander. As Cixia was sighing, she suddenly saw a red note at the bottom of the file, and her heart was immediately shocked. The sentence was, "She is actually very lonely, so you should give her more care." For a moment, he recalled the experience of fighting with his superior, as well as his superior's words and behavior towards him on a daily basis. No matter how he acted weird or how noisy he made, his superior never got angry with him and often played with him. Thinking of this, her chest began to rise and fall, and even her breathing became unstable. Chapter 47: The Leader's Hair Turns White. Just as the two were looking through Wu Jie's notes, Wu Jie, who was sleeping, suddenly showed signs of waking up. Cixia was immediately frightened, fearing that she would be punished by her superior for peeking at his notes, and hurriedly wanted to put the notes back. However, she didn't expect that because she was too anxious to put it back, she used too much force. Don't forget that the war dancer has strong physical fitness, and threw the file directly into the air. Wow! Boya marveled at Cecilia's microcontrol. The file flew out like a three-point shot. It happened to fall on the head of Wu Jie, who was about to stand up. Oh no! Cecilia bit her finger, knowing that she was in trouble. Wu Jie had already spotted Cixia, who was about to run away in a panic. But Boya had already slipped away before Cecilia. She stood outside the door, waved at Cecilia, and ran away. This guy is really unreliable. Cixia sighed helplessly. Well, since the commander has found out, I'll just have to accept it. Slowly turned around. Good morning, sir. Cecilia forced a smile, almost through gritted teeth, and greeted Wu Jie. Come here. Wu Jie did not show any angry expression, but asked Cecilia to come over. Calm is the prelude to a storm. Thinking this, Cixia walked towards the commander obediently. Cecilia, who was about to accept punishment, walked in front of Wu Jie with her eyes closed, praying in her heart that the officer would be gentler. When will you learn to be sensible? Wu Jie said this, as if he was reaching out and doing something on Cecilia's head. In Wu Jie's opinion, Cecilia is simply a child who never grows up. When I woke up just now, I found that Cecilia's hairband had fallen off and landed on the ground, so Wu Jie wanted to help her tie it again. Cixia closed her eyes and felt itchy on the top of her head, but she felt somewhat comfortable because of the chief. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind. She had heard that in the new United Nations Army, there were commanders who ordered the war dancers to do some obscene things. Now that a man and a woman were alone in the same room, wouldn't the commander have a chance? Could the commander be that kind of person? Her face turned red, and she quickly replied, Sir, can I go out first? Due to the forced delusion in her mind, the superior at this moment turned into a vulgar pervert in her eyes. Wu Jie frowned and immediately refused. No, I didn't ask you to move. You are not allowed to move. This is too overbearing. Cixia felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. She was just so moved by the comments made by her superior. But sir, I have something else to tell you. Seeing that Wu Jie's hand showed no sign of stopping, her worries were growing. If you have anything to say, just tell me now. Wu Jie didn't care at all. Sir, what should we do if a warrior dancer is bullied by her superior? Of course I'll teach him a lesson. Well, sir, I'm sorry. Before Wu Jie could react, he was hit by a heavy uppercut. Fortunately, Cecilia controlled the strength. If it were any other time, this punch would have taken Wu Jie away directly. What's wrong with you? Looking at Wu Jie with a big swollen bump on his chin, Ming Shi, the team leader, asked with a puzzled look. No, Ichizuki. I accidentally fell while walking. Wu Jie explained. It's okay. I'm going to assign you a new mission this time. For safety reasons, don't worry, it won't be as perverted as last time. In fact, Wu Jie had a pretty good time during his time in the battle dance troupe. At least he had never heard of anyone who really disliked Wu Jie and wanted to drive him away. On the contrary, Wu Jie's popularity here is getting higher and higher. Not only because Wu Jie's battle record has been highly praised, but also because of the harmonious atmosphere Wu Jie creates in the team. More and more Suzuka war dancers have come to know Wu Jie, and his fame is gradually rising. In the past month, there were actually no overly difficult tasks. Compared to the first task I encountered, the past month was almost like a vacation. It was basically just a formality, and then the task was completed. To be honest, given Wu Jie's abilities, it's really a waste of his talent to let him be the commander of the team. Mingxi couldn't help but be amazed when she saw the share of tasks Wu Jie had completed in the past month. In fact, the tasks that Mingxi assigned to Wu Jie were basically those that other teams would take several days to plan and complete or even accomplish. But when it fell into Wu Jie's hands, it felt like he was rushing to start the next battle immediately. A smaller task could be completed in less than a day, and a larger one could be completed in 2 days, or even 3 days. It can be said that the Silver Falcon Squadron, where Wu Jie is located, has completed 3 times as many tasks as other teams. The efficiency was so amazing that the team leader couldn't bear to let Wu Jie stay in the team any longer, as it was a waste of his talent. His military exploits are enough to get him promoted, but his qualifications are still a little lacking. In the Suzuka War Dance Troupe, to be promoted from a team leader to a company commander, according to the rules, one must at least have enough military merit and sufficient years of experience. When the troop was first established, the company captains were all veteran captains who had been transferred from other dance troops and had served as company commanders for a certain period of time. It would take at least 3 to 4 months, plus sufficient military merit, for subsequent newcomers to be promoted to company commanders. Now is wartime, and we need talents like Wu Jie to command the army. If we keep him in the team, it would probably be a waste of such an important talent reserve. But if they were promoted suddenly, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among the other company captains. They had been the team captains for at least 3 months before being promoted. Is there any good way to help Wu Jie quickly increase his qualifications? Thinking about this, the team leader was so worried that his hair was almost turning white. She knew how meticulous Wu Jie was. Through observations over the past month and reports from her subordinates, she knew very well that Wu Jie had the habit of staying up late to do his homework before every mission. He would not easily formulate a combat strategy without thoroughly studying the terrain, enemy situation, and the gap between the enemy and us. But it was precisely because of this that she felt sorry for Wu Jie's attentiveness. It seems that the only way to go is to withstand the pressure and promote talents in an unconventional way. Mingxi picked up the phone on the far right and was about to dial a number when he suddenly thought of something and his hand paused. Yes, if you want to increase your qualifications quickly, there is another way. Isn't the International Dancer Tactics competition going to be held in 3 days? If the team led by Wu Jie wins the top 3 in this exercise, then they will have enough qualifications and reasons to convince the other company captains. Chapter 48, Suppressed News. But Captain, we have always selected a team from the elite squad to represent our war dance troupe in the war, and we have won 3 consecutive championships. Will it break the streak if we send Wu Jie and the others at this time? Ziska, who was called in, was now sitting on the reception sofa in the office and said with a worried look on his face. Mingxi held a cup of coffee and a thick stack of files and handed them to Ziska. Ziska took it and looked at it, switching between the documents. After patiently reading it all, he nodded but then shook his head. Indeed, the military merits are enough, and the battlefield command ability is also completely amazing, but the rules of international military exercises are completely different from the military exercises we usually use here. It is not only a competition of strategy and tactics, but also includes the personal abilities of the war dancers, including a comprehensive test of equipment, combat skills, reaction, and consciousness. Xiaoxi, the Silver Falcon squad, has just arrived, and it's only been a month. The commander is also a newcomer. He needs to be trained for a while, and then Ziska was about to say something else, but was suddenly interrupted by Mingxi waving his hand. Ziska was stunned. She didn't expect the team leader to be so rude. Wu Jie was indeed capable, having defeated Firefox in the flag-grabbing competition, and her performance in this month's mission was indeed impressive, but she had participated in international military exercises before, which was a real game of technology and perseverance, and it was definitely not a test that a new team like Silver Falcon, which had just joined the team, could easily pass. Could it be? The leader thought. Xiaoxi, do you want to promote Wu Jie? Mingxi smiled. As expected of you, Xiaoxi, you saw through my thoughts right away. Yes, I do want to promote Wu Jie. Xiaoxi, do you think highly of him? Well, the situation on the front line is getting tighter and tighter. Although our Suzuka battle dance troupe has been staying on the second-line battlefield to deal with those who slip through the net, this comfortable life will not last long. As he spoke, Mingxi handed several more military briefings to Siska. After taking a few glances, Siska said doubtfully, "It's just the same as usual, just a friction battle with Auroramon on the front line, nothing special." Take a closer look. Seeing Mingxi so serious, Ziska also became alert and not careless. He flipped through the book carefully, but as he flipped deeper and deeper, Ziska's expression became more and more solemn. "Tell me what you think." After considering his words, Siska slowly said, "At first glance, these military reports are about the friction war with Auroramon over the past 10 days. Auroramon has not made any major moves, but I found that there is a unified trend in the war reports." "Go on." The rates of minor injuries, serious injuries, and deaths of these war dancers are increasing across the board and are getting higher day by day. The more he spoke, the more frightened Siska became, thinking that he had stayed on the second line for too long and had lost the vigilance he should have had before. Auroramon has changed. I can't say what has changed, but from the increasingly pessimistic battle reports from the front, I have a premonition that something bad is going to happen. Now it seems that we can rest and recuperate for a while in the second-line battlefield, but I believe that it won't be long before our Suzuka battle dance group will be pulled to the frontline battlefield. Don't forget how terrible the frontline battlefield is. It is a real meat grinder. When it comes to the word meat grinder, even someone as strong as Mingxi becomes a little gloomy. What does the captain mean? Ziska no longer called Xiaoxi, but called him the captain directly, and she also became serious. We should promote talents regardless of their background. Now is the time to recruit talents. The death rate on the front line is increasing. We must try every possible way to reduce the death rate of the war dancers, and Wu Jie is our new hope. But why did it have to be Wu Jie? Why couldn't it be herself or another warrior dancer? Did the leader really trust this new student so much? She always had a trace of doubt in her heart. In fact, since she came to the Suzuka War Dance Troupe, her ideas and concepts have also undergone major changes. Siska believes that War Dancer is at the forefront of the battlefield and has unparalleled experience in how to fight Auroramon, because that is the experience gained from fighting in the field of life and death. The feeling during the fight, the ability to predict the enemy's every move, and the understanding of each enemy. These are special advantages that ordinary people cannot understand or comprehend. Wu Jie's command ability is indeed outstanding. Ziska has read the briefing and admitted it, but the battlefield is not a joke. It would be difficult for many dancers in the Suzuka War Dance Troupe to accept the fact that the lives of so many war dancers are handed over to a new commander like him. If it were in the new United Nations, it would be fine. After all, a composite command system is implemented there, and Wu Jie might be at home there. But when she came to their Suzuka Battle Dance Troupe, to be honest, she was not very optimistic about Wu Jie's situation. Let's not talk about what all the dancers in the team think of Wu Jie, but now he can't even pass this hurdle. So how can he be promoted? Even if the team leader recognizes Wu Jie and, against all odds, promotes him to company commander, so what? Can this easily change the other dancers' opinions of Wu Jie? But don't forget, this is a battlefield, and no one is willing to hand over their life to a commander they don't trust at all. If Wu Jie's discord with Zhang Wuji eventually causes the team to collapse, it will be extremely fatal on the battlefield. I understand, Captain. So you want to send Wu Jie to participate in this international military exercise. Let Wu Jie win the championship, and then use this as an excuse to force Wu Jie to be promoted to a military position, right? Ziska is not stupid. When she thought about this, she naturally understood what the leader meant. Not bad, but not the champion. As long as he can get into the top 3, I will promote Wu Jie as an exception and promote him to company commander. Mingxi said confidently. Ziska shook his head and said solemnly, I don't think this gamble is a good idea. Captain, it is true that Wu Jie is very capable, but he still needs experience and military achievements that can convince others. Only then will people be convinced and not harbor resentment. Mingxi, yes, Ziska, you are always so sharp and always able to grasp the key points. If it was that woman, she would definitely strongly oppose it, but she is not here now. This is an opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, you will never have the next store. Ziska held her forehead with her hand. She knew that the captain was talking about the deputy captain. Her captain was really calculating. That person was still on the front line of the battlefield, so she took the opportunity to promote a talented person out of turn. Captain, don't say anything, Ziska. Let's make a bet. I bet Wu Jie will definitely be in the top 3. If I lose, I will let Wu Jie gain experience. If I win, everything will be done according to my way. Seeing Mingxi's determined face, what else could she say? Well then, little Cece, don't cry when the time comes. Siska returned to his usual non-serious image. Chapter 49, Radical Auroramon. More than a month has passed. For ordinary war dancers, it may not feel real, but Wu Jie, as a commander, keenly noticed some changes. Recently, Auroramon seems to have become more warlike and more aggressive. He had considered the possibility of Auroramon changing, but he had not expected that Auroramon would change so quietly that ordinary war dancers would be unaware of it. Is there something wrong? What has happened to the Auroramon internally? What makes them so aggressive? I can't think of it. Although humans have technological products such as satellites, airplanes, tanks, submarines, and aircraft carriers, and it seems that humans have advanced technology and a prosperous civilization, they do not seem to be on the same level as Auroramon. However, although the Aurora beasts have no advanced intelligence, cannot communicate with other species, and have no diplomatic ambassadors, humans are simply helpless against them. First of all, Auroramon has an outrageous and abnormal defense. Although it is just a beast, it has turned all kinds of airplanes and cannons that the Earth used to be proud of into a pile of scrap metal, and even laser and electromagnetic weapons are nothing to it. Their fur, which has evolved to be extremely domineering, is harder than any armor made of any material on Earth. Before the appearance of the War Dancer, human weapons were like toothpicks poking an elephant. Although they could cause a little damage, it was not painful. If it weren't for the fact that humans still possess the most powerful weapons such as nuclear weapons that have remained unchanged for hundreds of years, humans would probably have been completely exterminated by Auroramon long ago. The most terrifying thing is that Auroramon has no civilized intelligence and cannot negotiate, which means there is no way to negotiate. From beginning to end, humans have no choice but to fight it to death. Shaking his head, Wujie thought about the series of changes that had taken place recently and began to feel vaguely worried. Although the recent news was all about peace and prosperity, Wujie always felt that something big was about to happen, and this strong feeling made him uneasy. Back at the base, Wujie had just returned from another mission and was feeling inexplicably heavy. Ah, it's Commander Wu. The voice of reality suddenly pulled Wujie back to reality. It was already January, and the spring festival was about to come. The sky was filled with feather-white snow, as if a layer of silver blanket had covered the entire base. The endless stream of patrol officers are like silhouettes walking on the snow, and against the backdrop of the military base, there is an indescribable sense of solemnity. The Suzuka War Dance Troupe is stationed at the junction of the cold and temperate zones, and it is currently the season of heavy snow. The team that greeted Wu Jie was another team, Hummingbird. Ah, hello, Captain Luo. Wu Jie greeted politely. During this month, Wu Jie gradually got to know more than a dozen team members and had more or less established interpersonal relationships with them. This Hummingbird squad is somewhat special. It is a team under the first column. Wu Jie had worked with them on a mission before. At that time, they were in a canyon. It was said that monsters had sneaked into the human safety zone and attacked humans, hindering trade and transportation. There were quite a few of them, so they joined forces with the Hummingbird squad to form a clearing team. In that battle, the two teams cooperated well. Although they were just a temporary mopping-up team, they were like old friends who had fought together for several years. At first, the members of the Hummingbird squad were skeptical about Wu Jie's abilities, but after that battle, all members of the Hummingbird squad recognized Wu Jie's command ability, and their views on ordinary commanders changed slightly. Have you just completed a mission? Luo Jing walked towards Wu Jie. She looked very happy, as if she had solved something big. Wu Jie didn't ask any more questions, but nodded. We are going to the cafeteria to eat. How about you guys? In addition to Wu Jie, Sheila and the others also greeted Luo Jing one by one, and the atmosphere was particularly harmonious. We are going there too. Oh, by the way, Commander Wu, I have a hot piece of gossip for you. Do you want to hear it? Luo Jing smiled mysteriously. Wu Jie was a little curious. To be honest, their friendship was not very deep. Although they had fought in combat once, it was not enough for the two to communicate like old friends. Wu Jie glanced at the other team members behind Luo Jing, only to see that they were all standing there, and no one came over to say hello. Thinking of this, Wu Jie felt a little discouraged. It seemed that although he had had a pleasant experience of cooperation, it did not mean that everyone would pay attention to him. Wu Jie is not a narcissist, so he won't get angry just because other people's attention is not on him. Since Captain Luo is interested in telling stories, let's do it together. Just like that, while walking and chatting with Luo Jing, Wu Jie also took the opportunity to inquire about the information from Luo Jing's side. Alas, Commander Wu may not know, but I don't know what happened to the Aurora beast a few days ago. It was like it had been injected with chicken blood, with no organization or discipline. It felt like it had returned to the primitive animal age, fighting with us for its life. Several times, my team members and I almost got into trouble. Luo Jing sighed, pressed his chest, and said fearfully, "Are you in a chicken blood?" This sentence caught Wu Jie's attention. Yeah, what's wrong? Luo Jing was a little surprised by Wu Jie's reaction. Ah, nothing much. I just think Captain Luo's description is still so unique, haha. Nuya Loghit. After all, there is no need to tell others your guess. If rumors spread, it will definitely affect the morale of the army. There is nothing wrong with being a fool appropriately. When we arrived at the cafeteria, a group of 12 people walked together, talking and laughing. Although the other members of the Hummingbird team were far away before, they became like old friends and were very friendly after they got closer. No matter how stupid Wu Jie was, he could feel that something was wrong with the Hummingbird team. Rejection? No. Or dislike? No, neither. Wu Jie seemed to be eating, but he was actually observing people's expressions. Ever since the battle with Sakura Dancer, Wu Jie has become more cautious. After all, humans are not always harmonious. Even if they are in the same team, it is better to be more careful. Why did these dancers' expressions become so strange? By the way, I wonder if Commander Wu has heard of the International Dancer Military Exercise Competition? Luo Jing suddenly threw out a question that was completely different from the previous chat. Wu Jie realized that this question was most likely related to their current attitude toward him, and if he didn't answer it well, there would definitely be problems. I haven't heard of it. What is that? Wu Jie looked like a curious baby, harmless, and as if he really didn't know anything. Nonsense. As the top graduate of the East China Military Academy, if I don't even know what the International Dancer Military Exercise Competition is, then I can just jump off the building and commit suicide. Chapter 50. The atmosphere is wrong. No way, Commander Wu. You really don't know? Luo Jing looked incredulous. She suddenly put her face in front of Wu Jie, feeling like she was interrogating a prisoner. Seeing her speak so seriously, Wu Jie couldn't be fooled by her. He immediately touched the back of his head and pretended to be naive. Captain Luo, what's wrong with you today? And everyone in the Hummingbird squad, why are they all so strange? I remember when we first met, we were not so indifferent. If Captain Luo thinks that I have done something wrong, I will correct it immediately. Although I am not your boyfriend, don't worry. I will sincerely admit my mistakes and correct them with all my heart for the shortcomings pointed out by Captain Luo. Well, who wants you to be my boyfriend? Luo Jing blushed and said with a cough. Then she continued, if Commander Wu really doesn't know, please tell me why everyone in the group is talking about Commander Wu's participation in the competition today. Wu Jie quickly shook his head and said in confusion, my participation in the competition? How come I don't know about it? Yes, it's you who are participating in the competition. As Luo Jing spoke, her face got closer and closer, and her tone became more and more unfriendly. Shila couldn't stand it any longer. Captain Luo, what's wrong with you today? Why are you treating your superior like you're interrogating a prisoner? If your superior has done something to offend you, just tell me directly and I will punish him for you. But if not, please speak politely. Shila's words were a bit impolite. The main reason was that Luo Jing was too close to Wu Jie. Although Shila would not be angry about such a small matter, Luo Jing's interrogative attitude made her a little angry. Sensing the unkindness in Shila's tone, Luo Jing quickly changed her tone and said, Shila, don't be angry, don't be angry. Actually, in fact, the captain has liked Officer Wu for a long time. Since the day they started working together, Officer Luo has been thinking about him day and night and has fallen in love with him. She wants to know everything about Officer Wu. So when she saw Officer Wu today, she couldn't help but burst out with longing. Luo Jing was stunned. Shila was confused. Huh? Wu Jie? What the hell? The person who said this was Luo Jing's adjutant Ferris. Ferris is a native Chinese with pure blood. She has wavy golden curly hair and sapphire eyes that reveal cunning and wisdom. But she has one shortcoming. She always thinks of herself as a noble person, never taking other people seriously, except for a few people. Although she sometimes speaks very harshly, she is actually a completely good person at heart. Flawless. Luo Jing's eyes were about to spit out fire dragons. Wu Jie was speechless. He had experienced too many similar situations and had long been accustomed to other people's pranks. He didn't believe that what Ferris said was true. However, Ferris acted as if she didn't notice Luo Jing's anger and continued to speak rapidly. I don't know who is still looking through Chief Wu's photos late at night. I don't know who is still investigating Chief Wu's experience late at night. And I don't know who has been actively looking for Chief Wu these days. Alas, it's a pity that our captain is so infatuated, but Chief Wu doesn't know anything at all. That's enough, Ferris. There has to be a limit to fabricating stories. Did you take the wrong medicine today? Luo Jing looked angry. To be honest, from a certain perspective, what Ferris said was right, but Luo Jing really had no intention of that kind towards Commander Wu. I looked at Wu Jie's photos purely because I didn't pay attention to Wu Jie's appearance that day, so I wanted to see the photos to avoid the embarrassment of not being able to recognize him later. The reason for checking the archives is to consider the possibility of joint operations in the future, so we need to enhance mutual understanding. The reason why I was so active in looking for Commander Wu was because of the international dancer military exercise competition that has been making a lot of noise in recent days. But in Ferris's mouth, it became a clue that she liked Wu Jie. This is simply impossible. Now, not only Wu Jie looked at Luo Jing with suspicion after hearing this, but even the other members of the Hummingbird team looked at Luo Jing with surprise. Shila and the others were also speechless, and there was a hint of amusement, curiosity, teasing, jealousy, and other complex expressions in their eyes when they looked at Wu Jie and Luo Jing. Wu Jie suddenly realized a serious problem. He didn't know Luo Jing very well. If the two of them really fell in love, they probably wouldn't be happy. Besides, Wu Jie adhered to the wartime non-marriage policy. It was impossible for him to consider getting married under such circumstances. Luo Jing just wanted to end this topic quickly. Okay, I admit it, I like Officer Wu. How about we get married here and get the marriage certificate immediately? Then you will be satisfied, Ferris. Luo Jing, who had long experienced Ferris's venomous tongue, witnessed the lethality of Ferris's venomous tongue again today. Her anger was ignited, and today she would not explain and would fight Ferris to the end. I don't agree, one person said. I don't agree. Two people. I don't agree either. Three people. The first person who said that he disagreed was Wu Jie, because he really disagreed. What the hell? She asked me to get married, so I got married. Then who am I? The second person who said that I disagreed was Shila. The third person who said that he also disagreed was someone no one expected. In fact, there were a few people who were planning to raise their hands to express their disagreement, but in the end, because of the last unexpected person, they forgot to raise their hands. Huh? Ferris, you just spoke a lot like a machine gun, and now you say you disagree? Luo Jing was already furious. She had already said what she wanted to say and couldn't save face at all. In fact, the relationship between Ferris and Luo Jing is not as bad as imagined. On the contrary, they are comrades in arms who have shared life and death together. No matter how many unpleasant things there are between the two, they have never had a falling out. I never told you to marry Commander Wu. Didn't you say that, Captain? My goodness, after all the fuss, this girl just set off firecrackers and didn't care about putting out the fire. Then you, Luo Jing, was stunned. Since the captain has agreed to get married, then Commander Wu should reluctantly take our captain home. She is a good wife and a loving mother. Not only is she skilled in martial arts and can be a good bodyguard, she can also cook and do housework. She is a super good wife. Ferris never stopped saying shocking things, so much so that Luo Jing began to suspect that Ferris did it on purpose. I haven't offended her in any way recently, so why is she always targeting me and Chief Wu? She should know that I have no feelings for Chief Wu. Suddenly, Luo Jing thought of a possibility. Ferris, you. Ferris rolled her eyes and turned away, not even bothering to look at Luo Jing. Chapter 51. The atmosphere was deadlocked for a while. No one spoke, and finally Ferris let out a long sigh. She slowly explained the reason. Actually, this is what happened. Perhaps Commander Wu was on a mission yesterday and was not at the base, so he didn't know. Just yesterday, the regiment had already begun preparing for the international competition. For this reason, the regiment leader even spread the word that this time would be different from previous years and planned to nominate candidates for the international competition from non-elite teams. The captain was so excited when she heard the news that she didn't sleep all night. She got up late at night to do homework in order to secure a place in the international competition. However, this morning, a rumor came out from somewhere that the leader seemed to have already nominated the candidates for the competition, so the captain has been asking around since early morning. It turned out that the designated spot was for Commander O. The captain didn't quite believe it at first because she had always wanted to participate in international competitions just to fulfill a dream of hers. But now that her dream has been shattered, she is very discouraged. But she said she had a good idea. If Commander Wu could give her a position on the team, she would rather be under Commander Wu's command and serve as a soldier under your command, and she would also find a way to enter the international competition. But the captain is not frank, and I really can't stand it, so I deliberately quarreled with her. I hope Commander Wu will not be offended. What I said just now is nonsense. I'm Soda. That's how it is. After saying that, Ferris stood up and bowed deeply to Wu Jie to express her apologies. So that's how it is? I was wondering why everyone in the Hummingbird team was acting weird today, but I didn't expect it was because of this. But I haven't received any news from the senior. So how can I be sure whether the senior really arranged for me to participate in the competition? After listening to it, Wu Jie thought for a moment and said, "Thank you, Ferris. Just ignore those jokes and let them go. But thank you very much." In order to maintain the relationship between the captain and me and prevent things from getting awkward, you deliberately use this method to divert everyone's attention. To be honest, I haven't received any order from the team leader to assign me to participate in the competition. But if the team leader really arranges for me to go, it's not impossible to arrange for Captain Luo to join the team. I think it's acceptable to have a substitute during the competition. After hearing what Wu Jie said, Luo Jing, who had a stiff expression and was constantly nervous, finally showed some expression and breathed a sigh of relief. After thanking him 3 times, he said, "Well, Commander Wu, the reason I really want to participate is because I promised my brother that he would see me on a TV show. Since the day of the competition is my brother's birthday, I want to give this to him as a birthday present. I am really sorry for taking up Commander Wu's precious substitute spot because of my willful thoughts." Wu Jie smiled helplessly and said, "Alas, for this kind of thing, you should just say it directly. There is no need to do this. Besides, the order from the regiment has not come down yet, and I can't guarantee that we will be able to participate in the competition, so don't have too high expectations. After all, in previous years, the elite team represented the competition, and I can't guarantee that it will succeed." As soon as Wu Jie finished speaking, a messenger suddenly ran up to him and saluted him. "Hello, sir. The commander ordered me to notify you to go to the commander's office." Wu Jie was stunned and immediately said, "Okay, I understand, thank you." As soon as the messenger left, Wu Jie was speechless. "Speak of Cao Cao. Here comes Cao Cao. By the way, Commander Wu, if this works out before we leave tomorrow, I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. Please do come, Commander Wu." I didn't expect that Luo Jing would work so hard to give her brother a surprise on his birthday. Wu Jie wanted to refuse, but had to take the words back. "Okay then, you decide the place and time. I'll report to the commander's office first." Wu Jie had no choice but to agree. "Thank you, Commander Wu." Luo Jing smiled. When Wu Jie left, he heard Luo Jing and Ferris were bickering with each other, but it wasn't a real quarrel. They were just bickering like close friends, which was very heartwarming to watch. Came to the headmaster's office. "Report, Kumi." Walking into the team leader's office, there are neatly arranged filing cabinets on the left and a huge floor-to-ceiling window on the right. It is evening now, and the winter glow has an indescribable flavor, which sets off the team leader's white jade cheeks, like a piece of unpolished jade emitting red light, which is intoxicating. Mingxi was holding a document, reading it intently. She raised her right hand and supported her cheek. It seemed that nothing in the world could move her. She looked at the document in her hand intently, without the slightest hesitation. It was the first time I saw such a calm senior sister. When she was in school before, she was also decisive and resolute. After becoming the head of the group, she had a calm but non-intimidating military power. "Senior, mission accomplished." "Well, I've read the briefing. It was done very well. It's another level evaluation. That's because of the senior's good command. Stop talking nonsense. I haven't seen you for a few days. When did you learn to be bureaucratic?" "Haha, by the way, senior sister, there's one thing I don't know whether I should tell you or not." Wu Jie suddenly remembered the abnormality of Auroramon. "You say," she thought to herself, "he probably wants me to add more burden to him again." During this period of time, Wu Jie has been strongly demanding to increase the intensity of the tasks. But the intensity of the mission cannot be increased at will. Now Auroramon's behavior has become abnormal, and the front line is becoming increasingly tense. The comfortable days are coming to an end. She does not want to lose a general at this critical juncture. A dozen days ago, I found that Auroramon was becoming more and more belligerent. Until recently, its behavior patterns were becoming more and more radical. It seemed, hearing Wu Jie's words, Mingxi immediately perked up. She had the frontline battle reports and a lot of data sent back by the war dancers, so she was able to keenly perceive the unusual movements of Auroramon. She was very curious now. How did Wu Jie find out? Wu Jie had been conducting local operations and had never been on the front line of the battlefield, and most of his missions were small-scale operations. Could it be that Wu Jie had the insight to see the big picture from the small details? "Seems like what?" she asked immediately. Wu Jie didn't rush to speak, but took out a few pieces of densely written paper from his briefcase and walked in front of Mingxi. Seeing Wu Jie approaching, she subconsciously wanted to step back. After realizing her actions, she suddenly laughed at herself. "What am I doing? Am I still worried about what my junior wants to do to me?" So she pulled herself back to her seat and waited patiently for Wu Jie's next words. "Senior, look." Chapter 52, Excretion Behavior. Wu Jie spread the documents in his hand on the table, pointed to the neatly arranged schedule on it, and said, "Look, this is the schedule I made recently. It records every mission in detail, as well as the types of Aurora beasts encountered, combat power assessments, and ability assessments. Junior, you are still the same as before, always so serious, meticulous, and responsible." Looking at the arrangement that Wu Jie had carefully made, she couldn't help but sigh that if everyone was like Junior, humanity might have won the war long ago. Wu Jie was not proud when he heard Ming Shi's words, but just shook his head. "Senior sister, war is a big deal. It concerns the life and death of the dancer. My seriousness is just what I should do. There is nothing to brag about." Ming Shi nodded, but in her heart she had a higher opinion of Wu Jie. A person who is capable but does not show off, who is praised but does not become complacent, and who always concentrates to the highest level, at the very least, has the demeanor of a general. Mingxi read Wu Jie's notes carefully. This was probably the slowest she had ever read. Looking at the densely packed small characters, circles, and sometimes even special comments on the document, it can be seen that Wu Jie paid attention to many details of the battle, and even summarized the fighting skills when fighting the dancer, such as how to resolve the attack of Auroramon. Wow! This junior has become an expert in fighting Auroramon. Although some of it was due to misunderstanding, mainly because Wu Jie is not a war dancer and has no experience in killing enemies on the spot, he has done a very good job. It is estimated that Wu Jie sought communication with the war dancer a lot after the battle. It can be said that more than 90% of Wu Jie's summaries were correct. Wu Jie even summarized some things that she had not noticed before, and she exclaimed that it was amazing. She actually stole knowledge from her junior's files, huh? Mingxi glanced at Wu Jie, who was as still as a mountain, and couldn't help but smile in his heart. He didn't expect that God would send such a talented person to him. If he let him continue to stay in the team, it would not be a waste of talent, but a squandering of God's gift. Therefore, Mingxi became more determined to promote Wu Jie. She secretly decided in her heart that as long as Wu Jie could make it into the top 5 this time, no, as long as he could make it into the top 8, no, even if he gave up and didn't participate, I would find a way to promote him. Huh. Looking at Wu Jie's notes, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Seeing Mingxi's expression, Wu Jie smiled. It seemed that the senior student should have noticed it. "Wu Jie, when did this happen? You didn't even write it in the report." Mingxi was a little unhappy. In fact, what Wu Jie wrote was about that ball of light. There was a mysterious ball of light in the power plant, and many Aurora beasts had worshipped that ball of light. "Senior, don't be anxious. Look carefully. Has Auroramon started to change since the ball of light appeared?" Wu Jie said. Of course, Mingxi was not really angry. She should be able to guess why Wu Jie didn't say anything. After all, Wu Jie had just arrived at the time, and his influence was insignificant. Even if he reported the matter, it was estimated that his superiors would not take it too seriously. But I'm not one of those old-fashioned people from the new United Nations. How could I underestimate his ability just because he's a newcomer? Really, even I have to be on guard against him. Although Mingxi complained in her heart, she was still very happy that Wu Jie handed in the notes at this time. Indeed, after reading your notes and considering the recent changes in Auroramon, it is indeed true. After listening to this, Wu Jie nodded, then took out the recorder in his arms, pressed a button, and then began to play the mysterious light ball found in the power plant that day. "Look, Senior, this is the ball of light I found when I sneaked into the power plant that day." Mingxi realized the importance of this matter and watched the whole process carefully. After reading it, Mingxi's expression became unpredictable. At this moment, Wu Jie was looking forward to Mingxi's reply. Mingxi stood up and paced back and forth beside his seat, seemingly thinking about something. She didn't rush to speak but dialed the phone. "Sister Sue, please come over to my place. I have something important to tell you." After hanging up the phone, Mingxi sat down and began to think about something with his eyes closed. Sister? Could it be Chief Sue? Wu Jie thought. Unexpectedly, Susan arrived quite quickly. After a few minutes, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Xiao Shi. "It's rare that you take the initiative to look for me. Tell me what's the matter quickly." "I'm very busy." Although her words seemed urgent, she came to the office very quickly. "Sister Sue, come and see." After saying that, he signaled Wu Jie to play it again. Susan didn't expect Wu Jie to be here, and she teased you. "Oh, Commander Wu is here too. Did he get scolded by the regiment commander?" Wu Jie smiled awkwardly, said nothing, and just fiddled with the recorder again. Susan couldn't laugh anymore after hearing what happened next. "What is this? Commander Wu, when did you find it?" "It was discovered a month ago when you, Chief Sue, asked me to complete a small task at the power plant. A month ago. You guy, why did you release it only now? Do you know how important this matter is? Susan looked unhappy. Wu Jie didn't explain, just smiled. Sister Sue, what do you think? Mingxi didn't ask her to come here to chat, because this matter may be related to the war or even the future. This ball of light can move freely in the air and is very flexible. Since it is just a video, even if you zoom in, you can't see the internal structure of the ball of light. Not only that, these aurora beasts have a tribal-like worship behavior. From this, we can infer that this ball of light may be a life form, and it is the superior of these aurora beasts. The aurora beasts not only obey it, but also fear it very much. Fear? Wu Jie asked. Susan nodded, pointed at one of the aurora beasts, enlarged the image, and said, this aurora beast is constantly releasing excrement because of fear. Puff. Does it mean it's scared to pee? But I don't see that it's really scared to pee, except for some blue water stains on its body. Wu Jie felt a little strange. Susan rolled her eyes at Wu Jie and said, those blue stains are its excrement. Aurora beasts are different from humans. They don't need special excretory organs. They just need to excrete waste directly from their fur. Wu Jie was a little surprised. This thing was not taught in the textbook, and the teacher had never mentioned it. But then again, a military academy wouldn't even teach Auroramon how to excrete, right? That's too outrageous, but it's possible if it's a medical school. Well, even if it happened to be defecating at that time, what does that mean? Maybe it was just a coincidence. Wu Jie disagreed. Susan rolled her eyes again. Captain Wu, if you don't understand, don't question my professionalism. I've been dealing with aurora beasts for more time than you have been eating. Aurora beasts almost never excrete. I once captured an aurora beast alive and locked it in a cell, monitoring it 24 hours a day for more than 3 years before I used a sensor to discover that it had excreted once. What? So that's how it is? No wonder it's not taught in the textbook. Even if the school wanted to teach it, it would probably be difficult. It took 3 long years to get a photo taken once. How difficult must that be? Chapter 53, Jealousy. However, this also made Wu Jie admire Susan's rigor as a scientist. She was able to patiently conduct experiments continuously for 3 years. This kind of boredom and tedium is really not something that ordinary people can endure. The emergence of creatures like Auroramon is extremely unreasonable. They are superior to any creature on Earth, and their genes are more powerful. Their energy utilization rate is almost thousands of times higher than that of creatures on Earth, or even more. If a creature like this didn't evolve naturally, there is only one possibility. Wu Jie and Ming, she said in unison. It's man-made. Susan nodded in satisfaction and said, if they are not man-made, then it is hard to imagine what kind of environment and time it would take for such excellent creatures to evolve naturally. Let's not talk about their defense and attack power, just talking about their excretion. This topic can take several years to study in depth. So, what exactly is that ball of light? This is what I'm most curious about and what I am most concerned about. Commander Wu, besides discovering that ball of light that day, did you discover anything else? After listening to Susan's words, Wu Jie thought about it carefully in silence before answering. It is indeed gone, but there is one thing I almost forgot to tell you. I saw an ape-like aurora beast in the basement of the power plant with my own eyes. It was actually using human tools to repair electricity. Susan shook her head. This isn't really any new news. They can even use human weapons. Repairing electricity is nothing. Seeing that Susan didn't realize the point, Wu Jie added, the power it repairs is not an ordinary circuit board, but a very complex special circuit board that requires a certain foundation in physics and mathematics to repair. Because it is in the underground area of the power plant, there are very advanced circuit designs, mainly to prevent power overload and electromagnetic pulses. Chief Su, what kind of wisdom do you think is needed to repair such a circuit board? To prove that everything he said was true, Wu Jie took out a photo from his arms. This is the evidence I took at the scene. Headmaster and Chief, Su can take a closer look. Susan became interested immediately after hearing this. She picked up Wu Jie's photo and looked at it carefully, but her expression became increasingly gloomy after a while. After looking at it, she handed the photo to the team leader. Mingxi was a little skeptical at first, but after looking at the photo Wu Jie handed over, her expression was almost exactly the same as Susan's, terribly gloomy. I'm afraid this is something that only a civilization more advanced than ours can do. Susan took a deep breath and said heavily, it seems that the source of all the problems lies in the ball of light that appeared that day. Tuandian supported his chin with both hands, thinking, The atmosphere in the room was eerily heavy, and no one spoke for a moment. At this moment, the door was suddenly opened, and a girl in a white dance dress came in with a strange color in her eyes. Looking at the depressing atmosphere in the room, she wanted to say hello to the leader, but immediately stopped what she was about to say. Ziska. Mingxi, of course, knew who came in. "Oh, Captain, what's wrong with you guys?" Ziska walked obediently to the guest sofa. When he passed Wu Jie, he glanced at Wu Jie and then sat down. The incident was too complicated for the moment, and Mingxi hadn't figured out how to explain it to Ziska. Moreover, it was difficult to convince others that this was a civilized life form more advanced than humans based on just a video. However, this matter was worthy of vigilance. "Captain?" Wu Jie looked at the captain with an inquiring look. Mingxi thought for a while, then said, "Ziska, prepare to call all the column captains who stayed behind in the base, including the column adjutants, to hold an emergency meeting. Sister Su, Wu Jie, you two should stay as well. We need you for this meeting." Susan was used to doing research and didn't really want to attend meetings. "Xiaoxi, we agreed that I would only focus on my research and you guys should do yours. The meeting is so long that even a researcher like me would fall asleep if I went there." Susan said this and yawned deliberately. "I'm sorry, Sister Su. Your presence is needed in this meeting. After all, this matter is too serious, and we need your expertise to make everyone pay more attention to it." Wu Jie was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his senior schoolmate respected Chief Su so much. But then he thought that Chief Su was one of the core members of the Qiyuan project after all. Having her attend the meeting would make it more convincing. "By the way, Wu Jie, we've been chatting for so long, I almost forgot why I asked you to come here. What's the matter, Captain? You will represent our Suzaku Ward dance troupe in the International Dancer Military Exercise Competition the day after tomorrow. You decide the candidates and try to get into the top 8. I don't care about anything else. I only look at the results." Mingxi said lightly. "Hey, didn't we agree on the top 3? Ziska stood up immediately. She didn't expect the captain to change his mind at the last minute. Before Wu Jie could speak, Ziska spoke before him. Well, it seems that Ziska knew about this. After all, she is the captain of the first column and the confidant of the senior student. Let's see what she says first. "I'm sorry, Ziska. Wu Jie is a rare talent. I will promote him without any restrictions." These words were said in front of Wu Jie, which was equivalent to the team leader recognizing Wu Jie's character and ability on the spot. Originally, this matter was discussed secretly between the team leader and Ziska, but now the team leader has brought it up on the table. What's going on? Ziska is not an ordinary person. She has a very powerful background. As the princess of the Griffin Kingdom, she has a very prominent life experience and status. When the war dancer was first introduced, in order to lead her people to join the army voluntarily, she took the responsibility herself, installed the war dance corps herself, and joined the army. This incident caused quite a stir in the Griffin Kingdom. For a time, the enthusiasm for joining the army in the Griffin Kingdom was high, and people signed up in an endless stream. Many war dancers regarded Ziska as their idol. Later, the human army, which was retreating step by step, began to turn the tide of the war because of the appearance of the war dancer. As a princess of a country, she personally put on armor and went into battle, winning numerous war medals. In just a few years, she was promoted to plum dancer, only one step away from becoming rose dancer. However, there has always been one person in her heart who is incomparable to others, and that is Mingxi, the current leader of the Zhutuan battle dance troupe. On the battlefield, Mingxi shines brightly. Not only does he have superior combat power, he also has outstanding tactical vision that far exceeds others. He often wins with fewer troops on the battlefield and has fought countless exciting battles, which have now become textbook battles in major military academies. It can be said that Mingxi's current status is all the result of her hard work, and she is the well-deserved king of dancers. The talent that even Mingxi recognizes, the talent that even Mingxi values, the talent that even Mingxi desperately wants to promote, is actually a new commander who has just come to Zhan Wuji not long ago. Ziska has always worshipped the leader as an idol. And now she has a very good relationship with Mingxi, but now Mingxi has focused her attention on Wu Jie. Wu Jie? Damn it. Chapter 54, Emergency Meeting. Unexpectedly, the team leader said such words in front of everyone. For a moment, Wu Jie's chest was filled with something. What was that? Yes, it was trust, the feeling of being cared for by others. This feeling of being cared for by others was so sweet. Wu Jie took a deep breath and laughed at himself. Before, he had been suppressed by villains in the new United Nations and had never had a chance to show his strength. It was the senior sister who helped me at this time. No matter what her purpose was, the trajectory of my life was indeed changed because of her. There will always be a time to ride on the wind and waves and set sail to cross the vast ocean. At this moment, Wu Jie had endless passion in his heart and was full of energy no matter what he did. Thank you, Captain. Wu Jie will definitely live up to his mission. There is no need to say too much thank you. Only with actions can I repay the senior sister for her kindness. Congratulations, Commander Wu. I hope that after you get promoted, you will not forget everything that happened today. Siska stood up and walked in front of Wu Jie. Looking at this man with an oriental face, Ziska felt annoyed for no reason. It was not that he disliked him, nor did he hate him, but he was annoyed that he had taken away Mingxi's attention that should have belonged to him. She came here because of Mingxi, and it was because of Mingxi that she strengthened her faith. Now the appearance of Wu Jie is like a thorn in her heart, which is very painful. Wu Jie didn't dare to look at the captain of the first column randomly, and quickly saluted. Thank you for your kind words, Captain. Wu Jie will do his best. What's going on? It feels like there's a black hole in Siska's eyes, as if it's going to swallow me up at any time. It's so scary. Wu Jie just felt cold all over at this moment. He was full of heroic spirit just now, but because of Ziska's inexplicable tone, he became a little unnatural. Mingxi coughed, not knowing whether she had noticed anything, and said calmly, Okay, let's stop chatting and prepare for the meeting. Just like that, the team leader convened an emergency meeting. The appearance of the mysterious light ball and Wu Jie's new discovery and evidence of the Aurora Beast's intelligence caused a sensation and attracted the attention of all the column leaders. At first, the captains of each column did not quite believe the words of the new squad commander until Susan personally spoke from her own experience, and then everyone calmed down. In order to avoid causing panic, the regiment commander ordered the captains of each column to keep their mouths shut and not disclose the content of the meeting. They would only make it public to other members of the war dance troupe when the time was right. Afterwards, the column commanders and adjutants began to express their opinions on how to deal with the upcoming new form of war. Some thought that they should focus on defense and wait and see, while others thought that they should take the initiative to go out and look for the trace of the mysterious light ball to see if there was any chance to capture it alive. However, this matter would definitely not have any results in the short term. Halfway through the meeting, Susan couldn't stand the atmosphere of the meeting and left early. Wu Jie stayed to attend the whole meeting. During the meeting, Wu Jie kept a low profile and took notes quietly. After all, a meeting of this level was not something that a team commander like him could participate in. If Wu Jie was not a core member of this incident, he probably would not even be qualified to join the meeting. At this moment, Siska said for no reason, Why don't we listen to the team commander's opinion? We have been arguing for so long and haven't come up with a conclusion. Hearing new opinions may inspire us. All of a sudden, all the column captains and adjutants' eyes fell on Wu Jie. What a huge pressure. Wu Jie didn't expect Ziska to suddenly change the topic and shift the focus to himself. He never thought he would have the opportunity to speak, and this was a high-level meeting in the group. He was insignificant and had no right to interrupt. Siska didn't do this out of kindness. Because she was annoyed that Wu Jie had taken away the captain's attention, she decided to punish the captain's junior. She wanted to see what kind of abilities Wu Jie had and why he was so valued by the captain. Well said, forget it. If he doesn't speak well, he might disappoint the leader, causing Wu Jie to lose the leader's favor and finally draw the leader's attention back, and then he will have no rival. Wu Jie never expected Ziska's deep scheming. From his point of view, Ziska was beautiful and had a sweet voice. She looked harmless no matter how you looked at her. It was even more impossible for her to have any intention of harming him. Maybe she just wanted to see his reaction on a whim. Of course, if you look at it from a god's perspective, you might think that Wu Jie is very stupid. How could there be such a stupid male protagonist? After all, the protagonist can't read minds. Seeing Wu Jie's hesitation, the team leader knew that it was not appropriate for Wu Jie to speak in this situation and that he had little experience. He needed someone to fully support him and serve as his strong backing. Wu Jie, speak boldly. No one here will blame you. After all, you are a newcomer, and no one will take it to heart even if you say something wrong. Everyone was young once, right? At the end, the team leader's eyes swept over the crowd coldly. When the regiment's eyes swept over them, the column leaders suddenly felt a chill and shivered. The captain of the second column, who had caused the most trouble earlier, quickly said, "The regiment commander is right. Major Wu, please speak up. We won't blame you if you are wrong." I would like to add here that, except for the war dancer, ordinary human officers still use the old military rank system. Wu Jie's current rank is Major. The reason why he is a Major is that Wu Jie is the top graduate of the East China Military Academy, and he is also a top-level military academy student who graduated with a doctorate. The organization of the war dancers, from low to high, is private, squad, company, column, regiment, and division. Since the Suzuka War Dance Troupe is a reinforced troupe, the senior war dancers in the Suzuka War Dance Troupe generally have higher military ranks than the war dancers in the new United Nations. For example, the Rose Dancer of the Regiment Commander Mingxi is equivalent to a Major General in the regular army. The Plum Dancer is equivalent to a Colonel. The Rose Dancer is equivalent to a Major, and the Gold Flower, Silver Flower, and Iron Flower correspond to captains, sergeants, and privates respectively. So although Wu Jie's military position is only a squad leader, his military rank is not low. The other column leaders will be more polite to Wu Jie because Wu Jie is a top student. Let's get back to the main point of view. Okay then, thank you, Captain Tamil. Wu Jie looked at the black-skinned captain of the second column from Jinta Kingdom with gratitude and slowly stood up. Clearing his throat, Wu Jie organized his thoughts and thought about what to say. After all, he never thought about being pulled up for a discussion. Performing well in a battle is the most challenging test of a person's adaptability and his/her usual foundation. To be honest, Wu Jie is not very confident. Chapter 55. Hidden arrows are hard to guard against. Then I will express my humble opinion. If there is anything wrong, please correct me, captains of the columns. Wu Jie looked around and saw that no one had any objections, so he spoke. I personally think that the mysterious light ball and the change in Auroramon's IQ should be notified to all members of the War Dance Troupe, and the new United Nations should be notified in a timely manner. As soon as I said this, someone immediately interrupted. I don't agree. Hearing this, everyone looked over there. It was the captain of the fifth column. Lilaxi, sit down. Mingxi looked at the man with some dissatisfaction. Wu Jie didn't even finish his words, but he jumped out to express his opinion. Didn't he take her, the team leader, seriously? Yes, the captain of the fifth column was someone who was forcibly inserted by the new United Nations. It was said that he was worried that the Suzuka War Dance Troupe might disobey discipline and go their own way. On the surface, he was harmonious with the Suzuka War Dance Troupe, but in fact, he had been secretly reporting everything that happened in the troupe to his superiors, word for word. It's not that Mingxi doesn't know this, but it's useless even if she knows. As long as you are on Earth and in human society, you cannot avoid politics. Instead of driving her away and marginalizing her, it's better to use her and handle the relationship with the new United Nations well. However, the fifth column leader's sudden and inappropriate remarks made Mingxi a little confused. Wasn't Wu Jie's speech beneficial to the new United Nations? What was she trying to say? If you have any opinions, please wait until Wu Jie finishes speaking before expressing them. Don't you understand this rule? Mingxi's eyes were frighteningly cold. Well, I'm sorry, Captain, but I do have something to say later. Yes. Wu Jie, continue. I didn't expect that as soon as I opened my mouth, someone would immediately jump out to oppose me. It seems that there is not always harmony in the group. However, in private, well done, Lalash. I will pay you the reward I promised you. Cisco on the side quietly communicated with Lilash via radio. It's really interesting. You yourself refused to speak, but let me be the shield. You should know that what Major Wu said just now was exactly what I wanted. Lilaxi also responded. You don't need to know the extra things. I have my own deeper meaning. After saying this, Siska never sent any more messages. This woman is really interesting. Could it be that she is still fantasizing about that thing? Lilaxi seemed to know some inside information, but she was tactful and did not ask any further questions. In fact, the reason why Ziska did this was to put pressure on Wu Jie, to interrupt Wu Jie's train of thought and make him lose the courage to continue. Only in this way can Wu Jie be forced to show his ugly side, his fighting spirit can be suppressed in front of everyone, and the team leader can see Wu Jie's true face, so that the team leader will not focus on Wu Jie. It's a pity that the plan was perfect, but the facts were cruel. Wu Jie's next words were again earth-shattering. Back to Wu Jie's perspective. Wu Jie continued, when something like this happens, the truth will come out. Sooner or later, the new United Nations will know, the members will know, and the whole world will know. Instead of this, why don't we take the initiative and adopt a bolder strategy? Not only can we deal a heavy blow to Auroramon, but we can also get the most benefit for our Suzuka War Dance Troupe and strengthen the interests of the entire troupe. Speaking of benefits, Mingxi's eyes lit up. To be honest, Mingxi has been worried during this period. To support such a large group of people, the daily operation costs a considerable amount of money. Although there is support from behind-the-scenes forces, it is ultimately just a drop in the bucket. If new resources or funding can be obtained, it will be a very cost-effective deal. Not only Mingxi's eyes lit up, but the eyes of other column captains also lit up. Of course, her eyes were focused on upgrading the equipment. As he spoke, Wu Jie took out a drawing from his arms. On the drawing was a map, but there were many points marked on this map, including notes written by Wu Jie himself. Mingxi glanced at the map, and suddenly the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, and he was almost completely attracted by the map. "Excuse me, Captain, can I borrow the holographic map of the combat command room?" Wu Jie asked Mingxi. "Of course, you can use it as you like." Mingxi nodded repeatedly. Seeing Mingxi agreed, Wu Jie opened the holographic map and then started to operate it. Soon, with Wu Jie's skillful operation, a strategic offensive map was spread out before everyone's eyes. Wu Jie used the marking function to mark many small dots of different colors on the map and use color blocks to separate different areas. Before we start, let me briefly explain the color distribution so that you can better understand the meaning of this picture. Wu Jie took out a teaching stick from somewhere, pointed at a red area, and said, "The red area is the currently known Aurora Beast occupation area. The blue area is the known safe area and occupied area by humans, and the yellow area is the unknown area. Do you understand what I mean?" Wu Jie glanced at everyone. "Well, it is quite simple and clear. I just hope that Major Wu is not just a show-off and does nothing but talk big." Lilaxi sneered. She is grateful for what she has received, and she is soft-hearted. Since she has received the benefits, she should be rude to the end. A flash of displeasure flashed across Mingxi's face, but she did not stop Lilaxi. After all, this is also a test for Wu Jie. If Wu Jie can't even withstand this little pressure, how can he talk about promotion, let alone commanding so many war dancers? I believe that all of you column leaders are veterans who have been through many battles. You should be able to guess where this area is without me having to explain it. This is the frontline battlefield of the 15th District in the East, which is the right wing of our Suzuka Battle Dance Troops' front line of defense. Some time ago, while I was on a mission, I discovered signs of Aurora Beast digging caves on a large scale. After further investigation, I discovered that these pig-like Aurora Beasts have a strong desire to dig. In this area, as he spoke, Wu Jie pointed with his teaching stick at a green dot at the junction of the two armies. This was a location Wu Jie had marked in advance. And this one, and these dozen or so are all caves dug by the pig-like Aurora Beast. After my in-depth investigation, I found a large number of Aurora Beast eggs inside these caves. It seems that they have used this place as a nest. But I found one thing. These dozen or so caves contain rare metals that we humans are in urgent need of, as well as a large amount of commonly used metals. In order to confirm that I had not missed any of the nests, I later took some time to go back and investigate. I used special mining equipment to detect them, and the facts prove that my guess was correct. The pig-like Aurora Beasts like to eat minerals. Wherever they are, there must be minerals. This is definitely a major discovery for us humans. If we can capture these dozen nests, it will definitely be a considerable income. Chapter 56, Everyone is shocked. So that's how it is? I was wondering what you were doing those few days. You were not in the base for the whole day. It turns out you went out to investigate. Mingxi looked at Wu Jie with admiration in his eyes. But so what? This is the frontline battlefield, and these dozen points are the enemy's nests. How strong are the defenses inside? Will the other Aurora Beasts on the frontline battlefield arrive in time to provide support? What does it have to do with what I told you about the mysterious light ball? I've been talking for so long, but still haven't gotten to the point. The inappropriate voice sounded again. It was Lilaxi again. It seemed that she would not stop until she started to talk bad. Lilaxi, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. The captain of the third column couldn't stand it anymore. Although Wu Jie hadn't gotten to the point yet, it was obvious that others hadn't finished speaking. Since the captain didn't say anything, why was she in such a hurry to jump around? Well, then I'd like to see what strategic vision this Major Wu has. After saying that, Lilaxi leaned back and looked at Wu Jie proudly. Ziska looked at Wu Jie with a smile, expecting that Wu Jie would panic, become nervous, and at a loss, thus making a fool of himself in front of everyone. But to her disappointment, Wu Jie showed no expression at all. Indeed, if a new commander were in a meeting of this level, he would probably be so nervous that he would stutter and could not speak clearly. But Wu Jie is different. He has the support of the team leader and the basic skills accumulated in his daily life. He often stays up late to do his homework. Do you really think he stayed up late to do homework just for a local task? That's a big mistake. Wu Jie has been playing a big game. Wu Jie's calmness comes from his strong self-confidence, the accumulation of daily experience, and his constant concern for the country and the people. Although his speaking rhythm was disrupted just now, Wu Jie's thoughts were not confused, and he continued speaking. These dozen nests may seem very threatening, but they are actually not worth mentioning. After my detailed investigation, I found that the pig-like aurora bees hide during the day and come out at night, similar to bats. I believe that the captains should be very familiar with their habits, so I will not elaborate on them here. During the day, the pig-like aurora bees hide in their nests. We can use this opportunity to ambush a large number of troops at the entrance of the nest and catch them off guard when they are about to come out of the cave at night. The reason why we don't attack the nest directly is that I think the captains should understand that the passages in the cave are narrow and dense, which is not suitable for fighting with the war dancer. But here comes the point. We attack the nest on the surface, but in fact we are trying to lure the snake out of its hole. Luring the snake out of its hole? The captain of the third column didn't understand and asked. Let me introduce you to the captain of the third column. His name is Duo Luo, a heavy-armored war dancer. She is a veteran war dancer in the war dance troupe. She was promoted step by step from a small captain at the beginning of the troupe. In fact, I found the location of the mysterious light ball, which is in one of these dozen nests. As soon as Wu Jie said this, someone immediately disagreed. This is impossible. From the beginning to the end, you are the only one who has seen this mysterious light ball. You are talking about everything by yourself. How is it possible that the aurora bee started to mutate soon after the mysterious light ball was discovered? And then you got such important information by yourself. This is impossible to justify. I'm afraid you directed and acted in a play by yourself to earn credit for yourself. Lalaxi stood up angrily. This time she was really angry. In her opinion, Wu Jie deliberately made up a story just to get promoted, making everyone believe it, and then taking the opportunity to show off in front of the team leader. In this way, not only can you gain the appreciation of the team leader, but even if you say something wrong, you can still get away with it as a newcomer. In Lalaxi's opinion, Wu Jie is a complete liar. Ziska looked at Lalaxi in surprise. Although she asked Lalaxi to create obstacles for Wu Jie, she didn't expect Lalaxi to be so devoted. Or was she really angry? The team leader's face suddenly turned dark. Lilasher, watch your words. This is a combat meeting room, not your backyard. You can say whatever you want. Do you still have me as your commander in your eyes? This was a blunt remark, but Mingxi's attitude was unquestionable, and he stood firmly on Wu Jie's side. Lalaxi was about to say something, but Mingxi waved at her. If you have anything to say, wait until Wu Jie finishes speaking. Everything has a first-come, first-served basis. Since you suspect him, I will give you plenty of time to speak after Wu Jie finishes speaking. Is that okay? Mingxi's face was already gloomy enough that water could drip from it. Seeing the team leader defending Wu Jie so much, Lalaxi felt a little embarrassed, but because they still had to work together in the future, he had to sit down angrily. Well, I'll just enjoy Major Wu's speech here. Although he was suppressed by the regiment commander, he still refused to accept it. Wu Jie knew that if it weren't for Ziska's sudden proposal, what he could say would have been his limit without any preparation. Well, since Captain Lalaxi doesn't trust me, I have no choice but to produce some evidence. As he said that, Wu Jie picked up his briefcase. It really is a treasure chest. What is Wu Jie going to do now? Mingxi waited expectantly for Wu Jie's evidence. Wu Jie slowly took out a cube. Where did I get this cube? It must be from chapter 27. This foreshadowing has been buried for so long. Wu Jie is not just here to do it. Captain, do you remember my first mission when I first came to Zhangwu? Wu Jie asked Mingxi. Of course. Wu Jie took the cube, turned it in his hand, and said to everyone, as soon as we got this cube back to the base, Chief Su immediately studied it. According to Chief Su, her high-frequency wave detector recently discovered that the King Lujiang Red Line power plant has always had a mysterious frequency. She suspected that it was related to the power plant. In order to facilitate research, she asked me to take a piece off the cube. What's the result? Mingxi asked. The results show that a completely new type of fragment has appeared on it. Through analysis, it is definitely not from the known Aurora Beast, but a completely new and unknown life form. And its life form is completely different from that of the Aurora Beast. Combining the clues before and after, this should be the mysterious light ball. Later, because of the cube, I went back to the power plant and retrieved all the videos that could be retrieved. Although the video files of the power plant were severely damaged, I still discovered the secret. I found that the mysterious light ball was absorbing the energy of the cube. Later, I asked Chief Su to re-examine the cube, and sure enough, I found some mysterious metal residues on it. With this cube, I collected metal ores from every place where I carried out a mission and made comparisons. It happened that I encountered these nests during the mission, so I did not forget to collect them for comparison. Finally, through technical identification, we determined that these metal residues are exactly the metals in these dozen nests. Although it is not clear which nest it is, I can be sure that the mysterious light ball is in one of these dozen nests. Hiss! This made all the column leaders nervous. Everyone was shocked by Wu Jie's move, and there was a lot of discussion in the conference room for a while. Lilaxi was so nervous that he started biting his nails, but he didn't expect that he would be slapped in the face instead. It was so embarrassing. My good junior, you have such a hidden trick. I never expected that. Mingxi clapped his hands and stood up. Did you really not make any preparations beforehand? Mingxi looked genuinely curious. Wu Jie smiled awkwardly. What kind of preparation is there? Isn't it just an emergency meeting convened by the head of the group on a whim? Mingxi stared at Wu Jie closely, the smile on her face growing deeper and deeper. Is it fanatical admiration? Or is it the love of the superior for the subordinate? Or something else? Chapter 57, 3 Steps of Planning. Then I would like to ask Major Wu, if we attack the nest, but the enemy's combat power and capabilities are still unknown, wouldn't it be too risky to attack rashly? Tamil asked a question. Indeed, the Tamil issue is critical. After all, such a large-scale battle concerns the lives and deaths of countless people. If a war is started easily, then full preparations must be made. Well, I've already thought about this. Before the battle begins, send out the strongest team in our group as a reconnaissance team to find a way to test the ability of the light ball. Regardless of success or failure, we must start the battle first. And I have also designed a retreat route in advance to ensure that the reconnaissance team can return safely. Wu Jie pointed at a white line on the map. Everyone was impressed. They didn't expect that the plan was so thorough. Is this really just a team commander? This is too much of a waste of talent. At the same time, because my reconnaissance is likely to alert the enemy, we must strike first regardless of whether the enemy has noticed it or not. There are several reasons for this arrangement. First, the battlefield is changing rapidly. There is no absolutely correct plan, only relatively correct choices. I cannot guarantee that my plan is foolproof, so I can only do everything possible to consider the Legion. Secondly, if we capture the mysterious light ball, our war dance troop will not only be able to obtain first-hand information, boost morale within the troop, and enhance our international reputation, but it will also be a huge asset for our troop. At that time, any research institution in the world will actively seek cooperation with us, and we will be able to take the opportunity to obtain a large sum of funds for the troops' operations. Third, once these dozen nests are captured, not only will the large number of Aurora Beast eggs inside become our resources, but the huge underground mineral deposits in this area will also become our material supply and economic source. After Wu Jie finished speaking, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was really not an easy task to gain the approval of so many column captains. Pa. Tamil was so excited that he couldn't help but applaud Wu Jie. Major Wu, you have a really good brain. Why don't you be my military advisor, and I will listen to your commands. My brain isn't very good, and I've been scolded by the regiment commander many times. Huh, Tamil laughed. As the captain of the second column, Tamil herself is also capable. She supports Wu Jie so much because she is really attracted by Wu Jie's plan. She hasn't heard such a detailed and thorough plan for a long time. She feels like she is back to the time when she was fighting on the front line with the regiment commander. Captain Tamil, you are joking. These are just my personal opinions. If there are any shortcomings, please feel free to give me your guidance, Captain Tamil. Wu Jie said modestly. After all, I have only been in the group for a month, and now I have already shown my talent. I am afraid that some people will be uncomfortable again. Sure enough, the inappropriate voice sounded again. Tamil, you are too pampering the newcomer. No matter how beautiful his plan is, it is just paper talk after all. He has never participated in a large-scale battle and does not understand the cruelty of war at all. If you ask me, Major Wu should hone his skills at the grassroots level for a few years before coming here. This is a high-level meeting at the column level or above. Here it comes again. Although Mingxi knows that Wu Jie is indeed inexperienced and has little influence, he can't help but humiliate him again and again. She was about to say something when an unexpected situation occurred. The girl in a pure white dress spoke up, her eyes sparkling with stars, her slender hands gently holding her silver hair. and she said lightly, I think Major Wu's plan is very interesting, but it is not comprehensive enough. It would be better if he could adjust the details. Lalaxi, it is true that Major Wu has little experience, but it is also undeniable that his plan is indeed excellent. Her tone was neither hurried nor slow, like a jar of fine wine that had been hidden deep underground for many years. Her voice was pleasant to the ears, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. It was difficult to feel any disrespect towards her. Lilasher was about to say something, but when he saw that it was Ziska who spoke, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Well, okay, since Ziska also thinks it is feasible, then I have no objection. Lalaxi sat down slowly. What does this woman mean? On the one hand, she wants me to help suppress Wu Jie, and on the other hand, she tries to be a good person? Then, am I just being used as a gun? Lalaxi was completely confused. After being in the group for a long time, Lalaxi has a certain understanding of everyone in the group. Although she is in awe of the group leader, she is not afraid of him. The only exception is Siska, who is like a saint in the group. She is the most difficult to understand and the person she fears the most. It was as if Siska saw through Lilash's thoughts. Siska secretly sent her a message. After reading the message, Lilash became quiet and said nothing. Mingxi originally wanted to say something, but Ziska spoke first, so he couldn't say anything else. She smiled and nodded to Ziska. Although she didn't know why Ziska suddenly changed her attitude, since she also supported Wu Jie's plan, Mingxi couldn't criticize Lalaxi anymore. In fact, when they were in the office before, Mingxi had keenly noticed the changes in Ziska. It's not that she couldn't see the resentment in Ziska's heart, but she and Ziska had been together for a long time, and their relationship was like that of sisters. It was not easy for her to force Ziska to agree with her ideas. After all, everyone has their own aspirations, and even the most bonded sisters can accidentally hurt each other. This is reality, not a fairy tale. It is not as simple as telling others, believe me, I am a good person, and others will definitely believe that you are a good person. If you want to gain recognition from others, you must rely on your own efforts and actions. Only in this way can you impress others and make them truly identify with you. But she believed in Wu Jie's sincere heart. She had witnessed it with her own eyes when she was in the military academy. Wu Jie is full of confidence and aspirations, but he is envied, suppressed, and marginalized in the new United Nations. Due to his lack of ability, he can only watch his junior schoolmate with excellent grades being trapped at the border and doing nothing, living a mediocre life. This was something she didn't want to see. She knew that the new United Nations had become corrupt and decadent, and that darkness and filth were hidden beneath its magnificent appearance. Wu Jie is a man of gold. He loves his country more than anyone else and loves everything about being a human being. This can be seen from his notes, which are densely written and detailed to the point of being outrageous. She secretly went to Wu Jie's dormitory to observe more than once, and she found that Wu Jie often stayed up late into the night to write plans, and woke up with dark circles under his eyes every day. But in order not to worry others, Wu Jie even learned how to put on makeup so that others wouldn't see his tiredness and distress. Chapter 58, Conscience. No one knows all of this better than her, the team leader. At today's meeting, after listening to Wu Jie's plan, the team leader couldn't help but praise him repeatedly. But she couldn't show it. As the team leader, she had to always maintain a fair and just image. She could show a certain level of trust in Wu Jie, but she couldn't be overly partial to him. Otherwise, the people below will be dissatisfied, and it may also make Wu Jie develop an arrogant mentality. Alas, being a regiment leader is so hard. Mingxi couldn't help but sigh, really missing the days in the military academy, when Wu Jie could still talk to him and describe the future and ideals together. But now the two of them have become a superior-subordinate relationship. Because there are countless people watching them, they never have the chance to talk to Wu Jie like friends, have a meal together, take time to chat about their past military school life, and reminisce the past together. Sometimes Mingxi wanted Wu Jie to grow up quickly, let him take his place, and he himself would be a soldier standing on the front line, just charging forward and not thinking about anything else. How about finding a chance to ask Wu Jie out for a day? Thinking of this, Mingxi smiled inwardly and returned to reality. Well, Wu Jie, please sit down. I have heard all your plans. Remember to write me a detailed plan afterwards. As for whether to adopt this plan, let's talk about it after you come back from the international competition. Mingxi said with a smile. Wu Jie was stunned. He didn't expect that he was only called up for a discussion temporarily, but his plan was added to the list of official plan candidates. Captain, my plan is not yet mature. Do you want to consult the opinions of the column leaders? Wu Jie said carefully. Haha, Major Wu, I have no objection to your plan. It's great. Tamira was very straightforward and directly supported Wu Jie. Duo Luo, who was standing by, also said, I think Major Wu is very talented and this plan is very attractive. The most important thing is that before we had time to do anything, Major Wu had already made it clear about the enemy situation, terrain, and plan. We are just here for the sake of going through the motions. I think it's a blessing for our Suzuka battle dance troupe to have such a talented person. Also, I haven't felt so relieved in a long time. This is probably the meeting that requires me to use my brain the least. It's really comfortable. At a meeting, the three column leaders seemed very optimistic about Wu Jie's plan, and even the regiment leader hinted to everyone, intentionally or unintentionally, that she was very optimistic about Wu Jie's plan. Only Lalaxi weakly raised his hand and said, I reserve my opinion. After that, Lalaxi didn't say anything more and didn't continue to lower everyone's mood. Well, if everyone has no new opinions, let's end this meeting here. Wu Jie, please stay for a moment. I have something to say to you. Ming, she signaled the end of the meeting. Me? Wu Jie was puzzled. Just like that, everyone left the meeting room one by one. Only Siska was still sitting in her seat, and it seemed like she had no intention of leaving. Mingxi was not angry because Zizika deliberately stayed, but said to Wu Jie in front of Zizika, Junior, tell me honestly, have you ever thought about getting promoted? Wu Jie was stunned. Did the senior sister keep me here just to ask me this question? He wanted to answer directly, of course I do. But then he thought about it and felt something was wrong. The senior sister seemed to have other intentions. Wu Jie shook his head and said, I have been on the front line for a long time. I have lived and died with those warrior dancers and experienced danger and countless battles together. I don't know if I should be promoted, because I know very well that once I am in a high position, I will no longer be able to chat with the warrior dancers like I was on the front line, and I can always care about their safety. Their lives are like numbers on a chessboard. As long as I have a thought, countless soldiers will fight to the death on the front line because of my orders. Whether they get promoted or not, it doesn't matter to me. Mingxi frowned, not very satisfied. Have you ever thought about it? Although your command will control the life and death of countless people, you can also use this power to save them. Use your intelligence and wisdom to let them return home alive. Isn't this what you want to do? This is a question of human nature. Mingxi didn't ask these questions for fun. She wanted to find out whether Wu Jie was an indecisive person. Wu Jie's answer just now had already disappointed her a little. A general must see through life and death and serve his country with his life. If he cannot even see through life and death, more people will die because of the general's indecision. If Wu Jie wants to be promoted, he must have the demeanor of a great general. Without the will to kill and fight decisively, he will surely be dragged down by his character. Ziska was drinking tea on the side. Of course she understood what Wu Jie said, so she shook her head. In her opinion, Wu Jie's answer did not even satisfy her. So how could he convince the leader whom she admired? Wu Jie laughed, not a mocking laugh, nor a self-deprecating laugh, but a happy laugh. Mingxi was surprised, Ziska was surprised, and they both didn't understand why Wu Jie was laughing so happily. Senior, so many years have passed, and I didn't expect that you were the one who has regressed. Wu Jie really felt that the senior had regressed. Mingxi looked confused, but she was not angry. She wanted to see what Wu Jie wanted to say. Promotion is indeed important because we live in a human social system, and without a position, there is no real power. Mingxi nodded and motioned Wu Jie to continue. But I'm sure you didn't understand what I wanted to say. I won't forget to live and die with War Dancer just because I got promoted, nor will I feel resentful because I didn't get promoted. No matter what position I am in, all I have to do is to be myself. If I were a soldier, I would fight bravely on the battlefield to serve my country. If I were a squad leader, I would shoulder my responsibilities and do everything possible to make the right choice so that everyone can return home alive. If I were a general, I would use all means, no matter if they were evil, dirty, bright, or dark, to defeat my enemies so that the soldiers under my command could come back alive and see the sunshine of the next morning together. This is me. Wu Jie spoke passionately and with great enthusiasm, and he did not hold back at all because Ziska was listening because this was who he was. Wu Jie finished speaking and waited for Mingxi's reaction. After listening to Wu Jie's words, Mingxi lowered her head and said nothing. Wu Jie couldn't see her expression. For a moment, the meeting room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. I don't know how long it took, maybe very long, maybe very short. Mingxi finally raised his head. Although she hit it well, Wu Jie could still see that she seemed to have cried, with traces of tears in the corners of her eyes. She opened her thin red lips, and there was a wisp of mist between her words. You are worthy of being my junior. You have passed the test. Senior is crying. Chapter 59, Soap and Accident. The next day, if I were a general, I would use all means, no matter if they were evil, dirty, bright, or dark, to defeat my enemies so that the soldiers under my command could come back alive and see the sunshine of the next morning together. This is me. Siska woke up early in the morning, slowly pulled up her shoulder straps, and put on her long suspender dress. Siska, sitting quietly in front of the mirror and slowly combing her long hair, looks like a beauty in a painting. The cool morning light shone through the window onto her hair, exuding a faint fairy air in an atmosphere that was both cold and warm. A lip gloss was lightly applied on her thin lips, and she pursed her lips slightly. The beauty in the mirror looked even more icy and beautiful against the morning light. All she could think about was what Wu Jie said in front of the team leader yesterday, and the corners of her mouth curved up. Although you have passed the test of the group leader, I have not recognized you yet. Wu Jie, be ready to face my test at any time. Ziska muttered to himself, walked to the window, and looked out with his star-like eyes. Coincidentally, he could see Wu Jie's high-end dormitory area. When Wu Jie returned home, he felt exhausted and fell asleep immediately. He slept until dawn the next day. Wu Jie opened the door and was about to go out to eat, when he suddenly remembered something and smelled it. Oh no, I was too tired last night and didn't take a shower, so I smell. Wu Jie complained to himself. In this military camp full of war dancers, there are many cute girls. They are extremely sensitive to smells. It would be bad if they could smell that they haven't taken a shower. Gurgle, looking at his stomach growling with hunger, Wu Jie sighed helplessly. Forget it, taking a bath is more important. Just as Wu Jie turned around to take a shower, he forgot to close the door. How many times has this happened? Oh, yes, it seems like this is the second time I forgot to close the door. Excuse me, Commander Wu, are you up yet? At this moment, a lovely female voice came into the room. The half-closed door was pushed open a crack, and a small head squeezed in, tilting its head to peek at what was going on in the room. Seeing that no one answered, she thought Wu Jie was still sleeping in, so she bravely pushed the door open and walked in. She wore a light-colored short skirt with a white belt and a pink top with a cute cat's paw printed on the upper right corner. She has tied her long brown hair into two cute buns. If you look at them from behind, they look like two cute ears, making people want to pinch them. She tiptoed into the room, only to find it empty. Hey, where's Chief Wu? Luo Jing changed into a very casual outfit today. She came here because she had agreed with Wu Jie yesterday that she would treat him to a meal. Because their mission quota has been completed, their team is on vacation now, so they have this kind of spare time. Just as Luo Jing was wondering, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Oh no, I'm out of bath products. Luckily, I still have a bar of camping cleaning soap in my closet. Wu Jie walked out of the bathroom, talking to himself. Looking at the naked man walking out of the bathroom, Luo Jing's face suddenly turned red. She didn't expect that Commander Wu was taking a shower so early in the morning. No, I can't let anyone see this. Otherwise, I'll lose my reputation. Thinking this, Luo Jing rushed into Wu Jie's closet as fast as she could. The main reason was that Luo Jing came uninvited and Wu Jie was unaware of it. If Wu Jie saw her, it might cause even bigger misunderstandings. So for the sake of herself and Wu Jie, she just wanted to hide quickly in a hurry. Since the wardrobe had leaf windows, Luo Jing, who was hiding in the wardrobe, could not see Wu Jie who was outside the wardrobe. He's quite handsome. Looking at Wu Jie coming out of the bath, Luo Jing couldn't help but comment on him. This was the image of Chief Wu that she didn't usually see. At this moment, Wu Jie's upper body was completely naked except for his lower half, which was covered with a bath towel. His clean and water-stained body was covered with strong muscles, and his six-pack abs firmly attracted Luo Jing's attention. Is this a man's body? It's quite pleasing to the eyes. Luo Jing sighed secretly. Then Luo Jing felt something was wrong and cursed herself. Oh my God, what am I doing? Am I a peeping Tom? Luo Jing felt like she was in prison at this moment. She didn't want to look, but her eyes were honest. Wu Jie, with water droplets on the ends of his hair, has a unique masculine charm that cannot be compared to Wu Jie, who usually wears a military uniform. Faced with such a lethal scene, coupled with a psychological environment similar to that of a guilty thief, Luo Jing only felt her heart rate accelerating at this moment, and the excitement that she could not experience in daily life was constantly impacting her nerves. It's so exciting. No one knows about it anyway, so why not? Luo Jing wanted to continue watching, but unexpectedly, Wu Jie turned around and left after getting the soap. Luo Jing was actually a little disappointed. She had never seen a naked man before, and at this moment she was full of curiosity about men's little secrets. Oh my god, have I evolved into a nympho? Luo Jing kept scolding herself in her heart to keep herself rational. Wu Jie walked to the bathroom door, thinking about taking a quick shower and going to eat. His stomach was already growling with hunger. Suddenly seeing the open door, Wu Jie was shocked. I forgot to close the door again. What if those clumsy girls accidentally break in again? As he spoke, Wu Jie quickly walked to the door and closed it. Unexpectedly, the soap in Wu Jie's hand fell to the ground because it was too slippery, and he stepped on it without noticing. Ah! With a scream, Wu Jie stopped moving. What's going on? Luo Jing was confused after entering the closet. Why did she hear Officer Wu's wailing out of nowhere? How about going out and taking a look? No, what if I get discovered? I'll be ruined. Suddenly, I imagined. The headline of the news report the next day was shocking. The perverted female captain sneaked into the boys' dormitory and tried to do something indecent. Ah, no, I can't let this happen. Luo Jing shook her head frantically. But after waiting for a long time, I didn't hear the sound of Wu Jie entering the bathroom. What happened? No, what if something happens? Thinking of the inexplicable wailing of Officer Wu that had just come from the front door, as a woman, she became worried at this moment. Luo Jing took a deep breath, gave himself courage, and decided to go out to see what was going on. Chapter 60. Why are you blushing? Luo Jing gently pushed the cabinet door open a little, looked carefully, and made sure that there was no one in the room. Only then did Luo Jing muster up the courage to push the cabinet door open. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she was like a secret agent in a movie, sometimes sticking to the wall, sometimes looking out the window, looking left and right, and after making sure it was safe, she gently opened the bedroom door. Huh! Luo Jing came to the living room and looked towards the front door. It seemed that there was a person lying on the ground. It's Commander Wu. Luo Jing was stunned. What happened to Commander Wu? Why did he fall to the ground? As if he had fainted. As her attention was drawn to Wu Jie, Luo Jing didn't notice that there was a murderous intention hidden under her feet. A piece of harmless soap is lying quietly on the ground. In human history, soap has always played a very important role in cleaning. Even today, when technology is advanced, there are still many factions in the military who insist on using soap for hygiene and cleaning, commonly known as the soap faction. At the same time, soap is also a friendly diplomat and an ambassador of peace in prison. Countless prisoners who have used soap in prison have turned over a new leaf and never done anything harmful to society again when they are released from prison. Therefore, soap plays an important role in human history. But now, in the past, soap also has the powerful potential to transform into a killer. For example, in a certain spy movie, the protagonist who was being hunted secretly put soap on the corner of the road in order to fight back. When the enemy accidentally stepped on the soap, that was the time for him to be defeated. I had to go check it out. Realizing that something was wrong, Luo Jing took a very important step in her life. In Wu Jie's dormitory, another woman's scream was heard. Luo Jing, who was wearing a short skirt, was lying on Wu Jie at this moment, and Wu Jie finally woke up from his coma because of the second impact. Am I dreaming? Why am I dreaming about cotton candy? Wu Jie looked at the pink in front of him with confused eyes. Gurgle, his stomach growled. Wu Jie, who was trembling with hunger, looked at the marshmallow in front of him and was suddenly tempted. Whatever, marshmallows are marshmallows, as long as they are edible. Wu Jie, who was so hungry that he couldn't tell east from west, didn't care about much at this moment. Looking at the piece of pink marshmallow in front of him, driven by hunger, Wu Jie couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick it. Wow, so salty. Is this what the marshmallows in my memory taste like? But it's still delicious. Salty marshmallows are really interesting. Thinking of this, Wu Jie couldn't help but lick it again. Marshmallow suddenly screamed. What a weird thing. Marshmallows can talk. Oh, by the way, I seem to be dreaming, and nothing in a dream is weird, right? Salty marshmallows, talking marshmallows, haha, really interesting. Thinking of this, Wu Jie couldn't help but lick it again. Commander Wu, I will kill you. Luo Jing could no longer bear it. If she hadn't fallen just now and hadn't recovered yet, how could she allow Wu Jie to defile her like this? Obscene, really too obscene. Luo Jing's face flushed. Logically speaking, with the war dancer's physical fitness, she wouldn't be in so much pain that she couldn't stand up after falling down. but this is the fact. A few days ago, Luo Jing was injured by Auroramon in a battle. Although his condition has improved through treatment in the past few days, the wound is still there. The fall just now accidentally affected her injury, which caused Luo Jing to be unable to get up after falling down for a while. Hey, this marshmallow can really talk. Wu Jie wanted to sit up immediately, but Luo Jing was also trying to get up at this moment. Puff! Wu Jie only felt his head hit a soft place. Looking at Wu Jie bumping into her skirt, Luo Jing was extremely angry. Captain Wu, you pervert. Who is the marshmallow? Luo Jing's heart was beating wildly. Although she was quite confused at the moment, she still maintained a trace of rationality. After all, she is a war dancer. If a fight really breaks out, Wu Jie, as an ordinary person, will definitely not be able to withstand her attack. She still insisted on using verbal communication to warn Wu Jie, hoping that Wu Jie would stop in time. Only then did Wu Jie realize that it was not a dream, but the real world. Luo, Captain Luo, why are you in my room? Wu Jie could see the face of the person clearly. He didn't expect that Luo Jing, who was dressed in daily clothes, was actually in his dormitory. What was going on? Thinking of the door that was open just now, oh no, someone might have accidentally broken in again. No, I have to install a smart lock in the future, which will automatically lock the door for me when I'm not at home. Luo Jing's face turned red as if it was about to bleed. Then she remembered that she was the one in the wrong. After all, she was the one who broke in first. But Wu Jie had just done something so excessive to her. Also, I licked. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. What should she do? I. Luo Jing was speechless for a moment. I saw you fall to the ground, so I came over to help you. But who knew there was a soap on the ground? So I fell on you, Commander Wu. Just when Luo Jing was about to speak and defend herself, something even more outrageous suddenly happened. Because the previous series of events were too intense, Wu Jie's bath towel loosened and actually slipped down in front of Luo Jing. Looking at the bath towel slowly sliding down, Luo Jing's eyes widened wider and wider, and her brain was almost deprived of oxygen. With a splash, the bath towel finally fell down. At this moment, Luo Jing saw a lot of things that she shouldn't have seen. Wu, Commander Wu, hurry up, pull him up, pull him up. Luo Jing quickly covered her eyes with her hands and turned her head to the side, afraid that she would explode if she looked at him any longer. But no one noticed that Luo Jing was extremely cunning and left a gap for her finger. Is this the correct way to cover your eyes that often appears in novels? Wu Jie also realized that something was wrong. He quickly pulled himself up, turned his back to Luo Jing, and put on his clothes again. Captain Luo, please step out for a while. If you have anything to say, please wait until I finish my work. Wu Jie calmed down and said quickly. I agree. Luo Jing nodded repeatedly. If this continued, who knew what terrible things would happen? At this moment, she just wanted to escape from this prison as soon as possible. Yes, escape quickly. Just like that, Luo Jing rushed out of the door as if escaping. But after rushing out of the door, Luo Jing leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. It felt more intense than fighting with Auroramon. What was this feeling? Chapter 61, I'm starving. After a while, Wu Jie finally came out. But now he was dressed neatly, and his expression had returned to his usual calm and indifferent self. Captain Luo, let's talk while we walk. I haven't had breakfast yet. Wu Jie was really hungry. He had attended such a long meeting yesterday and fell asleep when he came back because he was too sleepy. He didn't even have dinner. Now he is very hungry and just wants to eat something quickly. Otherwise, he will suffer from hypoglycemia. Seeing Wu Jie coming out, Luo Jing's eyes were a little evasive, and she didn't know if she was still brooding over what happened before. Captain Wu, have you forgotten what we agreed on yesterday? What did you say? I'm going to treat Chief Wu to dinner today. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Sorry, the meeting lasted too late yesterday and made me a little forgetful. So should we leave now? Wu Jie slapped his forehead and remembered this. Yes, I have booked a hotel in the city today. Let's go there to eat. Luo Jing replied quickly. Hotel? Another hotel? Wu Jie had a headache. Could it be that hotel again? Yeah, I heard that the food in this hotel is very good and highly rated, so I want to repay Chief Wu's kindness. Wu Jie thought for a moment and said, You probably haven't confirmed with me whether I'm really going to the international competition. How can you be so sure that I will participate? Indeed, I was arranged by the team leader to participate in the international competition. It was just confirmed last night, and I haven't told Luo Jing yet. Luo Jing smiled and replied, Commander Wu must have overslept. The team leader announced this to all members early this morning. Everyone in the team knows that Commander Wu is going to participate in the competition. Early in the morning, Wu Jie was stunned and immediately took out his pocket watch to look at it. Oh my god, it was already 11 o'clock. I was so tired last night that I slept for such a long time, but there was no response at all. I set the alarm, but there was no response. Wu Jie's head started to hurt. He pressed his head and said, "Okay, let's go to the city together." Luo Jing didn't expect Wu Jie to still use such an old pocket watch. She was interested for a moment. Chief Wu is still using such an antique thing. It must have been eliminated many years ago, right? Wu Jie looked at Luo Jing, smiled, and said, "Don't underestimate it. Although electronic clocks are becoming more and more accurate, it doesn't mean that ancient things have no meaning. They may sometimes have miraculous effects." "Hey," Luo Jing stretched out her voice from low to high, obviously full of disbelief. Seeing that Luo Jing didn't believe him, Wu Jie didn't bother to explain and said directly, "Let's go eat quickly. I'm still hungry from last night until now." "Okay, let's go." Luo Jing naturally wouldn't continue asking questions. After all, everyone has their own preferences. Compared to Qing Xiuyu, Luo Jing is much more normal. She wouldn't do anything outrageous like driving herself around in a luxury car. Luo Jing actually has her own private car, a smart car made by China Automotive News. It not only has a fully automatic driving mode, but also a smart assistant. It is equipped with air conditioning, music, imaging, reclining chairs, and so on. Such private cars are very common in the daily lives of ordinary people. Luo Jing turned on the intelligent driving mode and slowly drove out of the military camp. They were allowed to pass only after their documents and identities were checked. I would like to add here that although the Suzaka Battle Dance Troupe is an independent troupe that focuses on battle dancers, it does not mean that all members are women. Please keep this in mind. Whether it is the sentries on guard within the team, or the soldiers responsible for logistics, ground staff, or field work, men make up the majority. It's just that Wu Jie has the most special identity. He is the only male commander here. Therefore, other male soldiers in the base have also discussed Wu Jie a lot. "Hey, isn't this the only male commander of our regiment? Yeah, this guy is really lucky. I thought he would be driven out by the opposition on the first day he came here, but I didn't expect him to become the commander now. Anyway, it's a great honor for us men. Although I don't mind being ordered around by girls, it's still good to have a male superior who can have a say." Who says it's not true? If our regiment wasn't special, I guess the commander would have wanted to have all the soldiers be female. "Shoo, stop talking, someone is coming." The two soldiers who were secretly talking about Wu Jie stopped chatting immediately when they saw the fierce look from the captain of the first column. But Wu Jie couldn't hear all this. "Captain Wu, would you like something to drink?" Luo Jing said, taking out a few cans of drinks from the front car refrigerator and shaking them in front of Wu Jie. Car refrigerators are now common in private cars, mainly due to carbon-12. Under the influence of green energy, they have benefited thousands of households. This makes it possible for ordinary families to enjoy many features that were previously only available in high-end luxury cars. And the price is not expensive, very cheap. Wow, that's amazing. Leco's drinks are not common in this world. Wu Jie didn't expect Luo Jing to be so generous. "Have some. I have more here." Luo Jing took the drink and wanted to hand it to Wu Jie, but unexpectedly, their hands accidentally touched each other. The touch of skin against skin made Luo Jing couldn't help but recall the scene that happened in Wu Jie's dormitory today. He handed the drink to her as if he was being electrocuted and immediately turned his face away so that Wu Jie could not see his expression. Wu Jie was confused. What was Luo Jing talking about? But Wu Jie was hungry, so drinking some drinks would help him feel a little fuller. Took a sip. "Wow, so exciting, it's worthy of being Leke." Wu Jie made an exaggerated gesture to express his satisfaction. "Commander Wu is really interesting like this." "Alas, you don't understand. Ever since the Aurora Beast cut off the transportation lines between the East and the West, many daily necessities that were easily available before are now difficult to get. I'll remember your favor of treating me to a drink," Wu Jie said without any concern. "These are nothing. Commander Wu has helped me this time, and I have already owed him a great favor. These are just a few bottles of drinks." As they were talking, the car had already slowly driven into the city. Luo Jing looked at the beautiful scenery of the city and couldn't help but sighed and said, "When the war is over, I will go back to my hometown, find an ordinary man, and end my ordinary life. After fighting and killing every day, I realized that peace is hard won." "Captain Wu, do you know? In fact, many of the war dancers in the troupe don't like fighting. When the military camp was first established, many war dancers couldn't stand the hardship of the military camp and secretly ran back home. Later, they were forcibly recruited back. Chapitre 62, Sakura Club Continuation. I also thought about running away and becoming a deserter, but it wasn't until Auroramon attacked my hometown and destroyed everything I had that I realized how stupid I was. If I had not been passive at the beginning and had actively responded to the challenge, perhaps my family would not have died and my hometown might not have disappeared. Maybe this is God's punishment for me. As he spoke, Luo Jing laughed at himself. Wu Jie didn't say anything, just listened quietly. He didn't know Luo Jing. Although he had read Luo Jing's file, he had no right to comment on her life. However, after listening to Luo Jing's words, Wu Jie seemed to understand something. Don't be sad, it's not your fault. Wu Jie comforted. Thank you for your comfort, Commander Wu. I'm sorry to make you listen to my complaints. Luo Jing did not cry, but just kept making fun of herself. They arrived at the hotel very quickly. Wu Jie was stunned. When he saw the hotel, he felt a stomachache. It was this hotel owned by Shenlong Heavy Industry again. Although I really wanted to complain, Luo Jing meant well, so I couldn't say anything more. After getting off the car and taking the elevator up from the underground parking lot, someone had already captured this scene on the surveillance camera. Miss Commander Wu is here. Really? Great. I'll be there right away. Wu Jie probably never expected that there was someone he didn't expect to stay here. After getting out of the elevator, we will soon arrive at the private room reserved by Luo Jing. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the corner and bumped into Wu Jie's arms. Wu Jie was stunned for a moment. What was going on? Huh, what a surprise, Wu Jie. I didn't expect you to come again. The person who spoke was none other than Qing Xiaoyan. You? Xiaoyan? Why are you still in the hotel? I heard from Xiaoyu that you were back at the headquarters, right? Did she forget about the Sakura Society? Was she not afraid that the Sakura Society would attack her again? As if aware of Wu Jie's concerns, Qing Xiaoyan quickly explained. You don't know this. I have already applied to the headquarters to conduct research in the underground laboratory here. Hey, who is this person next to you? In fact, Qing Xiaoyan already knew who the person next to Wu Jie was, but she didn't say it out loud. Wu Jie was confused. He still had a lot to ask Qing Xiaoyan, but he still patiently introduced her to her. This is Luo Jing, the captain of the Hummingbird Squad. Oh, she just responded indifferently and was not interested in Luo Jing at all. Then Wu Jie introduced Luo Jing. This is Qing Xiaoyan, Qing Xiaoyu's sister. Originally, Qing Xiaoyan didn't know that Wu Jie was coming to the hotel. She was just doing research in the hotel and went to the lobby to eat. When she was bored, she casually flipped through the appointment book and found Wu Jie's name and a strange woman's name on it. So she waited in the hotel early and ordered the people in the monitoring room to report to her immediately as soon as they saw Wu Jie coming. Then Qing Xiaoyan focused her attention on Wu Jie again. Are you here to eat? Luo Jing sensed something was wrong. This girl named Qing Xiaoyan seemed to have strong hostility towards her. Could it be Commander Wu and her? And what surprised her the most was that she felt that the red-haired girl looked familiar from the beginning, and she didn't expect that she was Qing Xiaoyu's sister. I didn't expect that Chief Wu has so many friends, and today I have to be careful and take care of Ms. Qing Xiaoyan's emotions. It is obvious that Qing Xiaoyan has other feelings for Commander Wu. Forget it. This is Chief Wu's own social circle, so I shouldn't cause any more trouble. Captain Qing Xiaoyu has always been very famous in our group, and even I respect her very much. It is my honor to have the opportunity to meet Captain Qing Xiao's sister today. By the way, I was going to invite Chief Wu to dinner today. If Chief Wu doesn't mind, how about inviting Ms. Qing Xiaoyan to dinner with us? Luo Jing's words were neither humble nor arrogant, and she expressed the reason why she and Wu Jie came here in a tone that was neither close nor distant. At the same time, she also conveyed a message to Qing Xiaoyan. Chief Wu and I are ordinary people, and we don't have the kind of relationship you think. It seemed that Qing Xiaoyan understood what Luo Jing meant, and her expression became much better. Thank you, Captain Luo. Qing Xiaoyan agreed readily, without waiting for Wu Jie to speak. Wu Jie was speechless. Don't you even give me a chance to speak? Never mind, it's just a meal. No need to be so serious. Qing Xiaoyan let go of Wu Jie, and only then did Wu Jie see Qing Xiaoyan's attire clearly. Her straight red hair fluttered in the wind, and her bright eyes shone with a cunning light like a mountain spring. Qing Xiaoyan, wearing a little black dress, looked like a beautiful lady who was going to attend a party. A pair of silver earrings sparkled a little, adding a touch of maturity that was inconsistent with her petite figure. What a beautiful woman. Wu Jie was stunned for a moment. When he first met Qingqiu Lian in the hotel, she was dressed very casually, which was nothing compared to her now who was dressed up carefully. Seeing Wu Jie in a daze, a hint of pride flashed across Qingqiu Lian's face, but she did not take advantage of it. Instead, she took Wu Jie and walked into the private room. Luo Jing looked at the two of them and followed them in thoughtfully. During mealtime, apart from Qingqiu Lian who kept chirping, Wu Jie and Luo Jing were as quiet as stone sculptures, just focusing on eating. Qingqiu Lian didn't seem to mind Wu Jie's attitude at all and kept chatting to herself, as if she had endless things to say. Wu Jie was really hungry. It was not that he didn't want to chat with Qingqiu Lian for a while, but at least let him eat something before talking. He hadn't eaten a single bite from last night to this morning. But it was different for Luo Jing standing by. She found that this place had completely become Qingqiu Lian's home court, and she had no chance to interrupt at all. By the way, how are the three dancers from the Sakura Club doing now? Wu Jie finally had the strength to speak and interrupted. Qingqiu Lian, who was interrupted, then remembered something. Oh, by the way, Commander Wu, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. The Sakura Society has been under great international pressure from public opinion because of the failed assassination attempt. So during this period, the learning and exchange between Shenlong Heavy Industries and Sakura Heavy Industries was able to proceed smoothly. As for those three girls, Sakura has announced that it has severed ties with them. I guess this decision was made to protect the reputation of the Yamaguchi Gumi. But because of this, the three girls regained their freedom. I told them about this incident. They didn't believe it at first, but later when I showed them the evidence, the three of them hugged each other and cried for a long time before they slowly accepted the fact. But I was worried that they were still secretly loyal to the Sakura Society, so I was not in a hurry to let them go. That's why I kept them under house arrest in the basement of the hotel and treated them to good food and drink. Chapter 63 Notice. Well, thank you, Xiaolian. You've taken care of the three of them. Wu Jie was really grateful for everything Xiaolian had done. Qingqiu Lian blushed and quickly turned her face away. She didn't dare to look at Wu Jie and said hesitantly, "This kind of thing is nothing to me. Besides, those girls are also very pitiful. I chatted with them like friends and also investigated them secretly. I learned that their life stories were so miserable. They live like machines every day in Sakura Club. The only favor the Sakura Society has done for them is to raise them. The Sakura Society has brainwashed them since they were young and instilled a lot of killer ideas in them. These things have had a profound impact on them. If we release them in a society now, 1, they will not be able to survive, 2, they're almost completely blank in other aspects except fighting, and 3, they have no other way to solve problems except killing. If they are released like this, it will be a hidden danger to society, so they need to develop social common sense from scratch and understand the most basic relationships between people." Wu Jie was really surprised. According to his idea, Qingqiu Lian was very kind not to harm or abuse those who once wanted to kill her, but he did not expect that Qingqiu Lian would actually go to such an extent for them. Not only did they not harm or abuse them, they also took care of their food, clothing, and daily life, and educated them in basic social knowledge. "Xiaolian, you are really an angel," Wu Jie said sincerely. This is Wu Jie's true feelings. Wu. Qingqiu Lian blushed like a ripe peach at Wu Jie's sincere praise. She was speechless for a moment. Luo Jing, who was listening to their conversation, roughly understood the whole story. She didn't expect Wu Jie to be so nice to the dancer, nor did she expect that this female friend, named Qingqiu Lian, had such a pure heart. I agree with what Commander Wu said. Miss Qingqiu Lian is truly an angel, pure and beautiful like a gem. I'm sure the three dancers from the country would be very grateful if they knew what Miss Qingqiu Lian did. Luo Jing was also praising Qingqiu Lian. Qingqiu Lian scratched her head in embarrassment, turned her hot cheeks away, and said shyly, "It's not that exaggerated. I just did what I should do. Who let the Sakura Society be so inhumane and do such terrible things to these girls? I just happened to save those poor girls. Don't be modest. This is the praise you deserve. If good deeds are not praised by anyone, the ground will be covered with dirt. Xiaolian, your good deeds are a light and a beacon for others to move forward," Wu Jie said with a smile. I didn't expect Wu Jie to use such poetic praise. This is really unfair. Qingqiu Lian blushed so much that she couldn't face anyone. Wu. Qingqiu Lian's mind is now full of Wu Jie's praise. It feels so good to be recognized by the person you like. After dinner, can you take me to meet them? Wu Jie asked suddenly. Qing Xiulian hasn't reacted yet. Wu Jie was afraid that Qing Xiulian would misunderstand, so he explained, "You said that in their current state, there is definitely no way for them to return to society, right?" "Yes. What's the matter?" "I think if we can convince them to serve in the Suzuka War dance troupe, it might be a way out for them." Qing Xiulian was a little surprised. She didn't expect Wu Jie to think this way. "This is a good idea, but I'm not sure if they will agree. Besides, they have only learned how to kill people and have almost no experience fighting with Auroramon. They're complete rookies." Qing Xiulian was a little distressed. Wu Jie nodded. "You are right. So before they join the Suzuka Battle Dance Troupe, I will give them a certain degree of special training." "Special training?" Qing Xiulian was a little surprised. "Well, the Suzuka Battle Dance Troupe is different from the new United Nations Battle Dance Troupe. It has a very strict review and audit system. Not only is the combat effectiveness assessed, but also the overall tacit understanding of the team, the proficiency of mid and high-level tactics, and the familiarity with various weapons and equipment. There are very strict assessments. If they want to join the Suzuka Battle Dance Troupe, it's not enough to just have someone recommend them. Although I can guarantee the chances of a successful recommendation, I can't guarantee that they can successfully pass the Suzuka Battle Dance Troupe's tactical assessment, so I have to give them special training." Wu Jie finished speaking in one breath, waiting for Qing Xiulian's reaction. Qing Xiulian didn't speak for a while, thinking carefully, and then said after a while, "I can also say hello to my sister. She is the captain of the Firefox team. With her, if you two recommend together, the success rate should be much higher." "Thank you, Xiaoyan." While the two were chatting animatedly, although Luo Jing was listening the whole time, she did not forget her presence. "Well, if I also help recommend it, the chances will be a little bit higher," Luo Jing said. "Ah, thank you so much. With you, me, and Captain Qingxiu recommending us together, it will basically work." Wu Jie was very happy. Seeing Wu Jie, who was extremely happy, Qing Xiulian suddenly said with a wicked smile, "Captain Wu suddenly wanted to pull those three girls into the Suzuka Battle Dance Troupe. Could it be that he wanted to do something bad to these three sisters? How is that possible?" Wu Jie was speechless. "Ha, I was just kidding, Commander Wu. Anyway, don't worry, I will do everything I can to help you. If it really doesn't work, I will use the power of Shenlong Heavy Industry to help you get those three guys into the group." Qing Xiulian said, patting his chest. "There's no need to go that far." Wu Jie said helplessly, "If that were to happen, it would probably only lead to more groundless suspicion. Having three captains recommending him together is already a big enough sensation, and we can't publicize it any further." Luo Jing also nodded, thinking that Wu Jie was right. Too much help may backfire. Seeing both of them saying so, she thought about it and felt that it was true. Helping too much would indeed be too conspicuous. "Okay then, this matter is settled. I'm done eating. Captain Luo, how about you?" Wu Jie put down his bowl and chopsticks. Luo Jing didn't have much of an appetite, so she smiled and put down her bowl and chopsticks. "Then let's go." Qing Xiulian didn't care about how much she ate. Looking at the two people who were rushing to go out, Luo Jing felt helpless. It was clearly my treat, but now it has turned into a date for those two people. But it seems that Commander Wu is unaware of Miss Qingxiu's feelings, or that Miss Qingxiu has never had the courage to confess. As a woman, Luo Jing keenly sensed that something was wrong. "How about, Miss Qingxiu?" Chapter 64 New Master Get. The three of them came to a room in the basement of the hotel, where the three people mentioned in the previous chat were imprisoned. Wu Jie had three purposes for wanting to recruit these three dancers into the battle dance troupe. The first purpose is indeed to solve the subsequent living problems of the three dancers. They can't always let them live under Qing Xiulian's roof. After a long time, not only Qing Xiulian might feel uncomfortable, but the three dancers will also have problems. The second purpose is to find the possibility of warrior-type war dancers to join the battle. Although warrior-type war dancers have flaws due to their core, it cannot be denied that they are powerful. As long as they are used properly, they will be a force that cannot be underestimated. The third purpose is to inject fresh blood into the Suzuka War Dance Troupe. Since the establishment of the War Dance Troupe, there has never been a warrior-type war dancer, which has laid a foreshadowing for the diversification of war. The wars in the future will surely become more and more intense, with the appearance of mysterious light balls and the increasingly restless Aurora Beast. At the same time, floating dance costumes may be released at any time, and Sealand composite dance costumes are also on the agenda. The form of war is also quietly changing. Soldiers born in this era, especially high-ranking commanders, if they do not even have this level of sensitivity to war, can basically pack up and go back home. Only by mastering more and more different types of war dancers can we have a better chance of taking the initiative in future wars. The diverse war dancers will surely shine on future battlefields. By then, the Navy, Army, and Air Force will join forces and will be invincible and unstoppable in the face of Auroramon. It's just that it's unclear what kind of new changes will occur on Auroramon's side due to the development of human technology. Thinking about this, Wu Jie felt a little excited at the moment. We're here. This is their room. Qingxiu Lian walked to the door and pressed a switch with her hand. Ding, identification successful. Welcome, Senior Administrator. Yes, that's the sound of intelligent recognition. It seems that only people of Qingxiu Lian's level are qualified to enter this room. As soon as he entered the room, Wu Jie was stunned. The scene is really exciting. There are 3 girls wearing extremely tight white gymnastic suits, outlining their perfect body curves. In order to facilitate movement, the 3 of them tied their hair up high, which gave them a unique charm. Her pointed toes lightly touched the ground, and with a whoosh, Qingxiu easily performed a beautiful 360-degree dance on the horizontal bar, comparable to that of a national-level athlete. On the other side, Suzuna Yamamoto, with her exciting chest held high, was pedaling a circular machine frantically. Against the backdrop of the leotard, her slender and firm muscles have a magnetic beauty that is different from men's muscles, making them unforgettable at first sight. Crystal-clear beads of sweat slowly flowed down Suzuna's neck, and her delicate and fair skin was revealed through her wet gymnastic suit. Wu Jie just took a look and didn't dare to look again. It was too unfair. Who could control himself? And Itachi is even more exciting. She already has an extremely perfect figure, and she is moving back and forth on a sit-up machine. Her curvy figure looks extremely striking during exercise. Simple movements can make your adrenaline rush under her visually impactful swings. The whole room was filled with sweat and youth. The tense and exciting atmosphere of weightlifting left both Wu Jie and Luo Jing stunned for a moment. Oh, Chief Wu, you see it's the same again. When they have nothing to do, they just exercise nonstop. I've said it many times that only by arranging exercise reasonably can there be progress. Blind exercise is useless, but they won't listen to anything I say. It seems like they have developed a habit. Looking at the 3 people exercising in the room, Qingxiu Lian was already accustomed to it and was not surprised. After all, Qingxiu Lian is a girl, and she is a scientist. She is not aware of such scenes, and she does not realize the impact such scenes will have on men. After he finished speaking, he waited for a long time, but there was no response from Wu Jie. Commander Wu? Turning around, I saw Luo Jing and Wu Jie both staring at each other. What's wrong with you? Qingxiu Lian looked confused. Luo Jing couldn't bear it anymore, so she walked to Qingxiu Lian and whispered something in her ear. Qingxiu Lian's face turned red immediately after hearing it. Commander Wu, don't look. After saying that, Qingxiu Lian walked in and closed the door. Hey, I haven't seen enough. This is art. Art. How can you let your imagination run wild? Wu Jie kept shouting in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't shout out, otherwise Luo Jing next to him would have seen it all. Commander Wu, does it look good? Luo Jing asked with a grin. Wu Jie touched his nose awkwardly and said, to be honest, it would be a lie to say it doesn't look good, but I really didn't think wrongly. Huh. Luo Jing half closed her eyes, lengthened her voice with a very teasing tone, and glanced at Wu Jie with an interrogative look. While the two were talking, the door opened. Okay, you can come in. Qingxiu Lian said this and glared at Wu Jie. Wu Jie didn't have any self-awareness at all. I am upright and honest. I have done nothing wrong, and I am not afraid of ghosts knocking on my door. Hey, I am so confident. When I came into the room, the 3 people inside had already changed their clothes. They looked the same as when I first met them. When the 3 people inside heard that guests were coming, they changed into the clothes they wore when they first arrived according to the young lady's request. They were all curious about what kind of guest was so important that Qingxiu Lian brought him in personally. Suddenly, a familiar face was seen walking in from outside the door, and the facial expressions of the 3 people were very complicated. So please? Fear? Curiosity? Or some other strange emotion? Wu Jie couldn't tell. Hey, Chiyuki-chan, Suzuna-chan, Itachi-chan, long time no see. Wu Jie spoke in a friendly manner to lower the 3 people's guard. After thinking about it, it would be better to communicate in their native language so as not to make them too nervous. After hearing Wu Jie's greeting, the 3 of them didn't rush to speak. Instead, They looked at each other, hesitated for a long time, and finally took action. Qinxue finally moved. She was the first one to move. Biting her lower lip, Qinxue felt extremely complicated and difficult to describe. Facing the person who had defeated them personally, she didn't know what to say. She thought about a lot and hesitated a lot, but after staying here for a long time, she still didn't see the man appear. But now that he appeared in front of them, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Led by Qinxue, the three of them walked in front of Wu Jie. Huh, what are they going to do? Wu Jie looked puzzled. Thank you, Mr. Wu, for giving us a new life. From today on, you are our new master. Your orders are our life. Please, master, accept us. The three people spoke in unison, their voices shaking the sky. Eh? Wu Jie was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 65, Adopting Three Sisters. Eh? Wu Jie was completely dumbfounded on the spot. What is this about? To be honest, Wu Jie had imagined many situations before he came. For example, they would hate him, or the three of them might rush up to kill him together, or simply ignore him. But who the hell could have imagined this would be the case? Ah, these three guys are here again. Qingxiu Yin pressed his forehead, speechless. Luo Jing burst out laughing. She almost cried because of laughing. She found this dramatic scene quite funny. Please don't refuse, master. The three people didn't care about the reactions of the two people next to them at all. They only cared about Wu Jie's reaction. How can a servant force his master not to refuse? Now Wu Jie just wants to complain crazily. Later, through Qingxiu Yin's mouth, Wu Jie seemed to understand what was going on. The three Qinxue sisters have been like lost souls since they were defeated by Wu Jie. Not only did Qingxiu Yin not abuse them, she also entertained them with good food and drink and treated them like sisters. Although they lost their personal freedom, Qingxiu Yin was really good to them. In the first few days, the three sisters were unwilling to say a word. Qingxiu Yin also tried to communicate with them, but they just remained silent. It was not until later that Qingxiu Yin came to the room again and told them about the series of events that subsequently happened to the Sakura Society and were reported in international news that they finally took action. They hugged each other and cried, crying very hard. From that day on, Qingxiu Yin finally succeeded in communicating with them, and through communication with them, she learned about the life stories of the three sisters. They grew up in an orphanage without a father or a mother. After being adopted by the Sakura Society, they began various killing training from a young age. In order to achieve various ulterior motives, Sakura Society made them participate in several brutal assassination missions. Whatever goodwill there was in the orphanage had been completely worn away by now. They turned into puppets that only knew how to obey orders, without any souls. Qingxiu Yin told them that from today on, they could start over with a new identity as long as they were willing. However, they did not rush to answer at first, but just remained silent. Later on, Qingxiu Yin would visit them almost every day, chat with them, and even install the TV in their room so that they could learn about what was happening in the outside world. In this way, Qingxiu Yin's gentle actions slowly moved them, and they were finally willing to communicate in the true sense. As the day progressed, laughter and joy were gradually heard in the room. It was the first time that Qingxiu Yin saw these three poker-faced girls smile sincerely. Through Qingxiu Yin's narration, the three girls learned that the reason they survived was because of Wu Jie's request. That was the man who defeated the three sisters single-handedly. The three of them had long been curious about Wu Jie, because Wu Jie had not appeared in the room until today, and they had asked where Wu Jie was more than once. Although Qingxiu Yin didn't know why they were so obsessed with Wu Jie, she still told them that Wu Jie was a commander who was fighting Auroramon on the front line. The three girls who learned all this told Qingxiu Yin something extraordinary. It turned out that after discussion, the three of them decided to make Wu Jie their new master. Qingxiu Yin was also incredulous at first, so she asked them the reason. Finally, after answering hesitantly, Qingxue told the truth. Influenced by the Sakura Society environment since childhood, the three sisters have always advocated martial arts. They believe that it must be God's will that Wu Jie can defeat them. They are angels sent by God. If it weren't for Wu Jie, they would definitely continue to be puppets in Sakura Society. Qingxiu Yin slowly told the truth, and Wu Jie couldn't help but sigh after hearing it. It was really fate that played tricks on him. Perhaps it was God's will. I was thinking about the melee dancers and wanted to continuously strengthen the human front line, but I didn't expect that three warrior-type dancers would take the initiative to ask to go with me. Master, please don't despise our weakness. We will train hard and try our best to keep up with you. Qingxue buried her head and said with force, "You are weak. Wu Jie thought of the first time he met Qingxue, when he blasted a big hole in the wall with his sword. Wu Jie was speechless. Qingxue Lian covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She didn't expect that Wu Jie would also be humiliated. Qingxue Lian said helplessly, "So as you can see, the three of them are working hard every day, saying that they want to make up for the training they missed in the past few days. So that's how it is." When Wu Jie thought of the exciting scene in the room just now, his hormones surged for a moment. I shook my head. I couldn't think about it. I couldn't think about it. The more I thought about it, the more likely something would happen. Qingxue and the others were not bad looking, and with long-term training, their figures were comparable to those of models on the runway at beauty pageants. If they were to change into sexy clothes, such as gymnastics clothes, it would be exciting just to think about it. What the hell am I doing? I actually want to have any thoughts about three beautiful Japanese girls. Wu Jie, calm down. The main reason was that the previous erotic scene was too stimulating, and Wu Jie's masculine side was aroused. Fortunately, Wu Jie stays at the base on weekdays and is used to seeing beautiful girls and girls with good figures, so he has a certain resistance. Otherwise, if I were to replace him with a slightly more stupid man, he would probably have had dirty thoughts a long time ago. Looking at the three sisters' big watery eyes, Wu Jie felt helpless. "Okay, I agree, but not as a master, but as a friend," Wu Jie said helplessly. Chiyuki pouted and puffed up her lips, making an angry gesture. Then, Suzuna and Itachi followed suit. It was obvious that they were very dissatisfied with Wu Jie's answer. "Chaotomadai, who did you learn these moves from?" "Nuye complinet." Qingxiu Lian shook her head. "Where else could it be? I must have learned it from TV." Wu Jie was helpless. The actions taken by these three sisters were so destructive. After thinking for a while, Wu Jie said, "Qingxiu Suzuna, Itachi, you grew up in an orphanage, right? Isn't this a question that is asked despite knowing the answer?" The three of us looked at each other, not knowing what Wu Jie meant by asking this. But he nodded anyway. "Well, although I don't agree to be your master, maybe changing roles will make it easier for you to accept." "Master, please speak." "I told you, don't call me master. That could easily lead to misunderstandings." "Well then, what does Mr. Wu mean?" Wu Jie hesitated for a moment, but finally said what he was thinking. "If Qingxiu, Suzuna, Itachi, you don't mind, I can accept you as my sisters, and from today on you will live together as my family." "Really? Really?" The three were stunned. Chapter 66. Teams from various countries. When I returned to the base, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If Mingxi hadn't given me a day off, I wouldn't have been able to come and go freely in the base. After saying goodbye to Luo Jing, Wu Jie returned to the dormitory, intending to sort out his new ideas. Facing the international competition that he will be participating in tomorrow, Wu Jie is actually unsure about it. You know, in international competitions, there are many masters, and all the long-established teams of battle dancers will definitely gather together. Wu Jie read through the information of previous war dancers that he had obtained from the team leader one by one. My senior really takes care of me. Before I even started, she had already sorted out all the information for me. She also took special care of me and even marked the people who need special attention. Wu Jie sighed and then began to read carefully. According to the competition schedule, the international competition adopts an audition system. But because the Suzuka Battle Dance Troupe has been the champion for 3 consecutive years, they were directly invited to enter the top 16, skipping the auditions and starting the competition directly from the top 16. This is really convenient. At the same time, my senior sister really spared no effort to help me get promoted. "As long as I make it into the top 8, will you promote me?" "Nuyes Milet." "Top 8? That's too much of an underestimation of me. My goal is naturally to be first. Although I know that the senior is doing this for my own good and that she only needs to win 1 game to give me a promotion. But if I really only want to win 1 game, even if the senior doesn't say anything to me, I'm afraid the other dancers in the battle dance troupe won't agree, right? Don't forget, the Suzuka Battle Dance Troupe has won 3 consecutive championships. If the streak is interrupted by me now, the consequences will be... I can't even imagine it." Thinking about it this way, Wu Jie was under a lot of pressure. Flipping through the information given by his senior, Wu Jie read it carefully page by page. The Tiger Stripe team of the United States is good at advancing tactics. They once fought against an entire column of Auroramon on the front battlefield with the strength of a single team and did not lose the upper hand. They directly defeated Auroramon completely. Although there is no Auroramon like the Firefox team that can annihilate an entire column, this strength is still quite impressive. The Tiger Pattern team was given special comments by the team leader, so it seems we need to pay special attention to it. The Goddess team of China is said to be a popular team on China's 2NEO website. They are very popular in China, but they have been runner-ups for 3 consecutive times and are nicknamed the eternal runner-up by people on the internet. It can be said that this is a very strong team, and we should not be deceived by their 3 consecutive runner-ups. Being able to be the runner-up for 3 consecutive terms is, in a way, a symbol of strength. Wow, there's actually a giant bear team from China. This team is very good at tearing apart enemies. They especially like to get close and crush the enemy with fierce firepower. When facing such a team, we must be wary of the opponent's close-range tactics. The senior even added the words, "Be especially careful." They are worthy of being called a fighting nation. Even though all the members are women, they still haven't forgotten their national style. Wu Jie is ashamed. There is another up-and-coming team from a Middle Eastern country. The country used to be in a war-torn country, but now it is a completely different place. Not only is it strong, but it also has new technologies that other countries envy. The Vulture team is good at sneak attacks, ambushes, and trap warfare. The senior student's comments said that the tactics of this team are extremely dangerous and require special attention. After flipping through several pages, Wu Jie couldn't help but sigh. It was truly an international competition, with 100 flowers blooming and all kinds of tactics. It was truly eye-opening. Suddenly, Wu Jie stopped what he was doing, turned a page, and stopped moving. Susanoo Sentai? Susanoo is a rebellious god in the Japanese mythology. It is said that because he disobeyed Amaterasu's orders, he secretly came to the mortal world and killed the god's favorite, the Yamata no Orochi, and thus obtained the sacred Kusanagi sword, becoming an evil god who brought disaster to the people. Friends who know mythology may complain, but in order to avoid disputes, the story here is deliberately modified to be different from the original. Wu Jie read it carefully and then gasped. Everyone in close combat. Wu Jie suddenly thought of the 3 Chiyuki sisters. He wondered what tactics the Susanoo team would use. He was really curious. Just at this moment, there was a knock on Wu Jie's dormitory door. They should be here, right? We've seen enough, so it's a good time to get up and formulate a battle strategy. Wu Jie stretched and stood up. As soon as I opened the door, I heard a whoosh and a figure bumped into me. "Oh, sir, I miss you so much." It was Cecilia. Wu Jie looked at the 6 people and smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I'm treating you tonight. I'm on vacation, but I still have to trouble you to help me complete this task." "Well, sir, at this time, you're still saying such things. Aren't you still thinking about everyone in the regiment?" The group of 6 did not show up the whole day today. Wu Jie secretly asked them to do something, which might be related to a battle in the near future. When he thought of the upcoming battle, he felt a vague worry. He hoped that his advanced preparation would be useful in the future. "Let's go and have dinner. What do you want to eat tonight?" Wu Jie asked. I want to eat hairy crabs." Cecilia didn't hide her thoughts at all. Sheila shook her head helplessly. Every time you mention food, your eyes light up." "Captain, you are wrong. Confucius said that food, sex, and love are the basic desires of human beings. Eating is a big deal. If you don't eat well, how can you accomplish big things?" Cecilia said, shaking her head. You're acting so literary now. When have I ever seen you study without falling asleep?" Sheila got angry when she thought of Cecilia's sloppy look. Wu Jie smiled and said, "Although Cixia is not focused when studying, there is nothing wrong with this sentence. Eating is indeed a major event in life. Only when you eat well can you sleep well and work efficiently." Boya suddenly interrupted. "By the way, sir, the commander said early this morning that we should participate in the International Dancer Military Competition. Sir, are you ready?" Minion also said, "I heard that there are so many masters in the International Dancer Military Competition. I get nervous just thinking about it. I have to fight against so many masters, and I don't know what place I can get." Phoebe sighed. "Anyway, with our strength, we'll probably just go through the motions. Although I'm not a pessimist, I've watched the live broadcasts of previous competitions, and everyone is a master. It's really hard to build up confidence." Wei Yi, who had always been relatively silent, finally spoke up. "I think that with the commander here, nothing is impossible. I believe in the commander." Chapter 67 ready to go. Because the commander has been working very hard to consider everyone. Haven't you noticed? No matter what battle it is, the commander stays up late to formulate combat strategies for us. "Do you remember how long it has been since we were injured?" Wei Yi asked everyone. Everyone began to think carefully. "Wei Yi, let me tell you, Since the first day that the commander came to Zhuzhanzhan dance troupe, our team's injury rate has always been 0. Wei Yi said lightly something that none of the dancers had expected. Xila thought about it carefully and said in astonishment, I am such a failure as a captain. More than a month has passed, and I didn't even notice anything. Amazing, sir. I have fought in dozens of battles this month, and I haven't lost a single hair. I am a core combat dancer, and I have to handle a lot of tasks that other dancers find inconvenient to complete, so my injury rate is very high. But if it weren't for Wei Ye's reminder, I would have almost ignored the fact of my injury. Minion clapped her hands, shocked to discover this. Phoebe nodded in agreement. Me too. The commander always arranges everyone to the most suitable positions. Whether it's the forward or the backup, it's just right. Every time the enemy is about to get close, the other teammates can just support them and avoid being hurt. If you say all this is a coincidence, it's too coincidental. Cixia chuckled. It's definitely not a coincidence. It's all because of our commander's good command, right? Everyone nodded in unison and turned their eyes to Wu Jie. Wu Jie's face turned red, and he coughed and said, Why think so much? Let's go eat quickly. I'm hungry. Hey, the commander is actually shy. No. The commander is blushing. The chief's expression is so cute. I want to pinch it. Ouch, don't pinch me, Cixia. I want it. Looking at the figure gradually going away, the silver-haired girl seemed to be thinking about something, with an inexplicable light flashing in her eyes. Dividing line. The next day, the Suzuka War dance troupe has welcomed an important day. The Silver Falcon team, which represents the Suzuka War dance troupe to participate in the International Dancer Military Exercise Competition, officially heads to the international arena today. As the group leader, Mingxi specially held a small farewell ceremony for Wu Jie, which is also a tradition of previous years. Major Wu, you are representing our Suzuka battle dance troupe in this competition. I wish you good luck in martial arts. In front of everyone, Mingxi was serious. Wu Jie glanced at the farewell team and did not see Gamma and Qingxiuyu. He heard from others that it seemed that these two teams had important missions. No wonder I was pulled into the competition. Neither of the two teams showed up to stop me. I don't know if they were deliberately transferred away by the team leader. The senior student really took great pains for me. Wu Jie, I will definitely live up to the mission. Wu Jie saluted, then turned to all the dancers who came to see him off. Then everyone boarded the transport plane to the international competition. At this time, many dancers were whispering in the audience. Commander Wu is indeed quite capable, but I wonder what place he will get in this competition. Alas, I don't hold out much hope anyway. In previous years, our 3 elite teams have always gone to participate in the competition. Although Commander Wu has some ability, I think there is a high possibility that he will fail this time. Yes, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the regiment commander intends to promote Officer Wu. This matter has spread throughout the regiment. Should keep your voice down, the captain is watching this side. As soon as everyone got on the plane, Cecilia couldn't help but complain. Wow, I'm so nervous. Being stared at by so many seniors, I feel like my fingernails are going to break my palms. Cecilia made a fist with her hand. Xila didn't say anything to Cixia this time, but asked Wu Jie, Sir, are you nervous? The commander has the same expression all the time, like a piece of wood. He is definitely not nervous. Cecilia heartlessly rushed to speak the lines. Xila rolled her eyes at Cixia and ignored her. Sir? Wu Jie glanced at the scenery outside the window, turned back and said seriously, If I say I'm not nervous, it would be a lie. But whether we are nervous or not, what we have to do is to do our best. No matter how powerful the enemy is, we must always remember that we will fight back with our troops and block the water with earth. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Luo Jing, who followed the others in a battle, exclaimed, Commander Wu is really courageous. Hearing Luo Jing sigh, Wu Jie shook his head. It's not that I have the courage, but everyone is very motivated. After thinking for a while, Wu Jie said, Captain Luo, you will be the first to compete in the first game this time. Luo Jing sighed, then froze for a moment. No way. You want me to take the lead? Wu Jie nodded. I have checked your information, Captain Luo, and the battle footage of Captain Luo's previous battles, so I have arranged a suitable position for Captain Luo. Wu Jie obtained some authority from the regiment commander. In order to better understand Luo Jing's combat capabilities, he retrieved Luo Jing's combat records from the archives. Wu Jie, who stayed up late to do his homework, has already fully understood Luo Jing's capabilities. Although it seemed a bit like cramming at the last minute, Wu Jie was well prepared this time. Wait, Commander Wu, I just fought together with you guys, and our tacit understanding is still a bit lacking. At least let me watch everyone's fighting methods live in the first game. Wouldn't it be better to send me to the second game? This was Luo Jing's idea. Wu Jie did not reject Luo Jing's idea outright, but nodded and said, Captain Luo, I agree with your idea, but the battlefield changes rapidly. If we always fight a prepared battle, we will lose the ability to respond flexibly when encountering an emergency. Captain Luo, the reason for this arrangement is because I took actual combat into consideration. Only in this way can we maximize the potential of people. Wu Jie was not just saying this casually, but he really thought so. Wait, Commander Wu, isn't this a bit too impulsive? This is a military exercise, not a battlefield. Although Commander Wu, what you said is correct, I don't deny it, but one thing is another. Isn't this too extreme? Luo Jing still expressed her incomprehension. She felt that this was too frivolous. Wu Jie smiled and said to Luo Jing, Don't worry, I won't fight a battle without confidence. If there is any accident, I will bear it alone. Luo Jing was silent. There was a sense of dominance and unquestionability in Wu Jie's words. Looking into Wu Jie's eyes for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Chapter 68 World Famous City. World Famous City, Berlin. Okay. I believe in Commander Wu's decision. Military orders are as firm as a mountain. I will leave my life to Commander Wu. After all, this is also a battlefield. Wu Jie smiled with relief. It was good that she understood what he meant. As time passed, the transport plane slowly drove into a special city. Berlin, a city full of history, is no longer the green city it once was in ancient times. High-rise buildings, hovering cars speeding by, and holographic advertisements are spread out like a huge canvas in this jungle of buildings. The city, full of a sense of technology, is surrounded by Brandenburg in a star-studded way. Various luxury cars occasionally fly by the surrounding city walls that are dotted with white light. This is the capital of the country and a city that ranks among the top in the world's economy. It is also the organizer of this international dancer military exercise competition. From time to time, slowly floating advertising airships would appear from the sky. At this moment, a beautiful blonde and blue-eyed woman was singing on the holographic screen, creating an atmosphere for this military exercise competition. Everyone looked at the magnificent scenery and started talking about it. They were deeply attracted by this city full of technology. Wow, it's Neva, Miss Neva. Xixia's nationality is Chinese. When she saw the star of her country, she was immediately excited. Xila pointed at the blonde beauty on the holographic screen on the airship and said, Xixia, do you know her? Xixia said quickly, Captain, you are such a fool. I have told you more than once that my favorite singer is Miss Neva. She is a star in our country, and she is also a war dancer. War dancers from many countries join the army just because of Neva. So that's how it is. Miss Neva is truly a respectable person. Xila exclaimed after hearing this. However, Wu Jie frowned. He didn't expect that the captain of the Tiger Squad was actually a national star. When I was looking at the information before, I only saw the annotation on the information given by the team leader saying that he had a certain fame. I didn't understand it at the time, but now I understand it. This is not just a certain level of fame. This is simply attracting worldwide attention, right? This is an international competition broadcast live around the world. Does the senior have any misunderstanding about fame? Wu Jie was very puzzled. Ahem. Mingxi, who was far away in the group, sneezed. Who is talking about me? Really? Am I catching a cold? Mingxi was confused. Sir, what do you think of our country's star, Miss Neva? Is she pretty? Is she good-looking? Does she have a nice voice? As if expecting Wu Jie to give an answer immediately, Xixia stared at Wu Jie with starry eyes. Wu Jie was speechless for a moment. Let's see how you can get excited when you get to the competition venue. Xixia, Xila spoke. Don't ask your superior about everything all the time. Your superior is a military commander. How could he possibly pay attention to what's happening in the entertainment industry every day? Xila spoke before Wu Jie could say anything. After hearing what Xila said, Xixia's eyes were immediately blurred with tears. But Neva is also a war dancer. I just want to ask what the commander thinks. Wu Jie didn't have the heart to criticize Xixia, so he said, She is indeed very beautiful, and her voice is very unique, making it easy for people to remember it after listening to it once. Xixia was delighted to receive Wu Jie's affirmation and said with a smile, That's what I told you, Captain. Look, even the commander agrees with my idea. Xila said unhappily, Sir, just pamper her. Wu Jie smiled and didn't say anything else. As the team representing the Suzuka battle dance troupe, Wu Jie and his team's transport plane landed at a special berth. As soon as they got off the plane, they were immediately greeted by a receptionist. Hello, are you Officer Wu Jie from the Suzuka battle dance troupe? The receptionist was also a blonde woman with golden wavy hair casually draped over her shoulders. He spoke Chinese so fluently that Wu Jie couldn't help but admire him inwardly. He probably read Wu Jie's information and knew that he was a dragon citizen, so he used Chinese. The tight black business suit wrapped up her curvy figure, and coupled with the unique aura of Europeans, Wu Jie remembered her face as soon as they met. Pretty yet elegant, bold yet not vulgar. Hello, I'm Wu Jie, the supreme commander of the Suzuka battle dance troupe. Those behind me are my comrades in arms. Wu Jie replied calmly. Wu Jie was neither humble nor arrogant, neither overly friendly nor overly distant, and the receptionist who came to greet him nodded secretly. Okay, thank you Suzuka battle dance troupe for your support of this competition. As one of the organizers, our superiors have ordered all of us to receive every member of the Suzuka battle dance troupe. Please follow me. With a gentle and friendly tone and natural and smooth movements, the blonde receptionist led the way for Wu Jie and his group with a smile on her face. Is this the treatment for winning 3 consecutive championships? Wu Jie couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Led by the receptionist, everyone came to a spacious and bright hall. The entire hall is extremely spacious, but not deserted. There is a constant stream of pedestrians coming and going, both men and women of all races and nationalities. The ceiling was so high that it seemed as if there was no end in sight. A huge crystal chandelier hung in the center of the hall. Countless unknown gems refracted the light, making the chandelier sparkle. A bright red carpet was laid directly in front of the gate. 2 black guards in black suits and sunglasses were constantly scanning the pedestrians coming and going, alert for any possible threats. After strict security checks at the gate, everyone was allowed to enter the hall. This is the highest administrative hall in the country. Since the organizer is the government, the participants of this competition will be fully arranged by the government for accommodation. Considering the personal safety, food safety, and hygiene safety of the participants, comfortable and safe accommodation has been arranged for the participants in the government apartment complex in the administrative district. The receptionist said as she walked inside. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced myself to you yet. My name is Alyssa. Please feel free to call me by my name. If you have any questions, you can call my work number through the administrative network. I will serve you wholeheartedly at any time. Alyssa introduced herself to everyone in fluent Chinese, and her fluency made everyone ashamed. Profesional. So professional. No matter the attitude of service or the tone of voice, it gives people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze, and people do not feel any dissatisfaction at all. Coupled with the magnificent environment of the country's administrative center, it inspires awe. Is this Berlin, the world's top metropolis? Chapter 69 Takahashi Ayaka. Since the competition does not start immediately, it will not officially begin until all members are present. Of course, there is a time limit, which is tomorrow night at the latest. Wu Jie now has 1 day to prepare. Before that, Wu Jie has copied a lot of information about previous competitions from the team leader to his tablet. I guess I'll have to stay up late again tonight. Rubbing his eyebrows, Wu Jie felt a little tired. It seems that I need to rest for an hour at least, otherwise I won't be able to stay up late at night. The apartment complex is 1 kilometer behind the administrative center, and a reception car has been prepared and is already waiting for Wu Jie and his party. Following Alyssa's steps, everyone got on the car and soon arrived at the apartment complex. This is the government apartment complex, which is specially used to entertain guests from afar. It has everything you need for cleaning utensils, kitchen furniture, office living room, leisure and entertainment, and combat meeting rooms. In addition, there is a small commercial center in the middle of the apartment complex. Whether you eat or consume, everything is free, and guests don't have to spend a penny. Alyssa introduced in a professional tone as she walked, and everyone nodded repeatedly. Is this the strength of being the organizer? The hospitality was too good. It was just like being on vacation, and Wu Jie didn't have to pay for the consumption and entertainment. Moreover, the apartment complex adopts a new linked building model, with buildings connected to each other. Not only can you move freely between different buildings, but you can also see the panoramic view of the outdoors from the corridor at any angle. Whoa, the bed here is so soft. Cecilia threw herself onto the bed and rolled back and forth like a little child. Shala held her forehead and said helplessly, Shishia, can you be more ladylike? Hey, Who makes it so comfortable to live here? I've heard about this apartment complex before. It's specially used to entertain guests from all over the world. This is my first time coming here as a foreign guest. I'm excited just thinking about it. Everyone was curious and looked around the room. Only Wu Jie stood outside the door and said to everyone, "You guys play first. I'm going to go downstairs to buy some things." Hey, whatever the boss is going to buy, I want to go too. When Cecilia heard that the boss was going out, she immediately said that she wanted to go too. "I'm just buying some daily necessities, nothing important." "Okay, you must be tired after traveling all the way. Take a rest and wash up first, and we'll go to the restaurant for dinner together after I come back." Wu Jie shook his head, ignored Cecilia, and walked out. "Okay, then sir, remember to bring me a pineapple bun. It has to be salty." Cecilia raised her hand. Minion laughed. That's really Cecia's style. She never forgets snacks. Boya turned her head and said, "It's hopeless, this guy." Okay, I'll take a look on my way." Wu Jie smiled helplessly and walked out. Wu Jie left the apartment and walked along the commercial street here, carefully looking for stores selling daily necessities. Since this is a special apartment complex for receiving foreign guests, there are not many pedestrians here. Occasionally, I saw a few people, and they were basically people of different skin colors, eye colors, and hair colors. Although Wu Jie is an Oriental, he did not attract much attention here. After all, for an international metropolis, it would not be strange to see people from all over the world. The streets here are built with a very high-tech feel, with neatly arranged high-tech street lamps on both sides of the streets. Each street lamp here is equipped with a holographic screen. Sometimes it plays current affairs news, and sometimes it plays Neva's songs. There is music, but you have to get about 5 meters close to hear it, thanks to the new sound wave technology. The sound can be limited to a certain range. The sound will never be heard outside this range, and can only be heard within this range. Moreover, the scientist who invented this technology also won the Nobel Prize for it. It is not only used in civilian fields, but also widely used in military fields. Let me tell you here that the special signal transmitter used by Wu Jie and his team was once developed by a core member who included the scientist who invented this sound wave range. His special range technology was also used in it, so that the signal could be transmitted to other special signal receivers through special methods without alarming the Auroramon. I have to say, this is definitely a very great invention. Not only does it ensure human communications and reduce the possibility of being discovered by Aurora beasts, but it has also been widely used in the civilian field, greatly reducing noise pollution. The most important thing is that it is cheap and low cost, and this technology has been applied to thousands of households. Suddenly, Wu Jie, who was looking for a store, stopped and his eyes involuntarily looked in one direction. She was a girl with long black hair, an oriental face, and black eyes as calm as water. She was wearing a classic green short-sleeved cheongsam, with her hands clasped in front of her belly, and her white high heels made her already slender figure look even more slender. The ancient oriental beauty was fully embodied in her, and Wu Jie's eyes were involuntarily attracted to her image. She raised her hand and gently lifted the hair beside her ears. The small movement of lightly touching the hair ends added a different charm to her. There was always a smile on the corner of her mouth, intentionally or unintentionally, as if there was something happy in her heart, which made her smile even more charming. Of course, the reason why Wu Jie looked at her was not because of how beautiful she was or how good her figure was, but because he had read this woman's file. The captain of the Susanoo squad. The captain of all warrior-type war dancers. I wonder if she is related to the Sakura Society? Almost all of the assassins in the Sakura Society are melee fighters. If she is also related to the Sakura Society, should we be careful? Because Wu Jie was thinking, his gaze was too conspicuous. Plus, there were few pedestrians on the commercial street, so he didn't notice that his gaze had attracted the woman's attention. She was seen walking slowly towards Wu Jie, her steps steady and graceful, like a calm and indifferent lady. "Hello, Mr. Wu. It's the first time we meet, and you're staring at me like this. Isn't that a bad idea?" She spoke fluent Chinese without any pauses. Her voice was as sweet as a warbler in the forest, and her tone was calm, but not too far away, which made people feel no rejection. Wu Jie was stunned. She actually knew me? Then I changed my mind and thought, yes, if I can get these people's information, they may be able to get my information as well. Considering that he had once ruined Sakura Club's affairs, it was still unclear what attitude the captain of the Susa team had towards him. Wu Jie smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Wu Jie. I guess you are Ayaka Takahashi, the captain of the Susanoo team." "Captain Takahashi, right? Chapter 70, I can't stop it." Hearing Wu Jie's words, Takahashi Ayaka was slightly stunned, but she quickly reacted and raised her slender hand slightly as an invitation. May I invite Mr. Wu to come along? Listening to this magical voice, which is clearly filled with a sense of alienation, one cannot resist it. I think it would be difficult for any man to refuse an invitation from such a beautiful lady, right? You're welcome to travel with me. It's also my honor to meet Miss Takahashi. Wu Jie did not reach out to hold Takahashi Ayaka's hand. Of course, he could see that Takahashi was trying to tempt him to hold hands. However, he and Takahashi are competitors, and it is not clear what Takahashi Ayaka's purpose is in her relationship with Sakura Society. There is no need for me to get too close to her emotionally and logically. The seemingly sweet invitation might actually be a trap. Thinking of this, Wu Jie took half a step back. Takahashi Ayaka looked at Wu Jie's action and frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. However, she was not angry but just thought to herself, is this half-step back action serious? Okay, since Mr. Wu agrees, let's go for a walk together. This is a government apartment complex. Even if she really has some conspiracy, she probably won't do it here. Thinking so, Wu Jie started to walk with her. Looking at Takahashi Ayaka wearing a cheongsam, Wu Jie was wondering what Takahashi Ayaka would look like in a dance costume, and how strong would her fighting power be. If you could see Takahashi Ayaka's dance costume, perhaps you could tell from her armor what kind of fighting ability she has and what her position is in the team. It's a pity that Saixiong, who is now wearing a cheongsam, can hardly reveal any important information, so Wu Jie can only give up. Feeling Wu Jie's vague gaze, Takahashi Ayaka said in a funny tone, Captain Wu, is there something dirty on me? Maybe I was misunderstood? Wu Jie was speechless. Yes, I guess Takahashi Ayaka has now regarded herself as a two-faced pervert and is secretly cursing herself for being so lustful. This is a good thing, as it can confuse Takahashi Ayaka and prevent him from seeing her true intentions. But what Takahashi Ayaka was thinking was, he's been looking at me, maybe he's trying to guess what kind of dance costume I am wearing. She did not simply regard Wu Jie's gaze as that of a pervert. If Wu Jie knew what Takahashi Ayaka was thinking, he would probably spit out blood. It takes an extremely intelligent mind to guess this. Could it be that he has the ability to read minds? Wu Jie was thinking about how to use his image as a pervert to get words out of Saixiong, while Saixiong was thinking about how to get words out of Wu Jie, who was pretending to be a pervert. In short, the two people have different thoughts and neither of them is a good person. Wu Jie blushed, pretending, and his eyes flickered towards Takahashi Ayaka's chest and buttocks. Then he coughed and said, that's not the case. Miss Takahashi is just too beautiful, and I was too fascinated by her for a moment. It's just that if a man can marry Miss Takahashi, that man would be blessed with a great fortune. Okay, that's it. I'll continue to maintain my image as a pig brother and let her get careless first. Wu Jie secretly praised his acting skills as worthy of an Oscar. But when Takahashi Ayaka heard this, she raised a strange smile and said, Captain Wu, you are joking. No one would want a woman like me. Alas! As he spoke, he deliberately dragged out the last syllable of his words, making him look even more pitiful, and he leaned towards Wu Jie intentionally or unintentionally. Wu Jie said quickly, no way, no way. Miss Gao Qiao is not only extremely beautiful, but also extremely talented in her dance costume. I don't think any man can refuse Miss Gao Qiao. For example, I fell in love with Miss Gao Qiao at first sight. If I could marry a beauty like Miss Gao Qiao, it would be a great blessing from my ancestors, as we say in Long Country. Wu Jie said this bluntly, without any intention of holding back, making it seem like the truth. You are still pretending in front of me. Humph! I will expose your true colors. Takahashi Ayaka sneered in her heart, but the expression on her face did not show any anger at all. She giggled and threw herself into Wu Jie's arms, hugged Wu Jie with her arms, and said to Wu Jie with misty eyes, there is a coffee shop over there. Let's go there and sit down. I just happen to have something to talk to Chief Wu about. Wu Jie's face turned red and he swallowed. He didn't expect Gao Qiao's breast to be so big. Although she was wearing a cheongsam, it didn't affect her from playing to her strengths at all. I just felt my arms being constantly squeezed by two balls of cotton. Damn it, I really couldn't stand it anymore. I had to find a place to wash my face and wake myself up. Well, let's go to that coffee shop. I also want to go to the bathroom. Wu Jie responded quickly. Seeing Wu Jie's embarrassed look, Takahashi Ayaka's heart was filled with joy. Just keep pretending, or I'll torture you to death. As a Chinese, Takahashi Ayaka has long known the fact that the Sakura Society was defeated. Of course, She also learned from various channels who was the person who caused the Sakura Society's defeat. There is no wall that is impenetrable, no matter how good Wu Jie and Qing Qiulian's intelligence work is. In today's technologically advanced world, they cannot hide it from Takahashi Ayaka, who is determined to obtain intelligence. Of course, she also knew Wu Jie's identity and understood the whole incident. To be honest, she is a famous senator's daughter in the country. Her father is the largest member of the Kuomintang friendship faction and holds a pivotal position. He is also the honorary vice president of Sakura Heavy Industries, and in the country, he is a man who can shake the floor 3 times with just one stomp of his feet. Takahashi's father is a friendly person, so of course she has no good feelings towards the Sakura Society. At the same time, she is also interested in Wu Jie, who defeated the Sakura Society. It became even more interesting after knowing that Wu Jie defeated 3 warrior-type dancers with his bare hands. She wanted to understand how Wu Jie defeated the war dancer with his bare hands. What should she do if Wu Jie used the same method against her in the next competition? To be honest, this encounter with Wu Jie here was purely an accident. No one knew about Wu Jie and the Silver Falcon team's participation in the international competition except the organizers. If Takahashi Ayaka had not investigated Wu Jie a long time ago, it would be impossible for her to know so much about Wu Jie. In addition, Wu Jie and Takahashi Ayaka both came here to participate in the competition at the same time. There is really nothing I can do about it. It is purely a fateful encounter. I can't stop it even if I want to. Chapter 71: Aquatic Flowers. When Takahashi Ayaka came to the coffee shop, the first thing Wu Jie did was to go to the bathroom. You want to ask why? Maybe Wu Jie's temperature was a little high? Or maybe he accidentally stained his clothes? Wow! The cold water soaked Wu Jie's face. Overwhelmed by the refreshing feeling, Wu Jie instantly regained his former composure and confidence. Looking at the young man in his early 20s in the mirror, Wu Jie smiled helplessly. Who would have thought that I, the top graduate, would now have fallen to the point of selling my body? Back in the lobby of the coffee shop, Wu Jie's feet stopped for a moment. At this moment, Takahashi Ayaka actually changed her clothes, and Wu Jie had no idea when she changed them. Could it be that this woman always carries 2 sets of clothes with her? No yevon did it. At this moment, Takahashi Ayaka, wearing a Japanese yukata, sat quietly in front of the window of the coffee shop, looking out the window quietly. Unlike before, there was a hint of melancholy in her eyes at this moment, and her black eyes reflected colors like a rainbow. The black hair was lightly combed into side bangs, revealing the looming left half of the eye, and was tied into a ginkgo leaf shape with a hairpin. When you look closely, it shows a luxurious temperament. Aquatic flowers woven from pure cotton bloom from the collar of the yukata to both sides. Against the backdrop of the aquatic flowers, the dark purple yukata gives the sitting Takahashi Ayaka the illusion of a beautiful girl from a small family. Her slender hands were lightly folded on her legs. Her body was straight and meticulous, and her lightly made-up face was indescribably beautiful and refined. Sorry, Miss Takahashi, I'm back late. Wu Jie apologized softly, and then sat down opposite Takahashi Ayaka. Strangeness. Wu Jie felt something was wrong. Why does it feel like he is not the same person as before? At this moment, Takahashi Ayaka looked at Wu Jie, who was sitting down, with just a faint smile on her face, her pupils flickering, and she said nothing. Wu Jie was stunned. What is going on? I don't know why Miss Takahashi is staring at me like that. Is there something wrong with me? Wu Jie quickly checked his clothes, thinking that his clothes were dirty somewhere. Takahashi Ayaka suddenly stood up and tilted her head to look at Wu Jie. This unreasonable action immediately scared Wu Jie. He thought Gao Qiao wanted to take action here. Taking into account Takahashi's special identity and the means of the Sakura Society, if they really want to do something, it is possible. Wu Jie's muscles were tense, his eyebrows were slightly raised, and he watched Takahashi Ayaka's every move nervously. As long as she dares to take action, I can't just sit there and wait for death. Looking at Wu Jie, who was nervous and staring at her, Takahashi Ayaka smiled. Even when she was smiling, her movements were very graceful. The voice was not loud. She gently covered her small mouth with the fingertips of her right hand, and her laughter was as loud as a silver bell, which did not make people angry at all. Laughter? Or joy? Wu Jie couldn't tell. He just felt that Takahashi Ayaka looked very weird. Not only did he change his clothes, but he also kept laughing in front of him. No matter what kind of laugh it was, Wu Jie felt a little uncomfortable. I don't know, Miss Takahashi. What are you laughing at? Wu Jie suppressed his emotions. Facing such a dangerous beauty, he had to be extremely careful. Sister, it seems that you are right. Commander Wu is really an interesting person. Takahashi Ayaka spoke, but the voice was completely different from that of the same person. Wu Jie was stunned on the spot. Sister? Could it be that? Wu Jie was shocked. At this time, a figure stood up from behind Wu Jie, as if he had suddenly regained his invisibility. Invisible force field? Wu Jie reacted immediately. I see. Wu Jie understood that Takahashi Ayaka deliberately hid herself by using invisibility, and then replaced herself with her own sister to seduce him. This woman, what is she doing now? Just call me Ayaka, Commander Wu. The pleasant voice of Ayaka Takahashi came. As she spoke, she walked over to her sister, and they sat side by side. The two sisters who look exactly the same but dress in their own unique styles sitting side by side are a feast to the eyes. Although they are rivals, Wu Jie couldn't help but sigh in his heart that it is a blessing to have such an opponent. Takahashi Ayaka made an introduction gesture with her hand and said, Ayaka, my sister, the adjutant of the Susanoo squad. Commander Wu, I think you should know me now, right? Wu Jie nodded and said politely, Wu Jie, nice to meet Miss Saixing. Takahashi Ayaka smiled and said, Captain Wu, you looked really funny just now. I've seen quite a few people like you, but you're the first one. Wu Jie was stunned. Why am I so interesting? Isn't this the reaction a normal person should have? I don't know Saixing, so isn't it normal to think she's Saixing at first glance? I don't know what's interesting about what this woman said. In case Wu Jie didn't understand what was so interesting, Takahashi Ayaka added, Chief Wu is the first person who my sister doesn't find offensive. Huh? That's it? Wu Jie was stunned. What's so interesting about this? Just because your sister doesn't dislike me, I'm interesting? I'm afraid it's the plot of some third-rate novel. As long as the male protagonist appears, girls will find him interesting. Wu Jie stroked his forehead and felt that it was so tiring to talk to this inhuman person. He had no idea what she was thinking. Wu Jie thought about it and decided to forget it. He didn't care about the problem in her words, but said, If Miss Saixing thinks it's interesting, then it's interesting. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't think I'm interesting. Why don't you explain it to me? Saixing glanced at her sister and saw that she was silent. After thinking for a while, she decided to tell Wu Jie the reason. Commander Wu may not know that Saixing is different from ordinary war dancers. Since the war dance core was implanted, Saixing seems to have gained a talent that others do not have. Wu Jie immediately became interested. This was the first time he had heard of it. Although the war dance core could greatly enhance the human body's ultimate capabilities, he had never heard of unlocking any hidden abilities. Kai Xing can read minds. Kai Xiang said something seemingly calm, which made Wu Jie drop his jaw. Wu Jie was stunned. Is it really okay to tell himself such important information? Wait, it's such an important thing. Is it really okay to tell me? This is what Wu Jie thought in his heart. Kai Xiang expected Wu Jie to have this expression and explained calmly. Actually, this is not a secret. It's just that Commander Wu doesn't know about it. When Kai Xing unlocked this talent, it was spread by the people in the base. So the commander just doesn't know it now, but he will know it in the near future. Instead of that, it would be better for me to tell him myself. After listening to this, Wu Jie did not say anything, but carefully thought about the meaning of Takahashi Ayaka's words. Chapter 72 Mind Reading. Powerful young ladies like them are bound to be the focus of various forces. There must be all kinds of spies around them, in their lives, at work, or among their parents' friends and colleagues. When they were implanted with the war dance core, they were definitely monitored the entire time. Maybe when the sisters were communicating with each other, the younger sister told her older sister about her ability, and the sound of speaking and lip reading are not difficult to capture and analyze in this era. Thinking of this, Wu Jie felt relieved. So, Wu Jie said, since Miss Saixing said so, I can't say anything. After all, we live in such an era. Freedom is only relative. After listening to this, Saixing was very happy that Wu Jie was not stupid and quickly understood what she said. If Wu Jie can't even think of this, there is no need for me to tell Wu Jie the truth. Commander, Wu really won't let me down. I'll tell you the answer to why I said it was interesting. I'm all ears. Wu Jie waited for the answer. In fact, calling it mind reading is just a bluff. It's better to say that my sister can keenly perceive micro-expressions, micro-movements, and even changes in cells and body fluids. She has dynamic vision, static vision, eagle vision, and microscopic vision that are far superior to ordinary people. In addition, my sister used to be a doctoral student in psychology. For her, every move of human beings is no secret in front of her. After Takahashi Ayaka finished speaking, She carefully observed the changes in Wu Jie's expression. After hearing this, Wu Jie was surprised for a moment, and then he thought of a series of possibilities. First of all, the Susanoo team is composed of all melee-type battle dancers, and Saixing has such powerful visual abilities. Combined with her extremely abnormal dynamic vision, she has an absolute, overwhelming advantage when fighting the enemy head-on. Every move of the enemy may appear as slow as a snail in her eyes, just like the slow motion in the Matrix. She can even capture the enemy's sweat, eyes, and subtle adjustments and movements. Then Takahashi Ayano can steadily formulate combat strategies and tactics, or respond quickly in actual combat, which will give people an incredible illusion. It can be said that whether it is a frontal battle or a sneak attack, it is like child's play in front of her. In other words, there is no chance of winning unless you find her blind spot or when she is careless. This Takahashi Ayano is such a tricky person. Takahashi Ayano looked at Wu Jie's expression, movements, and eyes, and suddenly whispered a series of words into Ayano's ear. Saixing's eyes were slightly surprised, and she said with a smile, "Commander Wu is really interesting. He is the most interesting person I have ever met. Don't repeat the same thing several times, Miss Saixing. Otherwise I will think that you are deliberately trying to drug me and paralyze me." Wu Jie was brought back to reality by Saixing's words and said helplessly, "By the way, didn't you say you wanted to tell me why I'm interesting?" Takahashi Ayaka then said, "Well, it seems that unless Commander Wu fully understands it, there is no way to understand what is the most interesting thing about you, Commander Wu. Commander Wu, haven't you noticed that from the moment we first met until now, Commander Wu has only been thinking about his own plans, operations, and competitions?" Wu Jie was stunned. Is mind reading so scary? Even this can be calculated. Looking at Wu Jie's astonished expression, Takahashi Ayaka smiled triumphantly. "That's why I said this is what's interesting about Commander Wu." Wu Jie couldn't laugh anymore and asked seriously, "What do you mean? We sisters are not bragging. With our beauty, few people will not be moved by it. From the first moment we met, Commander Wu retrieved our information at the first opportunity. The reason was that Commander Wu said my name in one word," Takahashi Ayaka said with a smile. Wu Jie was stunned. He didn't expect that this could be seen as intelligence collection, but it was also true that two strangers who didn't know each other recognized each other as soon as they met. This was indeed too abnormal. Okay, but Saixing was not there at the time. Does that mean Miss Saixing can also read minds? Wu Jie asked a key question. Kai Xiang shook her head. Did Commander Wu forget that we, the war dancers, have an internal communication system? The person I was waiting for was my sister Kai Xing, and she was on the right side of Commander Wu, but Commander Wu didn't notice her at the time. What a mistake. I actually forgot about this. I'll have to go back and write another 30,000 words self-criticism. Wu Jie cursed himself inwardly and slapped his forehead. Then, Saixing was seen mumbling to Saixing again. Saixing chuckled after hearing this. Commander Wu, don't be so nervous. In fact, we have no ill will towards Commander Wu. But I still don't see what's interesting about me. Wu Jie had to change the subject again. That's the problem, Commander Wu. All the boys who have come across us, without exception, have had some secret plans for us, no matter if they are high-ranking officials or ordinary people. No matter how well they hide it at the beginning or how nicely they speak, they will always try to do something to us in the end. Wu Jie was speechless. This is interesting? Please don't make fun of me, okay? I'm going to make dirty comments about these two sisters who are strangers to each other in my mind. I'm not that boring. But Commander Wu is a little different. From the moment he saw us, whether it was the conversation or the various tests I just put you through, no matter how lascivious Commander Wu acted, he was always trying to get information from me. Am I right, Commander Wu? Wu Jie was almost dumbfounded after hearing this. This mind reading is too foul, it's almost the same as cheating. Wu Jie has already imagined the next game. If he meets this team, he would better surrender and admit defeat. Our intelligence was stolen before the battle even began. If Saixing uses an invisible force field and lurks near us, wouldn't all of his tactical intentions be exposed with just one look? This is too scary. There's no need to continue playing. Who would want to compete with someone who uses cheats? It's so unfair. Mumbling, Saixing whispered something to Saixing again. After hearing this, Saixing laughed even harder. Don't be nervous, Commander Wu. Don't worry. We can assure you that we will never use mind reading during the competition. Wu Jie was a little unconvinced. Who would be willing to give up such a convenient ability? After all, this is your trump card to win the championship, isn't it? Chapter 73, Mutation. Actually, Commander Wu doesn't quite understand that having the ability to read minds may not necessarily be a good thing. Takahashi Ayaka said as she gently stirred the coffee in front of her with a spoon. Question mark? Wu Jie made a questioning gesture. Just now, I told Commander Wu that our mind-reading ability is no longer a secret. Wu Jie nodded and motioned for her to continue. Because of this, we have been targeted by several forces. Although we are the daughters of the senator and have a certain status and position, others dare not touch us easily. But time is constantly advancing, and nothing in the world remains unchanged. If one day we lose our current identity and status, what will happen to us? Wu Jie was speechless. Hearing this, he could basically guess something. He was very clear about the darkness of human nature. Once Takahashi Tsaishing, who possessed such superpowers, lost her protective color, she would definitely become the focus of all forces. Tsaishing can't use mind reading all the time. For example, when they're sleeping or sick, no one can guarantee that they will be fine. Tsaishing touched her hair and continued. That's why we want to find a reliable husband, someone who is clean and flawless and has no strange thoughts towards us. Only in this way can we be protected in the future. Hearing this, Wu Jie suddenly felt something was wrong. What did this have to do with that? Husband? Xiao Madai, you two should talk to me separately? Seeing Wu Jie's surprised expression, Takahashi Ayano laughed. Her laughter was very clear and sweet. She covered her mouth lightly, which made her smile even more charming. But we have been looking for a long time, and we have found either ambitious people who want to use our abilities, or perverts who are attracted by our looks, or hypocrites who were pure at first, but later wanted to use our abilities for their own benefit after learning about our abilities. Time and again, we have tried countless methods, but we still cannot find someone who satisfies us. As a result, we gradually understand what human nature is, and we also understand the dark side of human nature. After hearing this, Wu Jie seemed to understand. It seems that having the ability to read minds may not be a good thing. Being able to check other people's mental states at all times is convenient, but it will also make you lose more. Why not try to rely on yourself? With such powerful abilities and your background, if you keep moving up to higher positions, no one will be able to do anything to you. Wu Jie proposed a solution. Indeed, in Wu Jie's opinion, the two sisters are capable enough to be self-sufficient. There is no need to depend on others. There is nothing wrong with being a strong woman. You don't have to worry about the dark side of human nature, and you have enough ability to protect yourself. After hearing Wu Jie's words, the two sisters looked at each other and seemed to be more determined. It is indeed as Commander Wu said. With our sisters' abilities, we can be strong women and keep moving forward. We can protect ourselves and don't have to rely on anyone. But has Commander Wu ever thought about one question? Wu Jie was stunned, not knowing what she wanted to say. Seeing that Wu Jie really didn't expect this, Kai Xiang's eyes darkened and she said, I've already told Chief Wu that our secret is already an open secret. The forces hostile to us have secretly sent people to spread rumors everywhere in order to prevent us from growing stronger. Wherever we go, whether we want to start our own company, enter the administration, or join someone else's company, there will always be people who will accuse us of being witches, saying we are not human, and they will use all means to stop our development. Up to now, we have tried dozens of methods and planned countless plans. Even though we have the ability to read minds, none of them have succeeded. This is the power of the dark side of human nature. Commander Wu, do you understand the weight of my words? Wu Jie was stunned. He never thought that the dark side of human nature could be magnified to such an extent just because these two sisters could read minds. There are so many forces jumping out to hinder their development, and there are so many hands that want to plot against them. As long as we are on Earth and in human society, it is extremely difficult to avoid this situation. So, my sisters and I came up with a solution. Joining the army is the only way to temporarily avoid obstruction from the outside world. Although those forces are very powerful, the army is a sacred place. It is not easy for them to get their hands in. We came here to participate in the International Dancer Military Exercise Competition this time. We also discussed with my father and came here for vacation. We are not interested in winning the championship. We just want to come here to avoid the limelight because those forces are secretly trying to make a move on us. Wu Jie remained silent and said nothing. He didn't know why Takahashi Aika told him so much information. Wasn't she afraid that he was also a member of the dark forces and that I might take action against her? Is it trust or stupidity? Are you so sure that you're a good person just by reading minds? Moreover, people will change. Having the ability to read minds is a good thing, but it does not mean that reading minds can change a person's personality. Seeing that Wu Jie didn't say anything, Kai Xiang continued. So please rest assured, Commander Wu. In the competition, apart from dynamic vision, we will never use mind reading on Commander Wu. We will fight Commander Wu in an upright manner on the field. By the way, could a mutant like Takahashi Saishing be an isolated case? Wu Jie thought of a question. If it is not an isolated case, then could there be many mutants like Saishing quietly appearing in the world? This matter seems to be quite important. When I have time, I will go back to the base and ask Chief Su for advice. Maybe she knows something. After all, she is one of the core researchers of the Chiyuan project. Then what does your ultimate goal have to do with me? Wu Jie asked the most important question. Takahashi Ayaka said so much and laid so much groundwork before. She must have wanted me to understand the situation of the two sisters and win my sympathy. However, I have no identity, status, or background to be proud of, and I don't have the confidence to fight against those dark forces. At least, not now. My ability is not strong enough. If I forcibly accept the sisters' request, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for me. Wu Jie has an emotional side, but he is by no means a saint or gentleman. He will not be completely moved by the other party's words. Before, the identities of the three Chiyuki sisters were not too special, so he was still able to protect them, but it was different for Takahashi Ayaka and Takahashi Ayanoshi. Their abilities are too strong, and their secrets have almost been revealed. They are also the daughters of friendly senators from the Kuomintang. These layers of halos are the source of pressure for Wu Jie. Chapter 74 Dark Forces. If I continue to rise in the ranks in the army, if I become a general, I might be able to protect them, but now, Wu Jie laughed at himself and said, I might as well think about what to eat tomorrow morning. Seeing that Wu Jie asked the most crucial question, Kai Xing whispered something to Kai Xiang again. After hearing this, Sai Xiang also fell silent. For a moment, the atmosphere in the coffee shop became a little deserted. 1 second, 10 seconds. Time passed, and the three people just remained silent, as if there was a huge rock separating Wu Jie and the Gaoqiao sisters, and the air was so stuffy that it made it difficult to breathe. I know that Commander Wu will be promoted in the near future under the care of Captain Sisko. I hope that Commander Wu will be able to incorporate us sisters into his company when the time comes. Hiss. Wu Jie took a breath and said, wow, this is a big hit for me. Takahashi Ayaka blushed and said, moreover, we sisters will also provide Chief Wu with a certain amount of financial support as a gift for joining the group. But please rest assured, Commander Wu, the matter of joining the group will naturally be negotiated by the friendly faction of our country, so Commander Wu does not need to bother to file it with the head of the group. I seem to have heard that Commander Wu has always been fascinated by the diversified warfare model. As long as I am here, I can also provide support to Commander Wu, even financial assistance, with the Land-Sea composite dancer costume and the warrior dancer. Good guy, good guy. This is another king bomb. Can you even see it in the content of the comprehensive vision of land, sea, and air that I recently wrote? No, this is definitely not mind reading. There is a reason. Could it be that there are people in the base? Seeing Wu Jie's shocked expression, Sai Xiang and Sai Xing both smiled triumphantly. That smile looked like victory, which made Wu Jie feel helpless. You are indeed a woman who can read minds. Well, you have discovered this. You really have found my weak spot. To be honest, the captain didn't tell me in advance whether to reorganize the team or recruit more dancers after my promotion, so this thing may really work. But don't forget, I'm only providing you with places. I can't guarantee anything else. It's up to you whether you can pass the team leader's test. Wu Jie was really annoyed by this pair of sisters. They had just met, but they trusted him so much. Mind reading was really convenient. The two looked at each other, stood up happily. The joy on their faces was beyond words, and rushed to Wu Jie's side and sat down on his left and right. Thank you, Chief Wu. This is considered as early employment. Thank you, Chief. Sincerely. Sai Xiang said this and kissed Wu Jie on the face. A shallow lip mark was left on Wu Jie's face, but Wu Jie was unaware of it. Sai Xing was not as unrestrained as Sai Xiang. She just sat quietly and looked at Wu Jie. Her eyes seemed to contain countless thoughts. Being surrounded by these two twin sisters, Wu Jie cried out that he couldn't bear it. Who could bear this? Wu Jie thought about it and still felt a little confused. Let me ask you a question. Wu Jie asked. Excuse me. Sai Xiang was in a good mood now and answered all questions. You trust me so much, it's definitely not because I'm handsome or because you fell in love with me at first sight, right? Although I'm not ugly, I'm not confident enough to be stunningly beautiful. How can you two trust me so much? This is what Wu Jie thinks in his heart. He believes that everything happens for a reason and nothing happens without a reason. Love at first sight? It sounds nice, but in fact it is just lust after beauty. Do you trust strangers completely right away? Wu Jie is not a naive person. Even if they have the ability to read minds and can see through his thoughts, so what? Does it mean that a person is a good person? Just kidding. Wu Jie is not yet confident that his personal charm is strong enough to attract women wherever he goes. Hearing Wu Jie's question, Kai Xiang did not rush to reply. She glanced at Kai Xing and saw her nodded before answering. A man who can take in someone who almost killed him as his sister? I think there are probably not many people in this world who can do that. Secondly, we didn't fall in love with Commander Wu at first sight, nor are we crazy about him. In fact, we are just cooperating with each other because we have the ability to read minds and we believe in Commander Wu's character. In fact, there is a third one. In fact, coming here to participate in the international competition was also planned by us. It is not only to avoid the dark forces, but also to find an opportunity to contact the Suzuka War Dance Troupe and find a way to join the Suzuka War Dance Troupe. We have looked up the information of previous competitions. According to our assumption, the team that comes here should be one of the 3 elite teams of Suzuku. We will use mind reading to contact them, and then find a way to get through them and get a place in the Suzuka War Dance Troupe. But I didn't expect that the person who came was actually Commander Wu. This was definitely a surprise. To be honest, we had already checked all of Commander Wu's information before he came to the country. It was not for anything else, but because Commander Wu thwarted the Sakura Society's conspiracy. We were trying to find a way to stop the Sakura Society for our father, but before we could do anything, we heard that the Sakura Society had an international scandal and was eventually forced to apologize to Shenlong Heavy Industries. We were curious at the time, who was so powerful that they defeated the Sakura Society. So, through layers of investigation, we discovered your existence, Commander Wu. At first, we just regarded Commander Wu as an ordinary commander, nothing special, but then we discovered the battle in which Commander Wu took the core of the war dancer with his bare hands. To be honest, this incident really shocked us all. We couldn't understand how an ordinary person could defeat the war dancer with bare hands. This was simply a fantasy. It was from then on that we began to pay attention to Commander Wu. By the way, Commander Wu, can you tell us how you did it? I'm really curious, Sai Xiang said as she moved her face very close to his, almost with their noses touching. Wu Jie was covered in cold sweat. He didn't expect that the records that were deliberately erased by the military academy would be exposed now. Now, if Sai Xiang could find out, the Sakura Society might have found out as well. It seems that my risk factor is gradually increasing. If he hadn't been in the army, if he had been in the living area, or if the Sakura Society hadn't sent someone to take his head long ago. Thinking of this, Wu Jie felt a chill on his neck. It seemed that it would be better to bring a few bodyguards with him when he went out in the future, in case he was assassinated at any time. Chapter 75, When People Are Unlucky. Wei Yi, humanity is really facing internal and external troubles. Thinking of this, Wu Jie sighed. So, Commander Wu, can you tell me a little bit? Looking at Sai Xiang's curious expression, Wu Jie decisively refused. Can't. Huh? Why not? Wu Jie glanced at the two of them unhappily and said, I'm telling you too, it's true that you can read minds, and it's true that you can easily trust a stranger like me, but don't forget that I don't have the ability to read minds. You want me to trust you, but how can I trust you? Even if everything you said is true, we have only known each other for a short time, and we don't know each other's personality and temper. Are you so sure that I'm a good person? On the other hand, how can I be sure that you two are good people? Is it possible that you two are people sent by the dark forces to harm me? So, before making friends, we should open our hearts first. How can we open our hearts so quickly to someone we just met? Even if your mind-reading ability really exists, even if everything you say is true, it doesn't mean that I have to be led by you by the nose. And you want me to tell you the most important secret? Are you kidding me? Oh, and let's put aside the matter of you two entering Suzuku for now. Having said that, Wu Jie ignored the astonished looks of the two men and picked up the tea on the table and drank it all. Thank you for the tea. I'm leaving now. After Wu Jie finished speaking, he left without even looking at the two sisters. Only the two sisters were left stunned, looking at Wu Jie's back in disbelief. Sai Xiang, who has always been confident in her abilities, strength, beauty, and social skills, suffered a serious blow. Sai Xiang sat aside, deep in thought, and didn't say anything. This guy takes himself too seriously. Humph, if he doesn't want to go, then don't go. He's just a Suzuku. He will definitely find a better place in the future. If not, he should follow the old way and make himself stronger first. Xiang muttered to herself with a huff. Only Kai Xing looked in the direction where Wu Jie disappeared, without any anger in her eyes. The delay was too long. Wu Jie looked at his pocket watch and realized that an hour had already passed. I guess Sheila and the others will be angry, right? Wu Jie held his forehead, quickly found a daily necessities store, bought some things, and walked back. Oh, don't forget the pineapple buns. Still salty. When I walked back to the dormitory, I could hear laughter coming from inside and the occasional laugh from the crowd. Tell me, what are everyone talking about in the hall? They look so happy. Wu Jie was a little curious, but now was not the time to be curious. It was already time for dinner, and they were probably already hungry. Hi everyone. Are you hungry? It's time for dinner. Let's go eat together. Wu Jie greeted everyone as soon as he came back. As a result, everyone looked at Wu Jie, then quickly ignored him and continued chatting about their own things. What's going on? Wu Jie was dumbfounded. What was going on? Oomph. Someone snorted. Although everyone was talking, Wu Jie heard it clearly. Xia, your pineapple bun. Wu Jie walked up to Xia and handed her the pineapple bun. Oh, thank you, put it there. Cecilia pointed to the table next to her. What's wrong with these people? Wu Jie was completely confused. They all had such a cold attitude. Sheila, Captain Sheila. Wu Jie started out speaking in a low voice, then spoke loudly. Commander Wu, please speak a little more quietly. Sheila glared at Wu Jie with dissatisfaction. What's wrong with you? You are like stones and don't even respond to me. Wu Jie was speechless. At this time, Boya said in a sour tone, it's because of someone who went out for a long time and didn't come back, which made us all worried. As a result, when we went out to look for that person, it turned out that that person was hugging people left and right, so unhappy. Where is our existence? Don't you agree? Wu Jie was speechless. How do I explain this? It's too long, and I guess it will take me a long time to finish. That's right, we were so worried about the commander, but he ended up running out to flirt with other girls and was so happy. Cecilia nodded repeatedly. Sir, you are too lustful. Phoebe's words were still so concise. Minnie chuckled. The commander is at an age of high temper after all, and those two sisters are so beautiful. If I were the commander, I would definitely not be able to control myself. Wei Yi sighed. Sir, I can't help you this time. Only Luo Jing was the quietest. She didn't say a word the whole time. She was cracking melon seeds and reading magazines. She seemed to be indifferent to the matter. What else could he do? Wu Jie could only say, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for making everyone worried. It's time for dinner. Let's go eat first. If there's anything, I'll explain it to you later. Wu Jie's tone was very sincere. He had indeed taken too long. He promised to come back soon, but he didn't come back for a long time, which made others worry and come out to look for him. If I were them, I would probably feel bad too. I came out to look for them out of concern, and now I see myself surrounded by the twin sisters. Who could bear it? Seeing that Wu Jie apologized sincerely, and his tone and actions did not sound fake, it might be that something really happened, and maybe he would explain it during the meal. Everyone looked at each other and said, okay, let's let the commander go this time. Just when everyone decided not to pursue the matter further, a sudden scream broke the quiet atmosphere. Come on. Boya pointed at the faint lip marks on Wu Jie's face and spoke loudly. What? Wow, sir, I didn't expect. Wu Jie was suddenly furious, thinking of the kiss that Kai Xiang had left him before. Damn, this is such bad luck. Anyway, this is what happened. Don't be angry anymore. Wu Jie explained the whole story to everyone with an apologetic look on his face. While eating, I listened to Wu Jie confessing his crimes. The main thing is that everyone is right this time, and Wu Jie is in the wrong. Although no one knows about it, he was indeed wrong first. In addition, Wu Jie's tone and attitude were very sincere, and he explained things clearly. Everyone softened their hearts, realizing that they had misunderstood their leader. In other words, that girl named Takahashi Ayaka and Ayano came to Chief Wu in order to seek asylum? Shala said the key point. Wu Jie nodded and said, but I don't know their position. Although she said that her father is an important member of the National Friendship faction, I have to wait until I go back to investigate what exactly happened. Chapter 76 officially starts. Besides, it's not my style to easily trust someone I've only known for an hour. Besides, this matter is of great importance. Considering that I may be promoted to company commander in the future, the person to be selected for the expansion will definitely be very important. If you rashly agree to someone's request without examination and verification, it would be too frivolous and immature. So I think it is necessary to let everyone know about this matter. Besides, the fact that Saixing has the ability to read minds is no longer a secret. Telling everyone in advance is also to give everyone the right to know. If I conceal this matter, it means that I have selfish motives. Listening to Wu Jie's explanation, everyone secretly praised him. To be honest, when everyone came out to look for Wu Jie, they saw with their own eyes the appearance of Takahashi Ayaka and Saixing, and they were twin sisters. If it were an ordinary man, it would be really difficult to resist the combined attack of this pair of sisters. Even a hero cannot resist the temptation of beauty. Commander Wu was able to withstand such a great temptation. He not only cleverly resolved the attack of the twin sisters, but also brought back such an important news to everyone. It is not easy to remain rational in such a sugar-coated situation. Shila had good grades in the military academy. During the Will training class, the instructor had reminded him more than once that sugar-coated bullets were often more terrifying and more lethal than those harsh tortures. You are led by the other party without knowing it, and you are completely turned against them without even realizing it. In short, let's wait until we get back to the regiment and verify this matter before we talk about it. And from what Commander Wu described, it seems that the twins' life story is really pitiful. If everything is true after verification, it won't be too late to make a decision then. Shila expressed his opinion. Cixia shook her head and said, "It is best to attack the enemy's mind. Commander, be careful of the enemy's sugar-coated bullets." Boya said with a smile on her face, "You are becoming more and more literary now. When did you become so studious?" Many interjected. Xia has been obsessed with ancient romance novels lately. She loves them very much. So that's how it is. Just like that, the peaceful time finally came back again. However, where Wu Jie was having dinner, there were two pairs of dark eyes not far away, staring at this side. "Sister, do you think Commander Wu will agree?" Takahashi Ayaka was still not giving up. She thought she had been very sincere and even used the beauty trick, but this Wu was like a stone and was unmoved. Saixing, who had seen how dark human nature was, found herself helpless until she faced Wu Jie. People are strong when they have no desires. Only when facing people with desires can they find ways to take action. But where is Wu Jie's desire? Saixing shook her head and said, "Sister, perhaps you misunderstood Commander Wu." Saixing looked confused. Misunderstanding? Well, Chief Wu seems to be only interested in the things he focuses on. Sister, think about it. What is Chief Wu's biggest worry? Saixing was stunned by the question. What is the most distressing thing? It's war. It's a worry about the future of mankind. Commander Wu is definitely not an ordinary person. He has very lofty ambitions. It's definitely not about the immediate romantic relationship. Saixing slowly spoke out her true feelings. Saixing was silent. She had never thought that there really were such people in the world. Suddenly, she remembered many great men who had appeared in history, such as the founding emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. He never cared about his own gains and losses. His heart was always focused on the survival of the nation and the people of the world. Is Wu Jie really such a person? Saixing just felt incredible. This kind of person can only be described as 1 in 10,000, right? No, there is not necessarily 1 in 10,000. The next day, the morning sun shines on the earth, still as warm and soothing as yesterday. Early this morning, the country announced the official start of the International Dancer Military Exercise Competition. A grand military parade began at the Brandenburg Gate in the United States, with a formation of war dancers from various countries. In addition to the teams that are designated to directly enter the round of 16, there are other teams from various countries that will participate in the round of 32. As a representative of the Suzaku Battle Dance Troupe, which has won 3 consecutive championships, Wu Jie was arranged by the organizers to stand at the forefront of the parade. In addition to Wu Jie's team, there are also the Goddess Team of China, the Giant Bear Team of China, the Tiger Patterns of China, the Vultures of the Middle East, and many teams from other countries. What a grand military parade! The streets were lined with military fans from all over the world, waving their national flags in their hands to support their national teams. Although the Suzuka team is an independent regiment, since the regiment commander Mingxi is from Longhua, there are also many military fans from Longhua holding the red flag of Longhua and waving it continuously. But there were also bursts of discussions among the crowd. Who is this? I don't know her. Why don't I see Firefox, Falcon, and the others this time? I find it strange too. Why does Suzuku have a male commander? There has never been one before. Who cares? As long as it's Suzuku's, just support it. There's no need to make so much trouble. I've never seen this team before. I'm a longtime fan of Suzuka's military, and I'm familiar with many of their war dance teams. They won't fail, right? You are such a pessimist. But now that you put it that way, what if something goes wrong? There was a lot of discussion among the crowd, especially the Suzuka team, which aroused heated discussion among military fans. In addition to Suzuka's military fans, the goddess in the back and the commander of the giant bear also looked at the team in front with surprise. Suzuka never brought human commanders with him before? What does this mean? The military parade was very grand. Not only were there military fans from various countries, but there were also high-ranking government officials from various countries. After all, here were their country's elite war dancers, and if they were not protected like treasures and something happened to them, it would be a big problem. The sky was filled with colorful fireworks roaring continuously. Considering the safety issues, these fireworks were all holographic images. Countless glittering fireworks fell from the sky and disappeared once they landed on people. Such a scene made everyone's heart surge with emotion. Afterwards, the top leaders of the country organizing committee gave speeches one by one and then officially announced the start of the competition. The participating teams entered the venue one by one. This was a venue specially built by the organizer in the suburbs of Berlin. This stadium uses the most cutting-edge terrain transformation technology of human science. Not only can it switch freely between rainforests, wetlands, swamps, deserts, mud, and mountains at any time, but it can also change the weather at any time through holographic sky views. This technology was originally designed to transform the climate of habitable planets, but I didn't expect it to be used here now. Wujia didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Chapter 77 Famous Generals from Various Countries. This is a super large stadium, covering a total area of 8 square kilometers, which is twice as large as the military exercise field used by the base before. Ordinary people are also allowed to watch the games at this stadium, so there is a constant stream of military fans from all over the world, and seats are hard to come by. The audience seats are also divided into 8 areas, and there is a dedicated super large holographic screen in the audience area. The entire game will be tracked and filmed by drones. All-round tracking and filming will be carried out from high altitude, ground, and close range, and the faces of the war dancers will be broadcast simultaneously in real time around the world. In addition, each war dancer is equipped with a dedicated game recorder, allowing the audience to experience the charm of firing from a first-person perspective. In addition, each seat in the stadium is equipped with a telescope. In addition to watching the battle on the holographic screen, you can also watch the battle directly with a telescope. It's really exciting. I saw a huge platform slowly rising in the center of the arena and countless dancers squatting on the ground. Oh, it's the song and dance performance at the opening ceremony. Look in the middle. It looks like Miss Neva. Neva, 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 I love you. Whoosh, he whistled as he spoke. The entire audience was boiling with excitement. The blonde Neva slowly raised her hand, then turned around gorgeously and faced the camera. She slowly began to sing. There is no love more intense than fighting. There is no temperature hotter than the flames. There is no sky more vast than the stars. We live in this universe. We seem unique. Are we really lonely? Not in a more distant place. There is a brand new future waiting for us. The opening ceremony was very lively. At this moment, generals from various countries gathered together in the audience stands, sometimes talking and laughing, sometimes paying close attention. This year's competition is also very fierce. Sitting in the front row was an old man wearing a Dragon Country military uniform, with sharp eyes flashing, as if he had thought of something. He was leaning on a red sandalwood cane, with his hands resting on the base, and his sitting posture had an indescribable majesty. Time has not made the old general's temples whiter, but has instead added a bit more aura of a superior. The 5 gold stars on his shoulders showed how noble his identity was, which made the other generals present couldn't help but look sideways. They all knew who this old man was, and they also understood who was the one who turned the tide when Auroramon first appeared and promoted the origin plan with all his strength. The old general sat alone in the front row. The seats on his left and right were empty, but no one dared to sit next to him, because the seats in the audience stands were specially arranged according to seniority for generals from various countries. No one dared to change their seats rashly. General Wang, long time no see. Do you still miss me? A somewhat stiff Chinese voice was heard next to him, and the old man tilted his head slightly when he heard it. An old general wearing a brown leather military uniform and holding a huge pipe slowly walked to the empty seat next to General Wang and sat down with a proud smile on his face. It would be fine if only one person came today, but why did these two show up together? Yeah, what's going on? Why are both old generals here? I have a feeling this year's military dancer competition will be extremely intense. For a moment, the two old generals attracted their attention, and all the generals from other countries started talking. After all, they are generals of one of the world's top superpowers. Generally speaking, they would not be allowed to participate in such competitions. If there is any general present who does not know these two old generals, then he does not need to stay in the military anymore and should just go back to his hometown to farm. In previous sessions, only a few generals of moderate fame were sent for formality. Why are all the big names coming this time? Is that possible? At this moment, there was another commotion among the crowd. Some generals even couldn't help but stand up, then sit down, then stand up again, and sit down again. What's going on? This year's military dancer contest is too out of scale. I can't believe it. I didn't expect it to be these three. Why are all three of them here? A bearded general slowly walked out of the crowd, with his hands behind his back and a shrewd look in his eyes. He looked even younger than the previous two. But it would be bad if you were deceived by his appearance, because this old general is a figure who would tremble 3 times if he stomped his feet in the military. First came General Wang of the Dragon Kingdom, then General Roselle of the kingdom holding a huge pipe, and General Bostern of the kingdom. What wind is blowing? The generals who had a bit of political sensitivity all felt that the matter was not simple, and immediately realized that the gathering of the generals of the 3 kingdoms was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. Some generals have even quietly opened their own dedicated communication channels to report to senior domestic leaders. At the same time, due to the appearance of the 3 generals, the shadows of people kept swaying in the stands, and even the shadows of countless war dancers could be seen. But they soon disappeared in a flash. It was obvious that these war dancers had all activated their invisible force fields. They were the exclusive guards of these generals, responsible for protecting the general's safety. In addition to the invisible war dancers, there are also visible war dancers. Their postures are meticulous, and their eyes are like sharp eagles, sweeping across the entire venue. They are always alert to any disturbance. If there is any abnormal situation, they will behead them immediately. Hiss. For a moment, all the generals fell silent. They all felt the tremendous pressure at the moment. All the generals turned their eyes to the 3 in front. They just wanted to see what kind of sparks would be created between these 3 generals. Excited, really so excited. This is a rare scene. The generals who come to attend the ceremony are so blessed. What could be more exciting than seeing these 3 veteran generals appear at the same time? General Wang, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you're still as charming as ever. Bostern smiled and walked to the empty seat on the right side of General Wang and sat down. It turned out that the seats on the left and right sides of General Wang were reserved for these 2 generals. You're getting old. From now on, the world will belong to the young. General Wang saw Bostern smile, which was a rare moment. Haha, General Wang, you're joking. Although current technology can achieve immortality, it can still prolong life. General Wang can at least live for a few decades. Bostern laughed, not knowing how much truth there was in his words. General Wang just smiled and didn't understand the implied meaning in his words. They were all old foxes in the military, who knew what they were thinking. Maybe they wanted him to die soon so that they could replace him and become a famous general. Chapter 78, Mysterious Dancer. After hearing what Bostern said, General Wang just smiled and ignored him. By the way, which team do you think has a good chance of winning the championship this year? General Wang ignored Bostern, leaving him disappointed, and turned to the favorites to win the championship this year. Roselle put the pipe in his mouth and said confidently, "Of course it's our country's goddess team. We are well prepared this year. Of course, I don't deny Suzaku's strength, but this year's Suzaku is a little disappointing to me." Bostern became interested when he heard this. "I am absolutely confident in our giant bear team, but I don't quite understand what this year's Suzaku means. Is the team too immature?" As he spoke, Bostern glanced at General Wang provocatively, and it was obvious that he had some hidden meaning in his words. General Wang just smiled and didn't rush to speak. The 2 old generals on the left and right both knew that their granddaughter was the leader of the Suzaku War Dance Troupe. From the moment his granddaughter established the Suzaku Battle Dance Troupe, he has been concerned about Suzaku's growth all the time. It can be said that he has been secretly protecting Suzaku on his growth path. Of course, he was also slightly familiar with Wu Jie's appearance. Wu Jie. Wu Jie. It turned out to be him. General Wang suddenly remembered something. the top graduate of the East China Military Academy. He is also the commander of the Silver Falcon Squad of the Suzaka Battle Dance Troupe, and also his granddaughter's junior. I don't know if this brat still remembers this old man like me. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, as if he was recalling the time when he was the principal of the East China Military Academy. Remember, Wu Jie, why did you fall asleep again during class? A sharp rebuke came from the podium, which immediately woke up Wu Jie, who was drooling. Report, Wu Jie is here. Wu Jie stood up quickly. Puff! Ha! The students around him couldn't help but laugh when they saw Wu Jie's embarrassed look, because Wu Jie looked so funny. Wu Jie was embarrassed. He had been staring at the core of the war dance all night and hadn't slept. Today, he couldn't hold on until halfway through the class. This was the old principal's class. What a mistake. I can't stay up late anymore. General Wang glared at him unhappily, pointed at a line of words on the blackboard and said, Wu Jie, tell me, when two armies are at war, what should they be most afraid of? What should they be most afraid of? How should they respond? Wu Jie immediately saluted and said, when two armies are at war, the worst thing to do is to go first. The way of war is to be cunning. The first mover should first scout, then think, and then act. The most worrying thing is that the army's morale is weakened. We should guard against words and beware of corruption. If we fail to do our duty and take precautions, there will be endless troubles. So we should mobilize first, then make friends, and then unite. After a pause, Wu Jie added, to reply to Principal Wang, no matter what you are most afraid of or what you are most afraid of, you should always remember your duty as a soldier. Take it as your responsibility to defend your country, and take it as your duty to protect the people. Principal Wang nodded, but did not signal Wu Jie to sit down. Instead, he said, that's a good answer, but it's only half right. Let me answer the other half. Principal Wang walked slowly in front of Wu Jie, his eyes looking at everyone. Practice without theory is blind practice. Theory without practice is empty theory. Please remember at all times that everything you have learned in school is just a summary of the experience of your predecessors. You are just leaning on a big tree to enjoy the shade. See with your own eyes, hear with your own ears, and feel with your own heart. Don't just apply what you learn from books and practice. Experience and feel it with your heart, and use the power in your hands correctly. Do you understand? Yes. Principal. Retracting his gaze from his memories, General Wang smiled and said, that little guy is not as simple as you think. How about I make a bet with you too? Oh. Roselle narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the old man in front of him who he could never understand in his entire life, his thoughts in a tangle of confusion. Bostern seemed to have guessed something and said with a smile, okay, if someone else bets with me, I definitely wouldn't be interested, but since General Wang has asked, I'll be willing to play along no matter what. He clapped his hands, and a young man with brown hair and brown eyes in his early 30s walked over from behind. But the epaulets on his shoulders were no joke. He was already a major general at this age. The young major general said nothing. Wearing white gloves, he took out a small box that was particularly beautifully wrapped from his pouch. If there is no prize for betting, it would be too boring. This is my little belongings. I will use it as the prize for this competition. In a particularly arrogant tone, Bostern hinted to the young major general to open the box. The moment the box was opened, all the generals behind it widened their eyes. This, Bostern, you are really willing to spend so much money. Seeing what was in the box, the old General Roselle, who was used to seeing all kinds of treasures, became a little uneasy at this moment. A hint of shock flashed across General Wang's eyes. He didn't expect that Bostern would actually take it out for gambling. The stakes were not small. When Bostern saw that the two old guys were no longer calm, a smug look suddenly flashed in his eyes. What do you think? I'm just worried that you won't be able to come up with any valuable belongings. Then it will be you two old guys who will lose face. Okay, since old man like you, Bostern, have taken action, I can't lose in momentum. He waved his hand gently to the side, and suddenly a ripple flashed in the air, and a war dancer in black dance costume emerged from the invisible force field. Seeing the war dancer in black dance costume, General Wang and Bostern both showed a hint of surprise and looked at each other. As generals holding the highest power in the country, they had already investigated the new dance costumes researched by the country, which were not only powerful but also had many functions. What is he doing? This is the fruit of our country's technology and a symbol of our strength. I think the two old generals should understand its value even if I don't tell them. Of course I'm not a slave-loving person, but the relationship between her and me is a little special, more like that of a father and daughter. If the team supported by either of the two generals wins, I will give her to you as a gift. Of course, I'm not selling her. Haha, she is free. I can only lend her to you to serve for 3 years. After 3 years, you must return her to me. I believe that after using her, you two will definitely be full of praise for her abilities. Ha ha ha. What is this cunning old fox up to? Who doesn't know the technological strength of other countries? Why would they bring such a technological gem to their side? What a joke. Who likes to have a large camera hanging around them? Chapter 79, 13 Special Zones. But then again, General Wong and Bostern are not ordinary people. I believe that Roselle dares to put his precious technological crystal in his hands, which means he is not afraid that his war dancer will be investigated by the other party. Either you are overconfident or you really do nothing. This is equivalent to a psychological game. However, General Wong smiled and said, since General Roselle is willing to take out the treasures from the 13th Special Zone, I cannot let General Roselle down. Special Zone 13? Bostern sat up straight in an instant. He didn't expect that this war dancer actually came from Special Zone 13. Bostern glanced at Roselle and found that there was a hint of astonishment in Roselle's eyes. It seems that Roselle did not expect that General Wong could tell at a glance that this was the war dancer from Special Zone 13. He is worthy of being an old general of Dragon Country. He is really good at intelligence. The 13th Special Zone has always appeared in news reports of various unsolved mysteries. For example, a mysterious UFO appeared in the 13th Special Zone, where a reporter sneaked into the 13th Special Zone and accidentally took pictures of alien remains, and the photos were finally circulated. The 13th Special Zone in the country has been shrouded in mystery since ancient times, so much so that alien life enthusiasts all over the world regard the 13th Special Zone as a holy place in their hearts. Because they believe that the 13th Special Zone definitely hides the biggest secret of mankind, which is the existence of aliens. But in the eyes of these generals, it was different. With intelligence agencies like the state apparatus, they could not say that they knew 100% of the details about the situation in the 13th Special Zone, but it was definitely more true and reliable than the gossip circulated by ordinary people. The 13th Special Zone has been deliberately spreading a large number of rumors through the media, the public, and alien life enthusiasts in order to give it a mysterious appearance. But General Wong knew very well that those were just tricks to scare the little brats. In fact, Special Zone 13 was a super experimental field that the country had been using to conduct secret experiments. Whether it is advanced military technology or the newly emerging dance costume technology, a lot of development and research are being carried out in the 13 Special Zones. Although the Red Lotus Research Institute is the core research institute of the Dragon Country Origin Plan and is also the initiator of the Origin Plan, the power of the 13 Special Zones should not be underestimated. Not only are there a large number of world-leading scientists who are spending huge sums of money every moment to develop and research the latest weapons and equipment, but also the large number of corpses produced by countries around the world fighting Auroromon every day are constantly being transported to the 13th Special Zone. If you say that the 13th Special Zone has not achieved anything famous, no one would believe it. Therefore, the mysterious Black War Dancer in front of him definitely has an inestimable value, and it is likely to have greater hidden value than the treasure that Bostern took out. If we can get this mysterious Black War Dancer, perhaps we can study the latest technology of the 13th Special Zone through her. Thinking of this, all the generals present, including Bostern, were slightly moved. Just when everyone was thinking this should be the most valuable gift so far, something happened that no one expected. General Wong slowly took out a box made of exquisite sandalwood from his arms. It looked like the things inside should be very small, but it attracted everyone's attention. You know, the prizes offered by Generals Bostern and Rossell have already made everyone excited. So what will General Wong offer? General Wong slowly opened the box, and all the generals were shocked and speechless. General Wong, you? Bostern stood up immediately, his eyes fixed on the contents of the box. Roselle also gasped, clenched his fists tightly, and frantically calmed himself down. Take it, must take it. For a moment, the entire stands were silent, and no one dared to breathe, because what General Wong took out was so shocking. No one would have thought that General Wong would use it as a bet. If General Wong, you are not joking, then I will definitely win the championship of this competition. There was a fierce look in Roselle's eyes, as if he was determined to win this competition. Bostern smiled faintly and said, General Roselle, don't be too proud. I won't give this thing up easily. We'll see. What exactly is that thing? The origin of the Origin Project, the fragment of the true Origin Stone. Defeatingly, I say, Cixia, Can't you just sit quietly for a while? Xia held his forehead and said helplessly. Xixia said excitedly. How can I sit still? Miss Neva is performing, and it's my first time to watch Neva sing at such a close distance. Do you know how excited I am? Forget it, let her be happy. It's a rare opportunity for her to come here, and there may not be such a good opportunity again in the future. Wu Jie smiled slightly. Xia said unhappily, Sir, just pamper her really. Minnie and suddenly pointed to the center of the stage and said, Look! Everyone's attention was drawn to minions pointing, and they saw that the sky was suddenly opened up, and the sky, which was made up of honeycomb-like hexagons, suddenly turned over piece by piece and became covered with dark clouds. Suddenly, a little rain began to fall from the sky, just like the rain in June, which lasted for a long time. This was really hard to imagine in the cold January sky. It really is a technology for transforming habitable planets. Even the weather can be controlled. It's a pity that the Earth is currently at war with Auroramon. Otherwise, humans might have already started migrating and transforming other planets. All the jump equipment was trapped in the Arctic, and no one knew what the situation was like on the other side of the jump channel. As a result, the development of human jump technology came to a standstill. Some even suspect that it is the development of jump technology that has caused humans to be trapped on Earth and unable to leave. Because the appearance of Auroramon was too coincidental. Just when humans had just mastered new technology to explore the universe, Auroramon happened to appear, and it happened to appear from the jump channel created by humans. This has led to a considerable number of people on Earth being pessimistic about migrating to other planets. They are worried that once they migrate to other planets, they will encounter things similar to Aurora Beast. What if Aurora Beast appears again after they migrate? What should they do? Chapter 80 Schedule and Rules. The opening ceremony slowly ended in a light rain, and the audience seats, which had been cheering loudly, gradually quieted down. At this moment, the competition officially begins. Since Wu Jie represents the Suzaka Battle Dance Troupe, they can skip the 32-16 match and start directly from 16-8. Taking time into consideration, the schedule is somewhat tight. The top 16 competition will be held over 2 days, with 24 hours of nonstop competition. A single game is 90 minutes. Regardless of the result, it will be forced to stop after the time is up. If there is no winner, a comprehensive evaluation will be made based on data, such as scoring points and casualty rate, to ultimately determine the winner. Finally, the third day saw the 16-8 match, but compared to the 32-16 match, the match time was longer, extended to 2 hours. On the fourth day, the quarterfinals of the top 8 will be held, with each match extended to 3 hours. On the fifth day, the top 4 to 2 semifinals will be held in the morning, again in a single 3-hour match. After the lunch break, the 5-hour single-game finals will be held in the afternoon. A total of 5 days of competition, all broadcast live around the world. Although Wu Jie's team had nothing to do in the past 2 days, Wu Jie was extremely excited. This was a rare and great opportunity to watch other teams fight. Not only can you take a look at other teams' equipment, supplies, and tactics, but you can also learn about the different combat styles between teams. Please remember here that combat style is not necessarily equal to tactics, and the role of combat style should never be underestimated. The combat style is a tacit understanding developed by these elite teams through years of fighting. For example, if team member number 1 cooperates well with team member number 2 all year round, then the commander will easily send number 1 and number 2 to attack, because the cooperation between these two people is the most efficient and it is easiest to achieve the commander's goal. This is also a type of combat style, but it would be wrong to simply classify the combat style into this type because there are many different ways to express combat style. For example, some people like to be flexible fighters who serve as forwards, using their mobility to constantly shake off and lure off enemy attacks, in order to scout enemy firepower points while sending information to their teammates. His teammates cooperated flexibly with him and played unconventional tactics. There are many such teams. The advantage is that the opponent is hard to defend and flexible. The disadvantage is that if the preparation is not sufficient, it is easy for one person to get into trouble and the whole family will be blinded. When will it be our turn to play? The game has already started, but Xixia is already feeling sleepy. Boya said in a funny tone, If you feel sleepy, go back to sleep. We will call you when the game starts the day after tomorrow. Xixia sat up immediately. No, everyone is watching and learning. I can't fall behind. Wei Yishao nodded and said, Xixiao is not stupid at this time. Phoebe was as concise as ever. I agree with Wei Yi. Do you all think so little of me? Cecilia looked unhappy. Sheila said unhappily, you were like this when you were in the military academy. When will you learn to be more serious? Isn't it because you all are helping me I am just responsible for eating well, drinking well, sleeping well, and being a good baby? Cecilia was still heartless. You, everyone said in unison. Suddenly, Cecia's eyes lit up, and she pointed to the audience and said, look, it's those two beautiful sisters. Everyone followed Chessie's finger and looked somewhere behind them. At this moment, they saw 6 women with oriental faces and black hair watching the game on the field. Noticing Cecilia's gaze, Takahashi Ayaka smiled faintly, stood up, and waved politely to Wu Jie and others. Wu Jie just glanced at Takahashi Ayaka and didn't look at her again. These 2 women are too dangerous. They will explode if you look at them for too long. It's better to stay away from them. It seemed that Wu Jie had no intention of paying any attention to him. Ayaka Takahashi had a vein popping out on her forehead. Takahashi Ayaka forced a smile and slowly sat down. But her fists were clenched tightly, and she was muttering to herself hatefully. Wu Jie, just wait for me. Sister. Saixing stretched out her right hand and gently placed it on Saixiang's hands, signaling her not to be angry. Okay. I'm not angry. After a pause, he suddenly spoke like a string of cannonballs. But I'm really angry. That guy is too arrogant. How about I cut him into pieces and throw him into the sea to feed the fish? No. Feeding him to the fish is too easy for him. I will tie him up and hang him in my bedroom and whip him 100 times with a whip every day to make him feel better. No, that's not enough. I have to stuff my stinky socks and underwear into his mouth every day to block his mouth and stop him from talking nonsense. Takahashi Ayaka became more and more out of breath as she spoke, and she was panting. Takahashi Ayano looked at Ayaka's expression and began to laugh softly with her hands covering her mouth. Kai Xing, what are you laughing at? Kai Xiang didn't quite understand. She didn't know why Kai Xing was laughing so hard. It was rare to see Kai Xing laugh like this. Because my sister's mind is now full of Commander Wu's shadow, she no longer thinks about those sad and upset things. Now my sister has a sense of belonging to herself. Saixing explained slowly. Saixiang was stunned when she heard Saixing's unhurried words. Maybe this is fate, sister. I will never hand you over to those guys. I once swore to you with my life. When Kai Xing heard her sister's words, she knew that she was absolutely sincere. She couldn't help but shed tears, but she still smiled and said, I know, I have always believed in you, sister. You are the closest person to me. As she spoke, Ayano leaned against Ayaka. By the way, sister, you were so cute when you scolded Officer Wu just now. I didn't expect that you have such a relaxed side. Kai Xing mentioned Wu Jie again. Saixiang suddenly got angry again and suddenly remembered something. Saixing, what did you mean when you said that my mind was full of Chief Wu? It doesn't mean anything. It just means what it says. Saixing moved away from Saixiang and said in a harmless manner, I don't believe it. Tell me what it means. As she spoke, Saixiang scratched Saixing. I don't know. Saixing dodged again and again. I don't believe it. Tell me quickly. The 2 sisters attacked each other while laughing. The noise they made was so loud that it attracted the attention of other people in the audience seats nearby. Of course, Wu Jie also saw it and could only sigh. I really don't know what these 2 sisters are singing about. Chapter 81. Shunji Takada. You are a bunch of useless people. You can't even handle such a small thing. What's the point of me keeping you good-for-nothings? At this time, in the apartment complex in Gua, a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression and a crooked face said angrily. There were 4 figures in front of him, 2 men and 2 women, who were trembling as they looked at the middle-aged man in front of them. Obviously, 2 of the women were war dancers, but they were so afraid of him that they didn't even dare to look him in the eye. This man's name is Shunji Takada. He is the son of the leader of the country's largest mafia, the Yamaguchi-gumi. He is also known as the leader of the country's underground princelings and nicknamed the Prince of the Dark World. The leading man in front of Junji swallowed his saliva and said, Master, those 2 women are really too powerful. They saw through us before we even got close to them. We really couldn't find any opportunity to attack them. Their mind-reading skills are all-pervasive and difficult to guard against. Idiot, don't you have any brains? You can't fight head-on? Can't you poison? Can't you set traps? Do you still need me to teach you these? Baka. Yes. I will do whatever the young master tells me to do immediately. The leading man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded like pecking at rice. Don't show up in front of me until the task is done. Get out! June Air roared, and the four men retreated quickly as if they had been pardoned. Seeing these losers retreat, Junji snorted and began to pull out a holographic tablet from his arms. Then he opened the tablet, and the homepage of the tablet was a photo of the two Takahashi sisters. Looking at the two Takahashi sisters, Shunji Takada licked his lips and revealed a perverted smile. Then he used his silky tongue to lick the two sisters fiercely on the holographic screen. Sooner or later, you will become mine. Both your body and soul will belong to me. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Komi? Junji said to the outside. At this time, the door opened and a pair of extremely beautiful twin sisters appeared before him. Because he coveted the beauty of the Takahashi sisters too much, Shunji Takada spent a lot of money to buy a pair of extremely beautiful twin sisters from a certain film company. It is said that the sisters are very good at sex. The sisters, who were dressed very boldly, of course, knew who the man in front of them was. Although they were afraid, they had years of experience in serving various high-ranking officials. They immediately suppressed their fear and greeted him with a weak smile. Mr. Shunji, you are so handsome and charming today. I can't wait. Mr. Shunji, damn it. Although Shunji Takada had done that countless times, it was his first time experiencing the pleasure brought by twins, and he secretly cried out that he couldn't handle it. Suddenly I thought, how exciting it would be if it was the Takahashi sisters. The ancient said that a good night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. I hope Brothering Tian can hold on until the next morning. Dividing line. Is this the tactic of the Jinta Kingdom? Interesting, really interesting. This special hierarchical advancement method makes 6 people feel like they are fighting against thousands of troops. I feel that this trip to the international competition is not in vain. Wu Jie watched the game on the field, commenting on it in fascination. Yawn, sir. I can't bear it anymore. I want to go to sleep. Cecilia's lazy voice came from the side. Wu Jie looked back and was surprised to see that Cecilia was wearing a high-waisted white t-shirt and a light blue denim jacket. When she stretched, her slender abdomen and belly button were not visible. The delicate and white waist was clearly revealed in front of Wu Jie, and combined with her lazy posture, there was an indescribable charm in her. Because this kind of seductive look was too natural and too pure, Wu Jie was stunned for a moment. Sir, are you looking at me? Cecilia yawned and asked lazily. Wu Jie immediately coughed dryly to hide his expression and said, Ahem, if Cecilia is tired, go back and rest quickly. Everyone else, don't force yourself. I want to stay here for a while because I want to understand the strength of each country. You guys better conserve your strength and energy, otherwise it will be bad if you feel sleepy and doze off during the competition. Wu Jie is used to staying up late. Compared with the negative effects of staying up late, he is more worried about the subsequent competition. Cecilia, the commander was attracted by your waist just now. Boya took the opportunity to tickle Cecilia's waist. Oh, Boya, you really are such a jerk. Cecilia was so tickled by the tickling that she blushed as she thought of something. Cecilia said, Sir, you are such a fool. If you want to see it, can't I show it to you secretly when we go back? What's so good about it here? As she said this, she deliberately seduced Wu Jie with a glance. For a moment, the other people lost their composure. Chixia, do you know what you were saying? Do you believe that I will punish you? Shila said with a kind face, veins on his hands bulging. Oh, sir, save me. The captain is going to beat me. As she said that, Cecilia quickly hid behind Wu Jie and dodged left and right in the face of Shila's tyranny. You keep hiding. You keep hiding. Shila also pulled left and right. At this moment, it is not known whether Cecilia intentionally or unintentionally grabbed Wu Jie's hand and pulled it back suddenly. He fell backwards immediately. Hey! Shila subconsciously chased Cecilia. Because he wanted to keep up with her, he lost his balance for a moment and fell forward. Wow! Luo Jing raised her eyebrows, looked at Wu Jie, who was sandwiched like a sandwich, and let out a long sigh. At this moment, Wu Jie was sandwiched between 2 women, one in front and one behind. With one under him and another on top of him, Wu Jie suddenly felt his arms filled with fragrance. At this moment, Wu Jie seemed to understand the profound meaning of from now on, the king will not attend the court early in the morning. Shila's eyes met Wu Jie's, and her pupils were trembling constantly, as if she was too nervous. As Wu Jie's chest and back were pressed against Cecilia and Shila's chests, and he could feel the pulse of their heartbeats, the atmosphere became a little ambiguous for a moment. Wu Jie raised his hands high to show his innocence and said, can you guys get up from me? The strange thing is that Sheila was not angry this time. She just blushed and hummed softly. Xixia said heartlessly from behind, Haha, Captain, you can't catch me now, right? Look, you even pushed the commander down. Chepter Nyotswanketu indirect quiche. Bah, what do you mean by push down? Cecilia, how can you talk like that? After Sheila stood up, he glared at Cecilia unhappily. Cecilia didn't seem to realize that she had made a mistake. She just chuckled, brushed the dirt off her body, and stood up. Everyone should go back and rest early. I'll watch the game here by myself. Your health is more important. Wu Jie straightened his clothes and gave the instructions. Seeing that Wu Jie didn't seem to care about his health at all, Sheila couldn't help but feel distressed. She knew very well how much her commander had given to the Silver Falcon team. From the first day, she saw the notes her commander had written on their files. She realized how incompetent she was as a captain. Everyone go back and rest. I'll stay to accompany the commander. Sheila took the initiative to step forward and said. Wu Jie frowned and said, No, Sheila, you should go back too. I am enough here. But, no buts, just obey orders. Well, I'll rest early and come to pick you up. If you need anything, remember to call us. Oh, by the way, you don't have a cell phone with you, right? Here, my cell phone. As Sheila spoke, he took out his holographic phone. This holographic phone is covered with cute heart stickers, which have been used for a long time and have slight scratches on them. This is an old model from 4 or 5 years ago. In today's rapidly changing technological world, changing mobile phones is as easy as drinking water for modern people. But Sheila is reluctant to buy a new one. It seems that Sheila takes good care of his mobile phone. He has been using it for a long time and has never been willing to replace it. Wu Jie did not refuse. After nodding and accepting it, he signaled everyone to go back and rest. After watching everyone leave, Wu Jie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he took out a piece of bread from his arms, sat on the stands, and while chewing the bread, he carefully watched the games of other teams on the field. Commander Wu really cares about his team members. I feel a little distressed when I see this. Commander Wu, staying up late is not good for your health. Just at this moment, a familiar voice was heard. The Takahashi sisters? Looking back, who else could it be but the Takahashi sisters? Why did they come over at this time? Wu Jie was confused. Wasn't it enough that I ignored you yesterday? Are you going to come and make yourself miserable again today? As Takahashi Ayaka spoke, she took out a cup of water and handed it to Wu Jie. Wu Jie took a look and didn't answer. But he still said, Thank you. Are you an idiot? A vein popped up on Saixiang's forehead. To be honest, she was a little angry. This guy was too inhuman. Wu Jie seemed to sense Kai Xiang's dissatisfaction and said unhappily, It's not certain who is the idiot. I'm telling you two sisters. Why don't you go to bed? Do you want to stay up late? Don't forget, you have to compete at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Wu Jie looked at the antique pocket watch in his hand, pointed to the time, and continued, It's already 1 a.m. Go back and have a good sleep. Don't let me see you two dozing off during the competition tomorrow. Really, you're so grown up, and you still need me to remind you. Listening to Wu Jie's unpleasant words, Takahashi Ayaka smiled kindly, put her face close to Wu Jie, and said, Thank you for your kindness, Chief Wu. What if I don't leave? Then do as you please. Wu Jie rolled his eyes. Don't stop me. I must teach him a lesson here today. I'm so pissed off. Without caring about her ladle-like image at all, Saixiang rolled up her sleeves and started to work. Sister, calm down. Calm down. Saixiang quickly pulled Saixiang, who was about to take action. Humph. If my sister hadn't persuaded me, you would have been in trouble long ago, Commander Wu. Saixiang glared at Wu Jie and sat down. Then he picked up the drink he was about to give to Wu Jie and drank it through the straw angrily. It took several sips to calm down the anger. Ms. Ayaka, can I ask you a question? Wu Jie's eyes were on the game field, but the question was asked to Takahashi Ayaka. I refuse to answer. I'm in a bad mood right now. Humph. As if he knew Saixiang's temper, Wu Jie was sure that Saixiang would answer obediently, and asked himself, After experiencing the dark side of human nature, do you still have hope for mankind? Well, this question stumped her. Why did Wu Jie suddenly ask this question for no reason? Saixiang reacted immediately and whispered into Saixiang's ear, Commander Wu is testing you. Test? I hate this bastard so much that I don't even have time to care about what kind of test he is. Saixiang looked angry. But then Saixiang stared at Saixiang's eyes for a while, and Saixiang's eyes met Saixiang's. Saixiang rubbed her head, which was about to swell. Oh, okay. I got it. After saying this, Saixiang turned back to Wu Jie, first controlled her emotions, and then said word by word, Captain Wu, please ask again. Wu Jie was not annoyed by their noise, but asked again patiently. After experiencing the dark side of human nature, do you still have hope for humanity? After listening carefully to Wu Jie's question, Kaixiang thought for a moment and looked at Kaixing again. Seeing Caixing nodded to her, she slowly said, to be honest, at the beginning, maybe because we were young, we always fantasized that there were still many good people among humans. But once we let them know our abilities, their attitude towards us changed. As the number of disappointments accumulated, we felt really sad and gained a new understanding of the other side of human nature. But we always believed that there must be people like the great men in history among human beings, such as Jesus in the Bible, Tathagata in Buddhism, and the founding fathers of your dragon country. But to find such people is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Alas, in the end we gave up and decided to find a way out in other ways. If you ask us to answer this question, our answer is, always trust your intuition, but never give up hope. Caixing secretly glanced at Wu Jie's expression from the side, and suddenly, she smiled knowingly, pulled her sister's clothes, blinked at her, and Caixing immediately laughed. Do you agree? Caixing asked Wu Jie with expectation. Wu Jie snorted heavily and said unhappily, mind reading is a good thing, but remember that you can't rely on it all the time. Otherwise, one day you will lose your mind reading ability, and you will not be able to adapt to this society. I'll take your drinks. Wu Jie picked up the drinks they had just brought and started drinking from the straw. Seeing Wu Jie suddenly pick up her drink and drink it, Caixing blushed, suddenly thinking of something. Kaixing said directly, Captain Wu, I just drank, so this should be an indirect kiss, right? Puff. Wu Jie couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. Chapter 83. Why are you blushing? Go back and rest, it's getting late. You guys can't compete with me. We still have a competition tomorrow. I can still sleep in the next day. Wu Jie said in an unquestionable tone. No, I won't. Caixing was still angry. Wu Jie had blocked her chest so many times today. How could she sleep if he asked her to go back to sleep now? It's up to you. Wu Jie ignored her, picked up his tablet, and continued to record the data he saw on the field. At this time, Wu Jie was watching the exciting part of the game and taking notes attentively. Wu Jie's meticulous and serious work aroused Caixing's curiosity, and she began to observe Wu Jie carefully. Well, although he is not particularly handsome, but if you calm down and take a closer look, he is still quite elegant, especially when he is working seriously. Caixing began to comment on Wu Jie. Is he wearing the commander's uniform of the Suzuka War Dance Troupe? As I recall, the Suzuka War Dance Troupe doesn't have a male commander, so Commander Wu's uniform should be specially made, and there should only be one of its kind in the entire troop. As expected, a Buddha needs gold, and a horse needs a saddle. I had never paid much attention to Officer Wu in military uniform before. Now that I look closely, he is really handsome, especially with the capable demeanor of a soldier. Caixing watched Caixing commenting on her and chuckled softly. Hearing Caixing's laughter, Caixing immediately turned around and asked, Kaixing, what are you laughing at? No, nothing. Tell me now, or I'll tickle you. No, I said it's not possible yet. What are you laughing at? Caixing whispered something into Caixing's ear, and Caixing immediately blushed from her face to her neck. Sister, there is an old saying in Dragon Country. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. This is so embarrassing. You, sister, you are too revealing? What do you mean by beauty in the eyes of the beholder? What nonsense. I can't stop hating him. Caixing blushed immediately after Caixing revealed what she was thinking, and felt uncomfortable all over. It turns out this is what it feels like to have a sister who can read minds. No, if I have any little tricks in the future, my sister will know them, and I won't be able to hide them. Caixing, who had never realized the serious side effects of mind reading before, only realized the seriousness of the problem at this moment. But she was not angry. She was just wondering if she could ask her sister to help her see how the person she liked felt about her in the future. Sister, your plans are written all over your face. Caixing said with a sweet smile. What plan? Caixing asked curiously. Commander Wu is not married and does not have an open boyfriend or girlfriend. This is your chance. I won't be his girlfriend. He's timid and incompetent, has no status or background, and likes to make things difficult for us. As for me, even if I'm single for the rest of my life, I'll never even look at him. Caixing stretched out a middle finger and shook it and said. Caixing was already grinning from ear to ear. She could read other people's minds and knew that her sister was a proud person. Sister, You were so cute when you were proud. Ha ha ha. Listening to the two sisters chatting nonstop, Wu Jie was completely upset. What was going on? How could he do his homework properly? I don't know how much time had passed, but Takahashi Ayaka finally got tired of chatting, so she stood up and stretched. Although she was wearing a cheongsam, it did not affect her showing off her graceful figure. Although it was already early in the morning, there were still some spectators in the stands. When they saw Ayaka Takahashi standing up and stretching, several male spectators in the back couldn't help but whistle at her. Takahashi Ayaka was too lazy to pay attention to them. After sitting down, she wanted to sleep. Sir, can I lean on your shoulder? Takahashi Ayaka seemed to have no awareness of being a rich lady and wanted to lean on Wu Jie in a familiar manner. Wu Jie originally wanted to avoid her, but then he thought of some things and decided to give up and let her be, as long as it didn't affect his work. Ms. Caixiang, if you feel sleepy, go back and rest. Wu Jie thought about it and advised softly. Commander Wu, what did you say? Wu Jie suddenly felt helpless. Looking at the sleepy Takahashi Ayaka, he had no idea what to do with her. Ms. Caixiang. Wu Jie looked to the left and saw that Caixiang had also fallen asleep, leaning on Caixiang. Wu Jie did not continue to disturb them, but quietly watched the game that had just ended. At this moment, the field had become quiet. At the same time, she looked back and saw that the four dancers who had come with them had already left. Perhaps they had received orders from the two of them to go back and rest. Thinking of this, Wu Jie felt a little relieved. He was just worried that she had left the four dancers behind. Otherwise, how could she play the game the next morning? Since the entire stadium is covered by a holographic skyscape, the weather conditions inside are different from those outside, giving people the illusion of time difference. The time on the pocket watch was clearly 7 in the morning, but it was still as bright as noon in the stadium, and there was no sense of time discrepancy at all. It is truly the cutting-edge technology of mankind. Wu Jie once again marveled at the greatness of technological innovation. As time passed, Caixiang slowly opened her eyes. Huh? Where's Commander Wu? Caixiang was about to get up when she found that she was already wearing an extra military uniform. It's Commander Wu's military uniform. Are you afraid that I'll catch a cold? Turning my head, I found that Caixiang was also covered with something, but it wasn't a military uniform, but a blanket. I don't know where Commander Wu got it from. Wu Jie had disappeared, and at this moment there were only a few people in the stands. It seemed that the audience who had watched the game all night last night could no longer bear it. She checked the time, and it was already 7:30 in the morning. She believed that soon, after lunchtime, the auditorium would be packed with people again. Just after she stretched her body, a fragrance suddenly wafted through the air. Wow, it smells so good. Caixiang, who had rested here for a night, was very hungry when she woke up. Wu Jie walked up to Caixiang, raised the lunchbox in his hand, and said, I don't know if it suits your taste, mashed potato sandwiches, milk tea, golden omelet, French toast, whatever you want to eat, just take it. They were slightly warmed by Wu Jie's little details. It was as if he had calculated the time. Wu Jie had even prepared breakfast for them as soon as they woke up. I like all of these, thank you, Commander Wu. After waking up in the morning, Takahashi Ayaka no longer had the bad temper she had last night. At this moment, she was more like the daughter she had just met, with gentle and elegant movements. She patted Caixiang's shoulder gently, trying to wake her up. Chapter 84, There is a Temperature. Are we going to compete? Caixiang opened her eyes, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and then opened them again. Wu Jie looked at his pocket watch and replied, Well, it's 7:30. After breakfast, get ready. The game is about to start. Don't forget, I want to watch your performance carefully today. Don't let me down. Wu Jie raised the corner of his mouth, as if he was looking forward to their performance. Commander Wu, just wait and see how we perform. Caixiang was actually talking while eating breakfast, seeming to be very anxious. Wu Jie was so upset that he quickly picked up the tea and handed it to her, saying, Eat slowly. Don't eat while talking. Be careful not to choke. Looking at the tea handed to her, Caixiang took a sip in a very ungraceful manner and finally swallowed the food. He took a breath and then said, just wait and see. I guarantee that it will open your eyes and let you see the secret of our Gaoqiao family, the Sword of Swallow return. It will definitely surprise you. Wu Jie suddenly became interested. Sword of Swallow return? Sorry, I have been in the modern military base for too long. I have never really known about these ancient things. Is it very powerful? Caixiang didn't wait for Caixiang to speak and actually took the initiative to say to Wu Jie, Commander Wu, the Sword of Swallow return is very powerful. If it was Kai Xiang who said that, Wu Jie might just smile, but Kai Xiang seldom spoke to him, and she said that the Sword of Swallow return was very powerful, so he was really looking forward to it. After all, Takahashi Ayaka is the most special team in the entire competition. Wu Jie checked the archives carefully and found that except for countries like China and Russia, no other country was confident enough in its dance costume technology to dare to use melee dancers. Moreover, it is a team like Gua that is all melee type. This game really made Wu Jie couldn't help but look sideways. He wanted to see what the strength of Takahashi Ayaka is and what kind of brilliance will be emitted if Saishing exerts her strength to the maximum. Let me wait and see. Audience, friends, gentlemen, ladies, welcome to the International Dancer Military Exercise Competition. Today is a new day for Brandenburg. What kind of sparks will our dancers create today? Next, at 9 o'clock, the Swan team from the United States will enter the arena. The Swan team is also a well-known star team in the United States. Their scorching performances in the Battle of Normandy and the Battle of the Black Rose should be clear to everyone present who is familiar with the military. Their gorgeous tactics that bloomed like roses have definitely captured the hearts of all military fans. At the same time, coming from the other side of the field is the Susanoo team from Japan. If you ask me, this team is definitely the most eye-catching and special team in the entire game. All members are melee fighters. Listen, what a domineering team combination. They completely abandoned modern high-tech weapons and focused on solving close combat problems. This makes all the military fans in the world who are obsessed with warrior-type war dancers can't help but boil over. I believe that all the audience here will be able to feast their eyes today. Maybe today is the moment for us to witness history. The commentator on the commentary desk kept talking eloquently, patiently explaining the teams from various countries again and again. Of course, even the commentators have been changed 4 times, and no one can stand the continuous commentary. At this time, the 2 teams entered the venue one by one amid thunderous cheers from the audience. The team from the country on the left is made up of all blonde girls wearing pure white dance costumes and pure white military uniforms, as if this team has a fanatical obsession with the color white. But the Susa team is also very special, with black Sakura dance costumes and all black and purple yukatas, as if they are not very interested in wearing military uniforms. However, the dancers with personalized attire were also very popular with the audience, who would whistle at them from time to time. The 2 colors of black and white on the field formed a sharp contrast, and it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. The audience, who had had a good sleep, had already rushed to the stadium to enjoy this extremely special contest. At this time, Wu Jie was sitting in his seat in the stands, scanning the dance costumes and equipment of the 2 teams with sharp eyes, while also constantly retrieving information about the 2 teams in his mind. The national team on the left is called the Swan team, led by Captain Formilla, Adjutant Aldrin, and Commander Lonkiel Mail. On the right is the Susanoo team, with Captain Takahashi Ayaka and Adjutant Takahashi Ainobishi. They have no commander. I don't know if they learned this from Suzaku, but I guess it's to send a signal to Suzaku. Thinking of Takahashi Ayano's abnormal dynamic vision and eagle-eye vision, Wu Jie felt a little bit of anticipation. He didn't know what Takahashi Ayano's fighting ability was. That was what he cared about most. As a mutant among the war dancers, Takahashi Ayano has a special ability that ordinary dancers do not have, which is the ability to read minds. Although Takahashi Ayaka promised herself that she would not use mind reading when competing with herself, would she use mind reading when competing with other teams? This is also a point that Wu Jie is more concerned about, because Wu Jie has reminded the 2 sisters before not to rely too much on the ability to read minds, otherwise they will lose the most basic judgment. Just as Wu Jie was waiting for the referee to announce the start of the game, Sheila and the others also arrived. "Sir, good morning. You worked hard last night." Sheila looked at Wu Jie with heartache. She knew that the commander often stayed up late to do homework, just to make everyone suffer less during the battle. Cecilia rushed to Wu Jie's side and began to massage his shoulders and back, kneading and pinching him. "Look, sir, your shoulders are stiff. If you don't move them for a long time, be careful of periarthritis of the shoulder," Cecilia said while rubbing her shoulders. I didn't expect Cecilia to be so thoughtful. Wu Jie couldn't help but sigh. He didn't refuse her massage and quietly enjoyed this moment of comfort. Sheila also sat down on the other side and gently pressed Wu Jie's arms to help him relieve the pressure of his muscles being stiff for a long time. The audience behind the stands were so envious that they could not help but express their envy when they saw Wu Jie being surrounded by 2 beautiful women and being massaged back and forth. "Thank you, everyone." Wu Jie expressed his sincere gratitude. Shila shook his head and said, "Commander, finish watching this game and go back to rest. Did you hear me? We have been up all night. Let us watch the game from now on. I will bring my notes to you." Feeling Shila's attentiveness, Wu Jie smiled and nodded slightly. "Look, the game is about to start." Chapter 85, Swamp Battlefield. Formilla. Formilla, it seems that our opponent is very special. Are you confident? As the commander of the Swan Squad, Longkeel moved his neck out of boredom. Looking at Longkeel's lazy look, Formilla was silent for a while. "Oh, Commander, can't even such an opponent arouse your interest?" Aldrian said with a chuckle. As the adjutant of the Swan team, she knew Longkeel's temper too well. After all, they had been fighting together for more than 3 years, and they were a famous old team. Longkeel said lazily, "Eldrin, you should know that my goal is to be the champion. If the opponent is not someone like Shizuku, the goddess, or the giant bear, I will definitely not be motivated. But Commander, even if the opponent is not a strong team, we still have to be cautious, right?" Aldrian tilted his head, expressing his doubts. "That's true, but if it's a crushing victory, I really have no interest. It's a different era now, and they're still using ancient things like cold weapons. I really don't know what's in the minds of those people in China." Longkeel still didn't regard the Sisanu team as a strong enemy at all. After all, he was arrogant. At the same time, the Swans were a veteran-strong team and one of the favorites to win the championship this year. There is nothing wrong with what Longkeel said because according to the current mainstream common sense in the world, everyone knows that the weakness of the warrior-type dancer is not only that they have core defects, but also that they specialize in close-range combat. Once the opponent uses the kite method, it is easy to be defeated in one blow. It would be fine if there were only 1 or 2 melee fighters in the team, but if all of them were melee fighters, it would be a sign of not taking the opponent seriously. The opponent is very strong. Formula, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. "Longkeel." Eldrian. "Huh? Did you see anything?" Longkeel perked up a little after hearing what Formilla said. Fumara shook her head and said calmly, "I can't tell, it's just a hunch." After all, he and Formilla have been in a team for a long time. Longkeel sighed and said, "Okay, since Formilla has said so, I will cheer up a little bit." At this moment, the sky over the entire venue suddenly darkened, and a huge wall suddenly rose up around everyone, surrounding them. This is the process of terrain transformation. When the team enters the field, a high circular wall will rise to surround the team. Then after the terrain is completely generated, you can start the game. The terrain generation is completely random, which also increases the fun of the game. At the same time, it can also test each team's maximum strength and adaptability when facing different terrains. The reason why it is not generated in advance is to prevent each team from formulating strategies after understanding the terrain in advance, which would lose the meaning of testing on-the-spot command and response. The rules of the game are different from those of Capture the Flag. It is a battle of annihilation. All ammunition for ranged weapons will be replaced with paint bullets, following the same rules as the paint bullets used in the previous Suzuka Battle Dance Troop competition. If the degree of paint contamination exceeds 60, the unit will lose its combat capability. Note, losing combat capability does not mean that it cannot conduct reconnaissance or use communication equipment, but it cannot move, which is equivalent to a serious injury in actual combat. If it reaches 85 or above, you will be directly judged as killed. After death, you will be directly eliminated by the system and can no longer use communication equipment or move. There are also weapons and equipment. If they are hit and stained with paint, they will be deemed ineffective, but the contamination degree must be above 60. The calculation rules for melee dancers are different, and the official definition has been made long ago. All melee weapons of melee dancers are switched to swords made of special materials, mainly to prevent accidental injuries. When hitting the enemy's armor, the system will automatically determine the extent of the damage based on the force of the attack. As long as it reaches the specified value, it will directly determine whether the opponent is seriously injured or killed. As the high wall slowly descended, Longkeel glanced around and sighed again. "What bad luck! I actually encountered a swamp. This kind of terrain is really not suitable for me." "Okay, sir, get in the car quickly. The enemies might be here soon," Aldrian kindly reminded. Longkeel responded and immediately perked up, jumping into his own exclusive vehicle, a Jeep with optical camouflage. At the same time, with the press of a button, the tires under the Jeep became larger, and their shape also changed a bit like paddles. This is a special tire specially developed for swampy terrain. The commander can sit on it and walk on the swamp as if it were flat ground. Everyone listen up, switch your wheels to dance costumes. Although everyone knew that they should change into dance costumes in the swamp area, no one changed without the order from their leader. It was not until Longhair gave the order that they began to change. The movements were uniform and very fast, and all the replacements were completed in less than 6 seconds. This aspect also shows Longkeel's authority and allows the audience to see that the Swan team obeys orders. Wu Jie nodded slightly. They were indeed a strong veteran team. Although they were eliminated in the quarterfinals in the last session, it did not affect their international reputation. Looking at the Takahashi sisters, they didn't even bother changing their dance costumes. They had already started moving the moment the wall fell. So fast, their speed was so amazing that even the drone could hardly keep up. If it weren't for the radar on the holographic screen showing their location, Wu Jie's eyes would not be able to keep up with their speed. Wu Jie picked up the telescope and carefully observed the Takahashi sisters' every move. What were they trying to do? The Takahashi sisters were divided into 2 groups, one led by Ayaka and the other led by Ayano. Since the location information of a game is top secret, it is impossible for them to know the exact location of the other party. But why did Wu Jie always have a vague feeling that the Takahashi sisters seemed to know where their opponents were as soon as the game started? Is it my illusion? Wu Jie was a little curious. He wondered what the Takahashi sisters planned to do, since they neither changed their dance costumes, nor did any reconnaissance. Assuming they really knew each other's location, you have to know that this is a swamp terrain. Not only will the war dancers' moving speed be greatly reduced on this terrain, but the jungle is also dense. If you don't do reconnaissance in advance, you may be ambushed by the enemy at any time. And they don't even switch the wheels. Is there something special about their foot dance costumes? I'm kind of looking forward to it. Seeing that everyone had changed into their hub dance costumes, Longkeel pointed with one hand at the tallest tree on the left and said, "Eldrian, take someone to occupy the tallest tree." Yes, Aldrian didn't waste any words and rushed towards the tree with full concentration. Chapter 86 Tactical Showdown. Formula. Activate the cloaking force field and move toward the center. The rest of you follow me. No one knew what tactics Longkeel would use, and the audience in the stands were talking about it for a while. That team from China is really brave. They didn't even change their foot dance costumes and just rushed in. They really don't take the Swan team seriously. I am looking forward to this Susanoo team. They are all Oriental beauties, so it is very entertaining. It's useless to be good-looking. Only those who can fight are capable. Those who don't are just pretty faces. Wu Jie listened to the discussions of the audience in the stands and nodded for a moment, deeply agreeing with what Huawei said. The battlefield is no joke. Good looks are the most useless thing. Only real strength can make people feel most at ease and assured. When Wu Jie thought of the personalized costumes of the dancers in the Suzuka battle dance troupe, he felt a sudden stomachache for no reason. Although everyone likes to dress up nicely, this is a battlefield and flashy clothes will only become a target for the enemy. But forget it, Suzaku is so powerful after all, and now he has the invisible force field technology, so it doesn't matter if he wears something flashy, as long as he's not stupid. Longkeel led everyone and rushed south, constantly observing the battlefield with a tactical telescope and using the intelligent driving mode to move forward towards the destination. Since technology is now very advanced, the Jeep will start the intelligent driving mode even if the commander does not manually control the Jeep. On the one hand, it ensures that the commander can observe the battlefield with ease, and on the other hand, it ensures that he is constantly on the move to prevent being targeted by the enemy. Strange, no one from the other side showed up. Aldrian used thermal imaging to observe carefully. Longkeel gave the order cautiously. Through Longkeel's reconnaissance, he found that the entire battlefield was flat, and there was no place that could be called high ground except for a large amount of forests and swamps. Apart from a relatively tall tree, just now that could barely be considered a high point, there were basically not many good observation points. Jungle warfare? If it was more than 100 years ago, it would definitely be a very dangerous war zone. Because jungle warfare is covered with thorns and swamps, people can hide and traps can be laid everywhere, so you have to be extremely careful wherever you go. But with the support of today's high technology, each war dancer not only has a thermal imaging vision mode, but also an electric current vision mode. Not only can it detect the enemy's life units at any time, but even the electronic mines and electronic machine guns buried by the enemy will be pulled out one by one. Therefore, apart from the fact that jungle warfare can have a very good striking effect on normal vision, it can be said to be nothing to the war dancers who have other visions. This is today's high-tech warfare. Of course, these things are of little use to Auroramon. because Auroramon is too abnormal and cannot be measured by common sense. 3 small red dots suddenly appeared in Aldrian's eyes. After zooming in, he found that there were 3 figures approaching the commander's forward route. Report to the commander. Eastern coordinates, 3 enemy dancers have been shared to all our channels. Commander, the enemy is heading towards your route. Please pay attention. With a dripping sound, a red light flashed in the pupils of all the dancers, and everyone knew the enemy's exact location. Okay, Formilla, after reaching the center of the map, stay on standby. I'm going to meet these 3 people first. Longkill was a little surprised. Could it be that the enemy already knew his location? This is impossible. The location information is kept absolutely confidential. The enemy can only take action after detecting your position. But we were just a short distance away from the starting point, not even reaching the midfield one, while the opponent had already crossed the midfield and headed straight for our own route. Is it a coincidence? A trace of doubt flashed through Longkeel's mind. Impossible, there are not so many coincidences in this world. Everyone, listen to my orders and retreat immediately. Lay mines, increase the alert level, and target the direction of Eldrian. Realizing that the problem was unusual, the arrogant but cautious Longkeel immediately gave the order. Seeing this, Wu Jie couldn't help but nod his head. As expected of a veteran commander, although he was a little arrogant before, his intuition developed over the years still made him realize that something was wrong. Sheila asked in confusion, "Sir, in this situation, shouldn't we just fire at the enemy? Why are we retreating?" After hearing this, Wu Jie laughed and said, "This is your weakness, Sheila. Although I don't know much about Longkeel, there is one thing that commanders all over the world have in common." Sheila was stunned and asked, "What is it?" "Intuition." Ah! Sheila was confused. Isn't this answer too metaphysical? She thought the officer would give her a more logical answer. Wu Jie smiled faintly and said without keeping the secret, "Intuition is just a way of saying it, but there is actually a little trick here. I wonder if Sheila has noticed it." "What is it?" Sheila was the captain after all. As someone with certain command experience, she was very happy to pass on her experience to Wu Jie. Look at Longkeel. He is not eager for quick success. After discovering the enemy, he did not rush to open fire. Instead, he chose to retreat because he wanted to first figure out whether the enemy had really discovered their position or it was just a trick. If the opponent is bluffing, Longkeel will take the opportunity to use the numerical advantage with the adjutant who has joined him to form a defensive formation, secretly observe, and wait for the opportunity. After all, this is a full half of the opponent's team. They can use static to counter dynamic and gain the advantage in the opposite direction. But if the other party is not bluffing and has really discovered their position, then they will not suffer any loss if they retreat. First, they should quickly merge with Eldrin to form a numerical advantage of 5 against 3, and at the same time force the other 3 opponents to reveal themselves. Moreover, Captain Formilla, who is hiding in the dark, will be like a steel needle piercing the enemy's heart from behind. When the enemy focuses their attention on our main force, Formilla will take the opportunity to launch a devastating attack on the enemy's back, forming a pincer attack from the front and back. Don't underestimate Formilla. Although she is alone, she is a dancer of the Rose Dance Army class. She is also a veteran dancer who has been famous for many years. Her combat power alone is even comparable to that of an entire team of combat dancers. In short, retreat is to show weakness to the enemy, and then take advantage of the enemy's carelessness to launch a counterattack. This tactical technique is called "When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy tires, I attack. When the enemy retreats, I pursue." Sheila was stunned after listening to Wu Jie's clear and logical analysis. Dirty. Really dirty. People who play tactics have dirty hearts. Although Sheila thought that his tactical command was pretty good and his grades in the military academy were among the best, after seeing the world competition, he realized that war is not just a competition of tactics. It is also the pinnacle contest of psychological warfare and reaction warfare. No wonder the captain wants to bring the superior into the war dance troupe. It seems that I still have a lot to learn from now on. Chapter 87. Fire at Will. Of course, if it were just that, it would be fine. The key is that in war, the stronger the individual strength, the stronger the chess piece can be, bypassing the opponent's main force and attacking from the rear. The more powerful pieces you have, the more power you can freely use. If I have 2 or more players like Qing Xiuyu and Gamma, I will probably adopt a more radical strategy. Only in this way can I deal the greatest blow to the opponent. Wu Jie smiled and continued. So-called intuition is actually on-the-spot judgment, which is different from what we learn in books. Large-scale battles focus on momentum, while small-scale encounters focus more on time. After hearing what Wu Jie said, Xila only hated that he was not strong enough to help Wu Jie. It would be great if he could be like Captain Qing Xiu and hit the enemy's heart like a steel needle. It's a pity that I still have so much to learn, and I'm still too young. Xila thought of something and felt that he should listen to his superiors more carefully and study hard. So she asked, "Sir, what exactly is this time?" Wu Jie did not hide his shortcomings, but said carefully, "If I were to explain it in detail, it would probably take days and nights to finish. It focuses more on understanding. But based on my personal summary, this time represents time and space." Time and space. Yes, that's right. Space and time are divided into time, opportunity, and space. So that's how it is. Let's not talk about it for now. They're about to encounter each other. As soon as Wu Jie finished speaking, the first artillery fire was heard on the battlefield. It was Aldrian who fired the shot. Boom! Aldrian, who was watching from afar on the treetop, received an order from his superior and fired a shot at Takahashi Ayaka's group. Why only fire one shot? Just when everyone was confused, Takahashi Ayaka's team suddenly went crazy and sped up. With so much jungle and trees blocking the view, it is easy to crash into a tree if you speed up rashly. Commander, the enemy speed has increased to 150 kilometers per hour. A strange light flashed in Aldrian's eyes. Kilometers. This speed is not considered fast if you're just driving on the road. With today's technology, 150 kilometers is normal. But don't forget, this is a jungle swamp with randomly staggered trees blocking the way everywhere. When moving at high speed, the inertia generated by the body is very strong. This is the law of physics. In addition, the weight of the dance costume of the war dancer itself. If a tree suddenly appears in front of you, it is impossible to dodge it quickly. So in a jungle like this, based on past experience, 80 kilometers per hour is pretty fast, but even so there is still some danger. The other party rashly increased the speed to 150 kilometers, even in a jungle swamp. Isn't this crazy? Of course, it is not impossible if the opponent starts to use a defensive force field or uses a dance costume to forcibly crash into the tree. But that would certainly greatly affect their speed of travel, thus disrupting their formation, and the crowns and branches of the fallen trees would also affect their vision and concentration. What on earth do they want to do? Aldrian felt incredible at this moment. At this moment, she exclaimed, "So that's how it is." The team led by Takahashi Ayaka drew their weapons one after another. Their blades flashed, and they blasted the tree in front of them open and went through the hole in the tree. Of course, Longkeel below was also shocked. It was the first time he saw such a brutal method of advancement. However, this also shows one thing. The opponent will consume a lot of his physical strength and core energy during the sprint. You know, this is a 90-minute match, which not only tests the tactics of both sides, but also tests the baggage configuration of both sides. Don't forget that although the dancer's physical strength has been greatly enhanced, she can carry more baggage to increase the time she can continue to consume the enemy on the battlefield. But the longer the game goes on, the more roundabout tactics both sides will adopt to delay time and create better opportunities for attack. If the opponent adopts such a wild tactic, the core energy consumption will be extremely high, and more supplies will be needed to replenish the core energy. Therefore, the ratio of the supplies carried by the war dancer is extremely critical. Ammunition, medical care, food, and exclusive items for core charging. Super energy biscuits, all of which must be strictly distributed. Ammunition. Longkeel was shocked when he suddenly thought of something. Yes, all the enemies are close combat, which means that there is no need to carry a large amount of bulky ammunition. You only need to carry medical supplies, food, and super biscuits. No wonder they dared to adopt such wild tactics, using brute force to advance and try to attack our main force directly. But don't forget, we still have the advantage in numbers. Realizing that he had been careless, Longwell immediately ordered, "Except for Formilla, everyone listen to my orders and fire at the enemy's known targets at will." Once the order is given, it is executed immediately. All the war dancers immediately loaded their guns and fired. Countless shells rained down on Ayaka. For a moment, mud, leaves, and wood chips were flying all over the swamp. Even with a close-up drone shot, it was impossible to see the situation clearly. The fight finally started. Wu Jie said to himself. Xila frowned and said, "I'm afraid Miss Caixiang and the others will have a hard time. Such intensive bombing must have consumed a lot of the protective force field." Ayaka and her group are different from the killers of the Sakura Club. They do not pursue extreme explosive power like the killers and abandon all high-tech dance costumes. For example, they retained the multiple vision systems, protective force fields, and stealth force field systems. I would like to add here that the protective force field and the invisible force field are special equipment, consume a lot of energy, and have only one equipment slot. This is limited by the special mechanism of the core. He can only choose one of the two. Wu Jie still remembers that Saixiang was equipped with an invisible force field, so it is impossible for her to be equipped with a protective force field. It is impossible to equip two force fields at the same time. One reason is that the core specifications do not allow it, and the other is that the core cannot bear the load. In the past, a scientist tried to let one core carry two force fields in order to increase the survival rate of the war dancer. As a result, the war dancer died on the spot due to excessive load and bleeding from all 7 orifices. In the end, the scientist was imprisoned. He disobeyed the announcement issued by the Red Lotus Research Institute and arbitrarily modified the war dancer, and was severely punished by the law. Since then, and because of that incident, the later war dancers had to divide the work and cooperate with each other due to different force field devices. This is why some are responsible for reconnaissance, some are responsible for advancement, some are responsible for support roles, and so on. Chapter 88, Invisible Warrior. Otherwise, if technology allowed, a dancer would have been equipped with 2 different force fields. In that case, the ability of the war dancer would be more than doubled. Unfortunately, this is the current technological bottleneck. In the words of the Red Lotus Research Institute, it is estimated that they will never see a breakthrough in their lifetime unless there is another technological explosion. Let's get back to the main point of view. I have a feeling that warrior-type war dancers will shine on future battlefields, said Wu Jie. Hey, why? Shilai asked quickly. Wu Jie added, we'll talk about it later, let's watch the game first. Cease fire. Longkeel raised his hand high, signaling everyone to cease fire. As they were talking, suddenly there were shadows swaying in the smoke and dust, and 3 figures flashed out. Come on, Team Cisna, don't let everyone down. When the audience saw this scene, they were immediately cheered. After all, everyone likes to defeat the strong with the weak. Seeing that the Sisanu team was safe and sound actually ignited everyone's nerves. Wu Jie picked up the telescope and took a look. Sure enough, there is no damage at all. Shila also used his eagle vision to observe carefully, and couldn't help but sigh. This is too amazing, the 3 people are not injured at all. Their bodies were spotlessly clean, without a speck of paint on them, and their dance costumes looked as neat as new. Longkeel saw clearly through the tactical telescope that 2 of them had activated the protective force field, and the other one hid behind him and avoided the explosion. That meant that the one behind him had an invisible force field or other device. Suddenly, Takahashi Ayaka rushed out and disappeared in front of everyone. Invisible. Longkeel was stunned. It was the first time he saw such a reckless enemy. Becoming invisible in front of the opponent, what did this mean? But he did not give up his caution and immediately picked up the tactical telescope to observe. From multiple angles, none of them showed Takahashi Ayaka's location. This is impossible. He was stunned. Even if she could deceive thermal imaging by lowering the temperature through the dance costume, how could she make ray reconnaissance and electric current reconnaissance completely invisible? Eldrian, what about you? A drop of cold sweat flowed down Longkeel's forehead. Sorry, Commander, I didn't notice it either. Aldrian replied calmly, but in fact her heart was in turmoil. Could it be the latest coding technology? Thinking of this, she recalled a new coding that was mentioned in a foreign scientific research journal before, but it did not cause much sensation internationally at that time. There are too many research institutions that use the guise of advanced codings to defraud scientific research funds. But this time it's a little different. Maybe the other party used new coding technology, so they dared to be so bold. Commander, the other party has activated the invisible force field. According to the consumption rate, it should last for about 60 minutes. Although shocked, Aldrian did not lose his composure and reminded his commander. Yes, I know. Thank you, Eldrian. Everyone listen to my instructions. Turn on the second-hand countdown in the upper right corner. At the same time, equip smoke bombs and fill the area within 500 meters around with smoke. Also, turn on the electric current vision at all times. Don't miss any clues. Longkeel is indeed a veteran commander. Although he no longer has the convenience brought by visual assistance, he has not forgotten the ancient traditional methods. In the smoke, whenever an enemy passed by, no matter how invisible she would always leave traces of the smoke being stirred. Yes, upon receiving the order, everyone immediately loaded the smoke bombs. There was a series of gunfire sounds, bang, bang, bang. The sound was quite nice, and smoke bombs soon exploded around. Because the number of smoke bombs is limited, spreading it within a radius of 500 meters is already a considerable consumption. Taking into account the subsequent battles, in order to prevent the enemy from having a stealth force field, Longkill will not use up all the smoke bombs at once. He felt a little distressed to have to use so many smoke bombs just for an invisible war dancer. In his opinion, the two war dancers in front of him did not pose much threat because they were always within his field of vision. But the invisible war dancer is different. Not only may she have a special coating to counter reconnaissance, but she may also have other means. After all, she has not taken action yet. However, the two war dancers were not in a hurry to attack at this time, but hid behind the trees, waiting for the opportunity. Longkill was no fool, of course. The smoke bomb had a limited time, and it was impossible to keep wasting time. He said to everyone, Eldrian continues to monitor, and the rest of you continue to attack the enemy behind the tree. As they spoke, everyone immediately started firing at them. However, since these two war dancers were carrying protective force fields, and they did not stand still and take the beating the entire time, they kept dodging left and right while continuing to advance towards Longkill. Change the bullet, said a team member. Due to the continuous bombardment, ammunition is consumed a lot. Although a single magazine contains a lot of bullets, there is always a time to change bullets. Eldrian's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce look. At this moment, she had switched the cannon in her hand to a sniper cannon. With her electric vision turned on, she captured something in the fog in an instant. Without time to explain, she pointed the gun at the team member who was reloading. With a whoosh, a shell instantly flew out of her gun muzzle, leaving only a trail of smoke. Immediately afterwards, the shell passed right through the side of the face of the team member who was changing ammunition. If it had been a little bit more off, the shell would have hit her. Then there was a ding sound, and a katana suddenly appeared from the fog, like ripples in the water, and Ayaka's figure was clearly visible in the fog. Ayaka's sword was just a few centimeters away from the enemy's heart, and she was about to pierce it, but was interrupted by Eldrin. Ah! The team member who was changing the bullet was startled, but she reacted quickly, gave up changing the bullet, took out a hand cannon from her thigh, and emptied the magazine at Saixiang. Ding ding clang clang. Ayaka kept swinging her katana at an astonishing speed. The enemy's attack seemed to have been predicted. None of them hit Ayaka. All of them were deflected by Ayaka's sword. What? The team member made a shock sound. Is this still the war dancer? Although war dancer's motor nerves and reflexes were indeed very strong, this was the first time she had seen one so strong that it could deflect bullets with a knife. Get out of the way! Eldrian roared on the radio, and then her gun fired again. But Saixiang just glanced at Eldrin indifferently and swung the sword in her hand fiercely at the air. Chapter 89. The whole audience is boiling. Takahashi Ayano's shell, which the naked eye could not see clearly, was directly knocked away by Ayaka's knife. Then there was an explosion. Boom! A huge tree nearby suddenly exploded and broke into pieces. However, Ayaka Takahashi was unharmed. Hiss! This is a real warrior. Team Sissin. I love you. So cool. So cool. So cool. The scene that I could only dream of before actually happened. Thank you for making my dream come true. The audience was completely boiling. At this moment, inside the room, all the generals looked at the battle in front of them and started discussing it. Some of them even took the initiative to applaud. It's so passionate. They're all soldiers. Although their combat effectiveness with guns is not weak, fighting in such a primitive and violent way can easily ignite people's adrenaline. General Wang's eyes lit up with wonder, and he nodded continuously. Is it the Susanoo team from Japan? Takahashi Ayaka. I remember she seems to be the daughter of the Takahashi family. Roselle said thoughtfully while looking at the battle in front of him. However, Roselle was not interested in this primitive way of fighting. In his opinion, it was foolish to fight in this way when technology was so advanced. He thought it was unacceptable to not use long-range weapons, but instead fight the enemy in close combat. But Bostern, who was standing by, laughed and clapped his hands in praise. Excellent. Very wonderful. It suddenly occurred to me that if our army could train such a team, I wonder what would happen. This fighting power is worth learning from. General Wang laughed and said, General Bostern, if it were you, maybe it would work. Although fighting like a samurai is a bit primitive, it doesn't hinder the excitement of such a battle, right? General Wang's words are exactly what I agree with. When I return, I will study this Susanoo team carefully. Bostern replied with a laugh. Roselle said disdainfully, What era is it now? You are still so barbaric. Bostern immediately blew his beard and glared. General Rossell, you don't understand this. Although planes and cannons are powerful, primitive combat can best inspire people's bloodiness and easily inspire the fighting spirit and morale of soldiers. I reserve my own opinion. Roselle did not respond and turned his attention back to the court. Only General Wang looked at the battle in front of him thoughtfully. He seemed to have thought of a new possibility. Perhaps that Brat had also discovered it. And on Wu Jie's side, it's so exciting. Is this the real strength of those two sisters? It makes me excited, Cecilia exclaimed in shock. What do you think, sir? Xilao's face was also a little hot, and even her chest was a little heaving, indicating that she was also greatly shocked at the moment. Wu Jie didn't even breathe, but said seriously, "Don't talk for now, look carefully." The moment Ayaka deflected the shell, the other members of the Swan team reacted immediately, turning their guns around and aiming at Takahashi Ayaka. Saixiang did not attack rashly at this time. The super burst in an instant consumed a lot of her physical energy. She would not be able to bear it if she continued fighting. So she jumped back decisively, and then the invisible force field was immediately activated. We can't let her get away. Longkeel immediately gave the order, and everyone fired wildly. But Ayaka's teammates had already arrived at the scene, and they rushed over while the other party's attention was diverted by Ayaka. They took the initiative to activate the force field to protect the place where Ayaka was standing when she turned invisible, blocking a lot of damage. After resisting for a while, they looked at each other and retreated immediately. Damn it, he let that invisible guy get away. Longkeel felt anxious. After seeing the opponent's strength, Longkeel also realized the opponent's strength, and he was afraid that the next battle would not be so easy. The other side did not fight to the end, but chose to retreat. Since Ayaka's team discarded a lot of irrelevant equipment, they are very fast and lighter than the Swan team. Although they fired continuously at the enemy's retreat route, the enemy was like a nimble butterfly. No matter how hard they fired, they were able to just dodge their shells. "Commander, do you want to give chase?" asked Aldrian, realizing that this was a good opportunity. "Forget it. The enemy still has 3 war dancers who haven't shown up yet. If we pursue them rashly, we'll probably fall into the enemy's trap. Everyone cease fire and let them go. Anyway, the game has just begun, so there is no need to rush to determine the winner. It's been a full 90 minutes, and only half an hour has passed, so there is still an hour left. Moreover, after witnessing the enemy's capabilities with his own eyes, Longkeel now needs to re-evaluate the enemy's strength. A rash attack will only result in more harm than good. Except for Eldrin and Formilla, who continue to be on guard, the rest of the team will check the ammunition, supplies, and damage. With a clattering sound, everyone took out their weapons and checked them carefully, as well as all the items in the backpacks. Even those that had not been used before were taken out and checked again. This is discipline. Even if the props are not used, they must be checked again, because the battlefield changes rapidly and no one can predict what unexpected situations may occur. Report the situation. Yes. Ammunition reserves decreased by 37. Core energy decreased by 42. Super energy biscuits were not lost. Medical supplies were not lost. Members were not slightly injured. And no members were seriously injured. Longkeel nodded. He didn't expect that about 1/3 of the ammunition reserves would be lost as soon as the battle started. This team called Susano was really not simple. Everyone, rest here and replenish your core energy. Aldrian and Formilla should also remember to replenish their energy. Yes, since the super energy biscuits are in food form, they are an exclusive food specially provided to the war dancer. They are eaten when the core energy is low and can significantly restore the core energy. The appearance is similar to the compressed biscuits that we ordinary people eat, but the size is very large, about the size of an adult's palm. One super biscuit can restore about 50 core energy. How is the core energy distributed when the war dancer is fighting? The weapons used by the war dancer not only require ammunition, but also the core energy of the war dancer to power the weapons when firing. Although a single shell does not consume too much energy, continuous firing would be a very scary number. Not only does firing consume energy, but the visual system used by the war dancer and the physical energy used to offset the recoil when firing are also provided by the core. So all in all, a battle of that intensity would consume about 50 points per round. Of course, Longkeel inferred that the other side was not feeling well either. They must be very sad facing such a large amount of artillery suppression from our side. Chapter 90, Long-Range Strike. It is not clear how much damage the enemy suffered from the previous shelling. Since the battle was so intense, there was no time to observe the enemy's damage. And here is Caishiang. Sister, are you okay? There was a hint of worry in Caishiang's tone. Caishiang ate the super biscuits and said with a smile, "Don't worry, your sister, am an indestructible cockroach." Poo, what's the big deal? Sister, I don't allow you to say that about yourself. Caishiang said angrily. Sister, what are you going to do next? Although the first confrontation did not produce any result, it was within the expectations of the two sisters. After all, it is a team that has been famous in the country for a long time. The enemy not only has rich combat experience, but also has a quick reaction. If it weren't for my super dynamic vision, I'm afraid something would have happened. In fact, Caishiang hid a secret from Wu Jie. She did not tell Wu Jie that she also had super dynamic vision. But I believe that after Commander Wu sees it this time, he will definitely know. I was careless. Too much information was revealed in this fight. It also consumed a lot of my physical energy. I need to rest first and then take action later. Caishiang thought for a while before speaking. Since she had abandoned the ammunition, Caishiang's bag was filled with a lot of super biscuits. For a soldier, the consumption of physical energy was really great. Caishiang's tactics are simple. She lets two team members activate a protective force field to protect her. When the enemy gets close, she activates an invisible force field, quickly approaches the enemy, and uses assassination tactics to quickly kill important enemy units. This tactic is simple and crude and has many shortcomings. It is very effective the first time you launch a surprise attack, but it may not be easy to defeat the opponent the second time if the opponent is able to react. By the way, sister, I found something wrong in the middle of the battlefield. It may be that the enemy has hidden someone in the center. Caishiang thought about it and reported her discovery to her sister. Although Formilla activated the invisibility force field, Caishiang's eyesight was even more abnormal than her sister's. Even the trembling of a pore or the dripping of a sweat could not escape her eyes. If Formilla makes the slightest movement, it will be captured by the colorful stars. Have you checked it with the visual system? Caishiang asked. Caishiang replied, I have used it, but there is nothing there. I suspect that the other party should have used a similar coding method to hide their tracks and resist reconnaissance. Caishiang nodded and said, Be careful. If I am in the open and the enemy is in the dark, if we are attacked from behind, the impact will be quite large. Caishiang suddenly smiled and said, Sister, if Commander Wu is our commander, how would he arrange us at this time? Caishiang was stunned. She didn't expect Caishiang to ask this suddenly. After thinking for a while, he said, How do I know what that bad guy is thinking? He might use us as cannon fodder. After all, after seeing our abilities, he must be thinking that we are like a sharp knife, stabbing wherever we can. Humph! Poochie sister, this is really your style. But I think Commander Wu will definitely treat us like treasures. Do you believe it? Huh? Him? I don't believe it. We should be thankful that he doesn't abandon us like a piece of trash. Umitba. Well, it looks like my sister has no confidence in herself at all. Don't give me that. Let's wait until we can enter Shizuku. That guy hasn't given in yet. I don't know what he's up to. He's trying to whet our appetite. Takahashi Aika rolled her eyes in annoyance. However, at this moment in the stands, Wu Jie suddenly sneezed. Oh, sir, you don't catch a cold, do you? Why don't you go back and rest now? Cecilia spoke the fastest and immediately asked with concern. Minion also said, If you feel uncomfortable, go back and rest. I will help you here. Shila also looked at Wu Jie with concern. No, Ichizuki. It won't be a problem for you to finish watching this game. Besides, now is the beginning of the real competition between the two teams. It's the crucial moment. How can I leave? Wu Jie looked nervous. He didn't want to leave now. After all, he had long wanted to see the abilities of the Takahashi sisters. This battle made Wu Jie think of many possibilities. If I leave now, it will definitely interrupt many of my thoughts and ideas. Even though Shila will help me record everything, it will not be as real as seeing it with my own eyes. Okay then, sir, don't force yourself. If you feel uncomfortable, go back and rest immediately. Yes, I understand. Return to the battlefield. Longkeel took out the holographic tablet and carefully looked at the temporary map drawn by Formilla. Although it was drawn temporarily, it also provided him with considerable help. During the time that Formilla was invisible, she did not just watch the show. She climbed a tall tree at the center point, turned on her eagle-eye vision, and used the system's intelligent map drawing module to scan the entire battlefield within her sight. This is the power of technology. With the support of today's cutting-edge technology, War Dancer already has the ability to carry a portable processor with her. The torso is an important part of the dance costume, and most of the current war dancers have a special processor installed in it. Today's technology is far superior to that of 100 years ago. Processors are no longer nanometer level, but picometer level processors. Of course, in order to advance to the picometer level, humans have also experienced a major industrial revolution. Nowadays, the core only needs to be very small to handle a large number of tasks. A single war dancer is equivalent to a mobile supercomputer. It can perform calculations through the visual system wherever it goes. It is very powerful. At this moment, Longkeel slapped his thigh and said happily, "Everyone, our chance has come." "Commander, what have you found?" Aldrian asked curiously. Longkeel did not hide it and said directly, "Although the entire battlefield looks flat from here, in fact the terrain is getting higher and higher from south to east." "But so what?" Aldrian asked doubtfully. Longkeel said, "Think about it, the entire map is only 8 square kilometers, and we have long-range weapons while the enemy does not. 2 of our weapons have long-range strike capabilities of more than 10,000 meters. What if we occupy high ground and snipe the enemy?" But the other party is not stupid, he will dodge it." Aldrian was confused. Longkeel laughed and said, "Eldrian, why are you being so stupid at this time?" Aldrian expressed his incomprehension and didn't understand why Longkeel was so happy. Although we could fire artillery at such a long distance, the missile's flight time was also quite long. How could we possibly hit the enemy when they were so alert? Chapter 91, Scoring Mechanism. You'll know in a moment. Longkeel didn't explain much. He had his own ideas. Time passed by minute, and the atmosphere on the field has now entered a stalemate. No one knows what Team Susanoo will do next, and everyone is looking forward to the upcoming battle. Wu Jie frowned and thought, and he also discovered that the terrain was increasing from south to east. If Longkeel were to occupy the eastern high slopes, it would be very disadvantageous for the Susanoo team. "Hey sir, why are they going east? There doesn't seem to be any terrain worth using over there?" Cecilia asked while biting a lollipop. "When did this guy buy the lollipop?" Wu Jie was speechless. Well, eating snacks is one of Cecilia's hobbies, so he was too lazy to talk about her. But on second thought, it's really rare that Cixia would ask such a question. Because they have the advantage of high ground vision, the range of the advanced visual mode will also be increased from 2 kilometers to 3 kilometers. Combined with Formilla at the center, they can observe an area of 7 square kilometers. Don't underestimate these 7 square kilometers. There are no other shelters here except the forest, such as rocks, reverse slopes, and hills. Takahashi Ayaka and the others' movements are very conspicuous in the enemy's thermal imaging vision. After hearing this, Sheila asked in confusion, "But sir, according to my observation, only 2 weapons in the Swan Squadron's weapons and equipment have long-range strike capabilities, and the maximum attack range of the remaining weapons is only about 2,000 meters. If I were Ayaka and the others, I would definitely stay away from the Swan team. At such a long distance, it would be difficult to hit Ayaka-san and the others even if we fired, right? And they would definitely dodge the shells by dodging." Wu Jie nodded, appreciating Sheila's basic knowledge. Indeed, a cannonball is actually a flying object. No matter how fast it is, it needs to fly from the muzzle to the landing point. This process does not pose a threat to Ayaka and the others who have extremely fast reaction abilities. But, Sheila, have you ever thought about one thing? The competition system. When Sheila heard this, he was immediately confused. Competition system? Wu Jie nodded. Yes, that's the competition system. After 90 minutes, the game will be forced to end, and the referee will calculate the score based on the comprehensive situation of both sides and finally decide which side wins. Sheila continued to ask, "But Miss Saixiang and the others have been dodging the shells and not getting hurt. How could the other side win so easily?" Wu Jie smiled and replied, "This is where you have an illusion, Sheila. The organizers had already considered this situation when setting this rule, in order to avoid meaningless delays by both sides, which would lead to a draw. So the organizer added one more point at the end of the rules. The party that does not take the initiative to attack after a certain period of time will be penalized with points. Remember? At the very beginning, the rules mentioned that there is a way to calculate the points. A long period of no attack record is also a deduction point. Because if this is a battlefield, when our side is under time constraints and there is no sign of causing any damage to the enemy or intending to complete the mission, it will be regarded as passive combat. Longkeel uses this to fire at the opponent every once in a while, which offsets the penalty for passive combat and allows him to firmly hold the points. The Susanoo team, who have been patient and have not fired, will continue to lose points. Don't forget, This is both a competition and an actual battle. Why is it called actual combat? For example, the fake enemy buried a bomb on the scene to blow up our important facilities, and the countdown is 90 minutes. If we don't attack, will the important facilities be blown up? So this is why it is a point deduction. After hearing this, Cixia clenched her right hand into a fist and hammered the palm of her left hand. Suddenly she realized, no wonder the Swan team wants to occupy the high ground. It turns out that they have mastered the competition system. So that's how it is. Everyone was thoughtful after hearing this. They didn't expect that there would be such a tactic in the game. Wu Jie continued, and now Long Keel has mastered the vision of the entire battlefield. It can be said that he can see the enemy clearly. The Susanoo team has almost no room for operation. As long as Ayaka shows her head, she will be bombarded by the enemy at regular intervals. No matter how Ayaka and the others try to hide, there will always be a time for them to fight with bayonets. As one side gains strength while the other loses strength, the Swan Squad will gain more and more initiative. And all the members of the Susanoo team are melee fighters, and they have no way to provide long-range support. Once they engage in close combat with Long Keel, the other group of the hidden colorful star team will definitely be exposed to Long Keel's sight. In this way, Long Keel will have no worries and can attack the Susanoo team at will. After listening to Wu Jie's story, everyone was amazed. It was indeed a competition of intelligence. It seemed that combat power on the battlefield was one aspect, but the intellectual confrontation was also extremely important. At this time, on the battlefield, Long Keel and the other war dancers had their visual systems almost fully activated, like 6 radars, constantly scanning everything that moved on the battlefield. It seems that the opponent is really a newcomer. He comes to participate in the competition without even understanding the competition rules. I will definitely win this game. Long Keel laughed. His tactics were perfect. No matter how good the Susanoo team is, he has already controlled the entire field of vision. Even if they grow wings and fly into the sky, they can never escape from his control. Since they occupied the eastern high ground, all members have been on alert, cooperating with Formilla at the center to carefully search for the enemy. With such a large-scale visual control, it seemed to everyone that Team Susanoo was having a hard time. Although Ayaka and Ayanaboshi are both invisible force fields, their teammates are not. The Susanoo team can't just send 2 people to fight, right? That would be too weak. In the audience, some military fans who have experience and a certain degree of common sense have already started discussing. It's not good. Team Swan occupies the high ground, and Team Formilla at the center controls the key field of vision. I'm afraid Team Susanoo will have a hard time. Well, after all, this class of Susanoo team is still rookie. Let's wait for the next class. Maybe they will be stronger. No, look, all members of Team Susanoo are missing. What? There was a lot of discussion on the field for a while. No matter which drone angle was used, not a single member of the Susanoo team was seen. How is this possible? Wu Jie scanned all the drone shooting angles with a look of astonishment, while constantly observing the battlefield with a tactical telescope, but there was nothing. Chapter 92, Radar Red Dot. Look, sir. Shila pointed to the radar system on the large map and saw 6 small dots approaching Long Keel from the north. Oh yes, they all have the system installed on them, and the referee can check the opponent's position on the radar in real time. Wu Jie just remembered it. But that's not right, sir. Even with the radar system, I can't see the real bodies of Miss Ayaka and the others. Shila also observed the drone's perspective while scanning the battlefield with his own visual system. Since Wu Jie and his team's audience seats were located on the north side, they could just see the location where the Susanoo team passed by on the radar. It's really strange. Wu Jie was puzzled. Could it be that all the members were temporarily replaced with invisible force fields? This is impossible. The invisible force field and the protective force field are special equipment. Without special surgical instruments, they cannot be replaced on the spot. Why is that? Long Keel was already getting a little impatient waiting on the field, and even had a vague sense of uneasiness in his heart. Fumilla, is there anything unusual? No. Eldrin, what about you? Reporting to the commander, there is nothing unusual. Longier paced back and forth. Then his frown relaxed and he laughed loudly. It seems that I was worrying too much. The other party is really a rookie with no experience. In this case, it is impossible for him to break through my blockade. Then he said to the other 2 team members, remember, as soon as you find the opponent's trace, open fire immediately and get the points. Yes, time passed by minute. Although there was still a long time before the end of the game, the waiting was always so anxious. Looking at the red dot on the radar approaching Longkeel, Wu Jie carefully searched the moving position of the red dot with his eyes. Wu Jie's eyes lit up, and he finally understood how Cai Xiang avoided the other party's detection. Sira, do you understand how Ayaka and the others avoided detection? Shila shook his head and looked at his superior in confusion. Wu Jie smiled slightly and uttered 7 words. Land and sea composite dance costume. Ah! Shila was stunned for a moment. Of course, the other team members also reacted, and the smarter Phoebe was the first to speak. Sir, isn't that dance costume still in a research stage? I don't understand why either. It could be a prototype, but I suddenly understand why Ayaka and the others ignored the swamp terrain at the beginning. Swamp terrain is terrain with water, and I have used measurement methods to calculate that the deepest water in the swamp here can reach about 2 meters. For Cai Xiang and the others, although it is not as deep as the ocean, it is almost the same. At first, when I saw Ayaka and the others walking on water, I thought they were just too fast and rushed directly through the water, because warrior-type war dancers usually use land dance costumes. But I was wrong. I was very wrong. Each of them is equipped with a land-sea composite dance costume. If they calculate the depth of the swamp, they can move freely underwater in the swamp to avoid each other's sight. You know, they are warrior-type war dancers. Their bodies are actually much smaller than those of long-range dancers. Because they have discarded a lot of useless dance costumes, 2 meters of water is enough for them to sneak. Everyone was amazed, but Sheila asked sharply, "This is too amazing, but sir, even underwater, facing advanced vision, it should be impossible to completely avoid being detected, right?" Wu Jie nodded. "Sheila, you are right, but there is one thing you don't understand. Once the land-sea composite dance costume dives underwater, it can activate a special stealth mode, which is a special anti-reconnaissance mode. The nano shell of the dance costume will also change. If the enemy's advanced vision does not have a special system for underwater or special detection equipment, it will not be able to see the enemy lurking and moving underwater. This is really an eye-opener. I didn't expect that the swamp terrain would be just the right place for Cai Xiang and the others to thrive." Shila praised repeatedly, saying that this trip to the international competition was really worthwhile. "Stop talking for now. They're about to engage the enemy." Just as Wu Jie finished speaking, he heard a system prompt sound suddenly coming from the field. Ding, Swan Squad, 1 member was killed, Sisanu Squad, score increased by 1. Longkeel looked at the scene in front of him in shock. The enemy suddenly jumped out from underwater for no reason, which terrified him. He saw a Sisanu dancer swung her sword and killed one of his men on the spot. "Everyone, open fire at will and retreat to the south." After this order was issued, ripples were seen in the air. Cai Xiang suddenly appeared from invisibility and fiercely cut the other team member who opened fire in half. In the horrified eyes of the team member, she fell down unwillingly. Ding, Swan Squad, 1 member was killed, Sisanu Squad, score increased by 1. The system's cold reminder sounded, and the Susanu team was like the god of death on the battlefield. The Swan team was unaware, and 2 members were killed immediately. Longkeel was completely panicked and no longer had his previous composure. He frantically stepped on the accelerator with his right foot and kept retreating. "Fumilla, take action quickly. I will go to protect the commander." Aldrian did not expect the opponent to be so fast. He had just heard the first prompt and turned the muzzle back, and the second member had already been killed. The Swan team immediately lost 2 members in the battle. What a devastating blow this was. The only 2 remaining team members were guarding around Longkeel. As the commander, if Longkeel was killed by the opponent, he would lose a lot of points. It's almost equivalent to defeat. In order to protect the commander, the 2 team members opened their firepower to the maximum and fired wildly at Ayaka and another Sisanu team member who had already appeared. But at this moment, in the swamp on the right, 2 more Sisanu team members suddenly jumped out of the water, holding a long sword, and slashed at the side of the 2 team members. "Not good," Longkeel exclaimed. But at this moment, 2 gunshots were heard in the distance. It was Aldrian firing. Eldrian was fully focused, her sniper scope firmly locked on the 2 Sisanu dancers, firing shot after shot. Bang! Bang! Fortunately, the 2 Sisanu dancers activated their protective force field, but the opponent's shells had strong penetrating power at such a close distance and had already hit the paint on their bodies. The damage rate of both of them reached 30. If both of them were hit by another bullet, they would probably be seriously injured. "Great!" Longkeel breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Eldrian was an excellent marksman. If it weren't for her timely rescue, his life would probably be in danger. "Commander, leave now." Aldrian only had time to say this one sentence. At this moment, another Sisanu dance girl jumped out from behind Longkeel and slashed at his jeep. Chapter 93, Cannonball Storm. Eldrian, boom! The violent explosion directly catapulted Longkeel out of the car, and a human-shaped cannonball was seen shooting directly out of the car. "Commander!" Everyone in the Swan team exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, a platform suddenly emerged from the ground and caught the flying Longkeel steadily. The soft pads protected Longkeel's entire body, protecting him from physical damage. Phew! Fortunately, this is a competition and the safety system saved Longkeel's life. Otherwise, with the war dancer's terrifying strength, he would have been blown to death. Wu Jie was still frightened when he saw this scene. "Commander, when we participate in the competition, you must protect yourself. Although there is system protection, accidents are bound to happen." Shila expressed his concern. "Well, thank you, Shila. Let's watch the game first." Wu Jie expressed his gratitude sincerely. Although Longkeel was caught, according to the system's calculations, Longkeel was seriously injured at this moment. Although he was still allowed to use wireless communications and reconnaissance equipment, he could not move. "You guys protect the commander. I'll deal with these 3 guys." Aldrian was also aroused at this moment. She suddenly jumped from the tree, landed on the ground, and switched to her own ejection cannon. Bang! 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 3 consecutive shots accurately hit the 3 Sisanu dancers who were attacking by surprise. "Ah!" The 3 of them screamed. What a fast speed. Although the 3 dancers activated the protective force field, the distance was too close, and the good penetrating power of the ejection cannon was fully utilized. Even though some of the damage was blocked by the force field, some shrapnel still got through. 2 of the warrior dancers were instantly seriously injured and lost their combat effectiveness, while the other dancer was also in a bad condition. Don't be too proud. At this moment, Sai Xiang, who had been hiding her figure, suddenly appeared from behind Eldrin. After a flash of ripples in the air, Ayaka suddenly appeared from invisibility and slashed at Eldrin's back. Huh! Eldrian reacted quickly. She turned around suddenly, raised the ejection cannon in her hand, and blocked Sai Xiang's attack with her waist. Oomph! Both sides could not help but hum because of the powerful force that collided with each other. The 2 men looked at each other and saw the overwhelming fighting spirit in each other's eyes. "Eldrin!" It was Longhair's voice. Aldrian understood immediately, raised his gun, thrust it forward, threw away the gun, and stepped back. Sai Xiang's movements were not slow either. She turned around quickly and wielded the sword in her hand skillfully towards the line of guns behind her. Ding, ding, dang, dang. There was another pleasant sound of metal colliding, and countless shells were directly deflected by Sai Xiang. The smooth movements were simply not like those of a human. The 2 warrior dancers who were originally protecting Longkeel raised their guns and continued to focus their firepower on Sai Xiang. But Sai Xiang remained unafraid and took on the oncoming storm of shells completely. Longkeel was sweating profusely as he watched. Is this still the war dancer? It's so exciting. This is the first time I've seen such an exciting battle. I love you, Captain Sisanu. This is so fucking exciting. This is a true warrior. I love you, Miss Ayaka. In the audience seats, watching such an intense battle, their excitement instantly boiled over. However, Eldrin, who had retreated to the side, did not just stand there and watch. She took out her sniper cannon and locked onto Sai Xiang. You can't miss the opportunity created by the commander. You must kill with 1 strike. She exhaled lightly and focused all her attention. Fire! Just as she was about to give herself this command in her mind, a figure suddenly appeared from behind her. A sword slid quickly past her eyes and stabbed straight into her heart. At this moment, she realized something, released her hand that was pressing the trigger, and slowly looked up at the sword that was getting bigger in front of her. Zoom in, and zoom in again. Her pupils also dilated and dilated. Am I going to die here? Just as I was thinking this, suddenly a red light flashed from somewhere in the center of the map. The sword that was originally stabbing downwards suddenly changed direction. The originally vertical blade surface became a horizontal blade surface. So fast. This was the only word that Aldrian could say. The sound of a bullet flying past, flying over Eldrin's head. Formilla, who had been lying in ambush at the center point, finally took action. But the sword was not slow either. It aimed at the flying bullet and cut directly through the center of the bullet with incredible precision. The originally complete bullet was instantly split into 2. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the 2 trees behind happened to be unable to absorb the 2 split bullets and were immediately blown into pieces. The light from the explosion also allowed Aldrian to see clearly the person who swung the knife. Takahashi Ayano took action, and her eyes were so cold that they didn't look like those of a human. Takahashi Ayano was concentrating, with all the pores in her body relaxed. Her eyes and five senses were capturing every movement on the field. The speed was so fast that even the drone's high-speed camera could only capture a tiny bit of the movement. The commentator was so excited that he even asked the director's studio to replay the footage. All the spectators in the stadium were overwhelmed by the continuous excitement. There were so many surprises today, and everyone feels lucky to be able to participate in this international competition. Aldrian retracted his gaze and leapt back suddenly, trying to create some distance. But Saixing would never let her have her wish. The moment Aldrian jumped out, Saixing also jumped up immediately. He swung the knife directly at Aldrian's waist. But in fact, this knife was not aimed at Aldrian at all, because Fumura attacked again. Aldrian was shocked beyond words. Did that man even expect this? Formilla's bullet was shot in the direction predicted by Saixing, but Saixing's knife in the air was aimed at the bullet. Clang! As expected, it was not that Formilla's shooting skills were too bad. On the contrary, her shooting skills were extremely accurate, and every shot hit the enemy's vital points. But Saixing's reaction was so fast that it surpassed the war dancer, who had already surpassed humanity. The bullet was split into two by Saixing again, and the result was the same as before, without any effect. This time, the scene was ignited again. Excellent. General Wang couldn't help but applaud as he looked at the holographic screen. Ha! After I go back, I must study this Susanoo squad carefully. General Bostern also clapped his hands and laughed. Only Roselle looked at the scene on the screen thoughtfully. It seemed that General Roselle also realized something through this battle. In addition, the generals from other countries were also inspired by hearing General Wang applauding and could not help but applaud. Chapter 94. Capture the Thief and the King. At this time, in the stands, Wu Jie was watching Cai Xiang's fight and thinking quietly. Commander, what have you thought about? Shila looked at the fierce battle on the battlefield and felt something in his heart. No, it's just an immature idea now. I'll make a summary when I go back later. Wu Jie pressed down the brim of his hat and said calmly. The battle will not stop because of the reaction from the stands. Saixing fell from the air, holding the hilt of the knife with one hand. She used her chi to lock Eldrin's position firmly. The body is slightly leaning forward, with the waist slightly pressed down like a cheetah in Africa. His eyes were fixed on Eldrian. Saixing stood there with his sword drawn. Eldrian swallowed her already dry saliva. She had a strong premonition that if she moved, she would die in the battle. Although Eldrian was not a warrior, she was also a fighter who had experienced life and death. Her strong premonition made her understand her situation. Fight or flight. Her hand slowly reached for her only remaining main weapon, the sniper cannon. Sniper guns are only suitable for long-range combat. Once you get close, it will be a life-and-death battle, and you must kill with one shot. Although he also had a hand cannon, after witnessing the horrific reflexes of Saixing and Saixiang, he knew very well that it was just the last bit of self-consolation. The only thing she could rely on was the sniper gun. What to do? The enemy would not give himself time to think, and a drop of sweat had already slid down Eldrian's cheek. She thought that this must be the only enemy she had ever seen in her life. Having experienced countless battles, she felt her breathing was a little unstable at this moment. Even as they were facing off here, Ayaka did not stop fighting Longkeel. After Ayaka blocked the storm of artillery shells over there, she suddenly opened her mouth and said something, and the last Susanoo dancer, who was still hiding, took action. In the water behind Longkeel, the last Susanoo dancer suddenly appeared from the water and slashed at Longkeel with her sword. Not good. Although Aldrian was anxious, she dared not move at all because her energy had been locked by Saixing. But Formilla did not just stand there and watch. She fired 3 more shots in succession. Formilla's extremely accurate shooting skills once again proved her identity as the terrifying Rose Dancer. The Susanoo dancer who had just emerged from the water was undoubtedly hit by 3 bullets in a row. After the first 2 bullets, her protective force field was completely broken up. In the next second, before the force field had time to regenerate, a live bullet directly hit the dancer's costume. Ah! With a scream, the dancer was directly judged to be seriously injured. Leaping sideways, he flew to the side. Saixiang frowned slightly. She did not blame her subordinates. After all, it was normal that she could not withstand it with her strength. But this is also an opportunity. In fact, when Formilla focused her attention on the dancer behind her, Ayaka had already moved. She activated an invisible force field, and her dance costume had a special coating. So no matter how the other two dancers searched, they could not detect Ayaka's exact location. Damn it, it's such a close distance. There is no time to deploy smoke bombs. Longkeel cried out. Since they were ambushed and were in a state of counterattack the whole time, and Longkeel was injured, they had no time to launch a smoke bomb. What should I do? Longkeel was a little confused at the moment. His hair was messed up by the explosion, making him look even more disheveled. His pupils began to dilate, and his speech became somewhat incoherent due to his excessive fear of failure. Fire! Fire! No matter where she is, we must shoot her out. This was Longkeel's last madness. The two swan dancers also lost their composure at this moment, and Longkeel's irrational roar made them lose their backbone. He just kept pulling the trigger, continuously firing at the place where Saixiang had disappeared before. However, in Ayaka's opinion, trying to sweep Ayaka out with this cleaning method was just a futile struggle. It's her! Quick, concentrate your fire! Longkeel suddenly laughed in surprise, pointing at a figure that suddenly appeared in the flames and continuously issued attack orders. Influenced by Longkeel, the two dancers no longer cared whether it was real or fake, and just attacked the figure. Bang! 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 A series of explosions sounded, and a figure suddenly flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Ah! Hit it! Longkeel laughed, thinking he had finally killed Saixiang. Commander, be careful. It was Fumara's voice. What? Longkeel was still feeling proud, but he didn't expect a sword to sweep past him, and he was directly knocked away by it, just like hitting a baseball. It was not until the last moment that Longkeel saw clearly from his blurred vision that the dancer who had been knocked away by them was the last surviving Susanoo dancer who had been injured before. The dancer sacrificed herself to cover the captain's attack. Ding! The commander of the Swan team is killed. The game is over. The winner is Susanoo team. The system's cold reminder tone sounded again, and the whole audience immediately erupted in waves of cheers. Susanoo! 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 In the stands, Sheila exclaimed repeatedly. It's amazing. Sir, Miss Saixiang and the others are really amazing. Cixia scratched her head and said, But sir, even though we killed the enemy commander, why were we declared the loser so quickly? Wu Jie smiled slightly. Ayaka and the others are not completely ignorant of the competition system. Don't forget, although Ayaka's team does not have a commander, Ayaka, as the captain, naturally becomes the commander. There is a special rule in the competition system. If our commander can kill the enemy commander, it will be directly judged to be over. Hey, is there such a rule? Cecilia said, quickly flipping through her mobile phone. Really? You are worthy of being our commander. You remember every detail so clearly. Do you know why it is designed like this? Wu Jie asked. Everyone asked in unison. Why? Because to capture a thief, you must first capture the leader. And to kill an enemy, you must first cut off the head. Just like in ancient times, there is a special setting in the competition, and that is the morale system. Once our leader is killed on the spot by the enemy leader, the morale of our soldiers will drop greatly, and they will have no intention of fighting again. I see. But this is indeed more in line with actual combat. It seems we still have a lot to learn. Suddenly, Minnie and said something out of the blue. What do you think? If something happens to the commander, will our morale plummet? Huh? Wu Jie was speechless. Minnie Ann, you are worthy of being my good sister, Cixia said with her eyes shining. Why are you so happy? Minnie Ann asked. Because this way I won't be the only one with a bad mouth in the team. I don't want to be a jinx. Chapter 95 Special Guard. But because it is a modern war, this kind of thing is difficult to do. Precisely because it is difficult to do, it is determined as a direct victory here. Wu Jie continued. Shila nodded. Indeed, it is not an easy task for our commander to kill the other commander directly. On the field, everyone put down their weapons, and the medical team immediately rushed to the scene to check on Longkeel's injuries. Your name is Takahashi Ayaka, right? Fumara put away his weapon and came in front of Ayaka. Saixiang didn't know what Formilla wanted to do, but out of courtesy, she nodded to her. Is the person next to you Saixiang? Yes. You two have shown us a wonderful battle, but I would like to remind you of one thing. Saixiang was a little confused, but still said, Please go ahead, I'm all ears. You two have never participated in the war, have you? Yes. No wonder. Fumiara held up his chin, thought for a moment, and then continued. I want to mention two of you here. On the battlefield, no matter what time it is, remember not to abandon your comrades easily, because they are our comrades who fight together. After saying this, Fumara left Saixiang with only her back. Formilla walked up to Longkeel, staring at him with her eyes, holding his hand with one hand, and her eyes were full of concern for Longkeel. Then, under the escort of the medical team, the Swan team slowly disappeared from the sight of the Saixiang sisters. Sister, Saixiang stood behind Saixiang and gently pulled the corner of her clothes. Although I still don't quite understand what formilla means, I seem to have realized something. After saying that, Saixiang turned around and came to the subordinates who were traveling with her to check their injuries. "Ah, young lady, we are fine. It's just a small injury," one of the dancers said with a blushing face. Indeed, from the dancer's perspective, although the paint shells have a certain impact force, they will not cause fatal injuries. As long as you get proper treatment, you will recover quickly. But Saixiang still carefully helped everyone clean the wounds, and Saixiang also came forward to help when she saw this. Wu Jie looked at Saixiang and Saixiang's behavior on the big screen and nodded. "Sir, go and have a rest, it's getting late." Shila looked at the time and reminded quickly. Wu Jie stood up, stretched his neck, and nodded. "Yes, I've been up all night and can't stand it any longer. It's time to take a rest." Wu Jie left his seat and was thinking about some tactical matters when suddenly he seemed to be staring at someone. Wu Jie glanced towards the stands and seemed to see a golden figure disappear in a flash. "Huh? Strange, there was clearly someone here just now." Wu Jie looked at the place where the figure disappeared thoughtfully. "Forget it, never mind." As soon as he left the audience seats, a cool breeze blew and Wu Jie felt a chill. Wu Jie took a breath. The temperature in the audience seats is different from the temperature outside. When I first came out, I was a little uncomfortable because of the temperature difference. Feeling the sunshine approaching noon, Wu Jie walked slowly on the way back. Although he was very tired, Wu Jie didn't feel sleepy at all. Buzz! Suddenly, the phone in my arms vibrated. Wu Jie took out his cell phone and saw that it was a message from Cecilia. "Has the commander arrived home yet?" Wu Jie replied with a no. Then there was another buzzing sound. "Sir, remember to take out the food from the refrigerator and heat it up. Sister Shila got up early this morning to cook. Sir, remember to eat it. Love you. Quiche." She also sent a kiss emoticon. Wu Jie suddenly felt warm and replied, "I know. Don't forget to eat lunch." As he was replying, Wu Jie didn't look at the road and suddenly turned a corner. With a bang, he knocked down someone. "Ah!" At this moment, Wu Jie just felt that he was buried in a ball of soft cotton, soft and elastic. What was that? Wu Jie opened his eyes suddenly, only to see a pair of eyes staring at him fiercely. "Yes, I'm sorry." Wu Jie apologized quickly. Wu Jie's posture at the moment was as bad as it could be. His head was pressing on the chest of this beautiful woman, and his hands were pressing on her breasts. Wu Jie wanted to get up, but unexpectedly, a knot on the other person's clothes got tangled in Wu Jie's clothes. He pulled hard and tore the other person's clothes directly. "Ah!" Wu Jie never expected this to happen. At this moment, Wu Jie looked up and could not tell the girl's emotions at all. She just glanced at Wu Jie coldly and didn't even care that her underwear was exposed. I'm sorry. Nous apologisez répétedly. He never thought that he would be so unlucky and tear other people's clothes. Just when he was about to say that he would compensate the other party with a set of clothes, he heard a cough behind him. "Ahem, you little brat. You even dared to tease my guards. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you've become more courageous." Hearing this voice, Wu Jie was stunned. It sounded somewhat familiar. When Wu Jie turned around, he found a black-haired old man with a rosewood cane, wearing a gorgeous robe and looking at him sharply. Principal. Wu Jie was shocked and immediately saluted. The blonde beauty whose clothes were torn put away her torn clothes, not caring about her current image at all, and walked quietly behind the old man whom Wu Jie called the principal. Only then did Wu Jie see the image of the blonde woman clearly. The bright orange top was torn by Wu Jie, revealing large areas of snow-white skin. The white lace bra was tightly attached to her breasts, and it was quite big. She has long blonde hair, but a face like an oriental girl from the south of the Yangtze River. Is she a mixed race? Her blue eyes reveal an indescribable chill. The long skirt that only reached her calves hid her legs, but it still couldn't cover up her proud figure. Her straight figure is comparable to that of a veteran in the military, and her every move reveals her amazing qualities and good mental state. If Wu Jie were to judge the appearance of this woman, I'm afraid only Ziska and the senior in the group could compare with her. Well, it seems that you, a bad boy, haven't forgotten about this old man like me. Wu Jie was sweating profusely and said quickly, "Principal, you are joking." What do you mean by old and immortal? In my opinion, you can still live for several more decades. By then, you will have many children and grandchildren, and you can go home to hug your grandchildren and enjoy a peaceful life. Hee hee. Ah, who did you learn this way of talking nonsense from? I've never seen you so slick before. General Wang pointed to the mixed-race blonde beauty next to him and said, "Let me introduce you to this girl. She's called Dongfang Xingyue. She's a national-level special guard who's here to protect my safety." Wu Jie was overwhelmed. He had offended a powerful person. Chapter 96, Dragon Kingdom Plan. I'm really sorry for what happened just now, Miss Dongfang. Nuye bonnet depli. Wu Jie glanced at Dongfang Xingyue and found that she neither spoke nor looked at him. She just looked straight ahead and had no intention of paying any attention to him. Alas, she must be angry. Wu Jie was helpless. Anyone with a little bit of common sense could understand a girl's temper. It seemed that he would have to find a chance to help her calm down later. Okay, Xingyue is not as fussy as you think. After all, you didn't mean it just now. After saying this, General Wang turned around and slowly walked in the direction Wu Jie was going. Wu Jie immediately realized that the principal wanted to say something to him, so he hurriedly followed. At the same time, General Wang's words made Wu Jie feel even more embarrassed. It would be great if Xingyue was really the kind of girl who didn't care about things, but why did he feel a vague sense of uneasiness? So Wu Jie quickly waved his hands and said, "It was indeed my fault. I didn't pay attention to the road when I walked. I will definitely apologize to her when I have the chance." Wu Jie's attitude was pretty good. Although he had already pointed it out to him, Wu Jie still knew his limits. General Wang nodded slightly, but Wu Jie was actually feeling a little puzzled. As a special guard, her skills should be quite strong. But why did she not react at all when he knocked her down just now? Just like an ordinary person. You must have some questions in your mind. As a national-level special guard, how could he be knocked down by your collision? Right? General Wang said as he walked, but he revealed what Wu Jie was thinking in one sentence. "Yeah, why?" Before Wu Jie had time to ask, the principal spoke first. She just finished the core version update operation, so she can't move freely for the time being. But if it's an hour later, you will be in trouble. General Wang said lightly. When Wu Jie heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect it to be like this. Wait, core version update surgery? Wu Jie looked at Xingyue carefully and found that because his clothes were torn, the plum blossom badge that was originally fastened on his chest was pinched in Xingyue's hand. A drop of cold sweat dripped down his face, and he suddenly remembered that a special guard who could serve as a guard for a principal like him must have a rank of colonel at least. Then he looked at the plum blossom medal in her hand. Plum blossom dancer? And there is another problem. All the warriors are still using the third generation core that was updated only half a year ago. Could it be that the woman named Dongfang Xingyue has only updated to the third generation? No way. Noticing Wu Jie's gaze, Dongfang Xingyue rarely reacted and actually stared straight into his eyes. Wu Jie was startled. Was it murderous intent? Or hatred? Wu Jie didn't know. He just felt a chill all over his body. Okay, stop guessing. I'll tell you. Xingyue just had a fourth-generation core transplant. As soon as General Wang finished his words, Wu Jie stumbled. What? Wu Jie couldn't help but blurt out. It took a full 3 years to update from the first generation to the second generation. Although the third generation was shorter, it still took 2 years. It's only been half a year, and the fourth generation is out? How come I didn't receive any news? What a mistake. Did I pay too much attention to international scientific news recently? That's not right. According to common sense, new version updates are international events, and the Red Lotus Research Institute cannot hide it. Why is that? It's surprising, right? Do you understand why I am telling you this? It's a state secret. The principal stopped suddenly as he walked. Wu Jie was so shocked that he almost couldn't stop and bumped into the principal. Why? Wu Jie took over the conversation. The principal looked up at the sky with deep eyes and said calmly, "Stinky boy, you can only win this game, not lose." Question mark? Wu Jie didn't understand why the principal suddenly changed the subject and mentioned the competition. Afterwards, regardless of Wu Jie's reaction, the principal pointed at Sheng Yu and said, "From now on, she is your soldier. Not only must you eat and live with her, fight together with her, but you must also win this game." Huh? Wu Jie was instantly stunned. What was going on? Why did the principal assign a strong chess piece to him while he was talking? You don't understand, right? Let me tell you. Regardless of Wu Jie's reaction, the principal continued. In this competition, Guo and I have a very important bet, and Guo will definitely bring out their elite forces to fight against his... Brat, although I don't want to judge your subordinates too much, but with your current strength, it is absolutely impossible to defeat Guo Higuo without strong chess. Xingyue is the Red Lotus Research Institute and the most advanced scientific and technological achievement of Dragon Country. She not only carries all of Dragon Country's hard work, but also the most advanced technology and scientific research achievements in the world. When you fight side by side with her, you will fully understand how powerful she is. In short, you must win the championship in this competition. This is not only related to the great plan of the Dragon Country, but also to your future. Do you understand? As the principal spoke, his eyes suddenly became sharp and his tone was unquestionable. Yes, principal. Wu Jie's expression straightened, and he immediately saluted. Seeing Wu Jie's statement, the principal nodded with satisfaction. Then he said to Xingyue behind him, "Go, from today on, he will be your new commander." Yes, this was the first time Wu Jie heard Dongfang Xingyue speak. Although he only uttered one word, his pronunciation was very clear and his voice was like the sound of nature, the kind that people would never forget once they heard it. Then, Shengyu marched in a straight line and walked behind Wu Jie without saying a word. Wu Jie suddenly felt under great pressure. Although having an icy beauty following him was pleasing to the eyes of others, Wu Jie felt like a thorn in his back. How should he deal with this girl? Suddenly, there were ripples in the air, and Wu Ju vaguely saw an invisible war dancer coming behind the principal and seemed to say something. The principal nodded and then said to Wu Jie, "Okay, I have said what I need to say, Brad, don't let me down." "Yes, principal. I guarantee to complete the task." Wu Jie once again gave a standard military salute. At this time, a bi-wing Osprey-armed helicopter suddenly appeared from nowhere and landed behind Principal Wang. Under Wu Jie's gaze, Principal Wang slowly boarded the plane. But at the final moment of boarding the plane, Principal Wang seemed to say something to Wu Jie. Because the helicopter was so loud, Wu Jie could only hear fragments of the conversation. "Stinky, as a vengeful, heart be careful." After hearing these few words, Principal Wang boarded the plane and left. Chapter 97 More Than Enough. Wu Jie was silent. Although he didn't know what Principal Wang meant by these intermittent words, Wu Jie still had to be extremely careful. After Principal Wang left completely, Wu Jie turned around and found that Shengyu was right in front of him, only a few tenths of a centimeter away from him. Her eyes radiated coldness, like an ancient ferocious beast. Wu Jie immediately broke out in a cold sweat, not knowing what Shengyu was trying to do. Miss Dongfang, can you keep a little distance?" Yeah, the voice was very soft, and she actually agreed obediently. "Huh?" But Shengyu only moved back a little bit. Really just a little bit. Wu Jie estimated that it might be only 1 centimeter. No, it seemed to be only half a centimeter. Wu Jie broke out in a cold sweat. "Can it be a little further away?" Wu Jie said quickly. However, just like before, Dongfang Xingyue only moved about half a centimeter. Wu Jie was suddenly confused. What the hell was this? 1 meter. 1 meter distance. Wu Jie said tentatively. Finally, Xingyue took a step back and finally returned to normal. To be honest, when Xingyue was close to him, just now, Wu Jie only felt a huge shadow. If Principal Wang had not mentioned Xingyue and said be careful, Wu Jie would have been easily deceived by Xingyue's harmless appearance. Anyway, now there is another war dancer for no apparent reason. How am I going to explain this to everyone later? When Wu Jie thought of this, he couldn't help but touch his stomach, which was aching. Wu Jie was speechless when he saw Shengyu's exposed bra and large areas of snow-white skin. Miss Shengyue, do you have any spare clothes?" Wu Jie asked cautiously. She nodded first, then shook her head. Wu Jie was confused. Was this true or not? It seemed a little difficult to communicate with her. "Forget it. Let's take her back to the apartment first. We can't let her stand on the street like this. There are so many people coming and going. It would be bad if she causes misunderstandings." "Okay, whether there is or not, just come back to the apartment with me first." Seeing that Xingyue had no objection, Wu Jie immediately led the way to the apartment. Fortunately, because of the competition, there were not many people in the apartment at the moment. Although Xingyue's strange appearance attracted a lot of onlookers, it was still within the tolerable range. Although Wu Jie had hinted to her more than once on the way that she should change into clothes if she had any, she just seemed not to understand. Wu Jie could only endure the strange looks from others and take her back to the apartment. "Finally, I'm back." Wu Jie breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, There were many rooms in the apartment. Wu Jie asked the front desk for the key to a new room. The receptionist, Alyssa, looked at the tattered Oriental holy moon, and for a moment, glanced at the two of them with an extremely ambiguous look, feeling an indescribable sense of embarrassment. Wu Jie could only endure the discomfort and return to the apartment with the key. Fortunately, Alyssa has extremely high professional ethics and did not ask too much about the guests. Wu Jie responded to Alyssa with a grateful smile. First of all, the apartment where Wu Jie lives is actually a suite, which is an apartment with several rooms integrated into one large room. So Wu Jie was not too far away from his teammates. He could easily meet his teammates as soon as he went out. It not only ensures privacy, but also ensures the convenience of communication between each other. So the room that Wu Jie arranged for Xingyue was actually next to Xila's. The apartment is divided into 2 floors with 6 rooms on the upper floor and 6 rooms on the lower floor. Even if Wu Jie and 8 other people can live there, there are still 4 empty rooms, so it is more than enough to accommodate Dongfang Xingyue. Dongfang Xingyue walked to the door and spoke, which was rare. Commander Wu, I hope you can personally customize a set of clothes for me. Huh? Wu Jie was stunned. Then, I don't know where she took out a tape measure from. My system has just been updated, so I can't report my physical data myself. Officer Wu, please help me measure it. Her voice was cold and indifferent. She didn't speak very fast, but it had an irrefutable tone. Wu Jie was suddenly numb. Defeatingly, that bastard. Why did he just run away without saying anything when he saw that I won? Takahashi Ayaka had already returned to the spectator seats, but found that Wu Jie was gone. Except for the 7 warrior dancers who were with Wu Jie before, who were watching the game in the stands, there was no sign of Wu Jie at all. Wow, it's the captain of Team Susa. It turns out she was the one who stayed here all day yesterday. Can I have her autograph? Really? I want an autograph too. You guys' performance today was so cool. From today on, I'm your fan. Suddenly, someone in the audience spotted Saixiang, which instantly ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Hey. Saixiang didn't expect that she would instantly gain so many military fans. At the same time, the war dancers of Wu Jie's team also attracted attention. Isn't that Sister Saixiang? Cecilia said with her head tilted. Phoebe said simply, fame is troublesome, but I envy it. Boya grinned and said, do you think they are here to see the commander? Minnie chuckled. This time, the commander is really lucky in love. Shila felt something in her heart, but still said, how about we go up and help them? Just as they were about to take action, the 2 sisters fled from the audience, leaving behind only a sound of regret. Luo Jing said calmly, it seems that we don't need to show up. Wei Yi nodded, then turned his attention back to the arena. Only Shila looked in the direction where the 2 sisters disappeared, seeming to be thinking about something. The Takahashi sisters rushed out of the audience with embarrassed looks on their faces and immediately boarded the return bus. Phew, that was a close call. We were almost trapped and couldn't get out, Takahashi Ayaka said with some fear. Saixing suddenly said, since sister wants to find Officer Wu so much, why don't we go to his apartment to find him? Huh? Who wants to look for him? Even if that stinky guy falls into the toilet and stinks and rots. I am too lazy to laugh at him. Who made him a stinky guy? Humph! Saixiang said breathlessly. With a chuckle, Saixing couldn't help laughing again. Saixiang was confused as to why Saixing was smiling again. And the laughter got louder and louder. After laughing, Saixing wiped away some tears from laughing too much and said, I haven't seen such a genuine sister in a long time. She only acted like this when she was a child and fought with me for toys. Chapter 98, Why Are You Blushing? As the 2 sisters returned to the apartment complex, Takahashi Ayaka pulled out her cell phone. Sister, have you already checked which room Commander Wu is in? Saixing looked at her sister with a teasing look. Saixiang immediately hid her phone behind her back, looked up at the sky and stammered, I don't know either. Hey, sister, you know you can't hide it from me. Otherwise, I'll take you there. I saw everything just now. Saixing spread her hands and made a sighing gesture. Although it was only for a moment, with Saixing's eyesight, she could see the information on the phone clearly. Don't push me. I haven't said I have to go. Saixiang was pushed by Saixing while walking towards Wu Jie's apartment. Looking at her sister, who was in a panic, Saixing smiled even more happily. It wasn't long before the 2 sisters arrived at the door of the apartment. Captain Wu stayed up all night last night. I guess he is too tired and asleep now. Saixiang looked at the gate and swallowed her non-existent saliva. You'll know when you go in. Kai Shing said with a chuckle. Sai Xiang wanted to think about it again. If we knock on the door and go in directly, will it disturb him who is resting? Oh, is that so? Saixing asked uselessly. However, Saixing had already walked to the door and used some technology. With a click, the door opened. The sudden opening of the door made Saixing dumbfounded. She looked left and right in fear that someone might pass by and mistake her for a thief. Sister, stop it. Saixing was so scared that her voice dropped to only a dozen decibels. Saixing gently pushed the door open and looked inside. Sure enough, the hall was empty. Sister, stop daydreaming. Saixing reached out and gently pulled her sister, and the two of them went in immediately. Kai Xiang, who had been so arrogant before that she was going to cut Wu Jie into pieces, was now as nervous as a little hamster, looking around constantly. Sure, it sounds like someone is talking. Kaixing quickly realized that something was wrong. Saixing perked up after hearing this, and under the guidance of Saixing, she walked to the door of one of the bedrooms, as if the sound came from here. So out of curiosity, the two of them stood close to the door and listened carefully. Mitsuchi. It was a woman's voice, but why was her voice so tender? Well, I can't let you do this. It's Commander Wu's voice. What's that line? This is too much. Sir, you know, I'm very sensitive right now. Saixing and Saixing both blushed at the same time and felt like they were in a sauna. Please, it will be fine soon. But I didn't expect you to be so sensitive. The woman's voice seemed to become even more shy due to excessive sensitivity. The two sisters were so stimulated by the lascivious music that countless fantasies appeared in their minds. Could it be Commander Wu? Kai Xiang was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. In broad daylight, in the open air, Chief Wu was actually having sex with a shameless woman. Oh my God! I couldn't stand it. Just bear with it. It will be over soon. Wu Jie's voice seemed a little nervous. Well, okay. Sir, please go faster. I can bear it. Saixing's chest was already heaving, and Saixing covered her face. Because she was more fond of fantasy, the brainstorm in her mind was actually wilder than Saixing's. Because of a lack of brain oxygen, the two of them did not notice for a moment that the door was not actually locked. The two men leaned against the door at the same time and pushed it out. Ah, who is it? For a moment, the two sisters lying on the ground at the door made eye contact with Wu Jie, who was measuring Dongfang Xingyue's measurements. How shameless! Commander Wu? Saixing said and opened her eyes, only to find that Wu Jie was holding a tape measure and measuring the measurements of Dongfang Xingyue, whose clothes were tattered. Wu Jie suddenly felt overwhelmed. Then he thought of something, and his face turned red. Why are you two in my apartment? Sir, do you know these two women? Dongfang Xingyue tilted her head and asked Wu Jie. Wu Jie pressed his face with his hands, and at this moment, he really wished he didn't know them. He broke into my house for no apparent reason and didn't even knock on the door. What on earth was he doing? But I still have to introduce Xingyue, Takahashi Ayaka, and Takahashi Ayano, the captain and adjutant of the Susa team. Dongfang Xingyue nodded, then walked in front of Takahashi Ayaka and Takahashi Ayano. What is she going to do? Takahashi Ayaka and Ayano looked at each other. Kaixing couldn't read this woman's mind for a moment, because this woman basically had no emotional fluctuations and was more robotic than a robot. She doesn't sweat, doesn't blush, and her heart doesn't beat faster. Even her eyes are calm. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Dongfang Xingyue, and I work for Commander Wu Jie. Xingyu said this, turned around to look at Wu Jie, tilted his head, and thought for a while. He turned back to the two sisters and said, my fiancé, Saixing, Kaixing, Wu Jie. There was silence for about a second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds later. At the same time, 3 other people in the room let out earth-shaking roars. Wu Jie didn't care about being afraid of Xingyue anymore. He pulled Xingyue aside, put his hands on her shoulders, and asked repeatedly with a blushing face. Xiaodo Sak, Miss Xingyue, it's true that I caused your clothes to be torn, but there's no need for you to retaliate against me like this, right? Saixing also came over immediately, her face also red as she spoke rapidly. That's it. I haven't even heard that Chief Wu has a fiancé. How could a guy who doesn't even have a girlfriend get a fiancé so quickly? Isn't this development too fast? Wu Jie immediately became unhappy and turned to Kai Xiang and said, by the way, you really know whether I have a girlfriend or not. Also, what's the matter with you two breaking into my apartment uninvited? Saixing immediately turned her head away, blushing, and said with a guilty conscience, anyway, it's just, oh, don't worry about it. I just came in accidentally. Wu Lu Sai. Wu Lu Sai. Sai Xiang couldn't help but blurt out something, and Wu Jie was dumbfounded when he heard it. At this moment, Dongfang Xingwei gave Wu Jie another shot at the right time and said, Chief Wu and I have had physical contact. Do you believe it now? Jijijiji skin-to-skin contact. I haven't even developed that stage with my boss yet. And this woman actually... Sai Xiang was shocked. Chapter 99, do it if you want. Who are you, woman? Sai Xiang pulled out her Japanese sword from somewhere, made a sword-drawing gesture, and looked at Dongfang Xingwei fiercely. When Wu Jie saw it, Sai Xiang wanted to fight. A drop of cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. Hey, where did you pull out such a long knife? This guy actually took out a 2-meter-long knife directly, and Wu Jie didn't see where the knife was hidden the whole time. Dongfang Xingwei's eyes became sharp. He clenched his fists and said, Huh? Looks like you want to fight? Dongfang Xingwei also took out a nearly 2-meter-long sword, held the scabbard in one hand, and held it horizontally in front of him, as if he was ready to fight at any time. Hey, where did you get this sword from? Wu Jie couldn't help but complain. Obviously, this guy is wearing so little. There is no way he could hide his sword. Isn't this too unscientific? Sai Xiang didn't expect that this woman also mastered that technique, and her fighting spirit was ignited. I didn't expect that she also mastered that technique like me. Have you also been there? Xingyu rarely raised her eyebrows, but she said in a cold tone, Don't compare me with those people. I am the first person to reach the unknown realm. What? Sai Xiang looked at the woman named Dongfang Xingwei in shock. She didn't expect that she could even reach the unknown realm. This woman is probably a monster. Can you two listen to me? Wu Jie was sweating coldly as he stood between the two of them. I finally got home and wanted to have some sleep, but how come it suddenly turned out like this? Don't forget, these two are war dancers. Once a fight starts, his small house will not be able to bear such a heavy weight. By then, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Alyssa to find me a new house. However, the two men seemed to have not heard Wu Jie's words and were about to take action. Just as they were about to unsheath their swords and katana, a person appeared between them as if by teleportation, holding down Sai Xiang's sword-drawing hand with one hand and Xingwei's sword-drawing hand with the other hand. It's a colorful star. Sister, and this Sister Dongfang, let's sit down and talk. After all, this is the commander's room. He has been up all night and needs to rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jie fainted on the ground. Could it be that he didn't sleep all night and fell asleep because he was too sleepy? Xingyu put away his sword and glanced at Kai Xing. Interesting. Sai Xiang was concerned about Wu Jie's condition, so after putting away the knife, she immediately ran towards Wu Jie. Commander Wu, are you okay? However, Wu Jie didn't move at all, just breathing quietly. It seemed that he was really too sleepy. I want to carry you back to bed to sleep. Sai Xiang reached out to hug Wu Jie without saying a word. A figure flashed by and reached out to pick up Wu Jie. I'm sorry, this is what a fiancé should do, so I won't bother you. Dongfang Xingwei didn't care about Sai Xiang's reaction and picked up Wu Jie. Captain Wu doesn't seem to admit it, but I heard it clearly. Sai Xiang walked to the opposite side of Dongfang Xingwei and stretched out her hand to grab Wu Jie's body. Oh, then let's have a duel. If you want to fight, then fight. No one is afraid of anyone. The two men looked at each other with sharp eyes, and there was an indescribable desire to fight. Sai Xing held her forehead and looked at her Baga sister with a helpless look on her face. Defeatingly. Finally, Wu Jie was put on the bed, but the two of them still refused to give in. Don't you want to fight? Now that the commander is resting, let's go out and fight. Sai Xiang stared at Xingwei and said, Okay, I'll be happy to accompany you. The two of them left the room without saying a word, leaving Kai Xing alone in the room with Wu Jie. Sai Xing muttered, This stupid sister. After a while, Kai Xing looked at Wu Jie lying on the bed and burst out laughing. It seemed that Wu Jie was still pretending to sleep, so Kai Xing gently poked Wu Jie on the face. Hey, are you still pretending? As he spoke, Sai Xing poked again, but Wu Jie still showed no sign of waking up, as if he really wanted to sleep. Coleman? Kai Xing called Wu Jie softly. Seeing that he was still asleep, she called out softly, Commander Wu. Wu Jie just hummed softly but still didn't wake up. Captain Wu, are you really not going to take care of them? What if a fight really breaks out? Kai Xing couldn't help it. Wu Jie realized that he couldn't deceive Kai Xing's eyes, so he had to open his eyes. Wu Jie yawned, sat up, and looked directly at Kai Xing. Being looked at like this by Wu Jie, Kai Xing blushed for no reason and said with an evasive look, Captain Wu, my sister has gone out to duel with that woman. Wu Jie retracted his gaze, looked out the window, and said, "In fact, you should know better than me that they won't really do it." Saishin coughed lightly and said, "Well, my sister has always been like that. I'm used to it. When faced with something I like, I can't help but want to defend it with all my strength." "Ms. Saishin, since you can read minds, can you tell me if you can see through that woman?" Wu Jie asked. Saishin frowned and shook her head. Wu Jie saw Kai Xing's reaction and said, "Sure enough, it's just as I thought. Although it's confidential, I think it's okay to tell you. Dongfang Xingyue is the most powerful technological product of the Red Lotus Research Institute. Her strength is unfathomable." Kai Xing was shocked and asked, "Sir, is it really okay to tell us such important information?" Wu Jie smiled and said, "You will know it sooner or later, and I can't keep a secret from you, right?" Kai Xing was delighted by Wu Jie's honesty and said with a smile, "It would be great if everyone thought like Chief Wu, but unfortunately." Wu Jie nodded and said, "I watched your performance on the court today. It was very exciting." "Yes, thank you, sir, but I think there are still many things we haven't done well." "Yes, there are indeed many shortcomings. After all, you are flowers that grew up in a greenhouse and have not experienced the cruel baptism of war. When you have seen the cruelty of the frontline battlefield, you will understand what I mean." Kai Xing was not angry about the words hothouse flower. On the contrary, she agreed with Wu Jie's words. Living in the upper-class circle since childhood, they have been brought up as young ladies. If it weren't for the emergence of the War Dance Corps, their fate would probably not have changed. But this does not affect the Takahashi sisters from learning everything in society. Chapter 100, Sweet Moments. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't preach to you as a person with experience. After all, I'm not much older than you." Wu Jie apologized with a smile. Kai Xing nodded and shook her head. "It doesn't matter. The commander is telling the truth, and it's for our own good." Wu Jie stretched himself, looked at his pocket watch, and said, "It's getting late. Have you had lunch?" "No, sir." "Have you eaten yet?" Wu Jie sat up from the bed. He couldn't sleep anyway. There happened to be some food left for him by Shila and the others in the refrigerator, so he took it out and ate it together. "Let's go. Since we're all here, how about having a meal together? It will be almost done once those two guys calm down." Wu Jie said as he got down from the bed. "Open the refrigerator. Wow, it's well done, but the portion is only enough for one person. If 4 people share it, I'm afraid it won't be enough." Wu Jie looked through it again, and luckily Shila and the others bought a lot of vegetables. It seemed that they really liked cooking by themselves. "How about this? Let's cook together. The portion Shila and the others made for me might not be enough for 4 people to eat together." Wu Jie took a look at the ingredients in the refrigerator and immediately had an idea. "Let me help cook, sir. I've learned some cooking before." Saishin looked at the ingredients in the refrigerator, and it seemed that she wanted to help too. "Well, okay, let's do it together. When those 2 guys come back, we can have dinner together," Wu Jie said as he took out the ingredients he needed. Saishin hadn't experienced such a daily atmosphere for a long time and was immersed in it for a moment. The 2 of them happily started working together and put on aprons. Like this, and then like this. Wu Jie carefully stirred the ingredients in front of him while concentrating on listing all the ingredients clearly, thinking about what kind of dish he wanted to make. The commander's cooking skills are really good. It looks very appetizing. Although the food was not yet formed, Saishin was already salivating at the sight of it. "Then I can't lose to my superior." Kai Xing started to move, and his movements were no slower than Wu Jie's. "Huh? The boss asked me where I learned it." Saishin touched her lower lip with her index finger and thought about it. "I made it by looking at recipes and watching cooking shows on TV." Saishin's light movements are like a happy butterfly in the kitchen, neat and smooth. The ingredients seemed to bloom in her hands, and the various ways of playing with them were like dancing in her hands, which was amazing. "Commander, look, how is my cooking? Come and try it." As she said that, Kai Xing gently scooped up a spoonful of soup, blew it gently, took a sip herself, and then handed it to Wu Jie's mouth. "Don't worry, sir. It won't burn. I've already blown it hard." It was not until she saw her superior drink all the soup that Saishin seemed to remember something. "Ah, sir, no, it's not what you think. What indirect kiss? I didn't even notice it." Kai Xing was interrupted by this little episode and forgot about the soup cooking in the pot. "Oh no, the pot is going to get burnt." As she spoke, Saishin was like a panicked little cook who had made a mistake, and she quickly turned back to stir the soup in the pot. Like this, the soup needs to be stirred constantly so that it will taste better and better until it is fully flavored. Only then will it be unforgettable to drink. Saishin had a serious look in her eyes, and she was completely focused on the food. Because of the heat rising up, beads of sweat even flowed down her cheeks, but she didn't even realize it. At this moment, Caixing felt a touch coming from her face. "Oh, it turned out that it was you who helped me wipe my sweat. Thank you, sir, but you were really gentle." Caixing didn't expect to be wiped of her sweat suddenly, and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. "It's almost done, sir, look." "Hey!" Caixing turned off the fire and picked up the whole pot with scald-proof gloves and put it aside. Then she took out a container and poured the soup into the container one spoonful at a time. Sir, you think it smells good too, right?" Caixing stared into his eyes, as if trying to capture something from the other's eyes. "Hey, I am suitable to be a wife." Caixing's face suddenly turned red, but after taking a look at the other person, she knew that what the superior said was not false at all. It was precisely because of her ability to read minds that she understood that the meaning of the words of the superior in front of her was so simple and pure, without a trace of impurities. "In the past, I could only watch from afar, or observe my superior's expression from the side when my sister and my superior were talking together. But now that I am alone with my superior, I can feel a little bit of excitement." Caixing, who had seen the dark side of human nature, had a good understanding of human nature. She knew that no matter how pure a person was, his or her thoughts would slowly reveal themselves. However, the commander was like a stone man. No matter how she seduced or tempted him or her, he remained unmoved. Thinking of this, Caixing sighed slightly. She even hoped that her superior would behave like a mortal. For example, even a small thing wouldn't make her feel disgusted. "Oh my God, Caixing, what am I thinking? I actually hope that the boss will become a person like that. No, I must stand firm." "Then the commander would also be an excellent husband," Caixing replied. After waiting for a while, Caixing felt a little disappointed when she saw that the officer didn't say anything. But he still said, "Don't be discouraged, sir. At least in Caixing's opinion, you are really a good choice." "Huh? What? So this is what the commander thinks?" After hearing this, Caixing was silent for a long time. "I didn't expect that the superior would have this idea. For a moment, his idea caused my mood to fluctuate greatly. It seems that I was not wrong about him. The commander is indeed not an ordinary person." At this moment, Caixing seemed to have made up her mind. She suddenly gently pulled the officer's hand and said, "Officer, I know my request is a bit willful, but can you please accept us?" No, that's not what I meant. What are you thinking about, sir?" Caixing's face turned red. She realized that this was a good opportunity. Maybe she could convince the sir to let her and her sister enter Suzuka. Can my sister and I enter Suzuka together?" "Sir, don't worry. We will definitely not fall behind. We will study hard." Tears even flowed from Caixing's eyes. It seemed that the commander had a weak resistance to women's tears. Wu Jie scratched his head. He really couldn't bear Caixing's eyes, so he sighed and said, Okay, I surrender. I'm really scared of you. I will find a way to report this to the team leader. As for whether it can be accomplished, it all depends on God's will."